Chapter 72. The Abolition of the Patriarch. The Return of Zhou Chun. Lin Feng clutched the porcelain vial, staring blankly in the direction Zhou Chun had vanished, then glanced at the three charred corpses on the ground, a tumultuous wave of emotions surging within him. Shock, gratitude, awe, confusion, a myriad of intricate feelings intertwined. Smoothly, effortlessly, Lin Feng murmured to himself, followed by a bitter smile. Little did he expect that this newly promoted core disciple would grow to such a terrifying degree. It seems the debt of gratitude owed to this person would be difficult to repay. Lin Feng no longer hesitated. He immediately sat cross-legged and cautiously took out a healing elixir, placing it in his mouth. The potent medicinal energy surged into his body, swiftly mending his internal injuries. At the Zhou family's ancestral hall in Luo City, the square before was stained a dark crimson by the afterglow of the setting sun, while the ancestral hall loomed solemn and oppressive in the twilight. The atmosphere during the ancestral rites was heavy, as if laden with lead, and the once lively ambience had completely dissipated, replaced by a suffocating silence. Upon a high platform in the center of the square, the position that rightfully belonged to the patriarch Zhou Yuanshan was now occupied by the spirited eldest son of the second branch, Zhou Ming. Clad in the robes of an inner disciple of the Qinglan sect, Zhou Ming exuded an air of arrogance, a faint smile of a victor playing upon his lips. The aura of his 10th-tier cultivation radiated unabashedly, sufficient to intimidate all in a place like Luo City, marking him as a heavenly prodigy. Standing beside him was his mother, Chun, her face aglow with pride, her eyes shimmering with unabashed satisfaction, as if the Zhou family had entirely fallen into their second branch's grasp. At the foot of the platform, a number of clan elders led by the Grand Elder, the Second Elder, and the Third Elder surrounded Zhou Ming and his mother like stars encircling the moon, their faces adorned with sycophantic smiles. Their intentions were unmistakable. They sought to immediately oust Zhou Yuanshan and elevate Zhou Ming as the next patriarch. In the corner, isolated, stood the gray-haired figure of Zhou Yuanyang, the sixth elder of the Zhou family. Beside him stood the patriarch Zhou Yuanshan, his complexion pale and devoid of color, yet he straightened his spine and glared angrily at the assembly on the platform. Upon closer inspection, one would notice Zhou Yuanshan's aura had waned, possessing only a third-tier foundation, even weaker than several elders, his eyes filled with fury and profound helplessness. Zhou Yuanshan surveyed his surroundings, realizing that apart from the sixth elder, none of his former kin would speak on his behalf at this moment. In summary, Zhou Yuanshan, as the patriarch, has been ineffectual, leading to the decline of our Zhou family's enterprises in recent years, with disciples lacking in prowess and no formidable strength to uphold the family. He is unfit for the role. The voice of the second elder, Zhou Yuanfeng, resonated loudly, carrying an undeniable weight, echoing throughout the silent square. In contrast, young Zhou Ming possesses extraordinary talent, having joined the Qinglan sect with limitless prospects ahead. Allowing him to govern the Zhou family will surely lead us back to glory. At today's ancestral rites, I propose we depose Zhou Yuanshan from his position and have Zhou Ming succeed him immediately. At this moment, Zhou Ming had yet to officially establish his foundation, making his succession seem somewhat forced. Yet the second elder's insistence indicated he had undoubtedly received substantial benefits. I second this. Zhou Ming should be the patriarch. Zhou Yuanshan, step down. Voices of agreement surged throughout the square. The sixth elder, Zhou Yuanyang, trembled with anger, stepping forward abruptly and shouting sternly. Silence. The ancestral laws are no jest. Yuanshan is the legitimate eldest son, designated as patriarch by the previous head of the family during his lifetime. How can he be deposed due to transient circumstances? Are you all forsaking your ancestors? No matter Zhou Ming's capabilities, he is still inexperienced. How can he command the respect of all? Dare to defy the masses. The sharp voice of the Chun matriarch pierced the air, laden with mockery. My son is already a disciple of the immortal sect, on the brink of foundation establishment. In this city of Luo, who would dare oppose him? My husband is a steward of the asking immortal sect. If anyone has the audacity to challenge us, let them step forth and reveal themselves. Could it be that certain individuals are envious of our Zhou family's second branch, seeking to hinder our rise. Chen's gaze fiercely bore down upon Zhou Yuanshan and the sixth elder. Zhou Yuanshan, I have heard whispers that your prodigious son has become a complete waste within the asking immortal sect. A clay Buddha crossing a river cannot save itself. Do you still expect him to support you? Dream on. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yuanshan's complexion shifted from pale to ashen, his fists clenched tightly, nails digging painfully into his palms. Zhou Chun was an eternal pride in Zhou Yuanshan's heart, and now, being subjected to such public humiliation left him feeling as though his heart were being torn asunder. His lips moved, yearning to voice a retort, but upon recalling the disheartening news from Zhou Fu at the asking immortal sect regarding his son's degradation, he ultimately exhaled a weary sigh, his posture seeming to sag even further. Zhou Ming chuckled with smug satisfaction, rising to his feet, an aura that seemed poised to break through the foundation establishment pressing down on the sixth elder and his father, Zhou Yuanshan. Patriarch, Zhou Yuanyang, the times have changed. In the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. My prominence in the Qinglan sect is the sole hope for the Zhou family's ascendance. As for my esteemed elder brother Zhou Chun, I fear he will forever remain a waste. Patriarch, it is time for you to recognize the tides of change and retire in peace. The future glory of the Zhou family shall be upheld by my hand. Zhou Ming's words dripped with disdain and ridicule. In this grand sacrificial ceremony, it is only fitting that Zhou Yuanshan, unworthy of his position, leaves the proceedings to me, allowing our ancestors to witness that I am the true hope of the Zhou family. Zhou Yuanshan, Zhou Yuanyang, why do you not kneel and pay homage to the new patriarch? The elder Zhou Yunzi suddenly bellowed, just as Zhou Ming reveled in his triumph, prepared to bask in the adulation of the crowd. Oh, the future hope of the Zhou family? That sounds quite impressive. A voice, devoid of any emotion, resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. Though soft, it seemed to emanate from the depths of the abyss, causing the arrogant Zhou Ming to freeze in his tracks. An indescribable chill sent a shiver through the hearts of all present. The crowd gazed in astonishment. There, standing quietly outside the towering doors of the ancestral hall, was a tall figure, Zhou Chun. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Zhou Yuanshan suddenly lifted his head, a glimmer of disbelief igniting in his murky eyes, swiftly overwhelmed by immense joy. Zhou Chun had truly returned. Is it you? Zhou Chun, how did you a waste come back? Chun shrieked in disbelief, her expression of triumph instantly replaced by disgust. Yet Zhou Ming appeared gravely serious, a cacophony of alarm bells ringing in his mind. Zhou Chen's sudden appearance was startling. There was not a hint of spiritual energy emanating from him, making him seem genuinely like a waste. Yet what unnerved Zhou Ming was the oppressive aura Zhou Chun had just exuded, which felt more suffocating than that of the elder from the Qinglan sect beside him. He shook his head, dismissing his inner thoughts. After all, Elder Zhang Wu from the Qinglan sect had already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment. What was Zhou Chun? Merely a waste attempting to put on a facade. Zhou Ming's heart steadied somewhat. Zhou Chun, the second elder Zhou Yuanfeng, steadied himself, commanding with authority. This is the most significant sacrificial ceremony of our family. How dare you intrude at will? Depart at once. We shall address your trespass after the ceremony concludes. Chapter 73. Do you even deserve it? A forceful suppression. Step down. Do you think you are worthy? Zhou Chen slowly paced into the square. His gaze swept over the central seat upon the high platform, a cold smile curling at the corners of his lips. I wish to inquire of you all, who bestowed upon you the audacity to occupy my father's position, and who granted you the gall to dare question the legitimacy of the family head? Zhou Chen's eyes finally settled upon Zhou Ming. Is it you, a mere waste at the 10th level of qi refinement, who dares to flaunt your power and depose my father? Preposterous. Zhou Ming, humiliated in public, felt a surge of anger obliterate any remnants of caution within him. Zhou Chun, do you think you are still the genius of yesteryears? You are but a worthless waste. Kneel before me. Zhou Ming's spiritual energy surged wildly, the oppressive force of his qi refinement level bursting forth without restraint. It must be noted that Zhou Ming, though lacking in foundation establishment, stood as the pinnacle among the younger generation in Luo City. With hands forming seals, a fiery serpent illusion coalesced before him, radiating a scorching wave of heat and emitting a hissing sound as it surged toward Zhou Chun. This was the most formidable technique he had learned after joining the Qinglan sect, the yellow-grade mid-tier red python technique. With this strike, he aimed to completely subjugate Zhou Chun, to demonstrate to all who the true future of the Zhou family was. Minger, cripple him. Chen's lips curled into a cruel smile. Be cautious. Elder Lu and Zhou Yuanshan exclaimed in unison, but it was too late. They were firmly restrained by several elders. Faced with the oncoming fiery serpent, Zhou Chun's expression remained unchanged. He did not even attempt to evade. Boom. The ferocious fire python instantly engulfed Zhou Chun. Chinner. Elder Lu and Zhou Yuanshan exerted all their strength to rush forward to protect Zhou Chun, but they remained firmly anchored in place by several elders. Ha ha ha. A waste is indeed a waste. Chen could not suppress her laughter. Yet, her mirth abruptly ceased as the thick smoke cleared, revealing Zhou Chun unharmed and standing in place. The aggressive crimson flame python, having struck Zhou Chun, vanished without a trace. Not even a speck of dust marred Zhou Chun's attire, as if it had never existed. Zhou Chun regarded Zhou Ming and Chun with an expression devoid of emotion, as though he were gazing at corpses. Enough of this noise. Zhou Chun raised his hand, his fingers lightly flicking. Swish. Accompanied by a faint sound, a slender golden thread of spiritual energy shot forth like lightning. It accurately pierced the center of Chen's brow. Time seemed to freeze. Chen's smile instantly stiffened, a ghastly sound emanating from her throat, and the spark in her eyes rapidly faded. A tiny charred hole appeared in her brow, yet no blood flowed forth, and then her body fell rigidly backward, crashing heavily onto the stone ground, lifeless and silent. Dead. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Everyone was as if under a paralysis spell, their faces registering only terror and disbelief. Zhou Ming's full-force attack at the 10th level of Qi refinement not only failed to harm Zhou Chun, but even the first level of foundation establishment, Chun, was instantly slain. The method was unfathomable. None present could decipher even a trace of the spiritual energy's trajectory. What on earth had Zhou Chun done? This was no mere waste as rumored. Was it possible that the tales of Zhou Chun's downfall were false? As Zhou Ming stared at the lifeless body of Chun at his feet, terror swiftly replaced the expression on his face, and he lost control of his bowels. No. Mother. Demon. You are a demon. You are not Zhou Chun. How could you be so strong after consuming my mother's demon boiling powder? Zhou Ming screamed, trembling as if he were a leaf in a storm, utterly bereft of the arrogance he had moments before. Wow. As Zhou Ming's words fell, the square erupted into chaos. The faction that had once rallied behind Zhou Ming was now in a frenzy, retreating in fear, desperate to hide. The elders who had clamored for the dethronement of the family head, Zhou Yuanming, now wore ashen faces. Elder Zhou Yuanjia, Elder Zhou Yuanfeng, and Elder Zhou Yuanhai, among others, displayed a mix of pale and green hues, lowering their heads in shame, unable to face Zhou Yuanming and Zhou Chun. Infamous scoundrel! How bold! A furious voice rang out from the back of the crowd. A middle-aged cultivator clad in the garb of a Qinglan sect elder, his countenance sinister, strode forward. It was none other than Zhou Ming's patron, Elder Zhang Wu of the Qinglan sect. Upon witnessing the lifeless bodies of Zhou Ming and Chun, his pupils constricted sharply. A powerful aura of the 6th level of foundation establishment erupted. Zhou Ming was a disciple he had held in high regard. How could he have been slaughtered in his absence? His gaze, sharp as a blade, locked onto Zhou Chun as he demanded, "Who dares to kill my Qinglan sect disciple and his family so brazenly? You must be tired of living. State your name. I, this elder, shall ensure you pay in blood for this debt, exterminating your entire lineage. Chinner, you go first. We old fellows will hold him off." Zhou Yuanming secretly transmitted to Zhou Chun, "Exterminate your entire lineage?" Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chun finally lifted his eyelids, his indifferent gaze fixating on Zhang Wu as though he were inspecting a corpse. The cold, murderous intent emanating from his eyes caused even this 6th level foundation establishment expert to feel a constriction in his breath. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. A cold smile crept onto Zhou Chun's lips. The Qinglan sect, is it? Quite the imposing presence. He paused, his voice not loud. Yet every word resonated clearly in the ears of those present. I am Zhou Chun, a core disciple of the Asking Immortal sect, a direct disciple of the sect leader, Lu Qingtian. Buzz. Zhang Wu felt as if a thunderclap resounded in his mind, leaving him momentarily blank. The Asking Immortal sect? A direct disciple of the sect leader? A core disciple? Each term struck like a heavy hammer upon Zhang Wu's heart. Chapter 74. Zhang Wu seeks mercy, departing from Luo City. What existence is the Asking Immortal sect? It stands as one of the top immortal cultivation sects in the southern region, with its leader, Lu Qingtian. Being among the most formidable figures at the nascent soul stage, his power immeasurable. In the presence of the asking immortal sect, the Qinglan sect was unworthy even to carry its shoes, let alone a mere elder of the Qinglan sect. Even the sect leader of Qinglan would likely be deemed insignificant before the asking immortal sect. Before him stood a young man, the esteemed direct disciple of Lu Qingtian. It seemed just moments ago he had been brazenly proclaiming his intent to annihilate the entirety of his opponent's family. Now, upon reflection, Zhang Wu felt a chill run down his spine, a bone-deep terror surging from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, sweeping through every pore of his body. Thud! Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding all semblance of dignity, Zhang Wu's knees buckled, and with the swiftness of lightning, he prostrated himself upon the stone floor, kneeling heavily. Bang! 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 He forcefully bowed his forehead against the ground, blood immediately gushing forth. Without even the aid of protective spiritual energy. Spare my life. Senior Zhou, please spare me. Zhang Wu's voice trembled uncontrollably. The sight of a man of his age addressing Zhou Chun as senior appeared utterly ludicrous. Yes, I am indeed blind to your worth. I have offended the senior. Zhou Ming, that wretched creature, deserves death. How dare he slight a senior and your esteemed father? He is unworthy of life. It is I who was blinded by this beast. I implore the senior to show mercy. Spare my wretched life. Spare the lives of the ignorant disciples of the Qinglan sect. I, the Qinglan sect, am willing to expend all our resources to serve the senior. I beg for your compassion. His words became a frantic jumble, completely devoid of the arrogance he had previously displayed, as he repeatedly knocked his head in supplication. This astonishing reversal of fortune once again shocked the entire assembly. The Qinglan sect, a towering force in Luocheng, could command the respect of all other factions with a mere word. Yet now, the venerable elder of the Qinglan sect, a formidable expert at the sixth layer of foundation establishment, knelt before Zhou Chun, trembling in fear, desperately seeking mercy. Those who had previously supported Zhou Ming were now utterly terrified, some even fainting on the spot. Whether from genuine fear or feigned ignorance was of no consequence. They finally comprehended the terrifying presence that Zhou Chun embodied. Zhou Chun gazed coldly at the prostrating Zhang Wu, his expression betraying no emotion. Deep within, he understood that this was the absolute domination brought forth by strength and status. Zhang Wu was not bowing to Zhou Chun. He was bowing to the power of Zhou Chun, to Lu Qingtian, to the Wuxin sect. Begone! Zhou Chun uttered a single word, his gaze frigid. Zhang Wu felt as though he had been granted a reprieve from death. His entire body went limp, nearly collapsing, as he hurriedly knocked his head several more times in gratitude. Thank you for your mercy, senior. Thank you for your magnanimity. He dared not linger, even neglecting to wipe the blood from his forehead, scrambling to his feet and fleeing in a panic toward the gates of the Zhou residence. Like a dog without a home, terrified that a moment's delay would cost him his life. The dignity of the Qinglan sect meant nothing in the face of death. Zhou Chun could have easily eradicated the Qinglan sect with a single word, yet he refrained. There was no necessity. The situation had not escalated to the point of slaughtering and obliterating a sect. Moreover, the world of cultivation was not merely one of violence, but rather one of human relationships and social intricacies. The Zhou family had thrived in Luocheng for generations. If they were to extinguish the Qinglan sect over a minor dispute, who would dare collaborate with the Zhou family in the future? Even if some did, they would likely be duplicitous, and should the Zhou family ever find themselves in decline, they would undoubtedly face backlash. After dealing with Zhang Wu, Zhou Chun turned his attention to the clan elders below the platform, their faces ashen and bodies trembling like aspen leaves. The Grand Elder Zhou Yuanjia, Second Elder Zhou Yuanfeng, Third Elder Zhou Yuanhai, and others, upon meeting Zhou Chen's gaze, felt as though they had been targeted by a primordial beast. One by one, they fell to their knees, tears streaming down their faces, repeatedly banging their heads in supplication. Spare us, young master. We were blinded by foolishness. It was Zhou Ming, no? That wretched Zhou Ming and the poisonous woman from the Chen family who led us astray. Master, for the sake of our shared bloodline, for the sake of our past connections, please spare us. We acknowledge our mistakes. We shall never dare again. We implore the young master for mercy. Their pleas and cries became a chaotic cacophony. Zhou Chen did not deign to look at them again. Such fickle turncoats were unworthy of his attention. He approached the platform and extended his hand to steady the visibly shaken Zhou Yuanshan, his voice taking on a note of warmth. Father, I have arrived late. Not late. Chener, you have truly grown. Zhou Yuanshan gazed at the composed and extraordinary Zhou Chun, his emotions overwhelming him, rendering him speechless. All previous worries dissipated in that moment. We pay our respects to the master. We pay our respects to the young master. The sixth elder Zhou Yuanyang, overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, was the first to kneel. The other clansmen who had not participated in the rebellion awoke from their stupor, hastily kneeling and calling out in unison. We pay our respects to the master. We pay our respects to the young master. Their voices resounded throughout the Zhou family ancestral hall, and no one dared to harbor any dissent. Zhou Qin steadied his father, assisting him back into the main seat. He then turned his gaze upon the kneeling elders who had begged for mercy, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Zhou Qin raised his right hand, fingers slightly curled. In an instant, several fine gray symbols embedded themselves into their foreheads. The elders trembled violently, too fearful to resist, as a gray mark appeared on their foreheads before vanishing. This was the sole binding restriction of the Wuxian sect. Their lives hung by a thread, and any dissent could be voiced now. Zhou Qin handed a jade talisman controlling the slave mark to Zhou Yuanshan. The Grand Elder and the others turned pale, bowing their heads and trembling. We shall obey the master's command. Dismissed. The crowd in the square gradually dispersed. What transpired today would undoubtedly stir up a sensation throughout Luoqing. Within the Zhou family hall, Zhou Qin produced a storage ring and handed it to Zhou Yuanshan. Father, it contains 100 gathering spirit pills. Enough for you and the sixth elder to cultivate to the core formation stage. There are also several high-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifacts, a few mid-tier artifacts, and 5,000 high-grade spirit stones, which can serve as resources for the family's development. If you require more, do not hesitate to inform me. Should you encounter any difficulties, you may send word to me. Chinner, this is far too much. Your journey in the Wuxian sect cannot have been easy. Keep some for yourself. Zhou Yuanshan gazed at the resources within the ring, astonished. Even the cumulative wealth of all the cultivation families in Luoqing over the past centuries could not match such an amount. Zhou Qin could certainly provide even more resources, but he understood the principle of a common man bears the burden of wealth. If he bestowed too much without the means to protect it, it would only invite calamity upon the Zhou family. Father, sixth elder, take these 2 pills now. I will protect you. Zhou Qin retrieved 2 pills from the storage ring and handed them to the 2 men. Without hesitation, they consumed them, the pure medicinal power flooding into their nearly exhausted meridians. With a few resounding cracks of their joints, their waning energy vanished, and their spiritual power surged explosively. Both broke through to the 3rd layer of foundation establishment. With this matter settled, it was time to depart. Zhou Qin nodded to himself. Although Zhou Yuanshan's strength was not particularly formidable, with the addition of the enslaved elders, controlling the Zhou family would pose no significant challenge. As for internal matters, Father shall make the decisions. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave, Zhou Qin said, looking at the 2 men. All right, my son. Take care. Chinner, take care. The 2 men solemnly bid farewell to Zhou Qin. He waved his hand, and in the next moment, transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from sight. The following day, news of the events in the Zhou family ancestral hall spread like wildfire throughout the streets and alleys. The sect master of the Qinglan sect personally brought Zhang Wu to apologize, offering the Zhou family compensation in the form of several valuable vein mines and numerous properties within Luoqing. Seizing this opportunity, the Zhou family ascended to become the foremost clan in Luoqing, the envy of all. Chapter 75. The initial battle of Shaohong, rescuing Yin Kai-dai. Zhou Qin departed from Luo City, the majestic mountains rapidly receding behind him, yet he harbored no inclination to appreciate the scenery. Having squandered precious time at the Zhou residence, he had undoubtedly missed the opportunity to procure Yi Qin's resurrection pill and pure yuan pill. However, it mattered little, as he would merely ascend to the 5th level of foundation establishment. More importantly, he could not allow Yin Kai-dai of the Yinshan sect to obtain her elixirs in 2 months' time. With a clear objective and ample time at his disposal, Zhou Qin retracted his aura and propelled himself to the utmost limit of the white rainbow crossing the sun, resembling a streak of white lightning as he advanced towards the Qianfeng mountain range. His spiritual consciousness continuously extended outward, focusing on the areas frequented by the crimson scale serpent. 1 month later, to the south of Qianfeng mountain, a pungent, sulfurous odor permeated the depths of a ravine. With a resounding crack, a massive tail, adorned with dark red scales, sliced through the air, striking fiercely at a woman who was desperately fleeing, none other than Yin Kai-dai, a core disciple of the Yinshan sect. At this moment, her garments were tattered, and her complexion was alarmingly pale. Despite her agile movements, she struggled against the relentless assaults of 2 foundation establishment 10th level crimson scale serpents. Boom! The colossal body of a serpent crashed against a boulder, which Kai-dai barely managed to evade. The fierce winds whipped against her face, causing pain, and her internal spiritual energy surged violently, leading to a coppery taste in her throat. Damn those vile creatures. With a flick of her fingers, dark gleams flickered as dozens of poison bone needles shot toward the serpent's eyes, only to be deflected by their protective scales, sparking a shower of sparks. One serpent opened its monstrous maw, the foul stench nearly causing Kaidai to lose consciousness. There was no escape. A wave of despair surged within her as she instinctively conjured a thin layer of Insha''s spiritual shield above her head. Just as she was on the brink of disaster, a tremendous roar echoed through the air. A tiger-shaped demonic beast, resplendent in crimson and exuding an aura of primal ferocity, descended from the heavens, its massive form shielding Kaidai. Clang! The dual assaults of the serpents struck the tiger without reservation, leaving only a few white scratches. In the next moment, the fiery totem upon the tiger's forehead blazed brilliantly, unleashing the unrestrained pressure of the core formation stage, causing all the beasts in the valley to tremble in fear. It was Zhou Qin's red flame crystal tiger, sensing the terrifying presence reminiscent of an ancient fierce beast. The two crimson scale serpents, which had been relentlessly attacking Kaidai, recoiled in shock, their vertical pupils wide with terror as they quivered violently. Before they could react, a crimson shadow swept past, stirring a searing gale. The massive paw of the tiger effortlessly crushed one serpent's head. Crack! The sound of shattering bones resonated through the air. The other serpent instinctively turned to flee, but it was too slow. A flash of disdain crossed the eyes of the red flame crystal tiger. In the next moment, its claws easily tore through the serpent's scales, and with overwhelming force, the serpent's enormous body was slammed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. The sudden shockwave shattered Katie's protective shield, sending her staggering backward, on the verge of collapse. However, a gentle yet powerful force supported her back, steadying her. Still shaken, Kaidai looked up abruptly. Suspended in midair before her was a man in a blue robe, his formidable tiger obediently standing at his side, its fiery totem gradually dimming, giving the impression of an innocuous little cat. Is this the ancient beast, the red flame crystal tiger? Kaidai gasped in astonishment. She had encountered fleeting references to it in the ancient tomes of the Inshan sect, an ancient variant, revered by all beasts. A descendant of the sacred beast Zhu Ke and the western white tiger. Such a being was thought to exist only in legend. How could it manifest here? The figure before her was none other than Zhou Qin. Assessing the opportunity, Zhou Qin silently contemplated. Name, Kaidai. Cultivation, Foundation Establishment 8th level. Fate, some talent. Daughter of Elder Inshan of the Inshan sect, ultimately destined to halt at the 7th level of Yuanying. Recent opportunity, acquired a top-grade Earth-tier spiritual artifact. Flowing immortal skirt, within the Buddhist sacred realm of the Qingman Mountains. After a brief appraisal of Kaidai, he noted her exquisite features. Clad in a purple-black outfit that accentuated her graceful figure. Her garments bore several tears, revealing wounds, and her complexion was as pale as porcelain, adding an air of tragic beauty. She bore no resemblance to the typical practitioners of demonic sects Zhou Qin used privately. Yet, Zhou Qin also recognized his own biases. Not all practitioners of the demonic sects were malevolent, merely differing in their paths and pursuits of enlightenment. At times, the actions of reputable orthodox sects could be far more egregious. As soon as Zhou Qin landed, Xiao Hong transformed into a streak of light and entered his spirit beast pouch. Thank you for saving my life, esteemed senior. Kaidai bowed deeply. I am Kaidai of the Inshan sect. May I inquire your esteemed name? The Inshan sect shall repay your kindness. Just address me as a peer. I am Zhou Qin of the Wenxian sect, Zhou Qin replied calmly. It was merely a small act, no need for excessive gratitude. Zhou Qin, the one who claimed first place in the core disciple trials of the Wenxian sect, hailed as the greatest genius of the sect in a century? Is that truly you? Katie's beautiful eyes lit up as she gazed at him in astonishment. Just a modest reputation. I do not claim to be the greatest genius. Please forgive my embarrassment, Zhou Qin said, touching his nose, feeling somewhat awkward at the realization that his fame had spread to other sections. However, he believed that notoriety was not necessarily advantageous, better to remain low-key. Brother Zhou, your life-saving grace is akin to a rebirth. Although these few Peiyuan pills are of low rank, they were personally refined by my sister's master, and their quality is exceptional. I hope you will not disdain them. Kaidai hastily produced a jade vial from her storage ring, offering it to Zhou Qin with both hands. Your kindness is appreciated. Zhou Qin silently accepted the vial. To Kaidai, Zhou Qin's demeanor seemed devoid of the hypocrisy often attributed to orthodox practitioners. He neither refused nor hesitated, which further enhanced her admiration for him. Beep. Successfully intercepted Yi Qin's opportunity and received 5 top-grade Earth-tier Peiyuan pills from Kaidai. Triggered tenfold return. obtaining 5 top-grade heaven-tier pay-yuan pills. The system notification chimed as Zhou Chun stored the jade vial in his ring. He nodded slightly. Junior sister, this place is perilous, and your injuries are substantial. It would be wise to depart quickly. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Katie's response, Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of brilliance, shooting towards the Qingman Mountains. In Kaidai stood transfixed, staring at the direction in which Zhou Chun had vanished for a long while. In her experience, male cultivators, whether within or outside their sect, typically approached her with subservience. She considered herself strikingly beautiful, and Zhou Chun's heroic descent to rescue her, followed by his nonchalant departure, left an indelible impression on her heart. Zhou Chun. She whispered his name, feeling a slight warmth rise to her cheeks. Suddenly, sensing the sounds of battle ahead, her expression changed, and she swiftly concealed her aura before departing from the spot, unaware that the newcomer was none other than Yi Chun, who had just arrived at the Qianfeng mountain range. Master, there are too many demonic beasts here. Which direction should we take for safety? Yi Chun inquired in his heart. Chapter 76. Terrifying Bloodless Marks. The new child of fortune. At this moment, Yi Chun had already reached the 6th level of foundation establishment, his vitality and blood rich and robust. Had Zhou Chun been present, he would have recognized that this was the result of Yi Chun's counterattack against rogue cultivators, acquiring the mid-tier earth-level body refinement technique, Diamond Sutra. Steer clear of the area ahead. It seems there is a core formation demonic beast nearby, likely an ancient variant, beyond your current capabilities. We must flee. After hearing this, Yi Chun promptly dashed back in the direction they had come. The Qingman Mountains stretched for thousands of miles. Deep within the heart of the mountains, a mountain shrouded in ancient vines emanates an increasingly potent aura of Buddhist radiance. The golden halo, akin to a tangible entity, ripples outward, exuding an air of supreme majesty. The sacred and secret realm of Buddhism is on the verge of unveiling itself. By the time Zhou Chun arrives, the skies are already filled with ethereal vessels suspended above, and flying beasts flit about, as various factions assert their distinct identities. The monks of the Eastern Tianlong Temple don moon-white robes, their demeanor dignified and solemn. At the forefront stands a young monk, stout and broad, whose expression carries a hint of irreverence. Yet, his aura is as steady as a mountain, with a faint Buddhist light emanating from within. Meanwhile, disciples from the western Huangfeng Valley are enveloped in mist, maintaining an exceptionally low profile, though few in number. Each possesses a depth of aura that is as obscure as an abyss, instilling a sense of trepidation among onlookers. To the north, the nefarious factions of the blood-drinking sect, the Yinshan sect, and the Heartless Valley mingle in a sinister amalgamation. Among them, In Kaidai stands prominently, her injuries seemingly healed. At this moment, her gaze discreetly scans the crowd, as if seeking a specific individual. Yi Chun is also present, though he conceals his appearance and aura. Yet, the vast fortune panel reveals his identity to Zhou Chun in an instant. Vigilantly, Yi Chun directs his attention towards a group occupying a large charred rock. Indeed, it is the Blood Demon sect. Leading them is an imposing figure clad in a striking scarlet robe, his visage obscured by a grotesque bronze mask, revealing only a pair of elongated, piercing eyes. An overwhelming and eerie aura emanates from him, the charred rock beneath his feet silently corroded by the bloodthirsty energy, drawing countless wary, reverent, or even hateful gazes. Behold, this individual is none other than Shui Wuhan. It is said that Shui Wuhan is a prodigy nurtured by the Blood Demon sect, who single-handedly annihilated a minor sect and fought valiantly against 9th-level core formation cultivators without defeat, earning a fearsome reputation. Hush, speak not if you wish to live, murmurs the crowd. Shui Wuhan's gaze lazily sweeps across the assembly, and when it passes in Zhou Chun's direction, a faint, sinister smirk seems to flicker beneath the bronze mask. A warning bell rings in Zhou Chun's heart. The Taichu Chaos scripture begins to operate quietly, and the black and white runes in his sea of consciousness swirl with increasing speed, dissipating the intangible sensation of being scrutinized. Shui Wuhan exudes an aura of extreme danger, far surpassing that of Wang Ming, and posing a terrifying threat in the upcoming grand competition of 10,000 sects. It is imperative that Zhou Chun strengthens himself swiftly. He silently contemplates his fortunes. Name, Shui Wuhan. Cultivation, 8th level of core formation. Fate, protagonist of destiny, gold, turning adversity into blessing, purple. Xian Tian demon body, purple. Combat maniac, purple. Destiny, core disciple of the Blood Demon sect, foundational cultivation at the 7th stage. His father is immortal, and his mother was the former saintess of the Black Abyss Sacred Ground. Defying the Sacred Ground's prohibitions, she fell in love with his father and went into hiding. only to be hunted down by the Black Abyss sacred ground. His father was slain, and his mother imprisoned. Shui Wuhan miraculously survived. Taken in by the Blood Demon Sect's leader, Shui Lu. With extraordinary fortune and exceptional talent, he was designated as the Holy Son of the Blood Demon Sect. Known for his brutal nature, through the Flame Fire Sacred Ground competition, he successfully advanced to Zhongzhou, ultimately pledging allegiance to the Black Abyss Sacred Ground to rescue his mother. Reaching the 10th layer of the Sacred Realm, he became the sovereign of the Black Abyss Sacred Ground, titled Blood Demon Lord, only to be besieged by rival factions. Perishing after months of relentless bloodshed. Recent opportunity 1. 3 days hence, within the depths of a dilapidated Buddhist pagoda in the Secret Realm. Acquire the Tainted Blood Buddha Relic. This item, infused with powerful demonic energy, is a boon for the Xian Tian demon body, greatly enhancing its essence upon refinement. Recent opportunity 2. 3 days hence, in the depths of the Secret Realm, immerse oneself in the karmic fire pool left by a Buddhist master. Enduring the Buddhist light to forge the Xian Tian demon armor through blood and demonic energy. Recent opportunity 3. 8 days hence. In an ancient cavern suppressed by Buddhist light deep within the Secret Realm, obtain a crystallized essence of an ancient demonic beast, which, upon refinement, will significantly augment physical strength and enhance the efficacy of the supreme sacred technique, Xian Tian Blood Demon Scripture. Recent opportunity 4. Half a month hence. At the bottom of a tainted spiritual pool, acquire a low-grade body technique Wuxiang Scripture from the hands of an ancient demonic corpse. Protagonist of destiny, golden fate. Extraordinary fortune, often encountering inexplicable and powerful opportunities, facilitating an unobstructed path of cultivation. Turning adversity into blessing, purple fate. In times of danger, always emerging unscathed, often turning situations to one's advantage. Xian Tian Demon Body, purple fate. Your aptitude for demonic cultivation is exceptional. Practicing demonic techniques is as effortless as eating or drinking. Activating the Xian Tian Demon Body can greatly enhance combat prowess. Combat Maniac, purple fate. You possess an insatiable desire to challenge the strong, excelling at breakthroughs during combat. Zhou Chun gasped in astonishment. He had encountered yet another child of fortune, one who had already begun to rise. His apparent cultivation was merely at the 6th level of core formation. Yet his true strength was revealed to be at the 8th level. This destined child's fortune was evidently superior to Yi Chen's, with a higher potential for future growth. System. Bind him. Congratulations, host. Binding successful. Number of bindings. 3. Zhou Chun felt a surge of excitement. Although Shui Wuhan posed a significant threat, seizing the opportunity would yield unimaginable rewards. Their fortunes lay deep within. First, he would claim Yi Chen's opportunities, thereby extinguishing his potential for growth. Before attempting to intercept Shui Wuhan's fortunes, Zhou Chen resolved in his heart, despite possessing the God concealment technique, which provided him with a measure of confidence, he still harbored concerns about being detected by Shui Wuhan, as it seemed he had already sensed something. The perceptive abilities of a destined protagonist can be quite unreasonable at times. Suddenly, the mountain rumbled, and a colossal swastika Sanskrit seal ascended into the sky, erupting with blinding radiance. A massive portal, composed entirely of pure golden Buddhist energy, slowly opened in the mountainside. As the golden gate swung wide, pure spiritual energy surged forth, revealing glimpses of palatial realms within, accompanied by the harmonious sounds of Dharma. The entrance has opened. Charge. The treasure lies within. Block those bald heads. The Buddhist treasures belong to our Huangquan sect. In an instant, countless figures transformed into streaks of vibrant light, rushing toward the entrance of the secret realm in a frenetic scramble. Before even entering the secret realm, the air outside was filled with cries of battle, furious roars, the clash of weapons slicing through the air, and the explosive sounds of magic intertwining, creating a scene reminiscent of a brutal battlefield. The chaos reached a fever pitch. Zhou Chen's gaze turned icy, his entire aura retracting to its utmost limit. The black and white runes formed protective halos around his body, as he activated White Rainbow, piercing the sun with all his might, transforming into a bolt of white lightning, hurtling towards the entrance of the secret realm. His speed was such that the surrounding cultivators could only catch a fleeting glimpse of his blurred silhouette. Chapter 77. 10th Stage of Foundation Establishment, the Mysterious Lotus Platform. The disciples of the Huangquan sect moved with ghostly grace, the sinister black energy coalescing into clawed serpents that lunged at the unnamed rogue cultivators in their path. The Blood Demon sect was even more ferocious, with Shui Wuhan unleashing a blood banner wherever the crimson stream passed, regardless of whether one was righteous or evil. Those with slightly weaker cultivation were instantly drained of their essence. Other sects did not wish to be outdone. and the unfortunate rogue cultivators suffered the most. One misstep could lead to their demise. Suddenly, Shui Wuhan's eyes beneath the bronze mask narrowed sharply as he caught sight of Zhou Qin's vanishing figure, a hint of amusement flickering at the corners of his mouth. Just now, that was the aura of a strong individual. Interesting. Upon entering the secret realm, Zhou Qin abruptly felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from all directions, accompanied by faint echoes of Buddhist chants, mingling with waves of demonic sounds. Some lower-tier rogue cultivators oscillated between tears and laughter, an eerie spectacle indeed. If one's mental fortitude is not sufficiently robust, such a level of psychic assault could easily render an ordinary person a fool, Zhou Qin mused. A quiet vigilance arose within me as I gradually activated the divine concealment technique and the primordial chaos scripture, allowing that eerie sensation to slowly dissipate. Whoosh! Ahead, a figure transformed into a streak of light, moving with remarkable swiftness. Though it was well concealed, Zhou Qin could discern at a glance that it was Yi Chun. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin stealthily followed suit. Before long, guided by the perceptive instincts of Yi Chen's spirit ring, he adeptly navigated around numerous ferocious beasts and perilous areas, unwittingly arriving at the depths of the secret realm. Here, temples and palaces adorned the surroundings, alongside towering pagodas. As he ventured further, an expansive spiritual pool emerged before him. In the next moment, the tranquil surface of the pool suddenly roiled. Boom! 3 golden-bodied puppets, clad in tattered monk robes, materialized. Each puppet stood 6 zhang tall, their forms gleaming with a dark golden hue, exuding an aura unmistakably at the 10th level of foundation establishment. In life, they had been guardian arhats, but in death, they had succumbed to the erosion of Buddhist power, transforming into sentinels. These puppets remained oblivious to Zhou Qin's presence, yet Yi Chun was not so fortunate. A fierce battle ignited between him and the 3 puppets. Seizing the opportunity, Zhou Qin quietly circumvented Yi Chun and swiftly arrived before an ancient palace, the very palace mentioned in Yi Chen's prophecy as housing the relic of the ancient Buddha. As he stepped into the grand hall, 2 puppets at the first level of core formation instantly locked onto Zhou Qin. A massive Buddha's hand descended, obscuring the sky. Zhou Qin's expression remained unchanged. With his left hand, he struck a spirit beast pouch, summoning the crimson flame crystal tiger to engage one of the puppets in combat. Boom! With his right hand, he conjured the myriad phenomena treasure cauldron, which expanded rapidly in the wind, crashing down upon another core formation puppet. Die! Zhou Qin bellowed. And in a flash of golden light, the core formation puppet was rendered immobile, a massive pit formed beneath it. Zzz. A jet of golden glazed flame erupted, burning a gaping hole through the chest of the core formation puppet. Meanwhile, the crimson flame crystal tiger concluded its battle, finding the puppet's attacks akin to mere tickles. Yet it was ultimately disassembled, its parts scattered. Zhou Qin approached a statue of Buddha and struck it with a palm, causing it to collapse with a resounding crash. Beneath the statue, a translucent jade box materialized, not of mundane origin. With a surge of spiritual energy, the jade box flew into Zhou Qin's hand. Upon opening the box, a relic of the ancient Buddha, roughly the size of a fist, perfectly rounded and radiating with a spectrum of radiant light, slowly floated out. This was indeed the ancient Buddha's relic. The entire cavern was instantly suffused with Buddhist light, and a deep, resonant chant seemed to traverse time and space, resonating directly within the depths of the soul. Zhou Qin felt a profound tremor within. The power contained in this relic far exceeded his imagination. He dared not delay, immediately reaching out to claim it. Its touch was warm, and the vast essence surged through his meridians. Were it not for the profound foundation of the primordial chaos scripture, he might have been overwhelmed in an instant. Ding! Successfully intercepted Yi Chen's opportunity, acquired the high-grade sacred treasure, the ancient Buddha's relic. Triggered tenfold return. Obtained 1 high-grade Buddha relic of the imperial tier. Would you like to claim it? The system's prompt resonated at just the right moment. Even with Zhou Qin's resolute will, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. The Buddha relic of the imperial tier. This was an unparalleled sacred object transcending the understanding of the southern domain's cultivation world. The greatest function of the relic was to enhance one's aptitude and foundation. It was only effective upon first use, and the imperial Buddha relic was likely something only legendary imperial clans could possess. If the energy of the ancient Buddha's relic was akin to a lake, then the Buddha relic of the imperial tier was the boundless ocean. Claimed the Buddha relic. Merely holding it, Zhou Qin felt as if his soul were being cleansed and elevated, his comprehension of the primordial chaos scripture becoming clearer. Without a moment's hesitation, he decided to refine it as swiftly as possible, aware of the lurking dangers that could bring forth blood Wuhan at any moment. With a flash, he and the crimson flame crystal tiger vanished from their location, entering the unified secret realm. Sitting cross-legged, Zhou Chun took a deep breath and formed hand seals. The primordial chaos scripture operated at full capacity. Black and white runes swirled chaotically as Zhou Chun cradled the imperial Buddha relic at his dantian, cautiously guiding a thread of spiritual energy into his body. Buzz. At the instant that thread of Buddhist power entered his being, Zhou Chun's entire body trembled violently. His mind engulfed in a cacophony. It was as if the sound of creation reverberated within the depths of his soul. That seemingly minuscule essence harbored unimaginable, terrifying might. Rampaging through Zhou Chun's meridians. Intense pain engulfed him. His meridians, bones, and flesh felt as though they were being relentlessly pounded by countless searing steel needles. Simultaneously, a surge of life force continuously nourished Zhou Chun's body. He gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead. He understood that the power of the imperial relic was overwhelmingly vast, far exceeding the limits his current realm could withstand. Were it not for the fact that the indestructible golden body technique had reached its third pinnacle, Zhou Chun's physical form would have likely shattered by now. Steady yourself. Zhou Chun roared within, the black and white primordial runes spinning with unprecedented speed. Grant me elevation. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun guided the thread of imperial essence, slowly merging it into the core of his Tao foundation. Boom. In that instant of contact between the Tao foundation lotus platform and the imperial essence, a violent tremor ensued. The 9-tier Tao foundation began to shatter from the edges, 1 tier, 2 tiers, until the entire 9-tier Tao foundation crumbled into darkness. No. Zhou Chun's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to accept that the foundation he had painstakingly established had vanished so easily. Just as despair threatened to consume him, the black and white primordial runes transformed into a streak of light, resolutely plunging into the depths of the Tao foundation. The next moment, a beam of light pierced through the darkness. A barely perceptible black and white, at a terrifying speed, voraciously absorbed the nutrients of the Buddha relic. Gradually, it took root, sprouted, and swiftly grew into a crystalline Tao foundation lotus platform. Slowly, the lotus platform began to exhibit dark golden patterns, evolving from obscurity to clarity. Surrounding the platform, countless profound black and white dots orbited like celestial bodies in motion. Chaotic, ancient, and mysterious, they contained an overwhelming pressure. Could this be the legendary 10th tier Tao foundation? Zhou Chun could not help but exclaim. Chapter 78, Purple Chi Phenomenon, ascending 6 levels. As Zhou Chun broke through, outside the unified secret realm, Blood Wuhan was engrossed in his comprehension within a pagoda. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, the calm demeanor on his face replaced by sheer astonishment. What kind of Tao rhythm is this? He sprang to his feet, appearing outside the tower in a single step. Simultaneously, all cultivators within the secret realm were stirred. The previously clear sky was now enveloped in a vast expanse of purple and gold. In the next moment, a radiant arc of purple chi, seemingly descending from the heavens, pierced through the sea of clouds, cascading down to Zhou Chun's location. The purple chi stretched for 30,000 miles. Majestic, powerful, regal. This was not an attack directed at anyone, but rather an awe-inspiring phenomenon manifesting from the laws of heaven, sensing the presence of an extraordinary talent. Cultivators from various sects within the secret realm halted their actions in unison, those of lower cultivation even collapsing to the ground in submission. The purple chi surged for 30,000 miles. Could this be the legendary, unparalleled genius? Who could it be? Which sect possessed such fortune? Countless reclusive ancient beings outside the secret realm were awakened, yet they could not pinpoint the source, leaving the entire southern domain deeply shaken. Even Wang Yu, who hails from the fire's sacred land and possesses vast experience, finds herself momentarily speechless, utterly astounded. After all, it has been many years since such a prodigious talent has emerged from the fire's sacred land. Just moments ago, Yi Chun, having expended every ounce of his strength in a fierce battle against a puppet, now gazes upward, dazed, at the boundless expanse of purple aura in the sky. His body trembles slightly, not in reverence, but rather in a complex mix of indescribable jealousy and resentment. How he loathes the fact that this terrifying opportunity did not befall him. The purple aura, stretching 30,000 miles to the east, is a phenomenon that only unparalleled geniuses can evoke. Reflecting on his own cultivation, Yi Chun falls silent. Could it be that this celestial phenomenon was triggered by Zhou Chun? A thought, so absurd that even he found it hard to believe, arises within him. Master, Yi Chun's voice is hoarse. Who is he? Will I ever reach such heights? The ancient ring spirit, after a long silence, lets out a heavy sigh. Chunner, such a sight is exceedingly rare throughout the ages. Perhaps it will be a lifetime pursuit to even glimpse its shadow. Yi Chun clenches his fists tightly, his nails digging deep into his palms. Crimson droplets of blood oozing between his fingers. Lu Qianru, clad in snow-white garments, stands elegantly, her exquisitely cold and beautiful face equally etched with shock. Zhou Chun feels an even tighter bond with the heavens and earth, his spiritual power surging at an unprecedented rate. Clarity floods his mind as many previously incomprehensible techniques suddenly become lucid. The barrier at the peak of Foundation Establishment's 10th layer shatters in an instant. First layer of core formation. Second layer of core formation. The overwhelming energy propels Zhou Chun through to the 6th layer of core formation. A record of breaking through 6 realms, rare even in the sacred land. But it does not end there. The indestructible golden body technique continuously absorbs the essence brought forth by the ancient Buddha's relic. And the bottleneck at the 4th layer of the indestructible golden body begins to loosen. Boom, 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 as Zhou Chun's bones resonate like a symphony. His blood flows like mercury, and his bronze-hued skin emanates an aura of invincibility. It is done. 4th layer of indestructible golden body. 6th layer of core formation. 10th stage of Tao Foundation. The starkest distinction between the 10th stage of Tao Foundation and an ordinary Tao Foundation is the nurturing of a trace of chaotic power. With every inch of flesh containing strength far surpassing that of the same tier, and the purity of spiritual power being 100-fold greater than others. Feeling the terrifying power coursing through him, Zhou Chun is profoundly shaken. If he were to face his former self, he could easily crush him with a mere finger. The Emperor-level Buddha's relic, a terrifying boon. Even Zhou Chun, steadfast in spirit, cannot help but let out a howl toward the heavens. The crimson flame crystal tiger senses its master's vast aura and affectionately rubs against Zhou Chun's leg. Enough, little red, it is time to get to work. Zhou Chun's eyes gleam with determination, his fighting spirit soaring. The overwhelming celestial phenomenon triggered by his breakthrough must have alerted Blood Wuhan, who is likely tracing the fluctuations as we speak. Zhou Chun must hasten his pace. A dilapidated Buddhist tower, shrouded in ominous demonic energy, materializes before Zhou Chun. The tower leans precariously, swirling black mist emanating a bizarre aura of decay intertwined with sanctity, effortlessly dispatching a few puppets corrupted by demonic energy at the entrance. Zhou Chun slips into the tower. Deep within the dim interior, a corner pulsates with energy waves rich in blood and slaughter. The very essence of the corrupted Buddha blood relic. It is the same size as an ordinary relic, though its surface is adorned with dark red, eerie patterns. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chun envelopes it in spiritual power and retrieves it into his storage ring. Ding! Successfully intercepted Blood Wuhan's opportunity. Obtaining a mid-grade saint-level corrupted Buddha blood relic. Triggering a 1,000-fold return. Acquired a low-grade Emperor Level 9 Hell's Demon Buddha relic. What? A low-grade Emperor level relic. Truly, this is Blood Wuhan's fortune. Zhou Chun's heart jolts, followed by a surge of ecstasy. Yet he does not pause. Swiftly heading deeper into the Buddhist tower toward the Inferno Pool. The pool's water churns a deep scarlet, its surface ablaze with golden-red flames, exuding a terrifying aura capable of purifying all. Any ordinary demonic cultivator would perish upon contact. However, Zhou Chun hesitates not for a moment. He summons the indestructible golden body technique to its utmost, enveloping himself in a layer of dark golden sheen, and leaps. Sizzle! A violent burning sensation engulfs him, his skin emitting a piercing sound. The excruciating pain compels Zhou Chun to let out a low growl, yet he grits his teeth and endures, refusing to use the Golden Emperor's glazed flame for protection. After approximately half an hour, the power of the infernal flames gradually dissipates. Zhou Chun finally emerges from the pool, his body shimmering with a glaze of dark golden light, every movement infused with the strength to burn mountains and fill seas. Due to his physique, Zhou Chun is unable to activate the Xiantian demon barrier like Blood Wuhan. However, the 4th layer of the indestructible golden body has been greatly solidified under the infernal flames. Next, the crystallization of ancient demonic beasts. Zhou Chun's figure transforms into a streak of light, racing toward the ancient cavern indicated by the panel. This place is permeated with an exceptionally violent aura, and even a moment's carelessness could lead one to madness. Just as Zhou Chun reaches the cavern's edge, preparing to delve deeper, a hum resonates. A tide of murderous intent instantaneously locks onto him. A blood-red figure silently materializes atop a fractured Buddhist stele not far away. Blood Wuhan. He still bears that grotesque bronze ghostly mask, fixated on Zhou Chun's concealed position, as though he could penetrate the hidden spirit technique. Your methods are impressive. Blood Wuhan's voice is cold and hoarse, tinged with uncontainable excitement. You hide well. I cannot sense your aura. but I possess a secret treasure that can detect living beings within a mile radius. Do you require my assistance in revealing yourself? Discovered. Zhou Qin's heart sinks. Truly, as expected of the destined protagonist with the Xiantian demon body, his perceptiveness is astonishingly keen. Fearing a trap, Zhou Qin channels the hidden spirit technique with all his might. Remaining still, yet Blood Wuhan's gaze remains firmly locked onto his vicinity. Humph. Seeing no reply, Blood Wuhan snorts coldly. The bloodthirsty demonic energy erupts violently, and a colossal blood claw forms out of thin air, hurtling toward Zhou Qin's south hiding place with ferocity. This claw is a full-force strike from Blood Wuhan. Lacking any restraint, and even a typical 10th layer core formation cultivator would struggle to withstand it. Chapter 79, Battle with Blood Wuhan. I am Yi Chun. There is no way to evade. Zhou Qin knows there is no point in hiding any longer. Just as the blood-red giant claw is about to strike Zhou Qin, he swiftly employs the white rainbow, pierces the sun technique to vanish from his original spot. Boom. The ground where Zhou Qin stood moments ago is crushed into a massive claw imprint, the terrifying demonic energy corroding the earth with a hissing sound. Simultaneously, Zhou Qin's figure becomes visible, but the countenance revealed is that of Yi Chun. At this moment, Zhou Qin is equally infuriated, not expecting to be cornered by Blood Wuhan despite his meticulous planning. Without retreating, Zhou Qin advances, taking a step forward as countless afterimages fill the sky. In the next moment, Zhou Qin extends his right hand, his index finger pointing gently forward. The Great Desolation Finger. In an instant, it seems as though the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has been drained. A colossal finger, as black as ink and resembling a mountain, disregards spatial distance and suddenly appears before Blood Wuhan. Boom. Blood Wuhan's face shifts dramatically, and in a panic, he condenses another blood claw to counter. The inky black giant finger collided violently with the blood claw. However, the anticipated explosion did not occur. At the moment of contact, the blood claw, as if meeting its nemesis, was rapidly obliterated inch by inch. Hiss, pop. Before the blood claw could endure even a breath, it was completely disintegrated. The mountain-like giant finger continued its relentless advance, carrying a terrifying pressure straight towards Shui Wuhan. What? This is a top-tier holy level technique. How can this finger suppress the Xiantian demon fiend? Shui Wuhan's heart raced, and his pupils constricted. The Xiantian demon fiend, which he held in such high regard, was utterly fragile before that giant finger. A chilling aura of death rushed towards him. Xiantian demon body, blood demon battle armor, blood demon shield. Enraged and astonished, Shui Wuhan roared. A deep purple demonic rune suddenly illuminated his forehead, and dark red battle armor, swirling with demonic energy, materialized around him. The inferior-grade blood demon shield expanded against the wind, steadfastly blocking in front of him. He crossed his fists, the rich Xiantian demonic energy swirling violently, attempting to withstand this terrifying finger. Crack! The inferior-grade blood demon shield shattered with a resounding crash, as the dreadful attack landed directly on Shui Wuhan. Boom, boom, boom. Shui Wuhan was struck as if by lightning, his entire body convulsing, the runes on his blood demon battle armor dimming significantly and cracking all over. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying hundreds of feet, crashing through several stone pillars before barely managing to halt his momentum. Shui Wuhan felt the demonic essence within him roiling, his blood surging like a tidal wave, as if his arms had been shattered by the immense impact. Just a single finger, Shui Wuhan, possessing the unique Xiantian demon body, was left gravely injured and bloodied, utterly at a loss. The terrifying might of the great desolate finger far exceeded Zhou Qin's imagination. Half kneeling on the ground, blood dripped from beneath his bronze mask. Yet his eyes sparkled with excitement. He had encountered a foe stronger than himself for the first time in his life. This individual had mastered a top-tier holy level technique at the core formation stage, appearing almost monstrous. Cough, who are you? Shui Wuhan hoarsely growled, his demonic energy surging as he attempted to suppress his injuries. Yet his fighting spirit remained undiminished. At that moment, the space around them quivered violently. Impudent! Which insignificant wretch dares to harm my blood demon sex progeny? A stern voice echoed. From a distance, an elder cloaked in black emerged, emanating the terrifying pressure of a seventh-layer nascent soul, approaching with astonishing speed. It was none other than Shui Wuhan's protector, the blood fiend elder. Zhou Qin's heart sank. An ancient monster from the blood demon sect had arrived. That single finger had already consumed 20% of his spiritual energy. And even though his foundation was incredibly robust, with the fourth layer of the indestructible golden body, he still lacked the ability to easily vanquish a seventh-layer nascent soul cultivator. Moreover, Shui Wuhan was a child of destiny. Should he insist on killing him, unforeseen consequences would undoubtedly arise. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Qin made a swift decision. The blood demon Sect's progeny? Merely a trifle. Remember your grandfather's name. The asking immortal Sect, Yi Chun. Silently mourning for Yi Chun in his heart, Zhou Chen spat out a fierce retort. He then fully activated his white rainbow, piercing the sun, and pushed the stealth technique to its utmost limit, causing his figure and aura to instantly vanish. Where do you think you're going? Leave the ancestor behind. A colossal handprint, obscuring the sky, crashed down towards Zhou Chen's direction, yet it only struck air. As Zhou Chen's presence had long since dissipated, his aura has vanished completely. The blood fiend elder displayed a look of astonishment. Yi Chun. Shui Wuhan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, enunciating the name with deliberate weight. The asking immortal Sect's Yi Chun, top-tier holy-level finger technique. Good. Very well. I shall remember this humiliation today, and at the grand competition of 10,000 sects, I will personally claim your head. A fervent glint flickered in his eyes beneath the bronze mask. Progeny, how are your injuries? The blood fiend elder abruptly appeared beside Shui Wuhan. His expression grim as he assessed Shui Wuhan's condition. His heart was similarly tumultuous. The strength of this individual was simply astounding, almost like a being that had descended from the heavens. Shui Wuhan had grown under his watchful eye. Countless prodigies had fallen before him. Yet he had never imagined Shui Wuhan would be defeated in a single blow this time. The asking immortal Sect concealed such an extraordinary talent? Shui Wuhan did not respond to the blood fiend elder's inquiries. He struggled to stand upright, fixated on the direction where Zhou Chun had vanished, lost in thought. He retrieved a healing elixir and consumed it, channeling the Xiantian blood demon scripture to its full extent, witnessing his injuries visibly healing at an astonishing rate. Thanks to the formidable regenerative powers of the Xiantian blood demon scripture and the Xiantian demon body, Shui Wuhan's wounds rapidly healed. Even his recently fractured arm returned to its original state. Had Zhou Chen witnessed this, he would surely be astounded. It was akin to an indestructible little cockroach. Unsurprisingly, Shui Wuhan was still deep within the cavern, having caught the scent of the ancient demonic beast's crystal. After refining it, his Xiantian demon body became even more formidable. Activating the demon body, his demonic armor sprouting numerous menacing spikes. The power of the Xiantian blood demon scripture had also increased by at least 30%. Shui Wuhan nodded in satisfaction, convinced that when he next encountered Yi Chun, he would not find himself in such a predicament. In a corner of the secret realm, achoo! Yi Chun rubbed his nose. This was already his third sneeze. Was the air in the secret realm too polluted? He felt somewhat perplexed. At this moment, Zhou Chun was equally speechless. This was his first failure at intercepting an opportunity. It seemed the child of destiny, having grown, possessed even greater fortune. The slightest misstep could lead to failure. Having learned from this experience, Zhou Chun hastened towards the polluted spiritual pool without delay. Finally, at the bottom of the spiritual pool, in the grasp of an ancient demonic corpse, he discovered the top-tier holy-level Wuxiang scripture. Ding! Congratulations to the host for resolving the chance of the destined child, Shui Wuhan. Acquiring the top-tier holy-level movement technique Wuxiang scripture, with a 10,000-fold return of the inferior-grade imperial-level technique, Tai Golden Light Step. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim it now. Finally, it was in his grasp. Zhou Chun felt a tremendous weight lift from his heart, and quickly departed the polluted spiritual pool. However, he did not leave the secret realm immediately. Instead, he continued to intercept opportunities from others within. Chapter 80. Returning to the Asking Immortal Sect, an awe-inspiring talent. Long before entering the secret realm, Zhou Chun had noted several promising opportunities. Although the return multipliers were mostly tenfold or hundredfold, far inferior to the Child of Destiny, the sheer volume ensured a substantial bounty. Ding! Congratulations to the host for intercepting the top-tier Earth-grade spiritual artifact, the flowing immortal skirt. With a 100-fold return of the mid-tier heavenly-grade wide-sleeved, flowing immortal skirt. Would you like to claim it immediately? Isn't this the opportunity of Yin Kai Dai? No matter. I shall take them all. Before long, Zhou Chun had amassed a considerable bounty. Just as he was about to leave, he heard a voice behind him, filled with surprise and a hint of hesitation. Are you Zhou Shixiao? Zhou Chun turned, seeing Yin Kai Dai peeking her head from behind a nearby crumbled wall. Her face smeared with dirt and appearing somewhat disheveled. Her purple-black fitted outfit was somewhat tattered, clearly the result of numerous fierce battles. Yet she likely had gained from those experiences, as her cultivation had reached the first layer of core formation. She gazed at Zhou Chun, her cheeks flushing with an unnatural hue, nervously twisting the hem of her garment, a stark contrast to her earlier demeanor when she had been surrounded by the demon python. Junior Sister Yin. Zhou Chun nodded, his gaze sweeping over her damaged attire, and he promptly produced the recently acquired top-tier Earth-grade flowing immortal skirt. The iridescent skirt instantly captivated Yin Katie's attention. This item is of no use to me. It is a gift for you. He casually tossed the flowing immortal skirt over, his movements appearing so effortless, as if he were merely discarding an everyday object. Inside he fumbled to catch it, the delicate fabric imparting a warm and gentle touch to her fingertips. The exquisite flowing immortal skirt emanated waves of pure spiritual energy, unmistakably a treasure of extraordinary quality, causing Inside to tremble involuntarily. Is this for me? It's far too precious, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks aflame, scarcely daring to lift her gaze. This was a top-tier spirit artifact of the Earth level. Among the core disciples of the ancient Sect, there were likely very few such items. It's of no consequence. The secret realm can be perilous. Keep this flowing immortal skirt for your protection and return to the Sect at your earliest convenience. Zhou Chen said no more, swiftly casting the technique White Rainbow piercing the sun, shooting towards the secret realm's exit, leaving behind a distant silhouette. The flowing immortal skirt was originally an opportunity bestowed upon Inside, and Zhou Chen merely returned it to her, thereby earning a favor without any loss. However, this seemingly casual act stirred ripples within Inside's heart. She stood there, cradling the flowing immortal skirt, lost in thought for a long while before departing from the secret realm. Upon exiting, Zhou Chen immediately summoned his personal panel. Name: Zhou Chen. Realm: 6 layers of golden core, 10th stage of Tao foundation. Fate: undying golden body, enlightened talent, dual cultivator of immortal and martial arts, innate Tao body. Alchemical genius. Recent opportunities. Your fate is shrouded in a veil of mist. Recent opportunities cannot be assessed. Undying golden body, new golden fate. Achieving the 10th stage of Tao foundation, your innate talent and body refinement is extraordinary, rendering cultivation effortless. Enlightened talent, purple fate. Having consumed the 7 fragrant other shore flower, your comprehension is exceptional, making understanding the Tao an effortless task. Dual cultivator of immortal and martial arts, golden fate. Cultivating Tao techniques, martial arts, and skills is as simple for you as eating and drinking, resulting in an unparalleled speed of cultivation. Innate Tao body, new golden fate. Refined through the primordial chaos scripture, followed by the consumption of an imperial-grade special elixir, enhancing your foundation, and further tempered by the Buddha's relic. Birthing a trace of chaotic energy, achieving the innate Tao body, leading to rapid cultivation. Alchemical genius, new purple fate. Your aptitude in alchemy is exceptionally remarkable, making pill refinement effortless. Zhou Chen discovered that his former acquired Tao body had transformed into a golden innate Tao body. The undying golden body had risen 2 tiers, now embodying a golden talent. Thanks to the significant enhancement of his Tao foundation, even his aptitude in alchemy had transformed into a purple alchemical genius. Bound Fate Child. Yi Chun, 10th layer of foundation establishment. Shui Wuhan, 8th layer of golden core. Yi Chun had unexpectedly broken through to the 10th layer of foundation establishment. Zhou Chen felt a twinge of surprise, but quickly dismissed it. Several of Yi Chun's critical opportunities had already been intercepted by Zhou Chen, and with Zhou Chen planning to visit the Flame Holy Land soon, Yi Chen was destined to make no significant waves. Having broken through to the 6th layer, transcending the mundane, and having acquired an imperial-level movement technique, Zhou Chen felt a sense of tranquility settle over him. He no longer concealed his whereabouts and summoned a flying shuttle acquired from the secret realm, returning to the Wuxian Sect at full speed. At the main hall of the Wuxian Sect, Zhou Chen greeted, "Disciple Zhou Chen, pays respect to my master and senior sister." He clasped his fists in salute, his cultivation aura now at the 3rd layer of golden core. This was a realm that could astonish without causing a sensation. Lu Qingtian, seated upon the jade platform, suddenly opened his eyes wide, a gaze as sharp as a tangible blade sweeping over Zhou Chen repeatedly. Moments later, Lu Qingtian abruptly rose. 3rd layer of golden core. Even with his usual composure, his voice betrayed a hint of urgency. You returned last time as merely a 10th layer of foundation establishment? How long has it been? Lu Qingtian had lost count of how many times he had been astonished by Zhou Chen, even though Zhou Chen had concealed his cultivation. This rate of advancement was still beyond Lu Qingtian's comprehension. Beside Lu Qingtian, Lu Qinru's eyes were fixed on Zhou Chen, her lips parting slightly in astonishment. Just months prior, she had been at the 5th layer of golden core, and thanks to her father being the sect leader, she had barely managed to break through to the 7th layer, astonishing the sect. Yet here was Zhou Chen, having not only succeeded in reaching golden core, but returning as a 3rd layer. Just a few fortunate opportunities. Zhou Chen replied calmly, retrieving the radiant flowing immortal skirt from his storage ring, presenting it with both hands. Senior sister, this is the mid-tier heavenly spirit artifact I obtained in the secret realm. In gratitude for your guidance and care, I present it to you. The moment the long skirt appeared, A radiant glow enveloped the hall. The spiritual energy fluctuations of the flowing immortal skirt causing Lu Qingtian and Lu Qianru's pupils to tremble once more. With Lu Qingtian's experience, he could discern at a glance that this treasure was extraordinary, far from an ordinary heavenly spirit artifact. The heavenly artifacts of the Wuxian sect were few and far between, and he hadn't expected Zhou Chun to casually possess one, which moved him slightly. This child possesses commendable character, understanding the importance of gratitude. And Lu Qingtian's satisfaction with Zhou Chun elevated further. Nodding, Lu Qingtian regarded Zhou Chun with a gaze akin to that of a future son-in-law. Junior brother. This is far too precious. I cannot accept it. Lu Qianru gazed at the skirt, shimmering with otherworldly beauty, her eyes shifting back to Zhou Chun. A strange flutter of unfamiliar emotions rising within her, a sensation she had never experienced before. Senior sister, please accept it. I have no use for this skirt. If junior brother were to wear the flowing, immortal skirt in battle, surely the enemy would be in fits of laughter before the fight even began. It would be a laughingstock for our Wuxian sect. Such a glib tongue. Zhou Chun's playful banter elicited an involuntary giggle from Lu Qianru, who accepted Zhou Chun's generous gift. Then I shall express my gratitude, junior brother. For the time being, I have no suitable gifts to offer you. But if you encounter any confusion in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out. Lu Qianru gazed deeply at Zhou Chun, a blush gradually creeping onto her cheeks. Ahem. Lu Qingtian's untimely cough shattered the atmosphere, rendering it somewhat awkward, prompting Zhou Chun and Lu Qianru to make a hasty exit. Chapter 81. Departure to Baishur City. Familiar faces reappear. In the following months, Zhou Chun remained within his abode. Within the return to one secret realm, the space rippled with golden waves. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Zhou Chun's figure blurred, seemingly appearing in hundreds of locations simultaneously. With each step he took, a golden lotus imprint manifested beneath his feet, causing the void to tremble lightly, his trajectory becoming increasingly mysterious and unfathomable. It was the small success of the Tai Golden Light Steps. Golden rainbows streaked across the sky, covering 100 miles in an instant. In moments of crisis, he could transform into myriad phantoms, each one indistinguishable from the other, making it exceedingly difficult for common Yuanian cultivators to capture Zhou Chun's figure. During his cultivation breaks, Zhou Chun generously consumed a plethora of spirit pills he had scavenged from the earlier secret realm, including Earth Tier, Heaven Tier, and even a few top-tier Heaven pills. It was akin to indulging in candy. If other sect cultivators were to discover this, they would surely be envious. Even the Blood Wuhan, nurtured with the full resources of the sect, could not compare to Zhou Chun's astonishing pill resources. Through persistent cultivation, Zhou Chun's realm had now reached the 8th layer of golden core, with the golden core within his dantian beginning to manifest intricate and beautiful cloud patterns. A sight to behold. The Wuxian sect remained tranquil, showing little change compared to several months prior. However, news from various regions indicated that as the southern region's grand competition approached, conflicts among the sects had intensified, plunging the situation into turmoil. Rumors of certain sects being annihilated surfaced occasionally, but these were merely minor sects, indicating that the overall situation remained manageable. After all, without a prominent sect backing them, the likelihood of a great war erupting in the southern region remains quite slim. During the months of cultivation, Zhou Chun did not entirely isolate himself in seclusion. He occasionally checked the chance panels of Yi Chun and Shui Wuan. The exaggerated speed enhancement brought about by the minor achievement of the Tai Golden Light Step made Zhou Chun's long-distance travel significantly more convenient. Whenever the opportunity panels of Shui Wuhan and Yi Chun refreshed, he would transform into a streak of golden light and vanish silently, only to return shortly afterward, continuing his cultivation. However, unbeknownst to him, Yi Chun's cultivation had inadvertently reached the 3rd layer of the foundation establishment stage. While Shui Wuhan had astonishingly attained the 10th layer, such innate talent would likely be considered extraordinary even within the sacred land of flames. Beside him, the crimson flame crystal tiger lounged lazily, its aura rhythmically fluctuating, resembling a well-behaved kitten. Seizing the opportunity while it yawned, Zhou Chun flicked his finger, causing several foundation establishment ancient demon pills to soar into its mouth. The tiger's eyes instantly widened, its crimson light surging dramatically. Roar! The crimson flame crystal tiger let out a howl that echoed through the heavens, its fiery totem burning fiercely on its forehead. The roar imbued with the terrifying pressure unique to ancient ferocious beasts. Over the past few months, under Zhou Chun's relentless feeding, the crimson flame crystal tiger's cultivation had also reached the 6th layer of foundation establishment. The day of the great competition of 10,000 sects had finally arrived. At the hour of the rabbit, boom, 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 The bronze bell atop the peak of the Asking Immortals sect suddenly emitted a thunderous sound, reverberating throughout the entire sect. The square at the peak of the Asking Immortals sect sparkled with spiritual light as a massive teleportation array slowly rotated. The third elder stood with authority at the front of the array, his voice resonating across the venue. All disciples, gather quickly and prepare to set off with me. Our destination is Whitestone City. The disciples hurriedly lined up, yet Yi Chen's absence was conspicuous, causing the Grand Elder Li Hu to furrow his brows slightly. Months ago, Yi Chen had left a message for Grand Elder Li Hu, stating his intention to undergo training, to which Li Hu had reminded him to return on time. Sigh. Let him be. As the departure time approached, and Yi Chen still did not appear, Grand Elder Li Hu could only inwardly fret, opting to close his eyes and rest. Attempting to dismiss the matter from his mind, Zhou Chun, clad in an ordinary blue robe, concealed all his aura, standing inconspicuously within the ranks. Lu Qingtian's gaze swept over the line before finally settling on Zhou Chun, giving a barely perceptible nod. Everything was unspoken. Yet he had a premonition that Zhou Chun would shine brilliantly in this great competition of 10,000 sects. The disciples participating in the competition boarded the ship in an orderly fashion, the atmosphere thick with tension and excitement. Lin Feng was among them. After being rescued by Zhou Chun last time, Lin Feng's cultivation and state of mind had seen considerable improvement, and he had now reached the 7th layer of foundation establishment. As he stepped onto the deck of the flying ship, he noticed Zhou Chun conversing with Lu Qianru. Lu Qianru donned a simple yet elegant dress, her bright eyes and radiant smile exuding a cool, lunar-like grace, yet when facing Zhou Chun, there was an unusual softness in her demeanor as she spoke to him in hushed tones. Zhou Chun nodded slightly, his expression calm. This scene caught the attention of another individual not far away. Wei Yan, the core disciple of the Asking Immortals sect and the Grand Elder's most favored student, had reached the 9th layer of foundation establishment. Wei Yan had long harbored feelings for Lu Qianru and had expressed his affections multiple times, only to be met with indifference. Seeing Lu Qianru so close to Zhou Chun ignited a surge of anger within him. Wei Yan stepped forward, deliberately placing himself between Zhou Chun and Lu Qianru, wearing a self-assured smile that he believed to be charming. Junior sister, the journey ahead is long and may prove exhausting. I have specially prepared this mystical grade tranquil heart jade dew and this earth grade low quality calming jade for you. They will soothe the mind and spirit. Please accept them. He held out a jade bottle and a jade pendant radiating a warm glow, his gaze fervent. Lu Qianru's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, her tone suddenly turning frosty. I appreciate Senior Brother Wei's kindness, but I have already made preparations and cannot trouble you. She did not even glance at the items Wei Yan offered, her eyes remaining fixed on Zhou Chun. Junior Brother Zhou, regarding the sword intent comprehension we discussed earlier, one must still pay attention to maintaining a clear state of mind. Wei Yan's smile froze instantly, his outstretched hand awkwardly hovering in midair. Internally seething with anger, he shot a glare at Zhou Chun, his jealousy and disdain laid bare. Humph. Junior Brother Zhou, I heard your cultivation has progressed rapidly during your last outing. I wonder what stroke of luck you stumbled upon. However, the great competition of 10,000 sects is no trivial matter, with strong contenders abound. I hope you do not hold back the sect and disappoint Junior Sister. He deliberately emphasized the word disappoint, directing his ire squarely at Zhou Chun. The atmosphere grew tense. Lin Feng, witnessing this, quickly approached, grateful for Zhou Chun's life-saving intervention. He felt compelled to defend him against Wei Yan's hostility. Standing beside Zhou Chun, Lin Feng clasped his fists toward Wei Yan and stated, Senior brother, you are mistaken. Junior brother Zhou possesses extraordinary talent, as I have witnessed firsthand. Had it not been for his assistance, I, Lin Feng, would have perished at the hands of the Blood Demon sect. His strength should not be underestimated. I am confident that Junior Brother Zhou will shine brilliantly in the great competition of 10,000 sects and bring glory to our Asking Immortals sect. Lin Feng's tone was sincere, his gaze resolute, openly supporting Zhou Chun. You. Wei Yan's face turned ashen, rendered speechless by Lin Feng's remarks, especially regarding Zhou Chun's life-saving act, which had already spread through the Asking Immortals sect. Lu Qianru's expression hardened further, her tone even icier. Senior Brother Wei, as fellow disciples, we should prioritize harmony and refrain from making baseless comments about others' cultivation. Mind your own affairs. With that, she paid no heed to Wei Yan's ashen countenance, giving a slight nod to Zhou Chun and Lin Feng before turning and striding toward the depths of the ship's cabin. Throughout, Zhou Chun maintained a neutral expression. He had only lifted his gaze to cast a calm glance at Wei Yan during the provocation, his eyes devoid of disturbance, as if he were observing something of little consequence. Name, Wei Yan. Fate, stalled at the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. ultimately serving as an inner elder of the Asking Immortals sect. Died 30 years later in a resource war between the Asking Immortals sect and the Green Mountain sect. Recent opportunities, none. As Lu Qianru turned away, he nodded in acknowledgement to Lin Feng. Thank you, senior brother Lin. He then took his leave, not sparing another glance at the furious Wei Yan, who stood rooted in place, his complexion alternating between red and white. Wei Yan clenched his fists, his nails nearly digging into his palms. Lin Feng's words irritated him. Lu Qianru's indifference infuriated him, though he had grown accustomed to it. However, Zhou Qin's aloof dismissal instilled within him an unprecedented humiliation. He glared at Zhou Qin's departing figure, his eyes brimming with resentment and unwillingness. Damn Zhou Qin. And that meddlesome Lin Feng. Just wait until we reach Whitestone City. I will find an opportunity to make you both pay. Lin Feng watched Wei Yan storm away, shaking his head and murmuring to himself, senior brother's temperament. He chose not to dwell on it further and hastily boarded the ship. Moments later, all disciples, except for Yi Chun, had boarded the teleportation flying ship. Time was up. It was time to depart. The voice of the third elder echoed, and the teleportation array erupted in radiant light. Darkness enveloped the ship, and Zhou Chun felt a disorienting whirl. Focus and remain calm. Do not panic, the third elder kindly advised. This continued for approximately half an hour, until a blinding point of light appeared ahead of the ship, growing ever closer. And the vessel suddenly emerged from the darkness. When Zhou Chun opened his eyes, he found the massive ship of the Asking Immortals sect gently hovering above a teleportation array. As the blinding aura dissipated completely, a breathtaking scene unfolded before the eyes of all disciples of the Wenxian sect. Wow, how magnificent! Exclaimed one of the disciples in awe. At this moment, surrounding the Wenxian sect's flying vessel were countless other vessels, each adorned with a myriad of banners representing various sections. Zhou Chun, equally astonished by the spectacle, estimated that there were approximately 10,000 flying vessels, all advancing slowly in unison towards a singular destination, Baishur City. This colossal city did not rest upon the ground, but hovered high in the sky, an awe-inspiring sight. Constructed entirely from a unique jade-like stone, the city radiated a soft, white luminescence, reminiscent of celestial palaces in the heavens, grand and extraordinary. The scale of Baishur City was vast, far surpassing the combined area of hundreds of Wenxian sect's mountain gates. Towering walls rose into the clouds, seemingly endless, adorned with intricate mystical patterns that emanated a disquieting energy. The most striking landmark within the city was a towering spire located at its core. This tower, too, was crafted from the same white jade, its pinnacle appearing to pierce the void, disappearing into the depths of the clouds, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Surrounding the tower, powerful energy vortices swirled, suggesting it was one of the core sources of power sustaining the entire Baishur City. Guided by the navigation array, the flying vessels slowly approached Baishur City. Upon reaching the outskirts, all incoming vessels were directed to a vast platform for landing, which was already brimming with a myriad of vessels, casting shadows over the ground. Disciples, we have arrived at Baishur City. Prepare yourselves and disembark. The resonant voice of Elder Sin echoed across the vessel, tinged with a subtle hint of excitement. Zhou Chun pondered. Could it be that Elder San has an old acquaintance in Baishur City? One by one, the disciples descended. Looking up, the oppressive grandeur of Baishur City became even more pronounced. The white jade shimmered majestically under the light. The massive gates connecting to the platform swung open, revealing two imposing characters inscribed above, Nankei, marking one of the main entrances to Baishur City. The throngs of people inside and outside the city flowed continuously, yet maintained an orderly calm. No one dared to disturb the peace of Baishur City. Silence. Elder San's voice rang out again, carrying an air of authority. Listen closely. Baishur City is the only neutral city in the southern domain, directly governed by the city lord's manor, and is not affiliated with any faction. He solemnly warned. The city lord, Lord Bai Bing, is a formidable being at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. His power is unfathomable. It is rumored that there are saintly beings stationed within the city. For thousands of years, anyone who dared to cause trouble within Baishur City, regardless of their background or support, has met with only one fate: death and the obliteration of their sect. The rules of Baishur City are strict. No private duels or vendettas are permitted within its borders. Regardless of your grievances, they must be set aside while within the city. Those who violate this will find the city lord's enforcement team arriving in an instant, and they will show no mercy. The gates and the skies are laced with potent prohibitions, and any fluctuations of energy are under constant surveillance. Keep your thoughts to yourselves, and conduct yourselves with decorum and caution. Elder San's gaze, sharp as lightning, swept over all the disciples, lingering momentarily on Wei Yan, laden with warning. The disciples of Wenxian's sect, including the rebellious Wei Yan, found themselves cowed by Elder San's admonition, responding in unison. No one dared to gamble with their lives or the survival of their sect. Forming a line, they proceeded towards the Grand Ninkei Gate under the guidance of Elder San and several nascent soul attendants. As they neared the gate, the overwhelming pressure emanating from Baishur City and the terrifying energy of the formations atop the walls became increasingly palpable. Trailing behind, Wei Yan's expression remained begrudging, though the fury in his eyes had waned. Stealing a glance at Zhou Chun, who appeared calm ahead, he silently vowed, "Humph. Let you bask in your triumph for a few days. Just wait until we exit the city or clash in the grand competition." Forcing himself to withdraw his gaze, he obediently followed the line into the city. Upon entering the passageway of the city gate, Zhou Chun felt a subtle fluctuation in space, as an enigmatic aura swept over him. In the next moment, the view before him opened up dramatically. The interior of the city was even more astonishing than what had been seen from the outside. The wide streets could easily accommodate 10 or more massive beast-drawn carriages, their surfaces paved with jade-like stones, gleaming like mirrors. Towering structures flanked the streets, each uniquely styled, yet harmoniously blending with the predominant jade-white hue of the city, creating an imposing and extraordinary ambience. Countless figures soared through the air, some riding flying swords or jade arrows, while others commanded various forms of spiritual beasts. However, flying vessels were strictly prohibited from entering the city. Additionally, many cultivators and commoners walked the streets, primarily the indigenous inhabitants who had lived there for generations, as well as the descendants of cultivators unable to practice, bustling about in a lively throng. To the astonishment of the crowd, the concentration of spiritual energy within Baishur City was several times greater than that at the main peak of the Wenxian sect. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, instantly invigorated by the rich energy, realizing that even the commoners residing here could enjoy prolonged life. Chapter 83, An Unexpected Encounter with the Buddha of Meat and Wine. The Wangxianju Inn in Baishur City became the temporary abode of the Wenxian sect. Though referred to as an inn, it was a realm unto itself, its rich spiritual energy far surpassing that of the outside world, undoubtedly at a premium. Once settled, Zhou Chun politely declined Lu Qianru's invitation to discuss swordsmanship. He then strolled out of the inn, eager to explore the bustling Baishur city. Since his arrival in this realm, he had yet to witness such a grand city. He had either been sequestered in the mountains of the Wenxian sect or navigating perilous wilds and secret realms, marking this as his first true venture into urban life. After traversing 2 street corners, as Zhou Chun surveyed his surroundings, a resonant voice called out from behind him. "Amipa, please, kind sir, halt." The speaker was a rotund monk with a shining bald head, grinning broadly as he regarded Zhou Chun. He was of modest height, clad in a faded robe, with a slightly protruding belly and a face that glistened with oil. When his eyes squinted into slits, he bore more resemblance to a lecherous figure than a venerable monk. Instinctively, Zhou Chun checked his opportunity panel. Name, Shukong. Cultivation, 10th level of the Golden Core. Fate, reincarnation of an ancient Buddha, remarkable comprehension, miraculous survival through calamity. Immovable Vajrabody. Destiny, reincarnation of an ancient true Buddha, the true disciple of the heavenly dragon temple, Dharma named Shukong. Ultimately reaching the 9th level of the Saint Realm and serving as the Grand Elder of the Heavenly Buddha Sacred Land, honored as the Little Amitabha Buddha. Passing into the afterlife within the Heavenly Buddha Sacred Land. Recent opportunity. In 3 days, during the grand competition of 10,000 sects, he will feign weakness and reveal part of his power to defeat the chief disciple of the Inshur sect, subsequently receiving a top-tier heavenly technique, immovable Vajra seal, from the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Reincarnation of an ancient Buddha. Gold, the reincarnation of an ancient true Buddha, practicing Buddhist teachings as effortlessly as eating and drinking, with rapid advancement. Remarkable comprehension. Purple, exceptional understanding, easily grasping various techniques. Miraculous survival through calamity. Green, always surviving perilous situations, turning misfortune into fortune. Immovable Vajrabody. Purple, a unique physique. Rapidly advancing in the cultivation of Buddhist protective techniques, increasing power by 30%. The portly monk's profile stirred something within Zhou Chun. The grand display of Tianlong Temple is truly remarkable. Who would have imagined that the genuine disciple of Buddha was he, so adept at concealing his true identity? I wonder what schemes he might be orchestrating. You flatter me, Master, Zhou Chun replied with a calm demeanor, clasping his hands in greeting. I am Zhou Chun, a disciple of the Asking Immortal Sect. May I inquire how you are addressed? I am Shukong, a humble monk of Tianlong Temple. You may simply call me Shukong. He replied with a hearty laugh, drawing closer to Zhou Chun with an air of familiarity. Ah, so you are Zhou Daoyu from the Asking Immortal Sect. What a delightful coincidence. Let us walk together. Fate has brought us together. I happen to know a splendid barbecue joint nearby, and I shall treat you. Without waiting for Zhou Chen to decline, Shukong enthusiastically led him to an elegant pavilion by the street. Master Shukong, is it not true that Tianlong Temple abstains from consuming meat? Zhou Chen remarked with an amused expression, finding the plump monk rather interesting. While they abstain, I indulge. As the saying goes, wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha remains in the heart. However, do keep my secret. Upon settling into a private room, exquisite plates of meat dishes were promptly served. Shukong wasted no time in feasting. His words mumbled through mouthfuls. Zhou Daoyu, I presume you have come to Baishur City for the grand competition of 10,000 sects? Hee, it is indeed the grand event of the South region. A gathering of prodigies. As it happens, I have no pressing matters, so allow me to share some insights. After taking a sip of spirit tea and wiping his mouth, his eyes sparkled with excitement. First, regarding your asking immortal sect, it is not Wei Yin who is the strongest, but rather Lu Qianru, the fairy Lu. TSK. She is likely at the 9th level of foundation establishment, the undisputed leader of your younger generation, wielding the ice essence cold light sword with unparalleled ferocity. Then there is the Qing Shan sect, with the genius Jian Wuxin at the 10th level of foundation establishment. This fellow is quite the enigma, constantly clutching his sword. It is said that his sword heart is exceptionally clear, making him one of the most formidable among the youth of the South region, his strikes merciless and relentless. Just as his name suggests, Zhou Chen listened with keen interest. In Huangfeng Valley, there is a mysterious individual named Han Li. His cultivation is uncertain, as slippery as an eel, making life difficult for any opponent he targets. As the drinks flowed, Shukong grew even more animated. Our Tianlong Temple. My senior brother Shuming is a true disciple of Buddha, also at the 10th level of foundation establishment. The golden light from the great sun to Thagata Sutra is indeed impressive. And then there is Bai Tingting of a Mei Cave. TSK, she is quite the beauty, at the 9th level of foundation establishment. However, her cultivation of the merciful navigation sutra can ensnare one in an endless illusion, making her mental attacks nearly impossible to defend against. Even I feel a shiver at the thought. On the demonic side, there are formidable figures like Jiuyo from the Huangquan sect, Lung Rushuang from the blood-drinking sect, and Mo Li from the Heartless Valley, all of whom are experts. As he spoke, Shukong's expression grew slightly serious. However, when it comes to the most fearsome among the younger generation of the demonic factions, one must mention Shui Wuhan of the Blood Demon sect. His cultivation has already reached the 10th level of foundation establishment. The Xiantian demonic body is exceedingly formidable. It is rumored that he recently fought a mysterious adept in the Buddhist sacred realm, resulting in a mutual defeat. Ahem, should you encounter him, Zhou Daoyu, you must exercise utmost caution. Confronting him, even Fairy Lu would find it challenging. Shukong animatedly shared his opinions, while Zhou Chen mentally noted each name and their respective strengths. When Shukong mentioned Shui Wuhan, Zhou Chen's expression grew peculiar, pondering how he had not been injured. What could have led to the notion of mutual defeat? Nonetheless, Shui Wuhan's rapid advancement in cultivation certainly made him a formidable adversary. Thank you, Shukong Daoyu, for your insights. I shall take heed. The two engaged in casual conversation about the secrets and tales of various sects in the South region. As they departed the tavern, Zhou Chen found himself feeling a surprising camaraderie with the plump monk. While walking side by side along a less crowded auxiliary road, an ominous sensation suddenly enveloped Zhou Chen. A chilling aura emanated from the street ahead. Looking up, he beheld a group of figures clad in crimson blood robes turning the corner. Leading them was a tall figure, his face obscured by a fearsome bronze mask. It was none other than Shui Wuhan. Shui Wuhan's gaze wandered aimlessly, but it soon locked onto Zhou Chen, the Xiantian demonic body within him sending frantic warnings. Who is this person? Why does he evoke such a sense of familiarity? Shui Wuhan's brows furrowed beneath his mask, an uncontrollable aura of bloodthirst emanating from him, causing his companions to display visible trepidation. He contemplated advancing to investigate, yet hesitated, fearing it might be a mere illusion. Amipa, Shui Daiju, what a pleasure to meet you. In Baishur City, truly, where in life do we not encounter one another? Shukong reacted swiftly, sensing Shui Wuhan's gaze. He stepped forward, subtly positioning himself to shield Zhou Chen, a smile stretching across his round face as he recited a Buddhist chant to Shui Wuhan and his entourage. Chapter 84. The competition begins. Wei Yan's triumph. Shui Wuhan's icy gaze lingered on Shukong's round visage for a moment, as if trying to recall if he recognized this monk. However, Shui Wuhan disregarded Shukong entirely, fixing his penetrating stare on Zhou Chen instead, snorting coldly before departing with his followers. Phew, that nearly scared me to death. The little scourge's gaze could consume a man whole. After Shui Wuhan's group had retreated, Shukong dramatically patted his chest, turning to Zhou Chun with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. Zhou Daoyu, do you know him? I could tell from the way he looked at you that something was amiss. I did not know him. Perhaps he simply found my face unfamiliar and stared a moment longer. Shukong Daoyu, with the competition approaching, I shall take my leave to the inn. Zhou Chun shook his head, his expression as calm as a still pond. Oh, very well. Until we meet again at the competition. Take care, Zhou Daoyu. Shukong nodded, bidding Zhou Chun a warm farewell. How curious. Zhou Chun seems quite genuine, yet he exudes a robust vitality. He may not be as simple as he appears. Shukong muttered to himself as he watched Zhou Chun's departing figure. In the following 2 days, Zhou Chun spent the majority of his time in the inn's quiet chamber, meditating to consolidate his cultivation. The prodigies Shukong spoke of did not instill fear within him. Rather, he felt an undercurrent of anticipation. The 2 days swiftly passed, and the day of the grand competition of 10,000 sects finally arrived. The vast central square of Baishur City was already teeming with spectators. In the heart of the square hovered hundreds of massive arenas, their surfaces etched with intricate and profound runes. The arenas were set at the lowest level of the square, with tiered viewing platforms above, allowing for unobstructed views of all the matches. Enormous screens displayed the competition's progress in real time. The audience was packed to capacity, comprising representatives from various sects across the South region, as well as disciples from numerous families and independent cultivators who gathered to witness the event. In the eastern section of the spectator area loomed an especially opulent grandstand. At the principal seat sat a man clad in a dark robe, his countenance stern and unsmiling, emanating the formidable aura of a perfected nascent soul. He was Bai Bing, the lord of Baishur City. Beside him sat a young woman adorned in resplendent crimson robes, her beauty striking and her expression tinged with a hint of pride. She was Wang Yu from the sacred land of flames. Bai Bing's gaze swept across the crowd, and he gradually rose to his feet. Silence. Despite the cacophony of the square, every individual distinctly heard his voice. With just 2 words, his overwhelming presence silenced the entire square, rendering it as quiet as a pin drop. I hereby declare the grand competition of 10,000 sects in the South region officially commenced. Immediately following this, a city steward began to announce the rules. The competition would be divided into 3 rounds. The first round would feature a chaotic free-for-all on the arenas, where all participating cultivators would draw lots. Those who drew the same number would be assigned to the same arena, with only 10 slots available for advancement per arena, and participants could withdraw at any time. Life and death would be disregarded. As soon as the first round of rules was announced, murmurs erupted from the crowd below. The situation was exceedingly ruthless. With only a few hundred arenas available, the majority of cultivators would be eliminated in the first round. However, this approach also bore a semblance of fairness, as it prevented the disciples of major sects from banding together, allowing the talented disciples from minor sects to shine as well. The outcome of this grand competition would determine who among them could soar to greatness. Yet, it was a mere dream. It was exceedingly difficult for independent cultivators to emerge victorious unless one was an unparalleled prodigy capable of carving a bloody path through their competitors. Following this, the city lord's steward continued to announce the remaining rules. In the second round, the 10 advancing cultivators would engage in cross battles, with only 1 victor permitted to progress from each arena. The third round would adopt a point system, featuring one-on-one matches determined by a draw, with rankings established from highest to lowest, allowing the top 30 to advance. The steward's voice boomed, amplified by the magical array, resonating clearly across the entire square. The rewards for this grand competition were lavish. The top 30 would each receive 10,000 high-grade spirit stones and a lower-grade heavenly artifact. The top 10 would additionally receive a choice between a middle-grade heavenly artifact or a lower-grade heavenly cultivation technique. The top 3, besides the aforementioned rewards, would also be granted a premium-grade heavenly elixir and the opportunity to train for 3 days within the Tongtian Tower of Baishur City. The steward paused momentarily, and the entire assembly held its breath. Furthermore, the champion of the grand competition would be directly promoted to an inner disciple of the Flame Sacred Land, receiving the lower-grade cultivation technique Fenshinju along with a singular opportunity to refine their body in the chaos fire pool of the Flame Sacred Land. Once the rewards were announced, a fervent atmosphere ignited within the square, with countless cultivators exhibiting fervor in their eyes, eagerly preparing for the challenge ahead. A heavenly grade technique, even if of the lower grade, was sufficient to establish a lineage of immortal cultivators, especially one bestowed by the Flame Sacred Land. No one dared to covet it. Such a tremendous opportunity. The benefits of the Chaos Fire Pool were even more significant, capable of cleansing the marrow and enhancing one's constitution. Blood Wuhan could not help but lick his lips at the mention. The Chaos Fire Pool held boundless potential for his Xiantian devil body. Zhou Qin's gaze shifted to Wang Yu on the viewing platform. He pondered upon the opportunity. Name, Wang Yu. Cultivation level, Foundation Establishment, 3rd layer. Fate, Elite of the Sacred Land, purple. Outstanding talent, purple. Destiny, core disciple of the Flame Sacred Land, has enjoyed a smooth journey since childhood, lacking resources. Serving as the guiding light for Yi Qin's entry into the Flame's Sacred Land, gradually funneling all resources to Yi Qin, becoming one of his consorts. Ultimately stalling at the 1st layer of the Sacred Realm and becoming an elder of the inner sect of the Flame Sacred Land. Recent opportunity, 1 month later. While training in the Fire Lotus Forbidden Zone of the Flame Sacred Land in Central Continent, unexpectedly triggering the core of the Forbidden Zone. Obtaining a trace of ancient Fire Lotus essence, capable of significantly enhancing the purity of the Fire Spirit root, which Wang Yu will gift to Yi Qin. Elite of the Sacred Land, purple born of the Sacred Land, lacking in resources, with accelerated cultivation speed within the Sacred Land. Outstanding talent, purple reasonable comprehension. Decent cultivation talent. It seemed Wang Yu sensed Zhou Qin's gaze, as she turned towards the Onxian Sect's group, knitting her brows. Her primary purpose for coming to the southern region was to seek treasures that would enhance her foundational strength, ultimately striving not to disappoint after suppressing her power for so long. However, she harbored little fondness for the members of the Onxian Sect. Zhou Qin withdrew his gaze, understanding her sentiments. Though Wang Yu held the esteemed title of a disciple from the Sacred Land, her fate and qualifications were evidently inferior to Lu Qianru, limiting her potential for future development. Yi Qin had established connections with the Flame Sacred Land, securing a direct admission and exempting him from this grand competition. Wang Yu's disdain for the Onxian Sect clearly stemmed from Yi Qin's instigation. The drawing for the competition commenced. With the steward's command, an array of spiritual light surged forth, landing in the hands of disciples from various sections. Zhou Qin glanced at his assigned number, Arena 17. Junior brother, I've been assigned to Arena 19. What number are you? Lin Feng's voice echoed. Zhou Qin shook his token, indicating his number. Coincidentally, Wei Yan had also drawn Arena 17. A malevolent smile crept onto Wei Yan's face as he called out across the crowd. See you on the arena, my dear junior brother. It was evident to all that Wei Yan harbored ill intentions. The 3rd elder frowned, but chose not to comment further. Chapter 85. Utter Humiliation, End of a Round. Zhou Qin maintained an expressionless demeanor, his heart devoid of turmoil, and even felt a hint of amusement. Soon, all disciples were teleported to their respective arenas according to their assigned numbers. Zhou Qin stepped onto Arena 17. Instantly, hundreds of cultivators from various sects, families, and independent cultivators appeared on stage, cautiously maintaining their distance from one another, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the arena. Wei Yan stood at the opposite end of the arena, his gaze firmly fixed on Zhou Qin, while a core disciple from the Onxian Sect seemed to take his lead, resembling a venomous snake lurking in the shadows. The first round of the grand competition commenced. With the steward's command, chaos erupted instantaneously. Roars and cries of battle filled the air, as the clash of weapons echoed amidst the tumult. The ferocious energy surged against the arena's barriers, creating ripples. Wei Yan, with a clear target in mind, charged directly towards Zhou Qin's position. Zhou Qin, meet your end, he bellowed, wielding a high-grade earthly spirit sword radiating a chilling aura, moving with astonishing speed towards Zhou Qin's face, evidently intent on eliminating him amidst the chaos. As the sword light pierced towards Zhou Qin, Wei Yan's expression gleamed with delight. However, in the next instant, Zhou Qin's figure flickered like a reflection in water, blurring and vanishing entirely from sight. What? Wei Yan's strike met only empty air, and before he could retract his force, he stumbled, nearly losing his footing. He scanned the surroundings in confusion, his spiritual sense frantically sweeping across the arena. Yet he could not locate Zhou Qin. Where is he? Find him! Wei Yan bellowed in frustration to his companions. They, too, appeared bewildered, blindly searching amidst the chaos but yielding no results. The ensuing melee grew increasingly chaotic. Wei Yan was compelled to guard against attacks from all directions while simultaneously searching for Zhou Qin, rendering him incapable of focusing on the battle. On several occasions, he was besieged by other cultivators, leaving him in a rather precarious situation. In his fury, Wei Yan unleashed his wrath upon the independent cultivators, beginning a ruthless slaughter, causing others to shy away from provoking him. Time ticked away, and the number of participants on the arena dwindled rapidly. Cultivators were continuously knocked off the stage, or severely injured, withdrawing from the competition. Only 11 remained. Someone shouted. Wei Yan's spirits lifted. He had not spotted Zhou Qin, nor his companion, suggesting they had both been eliminated. How fortunate for Zhou Qin, he mused with a hint of regret. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Wei Yan eliminated a weaker independent cultivator. just as Wei Yin eliminated a contender. Believing victory was secure, he barely had time to react. Feeling a tremendous impact strike the back of his head. Bam! A heavy sound reverberated once more from behind him, dull yet solid. Akin to striking a sack filled with grain. Wei Yan's vision darkened, and he felt the world spin. An exaggerated pang of pain instantaneously robbed him of all consciousness. His body slackened, collapsing to the ground in a most undignified manner, his sword clattering to the arena floor with a resonant clang. The surroundings fell silent in an instant. The recently eliminated rogue cultivator was utterly bewildered, as were all the spectators present on the arena and those gathered below, within the observation seats of the Wenshan sect. The third elder, Li Qingxian, abruptly rose to his feet, his countenance turning an ashen hue, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief, quickly followed by an uncontrollable disgust. Wei Yin, the nominal eldest senior brother of the Wenshan sect, had been knocked out at the last moment by an inexplicable brick that had seemingly appeared from nowhere. This was not merely embarrassing, it was an utter disgrace to the Wenshan sect. Thankfully, Lu Qianru had decisively advanced. Or else Wei Yin would have completely tarnished the sect's reputation. Useless. Li Qingxian spat out 2 words through clenched teeth, sweeping his sleeves in frustration as he sat down, refusing to cast another glance at the unconscious Wei Yin on the stage. Meanwhile, Zhou Qin's figure slowly emerged from the opposite side of the arena, his demeanor as calm as ever, as if he had merely taken a leisurely stroll. He even had the leisure to adjust his robes. The brick, having been continuously reinforced, had long since reached the pinnacle of Earth grade. However, behind Wang Yu, Yi Chun in the stand seemed to recall past events. His gaze fixated on Zhou Chun with murderous intent. This scene was all too familiar to him, and he instinctively knew it was Zhou Chen's doing. His eyes were bloodshot, filled with a desire to eliminate Zhou Chun at that very moment. Wang Yu seemed to sense Yi Chen's murderous aura and couldn't help but furrow her brows. To her, Yi Chen appeared easily swayed by his emotions, his Dao heart somewhat compromised. In the first round, Zhou Chen advanced with ease, while Wei Yin became the laughingstock of all. On the other side, Xue Wuhan unleashed his terrifying blood claw from the very start, swiftly concluding his battle, while the remaining 9 cultivators were merely grateful to be alive, rather than having successfully advanced. The likes of Jian Wuxin from the Qingshan sect, Han Li from the Huangfeng Valley, and the likes of Su Kong and Su Ming from the Tianlong Temple, as well as Yin Kai Dai from the Yinshan sect, all passed the first round of assessments. The first round of the grand competition concluded. As the steward's voice echoed, the 10 successful participants from various arenas were randomly assigned to simulate a genuine wilderness platform, serving as the battleground for the second round of the competition. The rules for the second round were equally brutal, allowing only one victor among the 10 who advanced. Fortunately, Zhou Chen did not encounter any acquaintances. As the battle commenced, it became extraordinarily fierce. The remaining 10 were all formidable cultivators who had fought their way out from among countless practitioners, each possessing at least the 3rd level of the Golden Core stage. Various magical artifacts and spiritual techniques illuminated the battlefield, accompanied by a cacophony of roaring sounds. Zhou Chen's figure moved like a specter, employing the Shun Yinju alongside the Tai Golden Light Step, allowing him to navigate the wilderness platform as if it were a realm devoid of beings. He refrained from directly engaging in the fray, instead opting to find a tree, reclining comfortably to observe the battles. Whenever forced to intervene, he merely flicked his fingers, effortlessly deflecting the residual energy from the clashes. On Zhou Chen's other side, 2 7th-level Golden Core cultivators were collaborating to besiege a formidable 8th-level sword cultivator, aiming to eliminate the strongest opponent first. The sword cultivator wielded a broad-bladed sword with an impenetrable dance of strikes, exuding a menacing aura that momentarily held off the attacks of the 2, even gaining the upper hand. Zhou Chen lost interest after a casual glance. His gaze swept across the entire battlefield, landing on the combat projections from other arenas. Xue Wuhan's approach remained as simple and brutal as ever. At the onset of battle, his bloodthirsty demonic energy erupted violently, transforming into a colossal blood palm that blotted out the sky, striking fear into the hearts of the 5 nearest cultivators. Those 5 cultivators were left horrified, instantly obliterated beneath Xue Wuhan's unmatched blood palm. In a mere strike, the battlefield was reduced to only Xue Wuhan and 4 others. The remaining 4 turned pale, gazing at Xue Wuhan's cold and unfeeling bronze mask, utterly devoid of fighting spirit. "I concede," one of them shrieked, shattering their contestant number plate and being teleported away. The other 3 hesitated briefly, but Xue Wuhan's figure had already surged forward, his crimson claws effortlessly piercing through their bodies. Jian Wuxin stood alone, sword in hand, at the center of the arena. The 9 Golden Core cultivators coordinated seamlessly to encircle Jian Wuxin, launching simultaneous attacks. Yet Jian Wuxin merely drew his sword slowly. No one could discern how he had unsheathed it. By the time they could see, Jian Wuxin's sword had already returned to its scabbard. In the next moment, 9 blood arrows shot forth simultaneously, the entire process executed with remarkable precision. In a shocking turn of events, Han Li from the Huangfeng Valley displayed the most enigmatic tactics. After the battle commenced, his figure flickered a few times before vanishing entirely. Soon after, terrified screams echoed from various corners of the battlefield. One cultivator, in the midst of casting a spell, found the ground beneath him suddenly transforming into a quagmire, ensnaring him, while several wind blades materialized out of thin air, eliminating him. Another cultivator, having just summoned a protective artifact, was unexpectedly struck by a corrosive black rain from above, causing the artifact's spiritual light to dim rapidly, followed by a shadow that flashed past, leading to his demise. Except for Zhou Chun, no one could discern Han Li's figure. He resembled a hunter lurking in the shadows, patiently dispatching his prey one by one. When the last adversary was eliminated, Han Li calmly materialized at the center of the arena, as if nothing had transpired. This Han Li was certainly not simple. Zhou Chun mused to himself, contemplating the opportunity to investigate further. The portly monk Su Kong's performance, on the other hand, was filled with humor. Facing the onslaught of 7 cultivators, he pressed his palms together and chanted Buddhist verses. Ba, this match is not destined for you all. Poor monk shall send you down. Immediately, a thick layer of protective golden light enveloped him. Unfazed by the attacks of the crowd, he charged forward like a golden, meatball-like war machine. Clang, clang, clang. The spiritual tools and spells struck against Su Kong's golden light, merely sparking off tiny flares. In contrast, Su Kong's immense momentum sent the crowd tumbling in disarray. Some suffering broken bones, the scene utterly pitiful. While crashing into them, he continued to murmur, "Put in a little effort, will you? If you're my brother, strike me. That one over there, are you just tickling me? The pace is too slow." The scene became increasingly chaotic and amusing. Ultimately, Su Kong forcibly pushed the last stubborn opponent to the edge of the battlefield, sending them tumbling out and eliminating them. Goodness, goodness. After the battle, Su Kong wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead, chuckling as he recited more Buddhist verses. Lung Rushuang from the blood-drinking sect lived up to her name. 2 blood-colored blades, as thin as cicada wings, danced with eerie grace, leaving a trail of blood flowers in their wake, utterly merciless. Zhou Chun watched with rapt attention, reluctantly withdrawing his gaze. It was time for him to conclude his battle. Boom. With a casual flick of his finger, Zhou Chun effortlessly dissipated the immense explosion before him. The remaining 8th-level Golden Core cultivator revealed a profound sense of trepidation. I concede. This cultivator, evidently a rogue, was exceedingly cautious. He glanced at the composed Zhou Chun, gritted his teeth, and wisely chose to withdraw. Zhou Chun didn't spare him another glance, closing his eyes to meditate on the battlefield, awaiting his teleportation. The second round of the grand competition concluded much more swiftly than anyone had anticipated, with the battles across various arenas drawing to a close. The true prodigious talents of this year's grand tournament began to emerge, including the likes of Xue Wuhan, Jian Wuxin, Han Li, Su Kong, Su Ming, Lu Qianru, Lung Rushuang, Bai Tingting, Fu Jiuyou, and Mo Li. Aside from the seemingly unremarkable Zhou Chun, all were strong contenders for the championship. Before the drawing for the third round commenced, figures flickered atop the observation platform as the 100 newly advanced prodigies were teleported to this location. Jian Wuxin's gaze swept calmly over the assembly, ultimately resting upon Xue Wuhan. Sensing the scrutiny, Xue Wuhan lifted his head, casting a cold stare at Jian Wuxin. The two exchanged a fleeting glance, an invisible aura of hostility permeating the air. The third round of the drawing officially commenced. At this moment, Yi Chun, clad in the striking crimson robe of the Flame Holy Land, stood conspicuously behind Wang Yu. Is that not Yi Chun? Why is he adorned in the garb of the Flame Holy Land? A sharp-eyed disciple of the Asking Immortals sect immediately recognized him. The third elder glanced over, confirming it was indeed Yi Chun, yet his expression darkened ominously. Yi Chun's actions were tantamount to betraying the Asking Immortals sect. He had failed to report to the sect and had directly joined another faction. However, due to the fact that he had aligned himself with the Holy Land, the third elder refrained from acting, for otherwise, he would have long since brought this traitor back to the sect to have his cultivation revoked. Yi Chun's gaze shifted to Zhou Chun, a smirk of unabashed scorn curling at the corners of his lips. Zhou Chun has struggled mightily to reach this point. How pitiful. Yet, it serves my purpose to gauge your current worth. I shall ensure your demise when we reach the central continent. A cold laugh echoed in Yi Chun's mind, a sense of superiority washing over him. At that moment, an almost palpable chill of murderous intent suddenly locked onto Yi Chun. The hairs on his body stood on end, as if he were being stalked by a primordial beast, sending chills down his spine. He gazed towards the source of the menace, only to find Shui Wuhan, adorned with a grotesque bronze mask, staring at him with a gaze as frigid as death. The icy glare and palpable malice made Yi Chen's heart race, rendering his limbs ice-cold. Shui Wuhan, why does he fixate on me? I do not even know him. Have I inadvertently offended him? Or is he envious of my exemption from the examination? Yi Chen's mind spiraled into confusion. A wave of terror causing his complexion to pale slightly, instinctively avoiding Shui Wuhan's gaze. With his current strength, facing Shui Wuhan would undoubtedly spell disaster. Chinner, remain calm. A venerable voice resonated within Yi Chen's mind just in time. Wang Yu, noticing Yi Chen's panic, furrowed her brow, her evaluation of him diminishing. Such temperament required further tempering. Approximately half an hour later, the first match of the third round was announced. Zhou Chun of the Asking Immortals Sect versus Zhang Xian of the Qingyang Sect. The steward's voice rang out, drawing everyone's attention back to the arena. Zhou Chun's expression remained serene as he stepped forward, his figure appearing on the immense white jade arena. His opponent, Zhang Xian, a core disciple of the Qingyang Sect with a 9th-layer golden core cultivation, wielded a high-grade earthly spear, exuding formidable presence. Zhang Xian of the Qingyang Sect, I humbly request your guidance. Zhang Xian clasped his fists, his eyes serious. Though this Asking Immortals disciple was low-key, reaching the third round was no small feat, please. Zhou Chun replied coolly. Zhang Xian, not daring to slacken, infused his spiritual energy into the spear, which instantly transformed into numerous fierce spear shadows, launching toward Zhou Chun's vital points. The high-grade earthly spear technique, Phantom 100 Layers Kill. This maneuver elicited cheers from many scattered cultivators. The spear shadows were dense, blurring the line between reality and illusion, brimming with power. However, in the face of Zhang Xian's fierce assault, Zhou Chun merely raised his gaze, remaining utterly still. Just as the spear tip approached his face, Zhou Chun finally moved. A single punch was unleashed, striking first despite the delay. Boom! The seemingly fierce barrage of spear shadows disintegrated as if made of paper, shattered into countless fragments in an instant. Sensing the impending danger, Zhang Xian reacted swiftly, instinctively positioning the spear horizontally before him to defend. Crack! The mid-grade earthly spear shattered with a resounding snap. The force of Zhou Chun's punch surged onward, crashing into Zhang Xian's protective spiritual light. Boom! The air seemed to collapse under the weight of that punch, producing a deep, thunderous roar. Zhang Xian felt an overwhelming force, akin to a mountain striking him, rendering him incapable of even a scream as his body uncontrollably flew backward, trailing a long line of blood before crashing heavily onto the arena. A profound silence enveloped the crowd. Countless gazes, filled with disbelief, converged upon Zhou Chun. A single punch. Merely a single punch. The 7th-layer golden core prodigy of the Qingyang Sect, Zhang Xian, was utterly incapacitated. Unbeknownst to them, this was the result of Zhou Chun deliberately restraining 90% of his strength. Otherwise, that punch would have surely condemned Zhang Xian to death. Chapter 87. The Battle of Buddha and Demon, in full swing. Zhou Chun of the Asking Immortals Sect, victorious. The city lord's steward was momentarily taken aback before announcing the result. Hiss! After a brief silence, gasps of astonishment erupted in waves. Prior to this, Zhou Chun had remained inconspicuous, leading the audience to believe he was merely an interloper. The shock now was far more intense than any previous fierce confrontations. Is that pure physical prowess? He truly is at the 5th layer of golden core. A seasoned cultivator with discerning eyes gasped in astonishment. Before departing to compete, Zhou Chun had deliberately suppressed his aura to the 5th layer of golden core to avoid arousing suspicion due to the vast discrepancy in strength. Lu Qingtian had long since grown accustomed to such displays, and Zhou Chun's deliberate low profile had not sparked significant commotion. Who is he? How can he be so strong? The audience was ablaze with excitement. Such formidable and tyrannical strength in a single punch. The onlookers were exhilarated. This child's physical prowess rivals that of a humanoid treasure. The elders of various sects were equally moved. Shui Wuhan's pupils constricted sharply, his fists clenched tightly, emitting a creaking sound. Even from this distance, he had felt a twinge of threat from that punch. The overwhelming might of physical strength ignited a blazing battle spirit within him. How fascinating. Utterly fascinating. He had not anticipated that besides Yi Chun, another formidable individual existed. Only they were worthy of being his adversaries. If Shui Wuhan were to realize that Yi Chun and Zhou Chun were the same person, one could only imagine his reaction. Jian Wuxin's previously impassive visage revealed the slightest ripple for the first time. His fingers, which had been resting on the sword sheath, unconsciously caressed the sword hilt. Jian Wuxin regarded Zhou Chun with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, as if assessing a fine whetstone. Would Zhou Chun compel him to draw a second sword? Among the crowd, Han Si, who had appeared somewhat languid, now sparkled with a glint of intrigue, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Yi Chen's expression transformed from one of derision to a twisted mix of jealousy and horror. His teeth ground together, nails digging deeply into his palms. How is this fair? Why does he possess such power? I am guided by a ring spirit master, and have the privilege of exemption from the flame holy land. The initial Zhou Chun had merely been an ordinary servant, a waste, and the overwhelming jealousy and resentment nearly consumed him. Lu Qianru's eyes widened in disbelief. Her lips parted in shock as she gazed at the imposing figure on the arena, her heart deeply stirred. She had once instructed Zhou Chun in swordsmanship, recognizing his talent. Yet she had never imagined his physical strength could reach such a terrifying level. Wang Yue's posture unconsciously straightened further, her gaze towards Zhou Chun now entirely transformed. The previous disdain replaced by astonishment and a hint of gravity. Is this a sacred level technique? Or perhaps an elite body refinement skill? The depth of his foundation is undoubtedly among the foremost in the younger generation of the southern region. While there are indeed prodigies within the Holy Land capable of such feats, they are exceedingly rare. For the first time, she held a modicum of respect for the Asking Immortals sect. Though they hail from the same sect of the Questing Immortals, the disparity is seemingly vast. This thought caused her brow to furrow slightly as she cast a sidelong glance at the pale-faced Yi Chun, a flicker of doubt gleaming in her eyes. Following this, in a series of 5 consecutive matches, Zhou Chun emerged victorious with an overwhelming display of strength, winning each bout with a single punch. The atmosphere in the audience erupted into a fervor, cheers roaring like a tsunami. Zhou Chun, Questing Immortals. Next, Zhou Chun, I adore you. Invincible. Upon hearing tales from the disciples of the Questing Immortals recounting how Zhou Chun had once fallen into the depths of despair, countless wandering cultivators and disciples from minor sects felt their blood surge with excitement, as if they were witnessing a dark horse rising against all odds. With Zhou Chun's earth-shattering victory preceding them, the subsequent battles saw the prodigies of various sects unwilling to be outdone, striving to vanquish their opponents with a single strike. Blood Wuhan unleashed his unrelenting ferocity, shattering half of his opponent's body with a single palm, causing those queued to face him to hastily concede defeat. Jian Wuxin also secured his win with a ruthless sword strike. Other disciples, such as Su Ming and Lung Ru Shuang, also sought to achieve a decisive victory. Yet none could match Zhou Chun's seamless triumph. As time ticked away, the 15th match of the 3rd round commenced. Featuring Blood Demon Sect's Blood Wuhan against Tianlong Temple's Su Ming. This contest instantly captivated everyone's attention. The clash of the demonic bloodline against the Buddhist disciple. Amipa, Bloodmaster. Please. Su Ming's expression was solemn as he pressed his palms together. Hypocritical bald monk, perish. Blood Wuhan's chilling voice echoed, and as his words faded, an overwhelming surge of blood demon energy ascended, manifesting into a massive blood claw, dozens of feet in size, descending upon Su Ming. Heavenly Great Superior Xiantian Blood Demon Claw. Su Ming, not daring to be negligent, summoned a brilliant golden light. Great Sun Tathagata's golden body. With a resonant chant, a blurry yet imposing figure of the Great Sun Tathagata materialized behind him, enveloping him in an aura as heavy as a mountain. Boom! The blood claw collided violently with the golden shield, generating a deafening sound akin to grinding metal. The two sects were natural adversaries, and the clash between demonic fury and Buddhist light sent shockwaves through the arena's defensive formations. However, merely holding steady for a heartbeat, the Xiantian demonic body suddenly erupted with power, the blood claw's demonic energy surging forth, its strength multiplying exponentially. Su Ming's seemingly unbreakable golden shield groaned under the strain. Fissures beginning to appear. Su Ming's complexion paled dramatically as blood surged to his throat, which he forced down. His temples throbbed as he desperately channeled Buddhist energy to reinforce his golden body. Yet Blood Wuhan, with a sinister grin, clenched his fingers. Break. Boom. The golden body shattered completely. Su Ming could no longer suppress the blood erupting from his mouth, his body flying backward like a kite severed from its string. Crashing heavily against the arena's protective array, his aura instantly diminished, struggling for a moment before ultimately failing to rise. Su Ming was hurriedly carried off by his fellow disciples for treatment. The outcome was clear. Blood Wuhan had effortlessly dismantled the so-called strongest defense of the Buddhist disciple with a single move. The crowd gasped, realizing that even Su Ming could not withstand his claw. This Buddhist disciple is rather lackluster. One wonders what Tianlong Temple was thinking. It's not that he was weak. Rather, Blood Wuhan is simply terrifying. Indeed. Among the younger generation, Who could possibly rival Blood Wuhan? I believe Zhou Chun and Jian Wuxing could. It would undoubtedly be a fierce battle. The audience was left in shock. Blood Wuhan's terrifying prowess had once again reshaped their perceptions. In the 20th match of the third round, Questing Immortals Lu Qianru faced off against blood-drinking Sect's Lung Rushuang. Both Lu Qianru and Lung Rushuang were renowned beauties from the southern region. Adding to the excitement in the atmosphere, Lu Qianru, clad in white as pure as snow, exuded an aura of icy elegance, her crystal sword radiating a chilling aura. In contrast, Lung Rushuang donned a black fitted dress, her figure enchanting, a dangerous smile playing at her lips as two blood blades, one gold and one red, danced around her like gossamer wings. Icebound for 1,000 miles, Lu Qianru struck first, a wave of chill surging forth, instantly coating the arena floor in a thick layer of frost, as though the very air was on the verge of freezing. Hee. Lu Junior's sister possesses such a frosty demeanor, Lung Rushuang giggled, her figure flitting about effortlessly evading all attacks. Yet, without hesitation, she launched two blood blades at Lu Qianru with lightning speed. Swift, deceptive, ruthless. With a symphony of clinks, Lu Qianru executed her exquisite swordsmanship to perfection, transforming the sword light into an ice-blue barrier that precisely deflected all the blood blades' assaults. The two figures darted across the arena, one in white and the other in black, creating a striking visual contrast. Masters clashed with lethal intent. While the exchange appeared evenly matched, it was fraught with peril. Suddenly, seizing the moment, Lu Qianru exerted her strength. Lung Rushuang's eyes flashed with intensity. Blood shadow. Her inner blood energy surged, the two blood blades merging into one, transforming into a nearly crimson beam aimed directly at Lu Qianru's heart. This strike, infused with the secret techniques of the blood-drinking sect, was executed with unparalleled speed. Aiming to seal Lu Qianru's fate, gasps erupted from the audience. Lu Qianru's expression turned grave as she called out, "Mystic Ice Wall." In a moment of urgency, she abandoned her offense to fortify her defense, conjuring several layers of thick mystic ice walls before her. Uft. The crimson beam pierced through the first 3 layers of ice walls, its momentum slightly diminished, yet it still penetrated the 4th layer, ultimately crashing against the 5th layer with a resounding impact. Bang! The 5th ice wall shattered explosively. The blood beam, now weakened, dissipated. However, the violent shockwave forced Lu Qianru to stagger back several steps, a trace of blood escaping her lips, clearly indicating internal injury. Meanwhile, Lung Rushuang, after delivering such a powerful blow, appeared to have also paid a hefty price, her complexion paling and the blood blades dimming slightly. At that moment, congeal frost. The ice sword flew from her hand, transforming into a dazzling flash of cold light. It was swift. Lung Rushuang barely had time to evade when she felt as though her feet were ensnared in a quagmire, the ground beneath her frozen without her noticing, as if it intended to freeze her very blood. Her pupils constricted, realizing the impending danger. Too late. The cold light struck heavily against the protective aura she had hastily summoned. Boom! An overwhelming wave of cold surged forth, encasing her in a massive prison of mystic ice. The protective aura around Lung Rushuang dimmed rapidly, leaving her completely frozen, with only her face exposed, turning pale from the chilling air. Unable to muster even a shred of spiritual power, the tides had turned. Questing Immortals Lu Qianru claimed victory. I concede. Lu Qianru nodded slightly to the frozen Lung Rushuang. After being thawed, Lung Rushuang, feeling the terrifying chill within her, gazed at Lu Qianru with a mixture of reluctance and admiration, clasping her fists in salute. Your skills are commendable, junior sister Lu. Until we meet again. With that, she turned and exited the stage. The disciples of the Questing Immortals erupted into applause. After several rounds of ranking battles, Zhou Chun, Blood Wuhan, Lu Qianru, and the other top 10 contenders had emerged, heralding the impending clash of true genius in the southern region. The atmosphere of the grand competition had reached a fever pitch. The top 10 stood majestically upon the peak arena in the center of Baishur City. They are, respectively, the disciples of the Asking Immortal Sect, Zhou Chun and Lu Qianru. Xuema Sect S. Shui Wuhan, Qingshan Sect S. Jian Wuxin, Tianlong Temple S. Shukom, Amei Cave S. Bai Tingting, Huangquan Sect S. Fu Jiyo, Jueching Valley S. Mo Li, Huangfeng Valley S. Han Li, and Yingzhou Sect S. Lung Rushuang. Not a single loose cultivator made the cut, a testament to the brutal reality of the cultivation world. The ensuing battles will ultimately determine the specific rankings. A single defeat would preclude any chance at the championship, hence the gravity in everyone's gaze. The contest for the top 10 begins now, with the first round pitting Zhou Chun against Han Li. Zhou Chun felt a sense of resignation. Why was he always the one to go first? Before him stood Han Li, an unassuming disciple of Huangfeng Valley. Possessing merely the strength of the 7th level of the core formation stage, yet Zhou Chun dared not underestimate him. System, check for opportunities, Zhou Chun silently commanded. His thoughts focused. Name, Han Li. Cultivation, 10th level of core formation. Fate, concealed and elusive, turns misfortune into fortune, child of destiny, grand alchemist. Destiny, reincarnation of an ancient true immortal, harbors great terror, once ordinary in youth, soars to greatness upon acquiring his fateful opportunity. Swiftly rising to become a core disciple of Huangfeng Valley, ultimately surpassing the imperial realm and ascending to the celestial realm. Recent opportunity, in 3 days. Within the Tongtian Tower of Baishir City, to mature a 10,000-year-old Kongming grass, successfully refining a pinnacle-grade infant pill of the breaking heaven tier. Zhangtian Bottle, Imperial Tier Pinnacle. Upgradable born from the primordial chaos, an innate spiritual treasure, capable of condensing mysterious green liquid, rapidly maturing spiritual plants, defying fate. Note, this treasure is bound to Han Li's original soul, and cannot be forcibly seized. Fate, concealed and elusive, gold, adept at hiding cultivation levels. During periods of concealment, reduces personal presence, easily overlooked by others, impervious to divination. Turns misfortune into fortune, gold always able to turn danger into opportunity, advancing further. Child of destiny, gold the favored child of the heavenly Tao, the 4th master of the Zhangtian Bottle, with immeasurable fortune, best not to provoke lightly. Grand alchemist, gold possesses a natural affinity and perception for spiritual plants and pills, effortlessly crafting any alchemical concoction. Gasp, truly terrifying. Zhou Chun's pupils constricted. A potentially growing imperial tier pinnacle. The Zhangtian Bottle. Rapidly maturing spiritual herbs. A child of destiny. This was the most extravagant opportunity panel Zhou Chun had ever encountered. Each entry shone with blinding gold, and the most astonishing aspect was that his opportunities were nearly impossible to seize, even if one were to snatch an opportunity. It would not hinder his cultivation growth, for Han Li was self-sufficient. What left Zhou Chun most astounded was the first instance he had seen the system cautioning against provoking someone lightly. He had a premonition that his future entanglements with Han Li would be plentiful. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun remained undeterred. He possessed the opportunity system and feared no child of destiny. With this thought, the fire of battle surged in Zhou Chun's eyes. Before long, the two were transported to the same desolate arena. Han Li of Huangfeng Valley clasped his hands, his voice calm and unwavering, as if nothing in the world held any significance for him. Zhou Chun of the Asking Immortal Sect returned the gesture, standing resolute. The battle commenced. Han Li's figure suddenly blurred, merging with the wind, vanishing in an instant. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, activating the divine concealment technique to its utmost, barely catching a nearly imperceptible fluctuation of aura. Swoosh. Several soundless wind blades abruptly sliced past Zhou Chun's side, all evaded by him. Whoosh. The ground violently caved in, as if a terrifying quicksand sought to consume everything. Zhou Chun leapt into the air once more, yet numerous vines ensnared him from all directions. Han Li's attacks were both bizarre and cunning, assaulting from every angle with overwhelming power, leaving one defenseless. Had it not been for Zhou Chun's instantaneous movement ability from the Tai Golden Light Step, he would have surely fallen victim. For the attacks that were truly unavoidable, Zhou Chun retaliated with a powerful punch, shattering them with his formidable physical strength. Outside the arena, countless cultivators were dazzled, with most unable to discern the figures of the two combatants, only hearing a cacophony of explosions. Ding! A sound akin to the clash of metal rang out. Without hesitation, the blood-soul-burning flame sword lunged forth again, striking at an empty space. The sound of the spiritual weapon shattering echoed. At that moment, an alarm bell rang in Zhou Chun's mind. A terrifying aura, potent enough to threaten his life, surged suddenly from behind. Zhou Chun spun around, channeling the Tai Chi Chaos scripture with full force, the radiance of the indestructible golden body's 4th layer flowing around him. All his strength coalesced in his right fist, striking at a certain point in the void. Chapter 89. The heart of the sword illuminated, Lu Qianru in peril. Boom. The force of his punch collided fiercely with a pitch-black short blade. A tremendous explosion erupted from the epicenter of the clash. The protective barrier at the arena's edge nearly shattered, and it was known to withstand attacks from high-tier nascent soul cultivators. With eyes wide in shock, the Lord of Baibing City had no choice but to increase the input of spiritual energy into the protective barrier. As the explosion subsided, Zhou Chun was jolted back 3 steps from the overwhelming force, his vitality surging. He could feel that the strike just now had undoubtedly surpassed the terrifying power of the core formation stage. However, just as Zhou Qin's fighting spirit soared. Ready to unleash his full strength, that dangerous aura suddenly vanished. Han Li's figure slowly materialized 10 zhang away from Zhou Qin, his complexion slightly pale. His aura somewhat disordered, gazing at Zhou Qin with a complex expression. Fellow Taoist Zhou, your strength is unfathomable, I concede. With that, he decisively shattered the teleportation jade talisman. His figure vanishing in an instant, a barely perceptible smirk gracing his lips. Only Zhou Qin remained on the arena. He stared at the spot where Han Li had disappeared. Frowning slightly, this fellow concealed himself too deeply, clearly not having exerted his full strength. That mysterious little bottle was beyond Zhou Qin's reach for now. But this person was certainly worth watching. With Han Li's concession, the judge announced Zhou Qin as the victor. The audience erupted in a clamor. Many feeling that the disciple from Huangfeng Valley had been overly cautious, as the battle had ended abruptly without sufficient spectacle. In the second match, Jian Wuxin faced off against Shukong. Their combat styles were starkly contrasting. One epitomized offense to the extreme, while the other exemplified defense. Ba, Master Jian, please. Shukong pressed his palms together, a brilliant golden light radiating from him, as he activated the immutable king body to its zenith. Please. Jian Wuxin's face remained impassive as he slowly drew his sword. The instant the sword left its sheath, it seemed as if only that glimmering cold light remained in the world. Buzz. Jian Wuxin transformed into a striking phoenix, disregarding spatial distance, and pierced straight towards Shukong. Immutable king seal. Shukong bellowed, his corpulent form remaining steadfast, conjuring a massive golden swastika Buddha seal before him. Clang. The long sword struck at the center of the Buddha seal, producing a deafening clash of metal. A violent energy storm swept across the arena, causing the protective barrier to tremble violently. Shukong's face flushed, veins bulging on his forehead, his corpulent body quivering slightly as he poured all his strength into defense. Jian Wuxin's gaze remained icy, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Shukong's golden body was like a turtle shell, far surpassing Jian Wuxin's expectations. Yet Jian Wuxin did not falter. A terrifying sword intent erupted. The spiritual energy around the arena suddenly surged, rapidly coalescing into a fearsome spiritual energy greatsword. Descending mercilessly upon the monk Shukong, the heart of the sword illuminated. Boom. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. Crack. A faint sound of cracking reverberated through the air, and a slender fissure finally appeared in the golden Buddhist seal before the void. With a swift motion, a beam of sword light pierced through the seal, carving a long gash across the monk's robe in front of his chest, from which a trickle of blood oozed. The tremendous recoil forced Jian Wuxin to withdraw, his vitality surging tumultuously. The void lowered its gaze to inspect the sword mark on its chest, then lifted its eyes to regard the now steady Jian Wuxin. Its usual mirth replaced by a solemn expression, followed by a sigh. The grand tournament of 10,000 sects was not a battle of life and death. Though possessing the immovable king body and unharmed by the strike, it was evident that the game had been lost by a single miscalculation. Rather than risking his life, it was wiser to conserve his strength for the pursuit of other rankings. With this thought, the void clasped its hands together and proclaimed, Master Jian, your swordsmanship transcends the divine. This humble monk concedes defeat in this round. Upon concluding, the golden light retracted, and the jade talisman was shattered to transport him away. The battle concluded far too swiftly. However, the void had showcased a terrifying defensive prowess that far exceeded ordinary comprehension, bringing honor to the heavenly dragon temple. After all, not everyone could withstand Jian Wuxin's full-force strike. In the third match, Shui Wuhan faced off against Lu Qianru. As the matchup was announced, the other disciples of the Asking Immortals sect felt a pang of anxiety. Sister Lu, be exceedingly cautious. If it becomes dire, concede. One disciple could not help but offer a warning. Zhou Qin furrowed his brow, but remained silent. On the arena, Shui Wuhan's icy voice rang out, dripping with disdain. Humph. Woman, surrender early, or face death. Not a chance. Lu Qianru replied, her lips pressed tightly together, her gaze frigid. Frostbite. Without further ado, she unleashed the full might of her sword, the blade radiating a chilling light, directly executing her most formidable strike. The fierce sword energy, imbued with a bone-chilling coldness, surged toward Shui Wuhan. Overestimating yourself. Shui Wuhan scoffed derisively. In the face of the oncoming assault, he stood unmoving, the Shantian demon body erupting with a resounding force, enveloping him in a layer of dark crimson blood armor. In the next moment, Shui Wuhan took a step forward. Boom. A colossal blood claw, imbued with overwhelming malevolence, effortlessly tore through the icy sword energy. The terrifying claw continued unabated, crashing heavily against Lu Qianru's defensive ice wall. Crack. The ice wall shattered with a resounding noise. Lu Qianru's delicate face paled dramatically as she hastily raised her sword to block. Bang! Lu Qianru was sent flying backward as if struck by lightning. However, a glint of ferocity flashed in Shui Wuhan's eyes. Xiantian Blood Demon Claw. An even more terrifying and colossal blood claw descended upon the airborne Lu Qianru. Sister, Qianru. Cries of alarm and fury erupted from the direction of the Asking Immortals sect. Zhou Chen sprang to his feet, his eyes ablaze with unprecedented killing intent. The third elder, Li Qingxian, was ready to intervene, his expression twisted with rage. In a moment of dire urgency, buzz, the arena's protective barrier flared with brilliant light. A gentle energy enveloped Lu Qianru, whisking her away from the stage. At the crucial moment, Lu Qianru shattered her teleportation talisman. Puffed. Lu Qianru coughed up a mouthful of blood, her energy waning to the utmost degree, and she promptly fainted. The third elder, Li Qingxian, caught her and immediately commenced healing. Useless. Shui Wuhan coldly retracted his blood claw, casting a detached glance at the disciples of the Asking Immortals sect, his gaze finally landing on Zhou Chen, filled with provocation. In the face of Shui Wuhan's taunt, Zhou Chen remained expressionless, yet his eyes radiated indifference. In the next match, Shui Wuhan faced Zhou Chen. Following several rounds of combat, the judges began to announce the highly anticipated championship bout. Zhou Chen stepped forward, his figure appearing like a specter at the center of the arena. You are quite formidable. Zhou Chen's voice, though low, carried an icy chill. Zhou Chen, I have awaited this moment. I shall make you aware of who truly reigns as the greatest talent of the southern domain. That woman is your beloved, is she not? Rest assured, once I deal with you, she shall join you. Shui Wuhan licked his lips, his voice hoarse and cruel. Begin. Without any hesitation, the battle erupted instantaneously. Boom. Zhou Chen moved, the white jade ground beneath him exploding into fragments. Tai Golden Light Step. A bolt of golden lightning surged forth, appearing before Shui Wuhan in an instant. Too fast. What level of movement technique is this? Shui Wuhan's pupils constricted. Sensing the destructive power contained within Zhou Chen's fist, Shui Wuhan let out a fierce roar. Xiantian Demon Armor. Blood Demon Shield. The Xiantian demon body was pushed to its limits, the dark crimson armor enveloping him entirely, while a massive scarlet blood shield rapidly coalesced. A punch. 2 punches, all executed with straightforward, unadorned strikes. In the next moment, the arena was filled with Zhou Chen's afterimages. The air erupted with piercing blasts as each punch channeled the full power of Zhou Chen's indestructible golden body at its 4th layer. Bang! Zhou Chen's fists rained down like torrential rain upon the blood shield. The crimson light shield trembled violently, barely sustaining itself for a breath before emitting a mournful cry of collapse, shattering explosively. The force of the punches penetrated the shattered shield, crashing heavily against the protective aura surrounding Shui Wuhan. Crack! The sound of the protective aura fracturing echoed. Shui Wuhan let out a muffled groan as his body slammed heavily against the edge of the arena, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Delightful. Now this is exhilarating. Shui Wuhan shook his nearly broken arm, the formidable recovery ability of the Xiantian demon body kicking in, and the ferocity in his eyes intensified. He straightened up abruptly, the demonic energy within him surging. A more ferocious and ancient aura radiated from his being. Allow me to demonstrate the true power of a holy tier technique. Shui Wuhan's hands formed seals, moving with such speed that they left afterimages. The sky darkened abruptly, a terrifying demonic energy obscuring the sun, a crimson hue resembling a sea of blood, hanging ominously. A heart-stopping, destructive force was wildly coalescing. The Lord of White Eye City was evidently taken aback by the scene before him, hastily gathering all the attending disciples to fortify the defensive formation, urging those too close to the arena to retreat. Blood, sea, burial, heaven, palm, rumbling. A colossal blood palm, formed from viscous demonic energy, loomed over the entire arena. With an aura capable of obliterating all existence, it descended upon Zhou Chen, as if intent on burying the heavens. This was a supreme holy tier technique. The entire square of Baishur City fell into a profound silence. Even the well-traveled Wang Yu of the Flame Fire Sacred Ground appeared gravely concerned. This strike could likely reduce ordinary nascent soul cultivators to mere dust. Was this an attack that could be executed during the core formation stage? Could anyone of the same realm withstand it? Doubts echoed among all present. Yet, in the face of this terrifying giant palm, Zhou Chen exhibited not the slightest hint of fear. The Tai Chi Chaos Sutra within him operated at an unprecedented speed, with the black and white runes on his 10th tier Dao Foundation Lotus vibrating in harmony. Zhou Chen formed seals with his hands, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy coalescing at his fingertips. Then let us see who is truly superior. Instantaneously, 90% of his spiritual energy was absorbed, and the space behind him subtly warped. His aura surged to its zenith, as though he were out of sync with the surrounding world. Great. Wilderness. Prison. Heaven. Finger. Zhou Chun enunciated each word with deliberation. In an instant, the spiritual energy within the entire arena was drained, and an ancient, weathered golden giant finger abruptly materialized, exuding an aura that seemed to suppress eternity, as if bent on annihilating all living beings. This was the supreme imperial technique, Great Wilderness Capturing Heaven Finger, which Zhou Chun had previously intercepted from Yi Chun. His prior cultivation level had rendered him incapable of executing it. Any attempt to force its use would have resulted in immediate depletion of his energy. Every cultivator present found it difficult to breathe as the very space of the arena trembled and the defensive formations of the platform crumbled inch by inch. In the next moment, the giant finger disregarded spatial distance and directly pierced through the center of the blood-red giant palm. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted at the center of the arena, roaring like a million thunders. The golden giant finger effortlessly penetrated the ominous blood palm, obliterating its terrifying demonic power in an instant. The unstoppable momentum of the golden finger, fueled by Zhou Chun's seething fury, struck mercilessly upon the body of Shui Wuhan. No. The Xiantian demonic armor on Shui Wuhan's body shattered like paper. A horrific blood hole appeared at his chest, revealing stark, white bone fragments. His body was sent flying like a broken sack, blood staining the ground, his breath waning to the utmost. The mask he wore was shattered, exposing a ghastly scarred visage. He struggled to rise, but again spewed forth a mouthful of foul blood mixed with internal organs, his body convulsing violently. Had it not been for the concern of collateral damage, the city lord Bai Bing would have decisively intervened at this critical moment, shielding the majority of the attack. Coupled with the terrifying defenses and vitality of the Xiantian demonic body, this strike had indeed nearly claimed his life. However, just as his consciousness began to blur, a scene abruptly overlapped with the current reality. In the sacred Buddhist realm, that mysterious figure who called himself Yi Chun had once displayed a similarly elusive golden lotus mark beneath his feet, an equally terrifying movement technique, and a more formidable finger technique. The overwhelming familiarity jolted Shui Wuhan into realization. That familiar aura, those familiar eyes. It's you, it was you all along. You are Yi Chun. Shui Wuhan let out an incredulous roar, violently coughing up blood. He finally understood that the fearsome Zhou Chun before him was the very person who had severely wounded him in the secret realm. The Sect of Inquiry into Immortality. Zhou Chun. The pent-up frustration in Shui Wuhan's heart surged to its zenith. He had been toyed with by Zhou Chun all along, but he was too gravely injured to even lift a finger. Zhou Chun's figure halted several paces away from Shui Wuhan, looking down upon him from a lofty height. Though he did not speak, Zhou Chun's gaze conveyed everything. The entire central square of Baishur City fell into an eerie silence. Meanwhile, atop the high platform, Wang Yu's expression changed dramatically, the aura of that technique. She cast a bewildered glance at Zhou Chun on the arena. A fleeting look at Yi Chun made her question the wisdom of her decision to recruit him. Chin'er, the imperial-level technique has manifested, and it is no ordinary imperial-level technique. At least of the supreme grade. This child possesses great terror. He is not to be trifled with. A voice echoed in Yi Chun's mind. At this moment, his complexion fluctuated between green and white. Gritting his teeth, he whispered something into Wang Yu's ear. Is it true? Wang Yu's expression shifted. A glimmer of greed flickering in her eyes, though she concealed it well. The competition resumed, with Zhou Chun facing Jian Wuxin. Aware of his inability to defeat Zhou Chun, Jian Wuxin chose to concede. No one mocked him, for Zhou Chun's power was simply too terrifying. As time passed, the results for the top 10 were announced. Ultimately, the authoritative voice of City Lord Bai Bing shattered the clamor. The champion of the grand tournament of 10,000 sects is none other than the Inquiry into Immortality sects, Zhou Chun. The second place goes to Shui Wuhan of the Blood Demon sect, and the third place to Jian Wuxin of the Green Mountain sect. Lu Qianru secured the 7th position, and Zhou Chun was astonished to discover that Lin Feng had also achieved 30th place. City Lord Bai Bing's voice echoed throughout the city. After a brief silence, the square erupted with cheers akin to a tsunami. It was simply exhilarating. Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun, Zhou Chun. Countless cultivators shouted Zhou Chun's name, particularly the disciples of the Inquiry into Immortality sect, who were especially fervent. From this day forth, the name Zhou Chun would resound throughout the southern domain. Chapter 91. The unpredictability of human nature, an unseemly display. However, a sudden turn of events unfolded. Hold on. A sharp voice rang out. All eyes turned towards the most prestigious viewing platform. Clad in a crimson brocade robe, Wang Yu of the Flame Holy Land slowly rose. Behind her, Yi Chen wore a faint, cold smile. Wang Yu's gaze was piercing as she fixated on Zhou Chun in the arena. Zhou Chun, the finger technique you just employed is steeped in malevolence. It is unmistakably the heaven-burning, earth-splitting finger of the Flame Holy Land. This is a closely guarded secret of the Holy Land. Speak. Where did you steal it from? Her voice suddenly rose, loudly questioning Zhou Chun. Boom. This unexpected inquiry caused an uproar throughout the crowd. Could this truly be a technique of the Flame Holy Land? This seemed rather absurd, didn't it? Hush. Are you looking to get yourself killed? Countless faces were filled with astonishment. If there were similarities with the techniques of the Flame Holy Land, that was quite normal. Many techniques in the cultivation world bore resemblances. But to assert that he had stolen a technique from the Holy Land was a blatant absurdity to anyone with discernment. Zhou Chun stood motionless on the arena, gazing at Wang Yu on the platform, then glancing at the self-satisfied Yi Chen, his face eerily calm. Noticing Zhou Chun's silence, Wang Yu turned to look at elderly Qing Xian of the Inquiry into Immortality Sect. Elderly, do you believe my words? Elder Li's face turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning white, his chest heaving. We believe? Elder Li Qingxian finally managed to force out a word from his throat. For no one understood better than him the dire consequences of defying the Holy Land. Throughout millennia, few sects that dared to oppose the Holy Land had managed to survive. Elder Li Qingxuan's voice was hoarse, and the instant he uttered those words, it was as though he aged a decade in an instant. Huh. Is this the Inquiry into Immortality Sect? Haha. Is this truly the top sect of the Southern Domain? How laughable. Not even as good as our demonic sect. Or rather, we might as well say not even as good as us rogue cultivators. Huh? Why not rename the Inquiry into Immortality as the Kneeling Flame Sect? The cultivators below erupted with derision. Upon hearing Elder Li Qingxuan's response, Wang Yu's face broke into a smug smile. Very well. Zhou Chun, hand over that technique, and come with me back to the Holy Land for trial. I can show mercy, and the other disciples of the Inquiry into Immortality, including your Elder Li Qingxian, will all be allowed to enter the outer doors of the Flame Holy Land. Wang Yu's proposition landed like a bombshell, causing the disciples of the Inquiry into Immortality, who had just united against Zhou Chun, to descend into chaos. The status of an outer disciple of the Flame Holy Land. For the vast majority of cultivators in the Southern Domain, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the grand competition of the Southern Domain, with over 10,000 sects participating, only 30 individuals would have the chance to enter the Holy Land. Who wouldn't want to leap through the Dragon Gate? Even Elder Li Qingxian, who had just been resolute, now seemed slightly tempted. The allure was simply too great. Senior Zhou Chun, we cannot afford to offend the Flame Holy Land. Think of the Inquiry into Immortality. Someone shouted urgently. It is merely a technique. Relinquish it. After all, it belongs to the sacred land of flames. Junior Brother Zhou, no? Senior Brother Zhou, consider the collective. Upon hearing someone speak, the other disciples began to voice their pleas in unison. A cacophony of voices surged forth, desperately imploring Zhou Chun. Even Wei Yan, who had only just regained consciousness, set aside his prejudices and addressed him as Senior Brother Zhou. Only Lu Qianru and Lin Feng remained silent, not uttering a word. The Wenshan sect is inferior to even pigs and dogs. From a distance, Yin Saidi could not restrain her outburst. Amitba. Just as Shukong was about to speak, he was firmly restrained by the protector of Tianlong Temple. Such a move is rather inappropriate, Han Si remarked loudly, but was soon drowned out by other voices. Zhou Chun cast a grateful glance in their direction. And you, Sister Lu, what are your thoughts? Ignoring the others, Zhou Chun turned to Lu Qianru, prompting an immediate hush among the crowd. Supported by two junior sisters, Lu Qianru's face was ashen, with traces of blood still visible at the corners of her mouth. Junior Brother Zhou, material possessions are trivial compared to one's future. As cultivators, we require protection. She paused, recalling her past interactions with Zhou Chun, as if having made a resolute decision. Moreover, if you do not comply, the Wenshan sect will surely suffer. We cannot betray the sect's nurturing, therefore, please, relinquish it. She averted her gaze from Zhou Chun, remaining silent for a moment before speaking softly. Her voice barely above a whisper, yet Zhou Chun heard her clearly. Each word pierced his heart like a steel needle. Though Zhou Chun had never harbored feelings for Lu Qianru since his arrival in this world, he felt that the Wenshan sect had treated him fairly overall, especially Lu Qingtian, who had genuinely cared for him. Lu Qianru was a good person, and in the future, he had hoped to find an opportunity to help her activate her Empress bloodline. However, it now appeared that Zhou Chun had been overly naive. This was the true essence of the immortal cultivation world. Ha 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 ha. Zhou Chun suddenly burst into laughter, initially low, but gradually escalating into a raucous, skyward guffaw. Good, very good. Severing the shackles of the past. Today I realize who I truly am. His voice bore a hint of mockery and fury. The sect? The grace of nurturing? Zhou Qin's gaze turned frigid. In the next moment, he raised his hand sharply and flicked his fingers. Clang. The core disciple token of the Wenshan sect shattered. Simultaneously, Zhou Qin's soul token within the sect also fractured, causing Lu Qingtian, far away in the Wenshan sect, to suddenly open his eyes. Something has happened to Chun'er. Lu Qingtian stared blankly at the fragments of the soul token scattered across the ground, his eyes bloodshot and filled with disbelief. Immediately thereafter, Zhou Qin lifted his right hand and slashed at his robe. Swish. In accordance with ancient customs, he severed his robe, breaking ties of brotherhood. Zhou Qin's actions were decisive. Devoid of any hesitation, Lu Qianru. His gaze fell upon Lu Qianru's pale face, his voice devoid of warmth. It is only out of respect for Lu Qingtian that I address you as senior sister. I hope you do not regret today's decision. Furthermore, be aware that my techniques and martial skills were earned through my own struggles. The Wenshan sect has no right to claim credit for my cultivation. Today, I sever all ties with the Wenshan sect. His gaze swept over Wei Yan and the other disciples of the Wenshan sect. And you? To grovel for a mere advantage is utterly ludicrous. In my eyes, all of you present are nothing but refuse. Zhou Qin's merciless taunts left their faces a mix of green and red. Li Qingxian even bowed his head in shame. Lastly, Zhou Qin's gaze turned to Wang Yu on the platform, his derision intensifying. As for you, messenger of the sacred land of flames, what are you even worth? Zhou Qin scoffed, his voice rising suddenly, resonating throughout the entire square. Listen, it is not that the sacred land of flames rejects me. It is that the sacred land of flames is unworthy. Within 2 years, I shall return to seek justice. A tumult erupted once more in the central square. Arrogant, unaware of the danger, Wang Yu, publicly humiliated, twisted her face in rage and screamed orders. Seize him. Mayor Bai, apprehend him. Bai Bing's expression was one of deep conflict. He knew Zhou Chun was innocent, yet he dared not defy the orders of the sacred land of flames. Chapter 92. Wang Yu's humiliation, joining the Taichu. A flicker of struggle crossed his eyes before he sighed heavily. Young friend Zhou, alas, I must offend you. Bai Bing's demeanor grew increasingly serious. The oppressive aura of a perfected nascent soul erupted, freezing the space around them. With a sweeping motion of his sleeve, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth surged wildly, coalescing into a colossal spiritual hand that blotted out the sun. The shadow of death loomed over Zhou Qin's heart. It seems I must reveal my trump card. Zhou Qin prepared to summon the mysterious skeletal hand that had repaid each in 100-fold. Just as the crisis reached its peak, buzz, a black and white light curtain suddenly appeared above Zhou Qin's head, standing in front of the massive spiritual hand. That hand, capable of shattering mountains, struck the black and white barrier, as if a cow had plunged into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Bai Bing's expression shifted dramatically. Disbelief etched across his face. In the next moment, ripples of energy emanated from above the Bystone city. For figures appeared silently. Countless astonished gazes turned skyward in the square. They bore no detectable fluctuations of cultivation, yet their presence was unfathomable, akin to deep abysses and towering mountains. Merely standing there, the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth seemed to converge upon them, instilling reverence in the hearts of countless cultivators. Powerful, mysterious. Is this the aura of the sacred realm? The emissaries of the sacred land? Bai Bing's pupils constricted. The emissaries are representatives of each sacred land, their every word and action reflecting the dignity of the sacred land. To some extent, they can represent the decisions of the sacred land, wielding immense power. The minimum strength required to serve as an emissary is at least that of the sacred realm. Wang Yu and her ilk are hardly more than errand runners. A modestly dressed figure in a blue robe, whose demeanor exuded warmth, stepped forward. Young ones of the sacred land of flames, you have been excessively presumptuous. The blue-robed man surveyed the scene below, his gaze resting on Wang Yu and Bai Bing. During this round of the Southern Domain's talent selection, it is your sacred land's turn to oversee matters. Is this how you conduct yourselves while under the guise of training? His tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority that resonated in every ear. You are the Taichu sacred emissary. I bow before you, esteemed emissaries. Wang Yu's face turned ashen, her voice shrill as she quickly knelt on one knee. I bow before you, esteemed emissaries. Mayor Bai Bing and all the cultivators below followed suit, paying their respects. The figures descended slowly from the high platform. Beside the blue-robed elder stood a venerable monk, his countenance exuding an air of solemnity. Amitba, well said, well said. Recently, a phenomenon of purple chi spanning 30,000 miles appeared in the southern domain. It must herald the emergence of an extraordinary talent. We, the nearby sacred lands, sensed the disturbance and came to investigate. Wang Meierbai. Acting without cause can easily invite karmic retribution. After speaking, the old monk clasped his hands together and cast a casual glance at the somber-faced Shukong monk in the distance. Truly fascinating. The sacred land of flames conducts itself in such a manner, even more domineering than my black abyss sacred land. I have gained new insight. A middle-aged man clad in a black robe on the left spoke, his voice laced with derision. The last white-haired elder, carrying an ancient long sword, possessed a sharp gaze that lingered momentarily on Jian Wuxin, to which he slightly nodded, remaining silent throughout the encounter. Wang Yu felt the oppressive weight of four formidable auras, her body trembling slightly, and she dared not breathe. Senior Mu Yuandao, this young man has illicitly learned the techniques of my flame fire sacred land, and the evidence is irrefutable. I, as a junior, am merely executing the rules of the sacred land. I hope, senior, that you will not interfere in the internal affairs of my flame fire sacred land. She feigned calmness, clasping her hands in a gesture of respect, deeply bowing to the elder in the blue robe, her tone dripping with humility. Wang Yu intended to further invoke the name of the flame fire sacred land. However, before she could utter another word, she was abruptly interrupted. Internal affairs of the flame fire sacred land? The elder in blue scoffed, a sneer curling upon his lips. Child, do you truly believe you are worthy to represent the internal affairs of the flame fire sacred land? The boy's finger techniques clearly embody an ancient essence, entirely distinct from your flame fire sacred land's methods. Such baseless slander. Do you take us old fogies for blind fools? His voice suddenly turned frigid. As for interference? Huh. Among the 108 sacred lands of the central continent, Taichu ranks within the top 10, with Heiyuan at 12, Tianhua at 15, and Shunxiao at 21. Where does your flame fire sacred land stand? Is it 5th from the bottom? Or 6th? A mere third-rate sacred land that cannot even break into the top 100 dares to speak of interference in our presence? Do you believe you are worthy? If there are issues, let the old ghost of Yin come and settle them personally. Wang Yu staggered, nearly losing her balance. A tumult of shame and fury roiling within her, yet words eluded her. It was not that she could not speak, rather, she dared not. Fearful of incurring the ire of those before her. Even if they were to slay her, the flame fire sacred land would not come to her aid. The term Old Ghost of Yin referred to the lord of the flame fire sacred land. At that moment, Yi Chun, standing behind Wang Yu, was equally stricken with fear, his complexion ashen. Although we have yet to identify the one who triggered the purple aura, I must say, the talents among this group of prodigies from the southern region are indeed impressive. I observe that this child, Zhou Chun, has a solid foundation and immense potential. It is regrettable that your flame fire sacred land has turned him away and now resorts to such despicable actions that invite disdain. Child, have you considered joining my Shunxiao sacred land? The previously silent envoy of Shunxiao spoke up, his voice clear and resonant. Huh. The old fellow from Shunxiao has quite the scheme. Zhou Chun, listen well. Should you join my Heiyuan sacred land, the resources available to you will far surpass those of Shunxiao. The envoy of Heiyuan chuckled ominously, directing his words at Zhou Chun. Ba, young Zhou Chun, you possess a glimmer of Buddhist light, indicating a deep affinity with our faith. Would you not consider joining my Tianfu sacred land? The old monk could not resist interjecting. Young friend Zhou Chun, I am Mu Yuandao from Taichu sacred land. Would you be willing to join us? Taichu is abundant in opportunities and teeming with talent. The sacred land will wholeheartedly support your cultivation, and none in the central continent would dare to covet what belongs to Taichu. Mu Yuandao's gaze was gentle, his tone solemn, and he cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yu. One by one, the others extended olive branches to Zhou Chun. Countless envious and jealous eyes suddenly turned toward him. Wang Yu felt a chill run through her, while Yi Chen seethed with jealousy, his teeth grinding audibly. Zhou Chun inhaled deeply. The higher rank of Taichu sacred land, named after the primordial, seemed to resonate with the Taichu chaos scripture he practiced. Furthermore, this elder was the first to stand up for him. With this thought, Zhou Chun bowed respectfully to Mu Yuandao. Thank you for your kindness, senior. I, Zhou Chun, would be honored to join Taichu sacred land. His voice was clear and resolute. Ha, good lad. Follow me. A smile of satisfaction spread across Mu Yuandao's face, and a gentle purple aura enveloped Zhou Chun, whisking him away in an instant. My friends, the matter here is concluded. I shall take my leave. The Lord is awaiting news. Mu Yuandao saluted the other three before vanishing into the void with Zhou Chun. The remaining three wore expressions of regret. The Shantian demon body? That fellow over there with the hole in his chest, has he died? If not, would he be willing to join my Heiyuan sacred land? The man in black robes noticed the bloodless figure in the crowd, his eyes lighting up. Chapter 93. the southern region shaken, reduced to a laughingstock. Blood Wuhan's aura was faint, the gaping wound in his chest gradually being mended by the Xiantian demon body, while the elders of the Blood Demon sect exerted every effort to save him. Although Blood Wuhan's spirit was somewhat dazed, his consciousness remained intact, and the words of the envoy from Heiyuan reached his ears clearly. "Thank you, sacred envoy, I am willing." Blood Wuhan struggled to gaze at the envoy, his voice hoarse. A dark light enveloped Blood Wuhan, whisking him away in an instant. Ba, that little novice over there possesses the Ming Wang body, with a deep Buddhist connection. Would he be willing to accompany this old monk back to Tianfu's sacred land? The old monk from Tianfu gazed earnestly into the void. While still reveling in Zhou Chen's success, the void's previous mirth was suddenly extinguished. "I, disciple Shukong, am willing to join Tianfu's sacred land." Shukong solemnly clasped his hands together and bowed deeply. A golden Buddhist light enveloped Shukong, vanishing from sight, while the nearby Shuming looked on with envy. The victors of this southern region grand competition, upon reaching the central continent, would still be subject to scrutiny by the various sacred lands, and it was uncertain if they would gain entry into the more prestigious ones. Tianfu's sacred land ranked 15th in the central continent, and Shukong had certainly struck a stroke of luck. Jian Wuxin from the Qingshan sect was also taken away by the elder from Xinqiao. The atmosphere in the arena instantly froze. On the high platform, Wang Yu stood frozen, her complexion ashen, her nails digging deeply into her palms from the pressure. The immense humiliation was unbearable for her, as she could not accept being so publicly shamed. At that moment, her hatred for Zhou Chen reached its zenith. Yet, she recognized that with Zhou Chen's talent, once he entered Taichu's sacred land, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights, making it nearly impossible to target him again. Furthermore, Taichu's sacred land was fiercely protective, a group of zealots. Yichen remained motionless, fearful that a misplaced word might provoke Wang Yu's wrath. After all, he had played a part in bringing about this situation. Fortunately, Wang Yu seemed consumed by her hatred for Zhou Chen, leaving her with little time to concern herself with him. Li Qingxian, the third elder of the Wenxian sect, gazed at the torn fragments of clothing, his expression complex. The other disciples of Wenxian looked to one another, their faces a mix of shock, confusion, and unshakable regret. Yet, among them, some genuinely felt happy for Zhou Chen. In the distance, Han Li's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smile. Despite their brief acquaintance, he believed Zhou Chen was a person worth befriending and a formidable opponent. Yin Kaidai observed the unfolding drama, her eyes glinting with schadenfreude as she listened to the myriad discussions in the square. At this moment, Wang Yu felt as though she were being pricked by countless needles, her face ablaze. The reputation of the flame-fire sacred land had been utterly tarnished by her actions. Yet, she also understood that she must see through the remaining rituals, for returning to the central continent would bring far worse consequences than mere embarrassment. The vacancies from the grand competition will be filled according to rankings, and rewards shall be distributed accordingly. The remaining procedures will be continued by you, City Lord Bai Bing. We shall depart for the central continent in 3 days' time. Wang Yu's voice was hoarse, and after finishing, she walked away with a blank expression. Soon, the new rankings were announced. When the name of the 30th contestant was called, cheers erupted from the Inshur sect's side. By a stroke of fate, Yin Kaidai had landed precisely in 30th place, securing her qualification to advance to the central continent. Just moments before, she had been despondent. But now her eyes sparkled with hope, as she felt she could once again pursue that man. Wei Yan's muscles twitched with resentment. Such a splendid opportunity had presented itself, with so many from the Wenxian sect, including himself, capable of entering a sacred land. Why, then, was Zhou Chen so selfish? At this moment, he wished nothing more than to reduce Zhou Chen to ashes. Li Qingxian closed his eyes, as if aged a decade in an instant. Lu Qianru stood at the edge of the crowd, her complexion still pale, her gaze wandering vacantly in the direction of the void where Zhou Chen had vanished. Her lips moved, yet no sound escaped them. Could it be that her choice was truly misguided? 3 days later, the scarlet flame vessel of the Flame Holy Land hovered above the plaza. With preparations complete, the vessel emitted a thunderous roar and transformed into a stream of crimson light. Vanishing into the teleportation array, all sects of the southern region had already embarked on their return journeys. The disciple responsible for delivering messages, upon learning of Zhou Chen's triumph in the competition, hastened back to the inquiry of Immortal's sect to relay the news. Within the cave dwelling of the sect leader, Lu Qingtian, a radiant glow adorned his face, as he listened to the excited account from the messenger about how Zhou Chen had triumphed over all competitors, defeating his foes with a single punch to claim the top position. Lu Qingtian could not contain his joy and laughed heartily, stroking his beard. Excellent, excellent. Chinner has indeed lived up to my expectations. Issue a decree for a grand celebration throughout the sect. Open the sect's treasury and invite sects from all corners. Let the feast last for 10 days and nights. No, let it last for an entire month. However, before Lu Qingtian could revel in his joy for long, news arrived. The third elder and others have returned. A disciple announced. Lu Qingtian, filled with excitement, quickly made his way to the sect's grand hall to greet them. In the grand hall, he exclaimed, "The great contributor, Qing Xian, has returned. You have truly worked hard this time, bringing great honor to our sect." Lu Qingtian hastened forward, a smile gracing his lips. "Master, I have sinned." Upon seeing Lu Qingtian, Li Qingxian could no longer maintain his composure and swiftly knelt, repeatedly bowing his head in apology. "Third elder, what sin have you committed? Did not Zhou Chen secure the first place? Could there be some unforeseen circumstance?" Lu Qingtian suddenly recalled Zhou Chen's soul token that had shattered unexpectedly, a sense of foreboding creeping in. "Master, I have failed our sect." Li Qingxian then recounted the events in detail. Upon hearing of Zhou Chen's resolute severance of ties, the color drained from Lu Qingtian's face. Boom. Lu Qingtian felt as though he had been struck by a thunderclap. Staggering back a step, he fell heavily into the seat of the sect leader, as if all strength had fled his body. "How could this be?" he muttered, his voice hoarse. "Chen'er, Chanru Yu." In mere moments, Lu Qingtian's once jet-black hair transformed into a ghastly gray. The formidable aura of a Yuanying stage cultivator suddenly diminished, an overwhelming sense of despair emanating from him. A surge of blood could be restrained no longer, and Lu Qingtian collapsed into unconsciousness. "Master," Li Qingxian, disregarding his previous prostration, hastily sent messages to the various peak leaders. 3 days later, a shocking announcement reverberated from the inquiry of Immortal's sect. Sect leader Lu Qingtian would resign from his position effective immediately, taking on the role of Grand Elder, and would no longer involve himself in sect affairs. The position of sect leader would be temporarily assumed by the Grand Elder. Upon hearing this news, the southern region was thrown into chaos. "Have you heard? The sect leader of Inquiry of Immortals has abdicated. It serves them right. You likely know not the reason behind his resignation. Pray tell, brother, elaborate." And so it was. Pa. And this is still a righteous sect? Hush, speak cautiously. Once a dominant force in the southern region, the Inquiry of Immortals sect now found itself in disarray, swiftly becoming the laughingstock of the entire cultivation world. While wealth may be easily acquired, the gathering of hearts is a different matter altogether. Were it not for the profound heritage of the Inquiry of Immortals sect, coupled with the timely intervention of Li Hu, who had once rallied to their aid, and the implementation of remedial measures, the sect might have disbanded without external assault. Chapter 94. The Arrival of the Primordial Sun. The imposing flame mountain range soared into the clouds. At the peak, the eternal flames, known as the heavenly fire, burned fiercely, lending the flame holy land its name. After selecting disciples from various domains, Wang Yu ultimately returned to the flame holy land. However, the senior officials of the flame holy land were incensed upon learning of Wang Yu's actions. Swiftly, the verdict regarding Wang Yu's conduct was reached. For the abuse of power in slandering the champion of the southern region's grand competition, causing a detrimental impact, she was sentenced to a year of confinement and had her stipend and corresponding cultivation resources deducted by 10 months. This was still the result of her father, an elder in the Holy Land, intervening on her behalf. Had she been an ordinary disciple, she would have long since had her cultivation revoked and been expelled from the Holy Land. Upon receiving the notice of punishment, Wang Yu's expression darkened considerably. While the resource loss was severe, her father was not lacking in resources, and the family's assets would compensate her. However, a year of confinement not only meant the loss of numerous opportunities to vie for precious chances, but also plunged her into the depths of fierce competition within the Holy Land. This deepened her hatred for Zhou Chen to the core. And then there was that wretched Lu Qianru. Wang Yu found herself harboring resentment towards Lu Qianru as well. In stark contrast to Wang Yu's downfall was the triumphant Yi Chen. During the routine talent assessment in the Holy Land, Yi Chen's fire spirit body talent was confirmed to be exceptionally compatible with the core inheritance of the Flame Holy Land. Upon the announcement of this news, an elder from the inner sanctum promptly took him under his wing as a direct disciple, granting him the same privileges as an inner sect disciple. He was also bestowed the foundational holy level technique, the 9 transformations of nirvana, along with a wealth of precious cultivation resources. Once Yi Chen reached the golden core stage, he would be eligible for the treatment of core disciples. This was the privilege reserved for direct disciples of the Holy Land elders. Yi Chen quickly became a highly sought-after figure among the new disciples, with the Holy Land placing great hopes upon him. Transitioning to the 9 transformations of nirvana, Yi Chen broke through 4 levels with astonishing momentum, achieving the 8th layer of foundation establishment. Little did he know, Had it not been for Zhou Chun intercepting many opportunities previously, he would have already reached the 10th layer of golden core by now. If Yi Chun were aware, he would likely be driven to madness. Feeling the increasingly pure spiritual energy within him, Yi Chun's eyes brimmed with unrestrained ambition. To him, Zhou Chun's entry into the primordial Holy Land was nothing more than a stroke of luck. On the other hand, Lu Qianru's treatment contrasted sharply. She stood in the outer disciple living quarters at the periphery of the Flame Holy Land. Although the spiritual energy was significantly better than that of the Inquiry of Immortals Sect, her current living conditions seemed quite dilapidated compared to her previous residence. Given her 5th layer foundation and golden core cultivation, she should not have fallen to the ranks of outer disciples, especially being assigned to the worst area. Throughout her journey, Yi Chun had constantly undermined her, and Wang Yu had utilized some influence. The elder responsible for assessing talents had not even glanced at Lu Qianru, directly relegating her to the outer sect. The outer sect steward, with a stoic expression, registered her information. Subsequently, like refuse, he tossed her a gray token inscribed with the crude characters outer sect, along with a set of coarse gray-brown attire meant for outer disciples. Lu Qianru, outer sect. Area C. Your daily task is to maintain the cleaning of the Fire Phoenix Grove in Area C, commencing work at the 2nd hour and concluding at the 5th hour, with a minimum cleaning duration of 4 hours. If performance is satisfactory, you may apply for promotion to Intersect Disciple within 2 years. The steward's voice was cold, devoid of any emotion. Lu Qianru silently accepted the token and garments, remaining speechless. These tasks were clearly meant for servant disciples. Outer disciples were not required to undertake such labor. Yet, she understood that her current predicament was the result of Wang Yu and Yi Chun's machinations behind the scenes. Once a paragon of the celestial sect, a radiant beauty cherished by all as if she were the moon among stars at this moment, Lu Qianru found herself grasping a somewhat coarse bamboo broom, an utterly ridiculous sight. In the distance loomed the ethereal glow of the Intersect Disciples' realm, grand and majestic, where the rich spiritual energy coalesced into mist, occasionally graced by the passage of vibrant flying vessels. The stark contrast between the two was akin to a chasm separating heaven and earth. Lu Qianru could distinctly feel the gazes around her, some curious, others disdainful, and a few gleeful in their misfortune. Particularly after hearing the news of Yi Chun being accepted as a direct disciple of an elder, her grip on the broom tightened. Not with anger, but with a chilling, marrow-deep numbness. Silently, she lifted the broom and trudged towards the designated area marked with the character C. A vast expanse of red phoenix trees stretching infinitely before her. In this moment, regret surged within Lu Qianru for the first time. Was her initial choice truly the wrong one? Yet, no one cared. In the depths of the endless mountain range of Zhongzhou, one of the 10 holy lands, the Taichu Holy Land, whose lineage dates back to the ancient times, stood resplendently. It was a magnificent gate of white jade soaring above the sea of clouds. Ancient and extraordinary, as if it were a natural formation. The words Taichu inscribed above the door emanated an unfathomable aura, instilling a sense of awe in those who gazed upon it. Mu Yuandao led Zhou Chun through the stone gate without hindrance, unveiling a breathtaking vista. Celestial palaces floated amidst the clouds, while spirit birds and colorful phoenixes danced in the radiant glow of the setting sun. The air was so saturated with spiritual energy that it occasionally condensed into dew, invigorating anyone who inhaled it. Unlike the Flame Fire Holy Land, every inch of the architecture here was imbued with an ancient Taoist essence. In the grand hall of the Internal Affairs Hall, a middle-aged cultivator with a reserved aura welcomed Zhou Chun. Upon learning that he was the champion of the South Region Grand Competition and had been personally introduced by the Saint Envoy Mu Yuandao, the man's demeanor became increasingly affable. "Zhou Chun, my junior, congratulations," the middle-aged cultivator exclaimed, offering several items. "I am Chun Hai, the steward of the Internal Affairs Hall. As the champion, you are directly admitted as an Intersect disciple according to the holy regulations. Here is your identity token, the attire for inner disciples, and the jade key to your cave dwelling." He presented a jade token radiating purple energy, a dark blue robe adorned with golden cloud patterns, and a small, intricate identity jade plate. The jade plate binds to your blood. Over there is one of the entrances to the scripture pavilion. As the champion, the Holy Land grants you the opportunity to select a holy rank cultivation method. Inner disciples have access to the 2nd floor, where the holy rank methods are stored in the core area. Simply present your jade plate, and it will guide your path. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun solemnly accepted the weighty items. After expressing his gratitude and inquiring about a few essential details, he strode out of the hall. Just as he was heading towards the inner disciples' cave dwellings, the distant sound of dragon roars reverberated through the clouds. 9 black-scaled draconic serpents broke through the mist, pulling an enormous ice jade chariot across the sky. Before the chariot, hundreds of deeply seasoned cultivators expressionlessly cleared the cloud path, followed by hundreds of attendants bearing ceremonial artifacts, creating a grand spectacle that left all disciples along the route breathless and instinctively bowing in respect. Chapter 95, Destiny and Opportunity, a Respectful Theft. Excuse me, senior brother. Who is this? Such a grand display. Zhou casually inquired of a nearby cultivator. You don't know? This grand spectacle must be our Taichu Saint's son. You must be new here, the man replied, looking at Zhou Chun as if he were a curiosity. Indeed, I just entered today, Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. No wonder. Remember this, he is our Taichu Holy Land's foremost youth, the Taichu Saint's son, Chu Songming, whose cultivation has reached the semi-saint realm. The man spoke with pride etched upon his face. The saint's son returns. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened as he caught sight of the relaxed figure atop the jade chariot. The young man donned a purple-gold holy robe, his handsome visage marked by an aloofness that seemed to look down upon all life. An aura far surpassing that of an ordinary nascent soul cultivator emanated from him, and though it was not directed at anyone, it caused Zhou Chun's Dao Foundation Lotus platform to tremble slightly. This was the semi-saint realm, merely a step away from true sanctity. System, assess the opportunity. Zhou Chun silently commanded. Name, Chu Songming. Cultivation, semi-saint realm, between nascent soul and saint realm. Fate, exceptional talent, gold, favored by the heavenly Tao, gold. Destiny, favored by the heavenly Tao, a child of fortune, foundational cultivation at the 8th stage, ultimately achieving success in imperial ascension. Stopping at the 5th level of the imperial realm. Recent opportunity, in 5 days, at the foot of the 10,000-foot peak in the northwest of the Holy Land. Enter the Holy Land's trial grounds, the return to ruin's secret realm. Within the secret realm, acquire the supreme holy rank consciousness cultivation method, refining consciousness technique. Cultivating for 3 months to achieve a perfected consciousness and break through to the quasi-saint realm, soon to enter the saint realm. Find him, Zhou Chun mentally commanded. However, the expected success notification from the system did not arrive. Warning, currently bound to 3 children of fortune, unable to continue binding. Seeing the final line of flashing red warning, Zhou Chun felt a pang in his chest, nearly choking on a mouthful of blood. This was the 8th stage child of fortune, if he could bind to him. The returned opportunity would be nothing short of divine. System, is there any way to bind? Yet, there was no response. Binding is impossible, I will find a way later. For now, I must seize his opportunity. Zhou Chun's heart raced with excitement. It was no wonder the Holy Land was so remarkable, bestowing him with such a surprise upon his arrival. 3 days later, beneath the 10,000-foot peak, the entrance to the return to ruin's secret realm shimmered with an ethereal glow. The surrounding space subtly distorted. In these 3 days, Zhou Chun had not been idle. He diligently familiarized himself with the situation in the Taichu Holy Land, preparing meticulously before embarking. This return to ruin's secret realm served as a grand trial ground, constructed collaboratively by the 108 Holy Lands of Zhongzhou, with resources shared equally. Originally a desolate ancient secret realm, each year, various holy lands would release ferocious beasts, demon creatures, and spirit beings of different realms. Alongside countless cultivation methods, rare treasures, and spiritual artifacts, continuously transforming it over the years. Disciples from all holy lands could freely enter and exit at any time, obtaining resources, completing tasks, or seeking treasures. Many disciples from holy lands had soared to great heights within, discovering cultivation methods, or finding miraculous treasures that turned their fate, even unearthing long-extinct ancient spiritual herbs. It was no wonder that the Holy Land's Wang Yu looked down upon the cultivators of the southern region. The lifetime gains of an ordinary southern region cultivator likely paled in comparison to what a disciple of the Holy Land could acquire in a single foray into the secret realm. It illustrated the immense injustice of the heavenly Tao. However, the risks were equally substantial. Any cultivator below the saint realm could enter, and many talented individuals from the Holy Land had perished within each year. Each transmission point's exit could accurately recognize the identities of disciples from different holy lands, facilitating precise teleportation. Zhou Chun, holding his identity jade plate, smoothly passed through the restrictions and slipped inside. The interior of the secret realm was not as Zhou Chun had envisioned. Upon entering, he did not encounter barren and treacherous lands. The entrance connecting to the Taichu Holy Land opened into a boundless forest, where towering ancient trees reached for the heavens and the calls of beasts echoed, suffused with an ancient and primal atmosphere. Zhou Chun's objective was clear. Soon, he arrived at a vast, shadowy waterway, where countless oddly shaped stones jutted above the surface, entwined with mysterious black vines. The air was thick with a fetid odor, and he could sense that his spiritual awareness was severely suppressed here, allowing him only to probe within a radius of about a mile. Where's the spirit refining technique? Zhou Chun glided through the waters like a specter. The divine concealment technique, in conjunction with the Tai golden light step, enabled him to evade several terrifying ambushes from toxic creatures. Suddenly, Zhou Chun discovered a peculiar black stone peak, resembling a gigantic hand. According to the hints from Destiny, the technique lay nestled between the middle and ring fingers of this stone hand. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun hastened towards the stone peak. Indeed, within the crevice, there lay an unassuming black jade slip. Zhou Chun's heart soared with joy. Roar! At that moment, the murky waters below erupted violently, and a colossal shadow lunged towards Zhou Chun. His heart sank. He had let his guard down. The shadow turned out to be a soul-devouring black python, measuring several tens of feet in length. The python had a single eye on its head, its body cloaked in thick, jet-black scales. This formidable creature had likely been lying in wait for an extended period, its demonic power at the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage, enveloping Zhou Chun in a terrifying aura. Its singular eye emitted a murky red beam, aimed directly at Zhou Chun's brow. A sense of alarm surged within Zhou Chun. He activated the indestructible golden body to its utmost, and the blood-soul-burning flame sword materialized in his grasp instantaneously. Be careful, Zhou Daoist. Just as Zhou Chun prepared to confront the serpent head-on, a figure appeared as if conjured from thin air, positioning itself between him and the soul-devouring python. With a swift motion, the newcomer, with fingers poised like a sword, made a decisive slash through the void. A resonant hum echoed as a finely condensed azure light absorbed the red beam entirely. Simultaneously, an ancient azure shield expanded dramatically, transforming into a massive bronze shield that crashed down upon the python's enormous head. Boom! Accompanied by a thunderous sound, even the formidable soul-devouring python was sent reeling. Though it did not suffer any significant damage, its ferocity diminished considerably. Sensing that the newcomer was not to be trifled with, it cunningly dove into the dark waters below. The one who intervened was none other than Han Si. He maintained his usual unremarkable demeanor, his cultivation at the 10th layer of the core formation stage evident. Thank you, Brother Han, for your timely assistance. Zhou Chun grasped the jade slip in his hand. Although he was not afraid of the python, the possibility of alerting the Holy Prince of Primordial Chaos and causing an early arrival would be troublesome. Han Si had indeed rendered him a great service. The jade slip felt icy in his hand, and countless profound characters surged into Zhou Chun's mind. This was the spirit refining technique. Ding! Detected that the host has intercepted the Destiny Child Chu Songming's opportunity, acquiring the Holy Grade Supreme Technique Spirit Refining Technique, triggering a 10,000-fold critical return. Obtain the Imperial Grade Supreme Spiritual Technique 9 Heavens Spirit Refining Technique. Would you like to claim it immediately? Not yet, Zhou Chun silently thought. It was merely a trivial effort. You need not stand on ceremony, Zhou Daoist. Han Si retracted his shield, his gaze flickering with a complex and inscrutable emotion as he looked at the jade slip in Zhou Chun's hand. To speak candidly, I just had an inkling that the jade slip in your possession seems to hold great significance for me. I wonder if you would be willing to share your insights. I would offer a precious treasure in exchange, and I assure you I would not go back on my word. Han Si paused, his eyes burning with intensity as he regarded Zhou Chun. Chapter 96. Borrowing flowers to offer Buddha. Han Si moved. I apologize if I have overstepped, Brother Zhou. Please indicate if I have offended, and I shall take my leave. Han Si spoke plainly, directly addressing his reasons and needs. However, accustomed to the treachery of others, he did not harbor high hopes. Were it anyone else, Zhou Chun would certainly have been reluctant. But who was the other party? The fourth master of the celestial bottle. Moreover, this opportunity was one that could not be intercepted. The destined child Han Si, brimming with infinite potential. With this in mind, Zhou Chun made a swift decision. Haha. Brother Han, why be so formal? I have yet to express my gratitude for your gallant words during the previous competition. Since this is so vital to you, take it without hesitation. Zhou Chun laughed heartily and unhesitatingly tossed the jade slip to Han Si, as if he were discarding an ordinary trinket rather than a supreme holy grade technique. After all, he had already seen it and had a mental backup. Besides, the spirit refining technique, no matter how exceptional, was still acquired from intercepting Chu Songming. Furthermore, Zhou Chun possessed the 9 Heavens spirit refining technique with a 10,000-fold return. As the old saying goes, one does not grieve over selling a child's field. Ultimately, this opportunity was never Zhou Chun's to begin with. The one who should feel regret was Chu Songming. Han Si caught the jade slip, feeling the formidable power of the spirit refining technique. And even his usually steadfast demeanor trembled slightly as he held it. It was indeed a supreme holy grade technique. Furthermore, It was a unique method specifically for honing one's spiritual awareness. In a certain sense, such techniques were exceedingly rare, and the rarity of the spirit refining technique was on par with imperial-grade techniques. Han Si had initially believed he would need to pay a hefty price and possibly endure considerable tribulations to achieve his desires. He never expected Zhou Chun to be so straightforward. This trust and gallantry stirred his heart deeply. Brother Zhou's noble integrity will be forever etched in my memory. From this day forward, you shall be my sworn brother, Han Si. Should you call, I shall surely come. Han Si bowed deeply, his expression solemn. He wasted no time with idle chatter and produced 2 dark green vials. These are 2 supreme holy-grade soul source-breaking pills. While they may not be as precious as this technique, they possess remarkable efficacy for breaking through realms. Given your current cultivation, it seems you are on the verge of breaking through to the nascent soul stage. These pills can enhance your breakthrough probability by 30%. Thus, I shall not stand on ceremony. Zhou Chun accepted them without hesitation, his acceptance straightforward. He then checked the opportunities. Although he could not intercept the celestial bottle, Zhou Chun instinctively examined Han Si's opportunity panel. Recent opportunity. Seizing the chance while the soul-devouring python is absent. Obtain a strand of the long-extinct ancient soul-devouring grass from the python's lair beneath the Black Mountain Peak, and after spending months nurturing it, it will mature into a 10,000-year soul-devouring grass, which can be refined into the supreme holy grade 9 transformations into infant's pill. Consuming it will allow one to break through the nascent soul realm and forge an innate Tao infant. What a stroke of luck. The fortune is astounding. He plans to secretly cultivate the innate Tao infant without a word. Count me in. I want to hop on this train too. Zhou Chun's eyes sparkled as he began to plot. Earlier, Han Si owed him a significant favor. Perhaps he could leverage this to his advantage. Brother Han, please wait. I have discovered another opportunity nearby calling to me. Without waiting for Han Si's response, Zhou Chun swiftly dove into the water, channeling the divine concealment technique to conceal his presence, silently swimming toward the base of the Black Mountain Peak. Finding a cave, he quickly seized the opportunity while the great serpent was absent. With a swift motion, Zhou Chun plucked the jet-black, lustrous soul-devouring grass. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the Destiny Child Han Si's opportunity, the soul-devouring grass, and obtaining the 10,000-fold return of the 10,000-year soul-devouring grass. Would you like to claim it immediately? As expected, this could work. Zhou Chun clicked to claim without hesitation. A strand of the 10,000-year soul-devouring grass, radiating a kaleidoscope of colors, appeared in Zhou Chun's hand, which he swiftly stored in his storage ring. Brother Han, look what treasure I found beneath. I feel it is quite extraordinary. Would you assist me in assessing its value? Zhou Chun flew to Han Si's side and presented the 10,000-year soul-devouring grass, feigning ignorance. 10,000-year soul-devouring grass. Upon seeing the grass shimmering with a rainbow glow, Han Si was once again taken aback, exclaiming in astonishment. The ordinary soul-devouring grass had long been extinct, and the 10,000-year variety, imbued with pure soul source energy, was virtually priceless. This was the primary ingredient for refining the legendary 9 transformations into infant's pill. It could aid cultivators in forming a Tao infant far surpassing the ordinary nascent soul, laying an unparalleled foundation. This is also the soul-devouring grass, the material that Han Si has painstakingly sought for many years. To the extent that he has long suppressed his breakthrough to the core formation stage, he had already gathered the other auxiliary herbs required for the 9 transformations infant pill, leaving only the soul-devouring grass as the principal ingredient. If he could locate the soul-devouring grass, Han Si could hasten its maturity to 10,000 years. Albeit with considerable effort, he never anticipated that a ready supply would present itself. Brother Zhou, this herb. Han Si's voice trembled slightly. Does Brother Han seem to have a pressing need for this item? If you possess a method for pill refining, I would be eager to hear it, Zhou Chun replied, a smirk tugging at his lips as he observed the urgency in Han Si's eyes. To speak candidly, with this 10,000-year soul-devouring grass, coupled with some auxiliary materials, I, Han, hold an 80% assurance of successfully refining the 9 transformations infant pill. Han Si inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him. This pill can assist core formation cultivators in condensing a flawless innate Tao infant, thereby establishing an unparalleled foundation. If Brother Zhou places his trust in me, I would be honored to take this herb for refinement, and after the pill's completion in 7 days, I shall return 50% to you. The terms offered by Han Si were indeed exceedingly generous. Typically, alchemists not only need to procure all materials themselves, but also must allocate 70% of the resulting pills to the pill refiners. 50% means that Han Si is willing to shoulder the risk, allowing Zhou Chun to profit without cost. Zhou Chun had been waiting for this very proposition. I shall trouble you, Brother Han. There is no need for such formalities between us brothers. I trust you implicitly. Without hesitation, he handed the 10,000-year soul-devouring grass to Han Si, who felt an even deeper sense of gratitude. He had never encountered someone as sincere as Zhou Chun throughout his life. Had Zhou Chun known of Han Si's thoughts, he might have been unable to suppress a laugh. Were it not for Han Si's fateful connections being bound, Zhou Chun might have already transformed into a schemer by now. Han Si solemnly accepted the soul-devouring grass, treasuring it as a precious find. Days later, Chu Tsongming passed by a black mountain peak, sensing a mysterious call, yet after a thorough search, he left empty-handed. Han Si and Zhou Chun sought a relatively secluded cave. Zhou Chun stood guard outside while Han Si entered to refine the pill. Before long, several small flags flew from Han Si's hands, activating a concealment array as he settled into a meditative posture. To maximize the medicinal effect, Han Si deftly produced an ancient-looking dark green vial, neither gold nor jade. He cautiously removed the cork and let a single drop of verdant liquid, exuding a potent life force, fall upon the soul-devouring grass. The herb's hue deepened instantaneously. Without hesitation, a uniquely shaped, three-legged ancient cauldron soared from his hands, emitting pure azure flames from its mouth. Han Si focused intently, his hands moving with lightning speed, swiftly adding dozens of prepared precious auxiliary herbs into the cauldron, and finally, he cautiously placed the 10,000-year soul-devouring grass within. As time trickled by, radiant light danced within the cauldron, fragrant wisps filled the air, and faint sounds of dragon roars and phoenix cries echoed, as if an extraordinary pill was being nurtured within. Chapter 97. The Transformation Pill, a Celestial Creation. For 3 full days and nights, Zhou Chun remained vigilant, his spiritual sense fully attuned, prepared to repel any beasts that dared approach. At last, a thunderous boom erupted. The cauldron trembled violently, its lid bursting open. 10 beams of 7-colored light shot skyward. Had Han Si not employed his skills, the pill might have fled. Boom. The sky darkened suddenly, thick clouds gathering as bolts of heavenly lightning rained down upon the pills. It took 9 strikes of divine lightning before it finally ceased, transforming the original 10 pills into 9. The heavens have their constants. 9 represents the ultimate. Had Han Si not detonated one of the pills to counter the heavenly tribulation at a critical moment, the alchemical endeavor might have failed entirely. The overwhelming pill aura surged forth, causing nearby beasts to become agitated. The cauldron released 9 crystal-clear pills, each the size of a dragon's eye, infused with rich spiritual energy. Indeed, they were the pinnacle of holy-grade pills, the 9 transformations infant pill. Remarkably, it was a complete success, yielding 9 pills, each adorned with intricate pill patterns, indicating their exceptional quality. Han Si's complexion paled slightly, his breath somewhat unsteady, yet his gaze sparkled with brilliance. He beckoned, and the 9 pills floated gracefully into 2 specially crafted jade vials, 5 in one, 4 in the other. Brother Zhou, I have not failed you. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Chun hurried into the cave. Han Si pushed one of the jade vials toward Zhou Chun. 9 pills have been completed. This vial contains 5 pills. Please accept them. Han Si honored his 50-50 agreement, retaining only 4 pills for himself, even allowing Zhou Chun to gain an advantage. Zhou Chun, not one to quibble, accepted the warm jade vial, feeling the faint aura of the 9 transformations infant pill within, his heart brimming with excitement. Truly, you are a master of alchemy. Zhou Chun exclaimed in awe. Thank you, Brother Han. This gratitude I shall remember. He clasped his fist solemnly. Between brothers, mutual assistance is a matter of course. No need for excessive formality, Han Si replied, a faint smile gracing his weary face. This collaboration not only resolved his own obstacles to breaking through to the nascent soul stage, but Han Si had also observed Zhou Chun's character throughout the process. In Han Si's eyes, Zhou Chun was not only magnanimous but also trustworthy, truly deserving of deep friendship. Before parting, Han Si generously gifted Zhou Chun numerous pills suitable for the core formation stage, as he had no use for them. Eventually, the two bid farewell at the entrance of the secret realm, each teleporting away. Zhou Chun wasted no time returning to his cave within the Taichu sacred land, activating the protective barriers. The strength of the internal cave's barriers was integrated with that of the sacred land's Sect defenses, effectively isolating his aura and ensuring his safety. Unless the sacred lord were to arrive in person, no one could breach it forcefully. Inside Zhou Chun's cave, spiritual energy was thickly suffused. He adjusted his state and extracted all the pills gifted by Han Si. He meticulously examined each one, confirming their integrity before finally feeling at ease. It was no wonder Zhou Chun exhibited such caution. After all, it was this very prudence that allowed him to thrive. Had he, upon first arriving at the Wuxin sect, acted like a nouveau riche, flaunting his wealth, Even a mere foundation establishment cultivator could have easily crushed him, preventing him from arriving at this moment. A month later, Zhou Qin's aura had firmly stabilized at the 10th level of core formation. He could not help but marvel once more. Indeed, Han Si was a master of alchemy. His worth immeasurable. The pills gifted to him numbered over 100 vials, each pill of exceptional quality, adorned with pill patterns. Next, Zhou Chun retrieved the 9 heavens refining spirit technique that had been returned by the system and began to comprehend its mysteries. The 9 heavens refining spirit technique consisted of 9 levels, each layer exponentially enhancing one's spiritual consciousness. As his cultivation progressed, his spiritual sense would gradually manifest greater divine powers. With the aid of the Enlightenment Stone, the initially obscure content became more comprehensible to Zhou Chun. The spiritual energy within his body began to circulate slowly, guided by the 9 heavens refining spirit technique. The once translucent lotus platform within him vibrated violently, as if it were parched land receiving much-needed rain. Had Zhou Chun observed closely, he would have noticed that the color of the lotus platform deepened with each cycle of his technique, gradually shifting toward a verdant hue. Meanwhile, the power of spiritual consciousness within his mind was slowly transforming into divine consciousness. Drops, then more drops. It was as if rain began to fall in Zhou Chen's mind. Each leaf upon the edges of the lotus platform seemed to rejoice in exuberance. The once tranquil lake of spiritual consciousness was gradually transforming into a vast ocean of divine consciousness. The entire being is undergoing a transformation at an astonishing pace. Boom. The first layer of the 9 heavens refining God technique has been achieved. A quantitative change has triggered a qualitative transformation, giving rise to a wondrous sensation. For the first time, Zhou Chun discovered that everything around him appeared so vividly clear, as if he were witnessing it firsthand, even more so than with his own eyes. Previously, Zhou Chen's spiritual awareness could only vaguely detect breaths and fluctuations, akin to a radar. Now, upon the emergence of his divine consciousness, the images in his mind resemble high-definition, three-dimensional scenes. Every detail is laid bare to his perceptive scrutiny. Furthermore, bolstered by the 9 heavens refining God technique, the range of Zhou Chen's divine consciousness has extended to several dozen miles. Zhou Chen felt this was quite satisfactory. Had other nascent soul cultivators been privy to his sentiments, they would undoubtedly have scorned him. It is commonly known that typically, only cultivators above the nascent soul stage can manifest divine consciousness. A standard nascent soul cultivator, aiming to fully solidify their divine consciousness, requires at least 6 months to a year, with a mere investigation range of only a couple of miles. The feedback from an ordinary cultivator's divine consciousness resembles that of an ancient black and white television, incapable of achieving the extraordinary capabilities of Zhou Chun. The disparity in the strength of divine consciousness is immense. Currently, Zhou Chen's range rivals that of the fully realized nascent soul master Bai Bing, whom he encountered in Baisher City. In terms of sheer strength of divine consciousness, Zhou Chen even surpasses him. The most astonishing aspect of the 9 heavens refining God technique is that it continuously refines divine consciousness, enhancing its purity without any side effects. The amplification from the refining God technique is also considerable. It is no wonder that Han Si felt a resonance, nor that the holy son of Taichu, Xu Tsangming, broke through to semi-saint status immediately after acquiring the refining God technique. Zhou Chun could not help but marvel at the immense fortune he had stumbled upon. Zhou Chun steadied himself, determined to press on. He retrieved a 9-transformation Huaying pill and consumed it without hesitation. Buzz. The pill dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing an incredibly pure source of innate Tao that erupted within him. The golden elixir in Zhou Chen's Dantian had somehow found its way to the Tao Foundation Lotus platform. At this moment, the platform spun at an unprecedented speed, greedily absorbing the innate spiritual energy of the 9-transformation Huaying pill. Still not enough. Zhou Chen swallowed 2 more 9-transformation Huaying pills. The golden elixir on the foundation quaked violently, expanding and contracting rhythmically, as if it were a heartbeat. Now is the time. Break. Zhou Chen shouted inwardly, channeling the Taichu Chaos Sutra to its utmost limit, immersing his divine consciousness entirely into the golden elixir. Chapter 98. No breaking, no establishing. Completely insane. Before long, Zhou Chen's divine consciousness was fully immersed in the golden elixir on the Tao Foundation Lotus platform. The surging innate Tao source of the 9-transformation Huaying pill was being fervently absorbed. Within the cave, the rich spiritual energy surged violently, as if stirred by an unseen giant hand. Zhou Chen sat cross-legged at the center, his breath fluctuating erratically. The golden elixir spun rapidly under the overwhelming medicinal power, emanating an increasingly complete innate aura. Just as the golden elixir was on the verge of metamorphosis, A powerful craving emanated from within. Zhou Chen keenly sensed its hunger. The innate golden elixir seemed capable of further enhancement. What could it be? Almost simultaneously, deep within his dantian, the golden emperor glazed flame surged with a jolt. As if sensing a calling, it instantly broke free of Zhou Chun's control, transforming into a golden streak of light. Whoosh! The golden emperor glazed flame effortlessly merged with the golden elixir. In an instant, it was as though a sun ignited within the golden elixir. Golden light burst forth, and the scorching aura caused the temperature of the entire cave to soar dramatically. The golden emperor glazed flame was dissolving in an unimaginable manner. Boom! The golden elixir trembled violently, and minute cracks appeared on its surface. Still not enough. Zhou Chen's spirit tightened, as if he understood something. Without hesitation, he summoned his consciousness, producing a jade talisman sealed with black flames. Bang! The talisman shattered, and a chilling, shadowy aura, capable of freezing the soul, spread forth. Simultaneously, a searing heat, as if capable of incinerating the world, emerged, creating a most peculiar sensation. It was none other than the third-ranked extraordinary flame of the flame ranking, the Dian Divine Flame. When Zhou Chen first acquired the Dian Divine Flame, he attempted to absorb a trace of it. However, that single trace almost led to his demise, which is why he had kept it sealed until now. Too fearful to try again. The reason he dared to bring it forth this time was due to the golden elixir's desire and terrifying suppressive force. Without a trace of hesitation, Zhou Chen slowly guided the terrifying Dian Divine Flame toward the golden elixir. Hiss! Upon contact with the golden elixir, the Dian Divine Flame exhibited a fierce resistance. Yet, before long, a terrifying suction force instantaneously drew the Dian Divine Flame in. The next moment, crack, crack, crack. The surface of the golden elixir was instantly covered in spider web-like fissures, and the Tao Foundation Lotus platform trembled violently. Blood beads oozed from Zhou Chen's pores, as if his entire being were on the verge of being torn apart. From the fissures laced with cracks, a heavy purple gas slowly emerged. Ancient, profound, mysterious. Chaotic purple chi. Soon, the golden elixir shattered inch by inch. The entire golden elixir transformed from within outwards into a hazy purple orb, resembling a miniature cosmic embryo. The purple orb swelled and contracted rhythmically, as if it had come to life. Boom, boom. The entire Taichu Holy Land, previously under a clear sky, was suddenly shrouded in endless black clouds. The heavens appeared to collapse, and a terrifying pressure descended. The spiritual energy within a radius of 10,000 miles of the Holy Land was instantaneously drained, all converging into the swirling vortex of calamity clouds. This was a saint-destroying thunder calamity. How could this be? Within the Taichu Holy Master's main hall, a figure that seemed to merge with the heavens and earth abruptly opened its eyes. Could it be that Chu Tsongming has taken that step? This was the legendary catastrophe of 99 world-destroying thunder that only appeared when an unparalleled prodigy ascended to the saint realm. Little did they know, Chu Tsongming also gazed solemnly at the ominous phenomenon in the skies. The Taichu Holy Land had not witnessed such a saint-destroying thunder calamity in countless years. Deep within the Holy Land, ancient auras that had slept for eons suddenly re-emerged. Among them, one bore a faint hint of imperial might. A semi-emperor has come into existence. Ignoring the restrictions, Zhou Chen was slowly drawn upwards by the calamity's energy. Zhou Chen was horrified to discover that he could not move. Not only could he not move, but everyone around him was also unable to interfere with Zhou Chen's thunder calamity. To do so would be seen as provocation by the heavenly tribulation, resulting in even more terrifying divine punishment, a fight to the death. It was not Chu Tsongming. Dao Xian and several ancient beings were taken aback. Boom! The first purple lightning cleaved through the sky, carrying pure destructive energy, and struck down upon Zhou Chen with great ferocity. Zhou Chen's body radiated golden light as the indestructible golden body reached its fourth layer's limit. The lightning entwined around Zhou Chen, instantly tearing flesh and skin. However, the purple gas within the golden elixir rapidly healed Zhou Chen's injuries. Boom, boom. The thunder calamity showed no signs of stopping. Each strike faster than the last. Indestructible golden body technique. Taichu Chaos Sutra. Blood soul burning flame sword. Zhou Chen was utterly engulfed in the sea of thunder. Yet, the blood soul burning flame sword, which had accompanied Zhou Chen for so long, could not withstand the 10th strike of the thunder calamity and shattered. Subsequently, Zhou Chen flung out the magical artifacts he had previously returned in one sweeping motion. The Earth-level Supreme, He Luo Ding. The Earth-level Supreme, Wanxiang Bao Ding. Boom. The two cauldrons, renowned for their defensive capabilities, crumbled utterly in less than a breath. It was over. He could only endure with his flesh. At this moment, Zhou Qin's eyes were bloodshot, his visage contorted with rage. Indestructible golden body. Boom. Flesh torn, skin shredded. Indestructible golden body. Boom. Flesh torn, skin shredded. Indestructible golden body. Boom. Flesh torn, skin shredded. The purple aura within Zhou Qin incessantly repaired his body. The heavenly punishment, relentless and tireless, continued to strike down, its power rapidly escalating. Could this child possibly endure? I find it doubtful. The grim sight left Tai Chu Sheng Zhu Dao Xian astounded, and several elderly figures shook their heads in disbelief. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within Zhou Qin, the lotus platform spun wildly, and the purple orbs began to devour the calamity thunder, incessantly transforming the destructive force of the tribulation into chaotic purple energy. Zhou Qin had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times under the relentless strikes. Yet with the protection of the nine heavens refining divine art, he remained painfully aware. His consciousness, paradoxically, surged with each trial of the heavenly tribulation. 71. My fate is in my hands, not dictated by the heavens. Though Zhou Qin could barely stand, his eyes blazed with an indomitable fire. He refused to be defeated. Having beheld the chaotic stone tablet of prodigies, how could Zhou Qin resign himself to mediocrity? 6,761. That was his humiliation. Ranked 68th, the Flame Emperor. Ranked 39th, the Primordial Emperor. Ranked 36th, Calm. Ranked 11th, Sure. These names flickered rapidly in Zhou Qin's mind. Ha! Come on, you wretched heavens. Zhou Qin's face twisted in madness. 76. 3 feet above my head. There are no deities. 3 inches in my palm is the realm of mortals. 77. I fear not death. What can the heavens do to me? 78. Ha ha ha. At the end of the immortal path, who stands as the peak? Behold Zhou Qin's path to emptiness. 79. With the sun and moon in hand, I pluck the stars. On the immortal path, there is none like me. 80. I demand the heavens. No longer shall they obscure my vision. Zhou Qin, in a frenzied state, chanted incantations, repeatedly using his flesh to withstand the thunder tribulation. The elders and disciples of the Tai Chu sacred land were drawn in by his fervent voice. They could hardly believe that someone could bear the tribulation head-on, especially one whose cultivation was not yet at the nascent soul stage. Such a terrifying talent. Zhou Qin's murmurs resonated like resplendent divine sounds, stirring the blood of all who listened. Even some elders and disciples, who had long lost their aspirations and merely awaited their demise, now brimmed with fighting spirit. This child possesses the unparalleled grace of the primordial saint. The half-emperor elder whispered in a voice only he could hear. Sweat and blood evaporated from his body, only to be replenished again. Zhou Qin's indestructible golden body had unknowingly perished and resurrected dozens of times. Threads of electricity danced across Zhou Qin's form. The arcs of electricity multiplied, unbeknownst to him, enveloping his entire being. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 5th layer's bottleneck of Zhou Qin's indestructible golden body finally shattered. Dark golden patterns rapidly spread across his body, and the thunder tribulation was continuously absorbed into a liquid state. Chapter 99. My name is Zhou Qin. May the heavens meet their demise. It was indeed thunder tribulation liquid. Dao Xian could not restrain himself from exclaiming. The thunder tribulation is the nightmare of all cultivators. It is unfathomable that Zhou Qin could absorb the tribulation to refine his body. What an astounding talent. Suddenly, the thunder tribulation in the sky halted, the final bolt lingering, as if brewing a great terror. Come on, the 81st bolt. The heavens regard me as mere fodder. I shall behead the celestial path. The thunder tribulation in the dark clouds seemed enraged, drawing upon thousands of miles of spiritual energy once more. As a massive purple lightning bolt descended upon Zhou Qin with the intent to obliterate the heavens and earth. This is bad. Activate the protective formation of the sect. Before Dao Xian's words had fully escaped his lips, a colossal light barrier enveloped the Tai Chu sacred land in an instant. Boom. The purple lightning arrived in a flash. Great wilderness prison heaven finger. The spiritual energy within his body was instantly drained. A terrifying black finger, exuding an ancient and wild aura, appeared as if emerging from the endless void, boldly meeting the purple lightning tribulation. My name is Zhou Qin. May the heavens meet their demise. The sky suddenly brightened to an unbearable degree. All that could be heard was the explosive sound of the sect's formation being impacted by the residual waves. When they opened their eyes again, they discovered a terrifying void had appeared in the once ominous clouds. Hiss! The people of Tai Chu sacred land gasped in astonishment. Chu Tsangming also shifted from his previously languid state, gazing with fervor at the figure above. He succeeded. There was no earth-shattering explosion. The purple orb within Zhou Qin erupted. A phantom of an infant, identical to Zhou Qin and the size of a palm, slowly opened its eyes in the center of chaos. Its eyes were as deep as the stars, with one moment radiating a brilliant white light, and the next moment, as dark as ink. The lotus platform beneath it had transformed into a verdant hue, subtly encircled by chaotic purple energy. Circling around it were flames of gold, blue, and black, as if to incinerate the heavens while nurturing all life. The chaotic Tao infant is formed. First layer of the nascent soul. The instant the Tao infant opened its eyes, the oppressive clouds that had shrouded the sky dissipated as if they had never existed. Immediately after, half of the sky was filled with a resplendent sun, casting down billions of golden rays. Alongside the blazing sun was a pristine moon, quietly suspended in the firmament, its gentle light bathing the world. An ancient prodigious phenomenon. The sun and moon shine together. The sun and moon shine together. Chaotic purple energy. An even more terrifying phenomenon than the 30,000 miles of purple aura that appeared in the southern region emerged. On the summit of Tai Chu's sacred land, Dao Xian's figure appeared in an instant, his gaze locking onto Zhou Chun, his voice trembling. An unprecedented foundation, unseen since antiquity. A withered old man exuding a decayed aura followed closely, his voice hoarse, yet his eyes sparkled with a frightening brilliance. This child shall belong to my divine sword peak lineage. The elder bearing the ancient sword asserted firmly. Absurd. In the same realm, his spiritual consciousness strength is unparalleled. He shall join my divine mind palace. Another aura emerged, immediately countering. Boom. Several figures radiating terrifying holy might tore through space simultaneously, appearing near Zhou Chun. The powerful auras collided, causing the space to resonate, and it seemed an imminent battle was about to erupt. Enough. A calm, yet unquestionable voice rang out. Unbeknownst to Wen, an elder clad in gray cloth had silently appeared before everyone. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, and his emaciated body seemed as if a gust of wind could topple it. Yet, the moment he appeared, the previously tense elders, including Tai Chu Shengzhu Dao Xian, instantly reigned in their auras, their expressions solemn, filled with profound reverence. Half-Emperor Ancestor. The elder in plain clothing fixed his murky gaze upon Zhou Chun, lingering particularly on Zhou Chun's azure lotus foundation. Very well. The elder nodded slightly, his voice leaving no room for dissent. This child, named Zhou Chun, has summoned the harmony of the sun and moon, attained an unparalleled foundation, and condensed the innate Tao infant. He shall be elevated to the 10th rank as a candidate for the Holy Sun. The candidate for the Holy Sun. A status far surpassing that of ordinary core disciples of the sacred land, second only to the Tai Chu Holy Sun. His gaze shifted towards the current Holy Master. Dao Xian, your Tai Chu Dao is most harmonious with him. This child shall be personally instructed by you. Dao Xian's eyes suddenly revealed an uncontrollable excitement. Dao Xian, the master of the sacred land. I shall not fail the ancestral promise. Taking a deep breath, Dao Xian solemnly bowed to the elder. The elder in the coarse robe cast his gaze towards the back of the crowd, where an elder in a blue robe, exuding the aura of the third layer of the sacred realm, stood. Mu Yuandao. Little Mu, your disciple is here. Mu Yuandao immediately paid his respects. By generational hierarchy, this figure before him was significantly his senior. Even though Mu Yuandao appeared frail and aged, he remained a mere junior in the presence of this esteemed individual. You share a fateful connection with him. From this day forth, you shall serve as his protector. Granted the Tai Chu guardian order to ensure his safety and aid in his growth until he reaches the sacred realm. The elder spoke concisely. Mu Yuandao's body trembled slightly. The Tai Chu guardian order. This not only represented the sacred land's recognition, greatly enhancing resources and benefits, but also allowed the mobilization of a portion of the sacred land's power, signifying immense glory. Most remarkably, should Zhou Chun soar to greatness in the future, Mu Yuandao, as his protector, would undoubtedly rise alongside him. How could Mu Yuandao not feel exhilarated? Disciple Mu Yuandao, I shall faithfully abide by the decree. I will spare no effort to protect the candidate for the 10th sequence Holy Sun. He promptly responded. Zhou Chun gradually awakened. At this moment, he felt utterly bewildered as a multitude of elders appeared before him, chattering incomprehensibly. Their excitement was palpable. However, the overwhelming pressure of their power led Zhou Chun to wisely choose silence. Master Dao Xian suppressed his excitement and stepped forward, now standing before Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun, I am Dao Xian, the master of Tai Chu's sacred land. You have been elevated to the candidate for the 10th sequence Holy Sun. Do you wish to join my sect? Zhou Chun swallowed hard. This was something he had never anticipated. Having intended to develop quietly, how had he suddenly found himself pledging allegiance to the master? I am willing. Zhou Chun quickly replied. What is this? Just a moment ago, you were intent on slaughtering the heavens, and now you seem so timid? Dao Xian remarked with a stern expression. Hee, master. As the saying goes, a true man knows when to yield and when to advance. Zhou Chun scratched his head sheepishly. Seeing Zhou Chen's timid demeanor, Dao Xian couldn't help but chuckle. A drop of supreme-grade chaos spirit dew, containing terrifying life essence, could revive the dead and strengthen the foundation of one's spirit. Within the purple-gold spatial ring lay a vast array of supreme spirit stones. Dozens of bottles of holy-grade Taichu pills, countless top-tier healing potions, and a life-saving great teleportation talisman capable of traveling vast distances in an instant. With a flourish of his grand sleeve, Dao Xian sent several beams of light flying towards Zhou Chun. Focus on stabilizing your cultivation. Dao Xian's tone was gentle. From this day forth, you are a direct disciple of my sect, residing at the 10th Holy Sun Peak. Once your cultivation is thoroughly stabilized, we shall proceed with the formal initiation. Disciple Zhou Chun, I express my gratitude to my master and all esteemed elders. Zhou Chun suppressed the tumultuous emotions within him, inhaled deeply, and bowed solemnly. It is of no consequence. As Zhou Chun finished his thanks, Dao Xian and the elder in coarse robes, along with several others, vanished in an instant, leaving only Mu Yuandao and Zhou Chun behind. Holy Sun, we meet again. This is the candidate order for the 10th sequence Holy Sun of Taichu. Mu Yuandao stepped forward, presenting Zhou Chun with a green token inscribed with the characters for Taichu, subtly radiating a sacred aura. His eyes filled with a hint of awe and respect. Chapter 100 finally arrived, Wei Yan's deadline. On the 10th Holy Sun Peak, Zhou Chun sat cross-legged with closed eyes. Within him, the Chaos Tao Infant inhaled and exhaled spiritual energy, resonating with the foundation of the Qinglian. As spiritual energy surged from hundreds of miles around like a tidal wave, which he voraciously absorbed. With a sudden exhale, Zhou Chun's eyes snapped open, and a fleeting golden light flashed within them. After breaking through to the nascent soul realm, under the enhancement of the 9 heavens refining divine technique, the range of his spiritual consciousness astonishingly extended to hundreds of miles. Within this range, even the faintest of fluctuations could be perceived by Zhou Chun in advance. Very good. Essential for killing, looting, and fleeing. Just then, a jade token in his hand shattered abruptly. It was the token he had left for his adoptive father, Zhou Yuanshan. Chinner, the Zhou family is in danger. An urgent voice resonated directly in his mind. The Zhou family is in trouble. Zhou Chun sprang to his feet, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of the first layer of the nascent soul erupted instantaneously, causing the temperature of the entire Holy Sun Peak to plummet. Mulao. As soon as he spoke, the figure of his protector, Mu Yuandao, appeared silently beside Zhou Chun. Holy Sun. The aura of the third layer of the sacred realm was unmistakable. The Zhou family in Luo City is under attack. Prepare the fastest flying vessel. Zhou Chun's tone was icy. Understood. Without hesitation, Mu Yuandao activated 3 communication talismans in an instant. The efficiency of the sacred land was terrifyingly high. Moments later, a colossal black flying vessel hovered before the Holy Sun Peak. The vessel was inscribed with mysterious runes, a supreme-grade flying vessel of the sacred tier, possessing top-notch defensive and offensive capabilities. Even more astonishingly, 3 peak nascent soul realm black jade flood dragons were stationed at the front of the vessel. This display was rather grand. Zhou Chun was taken aback. Little did he know that with his identity as a candidate for the 10th sequence, who would dare to be negligent? Moreover, Zhou Chun was also the direct disciple of Dao Xian, the master of Taichu. Accompanying this was the exclusive attire for the Holy Sun candidate, a set of deep purple robes adorned with golden edges, exuding majesty and grandeur. A small cross insignia on the chest represented the supreme status of the candidate for the 10th sequence Holy Sun of Taichu. Zhou Chun paid no heed to the luxurious robes, hastily donned them, and stepped onto the dragon's head of the flying vessel. Set sail. Destination, Luo City in the south region. Roaring, the dragon's cry shook the heavens as the vessel's runes illuminated, instantly tearing through space, vanishing into the horizon, leaving behind countless envious and awed gazes from the disciples of Taichu's sacred land. Once, Zhou Chun was among them, and now he was enjoying such treatment. A small sense of vanity in Zhou Chun's heart received immense satisfaction. In Luo City, at the Zhou family estate, once a grand residence, it had now become a scene of carnage. The protective array's light shield flickered like a candle in the wind, seemingly on the verge of shattering at any moment. Each attack caused the shield to tremble violently, with cracks becoming increasingly evident, emitting a nerve-wracking groan. Inside and outside the estate, corpses lay strewn everywhere, comprising Zhou family guards and invading figures in black. The stench of blood filled the air. The family head, Zhou Yuanshan, was drenched in blood, his left arm hanging limply. his aura waning as he leaned against a broken pillar. Hold on. The formation still holds. Cough. Zhou Yuanshan hoarsely commanded, yet before he could finish, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sixth elder, Zhou Yuanyang, stood valiantly in front of Zhou Yuanshan, his chest bearing a deep knife wound, blood pouring forth. The family's young disciples had long since dispersed. Beside him, only a few injured elders and guards remained, each bearing expressions of despair. GGG, Zhou Yuanshan. I wonder how much longer your pitiful formation can last. A smug voice echoed, laden with malice. Wei Yin emerged from a group of black-clad figures. Bearing the insignia of an inner disciple of the Wuxian sect, his cultivation evidently at the 10th layer of the Golden Core realm. His gaze was sinister, reminiscent of a venomous snake. Wei Yin, you shameless scoundrel. The sixth elder Zhou Yuanyang's eyes bulged with rage. As a disciple of the Wuxian sect, how could he lead a massacre against a fellow sect's family? Are you not afraid of the sacred land pursuing you? The sacred land? Ha! Wei Yin laughed maniacally, his eyes burning with jealousy. That wretched Zhou Chun, how did he get into the sacred land? Why does he get to be a candidate for Holy Sun? I refuse to accept it. Today, I shall first annihilate the Zhou family, allowing them to experience the true essence of heart-wrenching agony. Moreover, if I slay you all, who would be the wiser? He waved his hand dismissively. Bring it on. Shatter this tortoise shell. I desire the utter extermination of the Zhou clan. Boom, boom, boom. The ferocious assault struck against the protective barrier, which was already teetering on the brink of collapse. Its brilliance rapidly dimmed, and cracks spread like a spider's web. In the direction of other families within the city, a profound silence reigned, as none dared to intervene. When the walls crumble, the crowd pushes. Who would dare to lend a hand to the Zhou family now? They neither dared nor wished to. After all, once the Zhou family falls, their resources would rightfully belong to them. Patriarch, we cannot withstand much longer, one of the guards uttered despairingly. We must endure, regardless. Zhou Yuanshan forcibly drew upon his spiritual energy, his gaze resolute. Chen'er, father cannot hold on until your return. A sense of desolation washed over him, and a flicker of determination glimmered in his eyes. Crack! A sharp, resounding explosion echoed as the Zhou family's protective array was utterly shattered. Had Zhou Chen not previously exchanged the family's formation for a stronger one, the Zhou family would have surely perished long ago. Kill. Leave no one alive. A flash of wild joy flickered in Wei Yan's eyes as he charged towards Zhou Yuanshan and the sixth elder, Zhou Yuanming. His curved blade aimed directly at Zhou Yuanming's throat. Old fool, I have long wished to kill you, allow you to serve as my banner. The blade hovered perilously close, and Zhou Yuanming slowly closed his eyes, preparing for death. At that moment, roar! Several echoes of immense pressure resembling dragon roars reverberated throughout the air, striking like divine thunder. Across the entire city of Luo, within a radius of hundreds of miles, all living beings, be they human or beast, trembled as if struck by a heavy hammer. Wei Yin, poised to strike Zhou Yuanming, felt his body suddenly stiffen. The curved blade was a mere inch from Zhou Hong's throat, yet it could advance not a fraction further. A terrifying pressure, emanating from the very essence of life, instantaneously locked onto Wei Yin. He felt as if he were ensnared, utterly unable to move. The sky has darkened. A colossal shadow suddenly enveloped the heavens. An enormous, pitch-black flying vessel silently hovered above the city of Luo. 3 fierce, obsidian serpentine dragons coiled around the ship's hull, their dragon might oppressive. Roar! At the prow of the vessel, a titanic tiger, as large as a small mountain, with a body of crimson and wings of bone, roared towards the heavens. This was the red flame crystal tiger, evolved to the 10th level of foundation establishment. Smack! A colossal paw descended, slamming down upon Wei Yin as one might swat a fly. No, it's too big. Wei Yin's eyes bulged with rage. Yet it was futile. He could not move an inch. Splat! Blood sprayed forth. The once indomitable Wei Yin, at the 10th level of foundation establishment, was instantly transformed into a mist of blood and debris by a single paw. Even the surrounding few cloaked figures were reduced to mere mush by the residual force. The entire city of Luo fell into an eerie silence. Father, I have arrived late. A voice imbued with supreme authority resonated clearly in the ears of every person present. From the flying vessel, a figure clad in a purple gilded robe descended. A gentle breeze lifted his robes, revealing a small cross mark upon his chest. Chen'er! Zhou Yuanshan and the sixth elder, Zhou Yuanming, simultaneously looked up, tears streaming down their faces as they beheld that familiar yet foreign figure. Zhou Chen stepped forward, standing before Zhou Yuanshan. Chapter 101. Arrogantly who? Reaping what he sows. Upon witnessing the plight of Zhou Yuanshan and the sixth elder, and surveying the bodies of his fallen kin, a surge of fury ignited within him, and the air around him grew oppressively heavy. "Welcome back, young master." The few remaining Zhou family guards fell to their knees, trembling with excitement. The other black-clad assailants, having been thoroughly frightened, collapsed to the ground, kowtowing fervently, their fear palpable. From the direction of the various families in Luo City, gasps of astonishment erupted. Countless gazes fixated on the few words emblazoned upon the flying vessel, Taichu Holy Land. 10th sequence. These words struck like a sledgehammer upon the hearts of all. Fear, regret, and disbelief surged wildly among the families of Luo City. They had missed a monumental opportunity. An opportunity to align themselves with the 10th sequence of the Taichu Holy Sun. One fortunate survivor among the black-clad men. His spirit nearly shattered, screamed incoherently, "It is not our doing." It was Wei Yin. It was Li Hu, the Grand Elder of the Wenxian Sect, who sent Wei Yin. He said that if the Zhou family fell, Zhou Chun's heart would surely break. The Holy Land might abandon him. "Spare me, O Holy Son." Li Hu. The Grand Elder of the Wenxian Sect. Li Hu. A glint of cold light flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes as he swiftly grasped the situation. This old wretch had once been Yi Chun's master. "So, it was you old dog, who stirred the pot behind the scenes." Zhou Chen's voice was frigid, devoid of any emotional fluctuation as he regarded the pleading black-clad man with indifference. In the next moment, Xiaohong struck the black-clad man dead with a single palm. "Mu Lao." Zhou Chen spoke flatly without even lifting his head. "The Holy Sun commands." Mu Yuandao appeared silently behind Zhou Chen, with the bodies of his kin still warm. Zhou Chun's gaze swept over the kneeling black-clad individuals. "Clean them up. Leave not a single one." His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the squashing of a horde of ants. Before his words had fully settled, Mu Yuandao raised a hand and pointed gently. Boom. Dozens of golden flames materialized out of thin air, instantly consuming them. The black-clad men's shrieks of despair lasted barely an instant before they were reduced to ash, their souls unable to escape. The entire city of Luo lay in a terrifying silence. Next, it is the Wenxian Sect, Grand Elder Li Hu. Zhou Chen turned his gaze towards Mu Yuandao. His eyes icy. Ensure his soul is obliterated. Should the Wenxian Sect dare to obstruct, he paused slightly. Except for Lu Qingtian, flattening the Wenxian Sect would be no issue. Understood, Holy Son. Mu Yuandao bowed, and as his words fell, he vanished into the void. Zhou Chen turned, the coldness on his face fading swiftly as he retrieved the healing elixirs of the Taichu Holy Land, administering them to Zhou Yuanshan and the Sixth Elder. An overwhelming surge of life energy flowed into their bodies, and their horrific injuries began to heal at a visible rate. Chener, for your father. Zhou Yuanshan gazed at his son, adorned in a gilded robe, utterly at a loss for words. Father, Elder Six, rest easy and recuperate. I will handle everything. Zhou Chen spoke with determination, waving his hand as several bottles of premium elixirs flew towards the nearby guards. Distribute these for recovery and healing. And summon back all kin. Those who dare to harm the Zhou family shall face punishment, regardless of distance. Zhou Chun's voice resonated throughout every corner of Luo City, instilling terror among the prominent families. At the Wenxian Sect, within the Grand Master's hall, the acting Grand Master Li, who sipped tea leisurely, a smug expression gracing his face. He was calculating the time. Wei Yin should have succeeded by now, right? How would Zhou Chun, that little beast, react upon learning of his family's tragic demise? Umph, a mere child, daring to be arrogant after fortuitously entering the Holy Land. Ah. Before he could finish speaking, a piercing scream echoed, the void before Li Hu suddenly split open, and a giant hand seized him firmly. Li Hu, in his terror, realized that no matter how he activated his protective talismans, it was all in vain. Puff! Li Hu's body was instantaneously distorted and twisted. Even his nascent soul within was ensnared by the golden flames. With a fierce grip, no! The sound abruptly ceased. Bang! A muffled thud reverberated. Li Hu, along with his primordial spirit, was utterly reduced to minuscule particles, leaving no trace behind. Immediately, the colossal hand vanished into the void, as if it had never existed, leaving only a lingering scent of blood. Deep within the Wenxian Sect, a decaying, obscure aura belonging to the sacred realm surged momentarily. Yet, sensing something, that aura once again fell into silence, as if nothing had transpired. The once resplendent peak of the Wenxian Sect, now suffocated by thin spiritual energy, bore an oppressive atmosphere. The residence of the former sect leader, Lu Qingtian, was even more desolate. His hair and beard were completely white, his visage gaunt, and his aura had weakened to the sixth layer of the primordial spirit. He resembled a candle flickering in the wind, his eyes filled with profound self-reproach and regret. Lu sect leader, a voice called out. Cough, I am no longer that. Lu Qingtian's voice was hoarse as he sat in quiet desolation. The space shifted, and Mu Yuandao's figure materialized. Is this the envoy of the Taichu sacred land? Has Zhou Chen come to claim my life? Very well. Let this useless existence come to an end. It would be a form of liberation. A flicker of wariness passed through Lu Qingtian's murky eyes, which soon transformed into resignation. Mu Yuandao did not regard him, merely flicking his fingers. A jade vial floated before Lu Qingtian, the cork unstoppered of its own accord. An indescribable fragrance of medicine instantaneously enveloped the entire cave dwelling. Just a single inhalation caused Lu Qingtian's withered primordial spirit to instinctively tremble. What is this? Lu Qingtian's murky eyes ignited with incredulity. A sacred grade elixir? No, not merely an ordinary sacred grade elixir. This was the supreme sacred grade 9-turn source restoration pill, infused with a hint of innate spiritual essence. Mu Yuandao spoke with calm composure. This is the sacred edict from Zhou Chen of the 10th sequence of the Taichu sacred land, a gift to Lu Qingtian, to clear the debts of gratitude from years past. A sacred edict? From the 10th sequence of the Taichu sacred land? Lu Qingtian was shaken to his core. Could a sacred edict command one of the sacred realm? The name Zhou Chen struck him like thunder, stirring tumultuous waves within his heart. It was that child. Zhou Chen not only bore him no hatred, but also bestowed upon him an invaluable 9-turn source restoration pill. A torrent of immense regret and guilt overwhelmed Lu Qingtian. His frail body trembled uncontrollably, tears streaming down his cheeks. Is he well? The sacred son is doing splendidly. Mu Yuandao interrupted Lu Qingtian's words, his gaze profound. Consume this pill, and take care of yourself. With that, his form vanished. Take care of myself. Lu Qingtian gazed at the floating jade vial, laughing and crying simultaneously. All debts cleared? Zhou Chen said all debts are cleared. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingtian suddenly grasped the jade vial and unhesitatingly swallowed the elixir. Boom. A terrifying vitality erupted within his meridians, as the withered primordial spirit, akin to a parched land receiving rain, ravenously absorbed the essence. Primordial spirit 7th layer. Primordial spirit 8th layer. Complete primordial spirit 10th layer. Boom. A formidable pressure, far beyond that of the primordial spirit realm, soared into the sky. Sensing this aura, several coffin lids deep within the Wenshan sect trembled faintly, as if congratulating Lu Qingtian. Although he had not fully condensed the sacred realm's principles, the palpable half-saint might instantaneously envelop the entire Wenshan sect. Lu Qingtian's gray and withered hair instantly turned black, his previously frail body visibly filled with vitality. Blood surging like a dragon. Half-saint. Lu Qingtian reveled in the surging power within, his emotions a whirlpool, eventually culminating in a complex sigh. Chapter 102. Matters resolved in Luocheng. Settling the Zhou family. Sacred son, the matters are handled. There is one more thing to inform you. As a candidate for the sequence Sacred Son, you have the right to relocate direct relatives to Taichu City, which is under the protection of the Taichu sacred land. This city is 100 times larger than Baishir City, and safety is assured. No one dares to stir trouble there. Mu Yuandao was remarkably efficient, having quietly returned to Zhou Chen's side. Excellent. Make immediate arrangements. Zhou Chen's eyes brightened. This truly alleviated his concerns. The Zhou family in Luocheng was still too weak. A single Wei Yin had already brought them to the brink. Who could guarantee that future threats like Zhang Yin or Li Yin wouldn't emerge? Hence, relocating them as a family was the best choice. Neither Zhou Yuanshan nor Zhou Yuanming opposed this. Only a fool would. After all, moving to a better place was akin to elevating the entire Zhou family. The immense Taichu flying vessel descended once more upon the Zhou family in Luocheng. When the clan members learned they could not only relocate to the legendary Taichu Sacred Land's subsidiary city, Taichu City, the entire Zhou family erupted in excitement. Heavens! Taichu City, a city of the sacred land. We are about to ascend to great heights. Young patriarch, no, sacred son S might is unparalleled. The ancestors of the Zhou family bless us. Many were so overwhelmed with emotion that they wept uncontrollably, as if they could already envision their splendid lives in Taichu City. The families of Luocheng looked on enviously as the Zhou family members rushed toward the flying vessel, fearing to be left behind. Yet, Zhou Chen's gaze swept over the Zhou family. Those who abandon the family in times of peril are not qualified to board the vessel. From this day forth, they shall be expelled from the Zhou family genealogy, forever barred from returning to the clan. Henceforth, they shall fend for themselves in Luocheng. Zhou Chen's voice rang out, chillingly cold. Some Zhou family members' smiles froze on their faces, instantly turning dejected. Others attempted to take advantage of the chaos, but were meticulously identified and severely punished by elder Zhou Yuanming, leaving no one daring to try again. The other families in Luocheng looked at the Zhou family members who did not board the vessel, their eyes filled with schadenfreude. However, A dying camel is larger than a horse. They were still related by blood to Zhou Chun, and thus, no one dared to make things difficult for them. Though the glee was undeniable, as the flying vessel ascended, Luoqing rapidly shrank into insignificance. Below the vessel, despairing cries echoed. These were the traitors who had secretly fled during the siege on the Zhou family. One step to heaven, one step to hell. No matter how they lamented, they could not change the outcome, only watch helplessly as the vessel vanished into the sky. Upon reaching Taichu City, should anyone take advantage of my identity to act tyrannically, they shall be dealt with severely and expelled from the Zhou family. Zhou Yuanshan stood at the forefront, his voice resonating clearly in every clan member's ear. Strength is the foundation of a family's prosperity. Zhou Yuanshan's words bore an undeniable authority. The expressions of the Zhou family members aboard the flying vessel grew solemn. Days later, in the eastern district of Taichu City, everyone found themselves in a new mansion, grander 1,000-fold than the Zhou family estate in Luoqing. A plaque hung prominently, Taichu Zhou Mansion. Only those of sequence sacred son rank and above could bear the name Taichu. Otherwise, they would face the ruthless slaughter of the Taichu sacred land. Deep within the mansion, in a quiet chamber, Zhou Chun handed 2 jade slips to his father, Zhou Yuanshan. And Zhou Yuanyang. Father, Elder 6, these are the cultivation techniques I have procured for you. Please devote yourselves to mastering them. Zhou Yuanshan's consciousness probed into the jade slips. And after reading just the opening lines, he was violently shaken, suddenly looking up. Chen this is it a sacred grade supreme cultivation technique. The refining spirit sutra. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Indeed, the other is a lower quality sacred grade technique, the 9-yang burning void art, which can temporarily serve as your primary cultivation method. Zhou Chen replied calmly. At this moment, Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Yuanyang could not contain their tremors. The supreme sacred level cultivation technique is an unparalleled treasure. One that even Lu Qingtian, the esteemed leader of the Asking Immortal Sect, may never have encountered. Days later, both Zhou Yuanshan and Zhou Yuanyang successfully advanced to the 3rd layer of the Golden Core stage. The cultivation levels of other members of the Zhou family were also rapidly on the rise. In the sacred land of flame, within a courtyard sealed by a formation, Wang Yu glared with venomous resentment at the dozens of storage rings piled upon the table before her. Inside were resources that her family had surreptitiously appropriated, along with high-interest loans she had reluctantly borrowed from old friends, and even rare materials she had traded away after years of accumulation. A staggering sum of 100,000 premium spirit stones. She ground her teeth in fury, her eyes ablaze with madness. Zhou Chun, this is all you're doing. This immense debt has nearly drained the foundation of her lineage. Were it not for her father being an elder of the sacred land of flame, she would likely have been unable to secure such a vast amount of premium spirit stones. Wang Yu hesitated no longer. She commanded her servants to establish contact with a fearsome organization known as the Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade is an insidious and enigmatic assassin group, notorious throughout the Tianxian continent. Rumor has it that they operate without a fixed base, with members whose identities are shrouded in mystery. They are a band of lunatics who accept contracts solely based on spirit stones, indifferent to grievances or past enmities. Their targets range from elders of sacred lands to disciples of sects, with a remarkable record of success and never a trace of their employers exposed. Even the leaders of sacred lands are not spared, as one such leader has already fallen to their blades. Wang Yu's choice of this organization was driven by both reliability and a desire for absolute certainty. Within the Shadow Blade, a bounty worth 100,000 premium spirit stones quietly circulated, a target identified as Zhou Chun, the candidate for the 10th sequence saint son of the Taichu sacred land, with a reward of 10,000 premium spirit stones. After orchestrating this, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Wang Yu's face. Yet, she was not finished. To further torment Zhou Chun, she discreetly spread malicious rumors about him through special channels. Why has Zhou Chun, a person of such humble origins from the southern region, risen to prominence so swiftly, becoming a candidate for the saint son of the Taichu sacred land? It is said that he has ties to a traitor of the sacred land of flame, having pilfered their sacred techniques. No wonder he has ascended so quickly. He must be a despicable character. It's no surprise. I have long found him to be an eyesore. And the so-called prodigy might very well be a mere facade. Hush, do you wish to court death? He is now the direct disciple of the Saint Lord. Heaven knows. Earth knows, you know, and I know. What is there to fear? I tell you, these rumors subtly spread across the central continent, and gradually, whispers began to circulate within the Taichu sacred land. Some gazes, laden with suspicion, began to glance at Zhou Chun. Though he remained remarkably composed in the face of such gossip, his goal was singular, to elevate his cultivation. It was not that he could not manage the situation. Rather, he deemed it a waste of time to be entangled in such trivialities. These underhanded tactics did not warrant his attention. They were but the antics of a petty clown. Only strength holds true significance. The powerful need not speak much. It is only the weak who are swayed by such discourse. The moment he reaches the sacred realm, a great scholar will surely advocate for him. Unbeknownst to Zhou Chun, his mindset had subtly progressed even further, which would undoubtedly infuriate Wang Yu if she were to discover it. Having settled matters with the Zhou family, Zhou Chun intended to visit the scripture pavilion. It was his first visit despite having been there for quite some time. As fate would have it, just as he approached the scripture pavilion, a tall figure emerged, none other than Chu Songming, the Taichu saint's son. Chu Songming's gaze was indifferent yet proud, as if nothing held any significance to him. He cast a glance at Zhou Chun, stating, "You are quite intriguing, yet far too weak." His eyes betrayed no emotion, resembling a mere statement of fact. "I hope you are qualified to be my opponent." Without waiting for Zhou Chun's response, he turned to leave. Zhou Chun, however, bore a curious smile, as if he had encountered something amusing. "Intriguing? Before you, I have seen many talents like you." He paused, his smile deepening. "They are all good people. And you too are a good person." Watching Chu Songming's retreating figure, Zhou Chun's voice dripped with playful irony. Chapter 103. Chu Songming, truly a good person. Chu Songming's footsteps momentarily faltered. Good person? This inexplicable term caused his brow to furrow slightly. Absurd. With that, Chu Songming uttered a final remark and vanished like a fleeting shadow. Zhou Chun gazed at his departing figure, more accurately at the fortune panel of Chu Songming. A flicker of excitement gracing his features. Name, Chu Songming. Recent fortune. 3 days hence, he will enter the Taichu Sacred Land's secret realm of inheritance. In the depths of its core, beneath an ancient tree, he will inadvertently trigger a restriction, revealing the entrance to an unnamed imperial tomb. Rousing a fragment of lingering imperial consciousness, he will accidentally activate the inheritance of the Taichu Emperor, acquiring the low-grade imperial technique, Taichu Qi induction formula. Chu Songming's fortune had been refreshed. Furthermore, it was an imperial-level technique. Although it was merely low-grade, it was the legacy of a peerless emperor. Zhou Chun found himself puzzled. What connection might exist between Taichu Qi induction formula and Taichu chaos scripture? Both bore the name Taichu. Was it merely a coincidence? The techniques of sacred lands differ vastly from those of ordinary sections. Common techniques can be found in the scripture pavilion. Yet the core techniques of sacred lands are subject to extremely stringent transmission protocols. There are even sacred land secret arts and oaths binding to the heavens, making any leakage unthinkable. Thus, to discerning eyes, Wang Yu's accusations of theft appeared riddled with flaws. The true inheritance of the Taichu sacred land lies within the secret realm of inheritance. As the Taichu saint's son, Chu Songming possessed 3 opportunities to enter this secret realm, while Zhou Chun, as a candidate for the sequence saint's son, had but one. Chu Songming, O Chu Songming, your fortune is splendid, and now it shall be mine. The interception begins. Each time Zhou Chun seizes a stroke of fortune, he feels an inexplicable thrill akin to theft. While it may seem odd, claiming that fortune brings him genuine delight. Yichen had been thwarted by Zhou Chun several times, and to this day, had yet to recover. Elder Mu, I wish to utilize my chance to enter the realm of inheritance now. Please take me. Zhou Chun spoke with urgency, a sense of impatience in his tone. Saint's son. Typically, candidates for the sequence Saint's son wait until they reach the 6th layer of the nascent soul stage to utilize their inheritance opportunities. Is it not a bit premature for you to do so now? Elder Mu Yuandao could not help but interject. No need, I have my own plans. Upon hearing Zhou Chun's response, Elder Mu Yuandao refrained from inquiring further. He led Zhou Chun through several formidable formations, straight to the Hall of Inheritance. Before Zhou Chun entered the secret realm, Elder Mu Yuandao had even sought permission from the sect leader Dao Xian, and upon receiving consent, he activated the formation of the Hall of Inheritance, allowing Zhou Chun to proceed to the entrance of the secret realm alone. Stop. At the entrance of the Taichu secret realm, an elderly man with snow-white hair appeared. His visage was gaunt, and his movements slow, resembling that of an ordinary mortal. Yet, Zhou Chun dared not underestimate him. The pressure radiating from the elder was even more formidable than that of the Saint Lord Dao Xian. Token verification accurate. Spiritual consciousness verification accurate. You are permitted to enter the Taichu secret realm of inheritance. Remember, you have only 3 days. Once the time is up, you will be automatically transported out. The elder spoke languidly to Zhou Chun. As his words fell, Zhou Chun was enveloped in a gentle white light, vanishing in an instant. A young man with considerable spiritual consciousness strength. Truly, talents arise in every generation. The white-haired elder murmured as Zhou Chun's figure disappeared. The Taichu's secret realm of inheritance. In this peculiar realm, the sky is shrouded in a gray mist, devoid of any living beings, save for various colored orbs that drift eerily about. Time within the sacred inheritance realm appears to be suspended, permeated by a terrifying oppressive force. The core token affixed to Zhou Chun radiates a gentle glow, enveloping him in its warmth. Without this token, the moment one enters the sacred land of primordial inheritance, the overwhelming pressure would obliterate the intruder's consciousness in an instant. The method of accepting the inheritance is rather straightforward. One simply needs to attune to these luminous orbs and select the one that resonates most harmoniously with their essence. After entering the sacred inheritance realm, Chu Songming discovered a formidable technique, enabling him to vanquish all the saintly disciples and ascend to the status of the primordial saint. Zhou Qin's objective is clear. He disregards the flickering orbs, instead following the guidance bestowed upon him by Chu Songming, venturing deeper into the realm. After several hours, he exclaims, "This is it." A long-dead ancient tree materializes before him. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun presses the token against it. Buzz. Upon contact with the ancient tree, a violent surge of energy erupts, revealing a dark passageway just wide enough for a single person to pass through. Zhou Qin's figure flickers, and he enters in an instant. What greets his eyes is an open stone coffin, empty within. Beside it stands a simple table and chair, while everything else lies in ruin, devoid of any spiritual essence. Boom. Suddenly, a faint glow ignites on the wall, transforming into a cerulean light that swiftly penetrates Zhou Qin's brow. Congratulations, host. You have intercepted the fate of the destined child, Chu Songming, obtaining the low-grade Imperial Technique, Primordial Qi Induction Technique, triggering a 10,000-fold return. You have acquired the Supreme Imperial Technique, Primordial Creation Scripture, an upper-tier technique of the Primordial Chaos Scripture. Will you claim it immediately? Hiss. Claim it immediately. Zhou Qin's heart roars with excitement. Primordial Creation Scripture. This is an unparalleled Imperial technique, truly supreme. It is no exaggeration to say that Imperial-grade supreme techniques have rarely appeared across the entire Tianqian continent. Each occurrence brings forth calamity upon the realm, drawing forth countless ancient beings and even Imperial entities, plunging the continent into darkness. Its terrifying power far exceeds Zhou Qin's Primordial Chaos Scripture. More importantly, with this technique, Zhou Chun could barely grasp a sliver of hope to surpass the Imperial tier. An overwhelming tide of information floods his consciousness, prompting Zhou Chun to sit cross-legged immediately. There is no need for conscious effort. The spiritual energy cultivated by the Primordial Chaos Scripture is now transforming into the Primordial Creation Scripture at an unprecedented speed. Boom. Spiritual energy surges wildly into his body, its absorption efficiency skyrocketing to dozens of times greater than before. The energy within him continuously morphs into innate spiritual energy. The Chaos Tao infant residing in his Dantian sits atop a cerulean lotus platform, its form becoming increasingly distinct, emanating an ever-mounting oppressive force. Yuan infants at the second layer. Yuan infants at the third layer. Yuan infants at the fourth layer. He breaks through 3 realms in succession. Ha ha ha, how exhilarating. Without requiring Zhou Chun to exert himself. The Primordial Creation Scripture continuously absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, incessantly refining it into pure, innate energy. Under the influence of the Chaos Tao Foundation and the Chaos Yuan Infant, the innate spiritual energy within him is gradually transforming into the ultimate chaotic spiritual energy at an exceedingly slow pace. Sensing the formidable power coursing through him, a smile graces Zhou Qin's lips. Even if he were to confront Chu Songming at this moment, he would not fear. A slight tremor emanates from the token at his waist, signaling that his time is up. Zhou Qin rises, employing the divine concealment technique to suppress his cultivation to the first layer of the Yuan infant realm. In a flash of white light, he vanishes from his original position. Chapter 104. Encounter with Lin Shuyue, interrupting the dog's leg. Just as Zhou Qin departs, Chu Songming, following a faint sense, arrives at the tomb. Yet, contrary to his expectations, no inheritance appears. Only the empty stone coffin remains. Chu Songming's powerful consciousness sweeps across every inch of the tomb, yet he finds nothing. Is the opportunity not yet ripe? Or Chu Songming's handsome brow furrows slightly, for the first time in his life feeling a flicker of confusion. The opportunities he had sensed before had never eluded him, and he cannot fathom why this time is different. Ultimately, Chu Songming shakes his head and departs, dismissing it as a mere illusion. As time in the sacred inheritance realm dwindles, he hastens his search. However, he only manages to acquire a mundane low-grade saint-level technique, concentration technique. At the edge of this area, while it offers some enhancement to his consciousness, it is a meager consolation for Chu Songming. Upon exiting the secret realm, Zhou Chun receives a summons from the Holy Master Daoxian. In the Grand Master's Hall of the Primordial Sacred Land, The atmosphere is solemn and grave. Beneath the watchful eyes of the ancestral tablets, Zhou Chun respectfully performs the ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows to his master. Disciple Zhou Chun pays respects to master. Dao Xuan's stern face breaks into a satisfied smile as he personally assists Zhou Chun to his feet. Excellent. From this moment forth, you shall be my 17th direct disciple. I hope you will uphold the teachings of our sect, diligently cultivate, and live up to the name of Primordial. With a wave of his hand, 2 beams of light soar towards Zhou Chun. One is a sacred-grade upper-tier robe, shimmering with ethereal radiance, offering remarkable defense. The other is a brilliant red dragon flame sword, imbued with spiritual energy and razor-sharp. These 2 items shall protect you. On the path of cultivation, treasures are merely external. Your own cultivation is what truly matters. Dao Xian imparts earnestly to Zhou Chun. You possess a profound foundation, unlike any I have seen. Yet, transitioning from Yuan infant to Saint realm requires continuous comprehension of the laws of heaven and earth, consolidating your own path. Do not let a surge in power cloud your judgment. Every towering structure begins from the ground up, and the path to the heavens starts with the first step. Dao Xian elucidates the intricacies of advancing from the Yuan infant stage to the Saint realm, carefully guiding Zhou Chun through the concepts. It seems you have made progress in body refinement, but I must caution you. The difficulty of body refinement to the Saint realm is 1,000-fold greater than that of Qi refinement. It requires an abundance of spiritual materials from heaven and earth to activate all the meridians in your body. Such materials are either found in terrifying forbidden zones or are already extinct. The path ahead is fraught with insurmountable challenges. Do not squander your time. For Zhou Chun, Dao Xuan's words bring little concern. Should spiritual materials prove insufficient, he can always seize opportunities, as numerous chances will surely arise. Furthermore, there is Han Si. It would not be unreasonable for Zhou Chun to provide the materials while persuading Han Si to concoct a few rare body refinement elixirs, would it? Nonetheless, Zhou Chun listens intently, for Dao Xuan's explanations are pearls of wisdom, resonating like the evening drum and morning bell. Many of Zhou Chun's queries regarding the path of cultivation become clear, and he feels the subtle loosening of the barriers at the 4th layer of Yuan infant. The discourse continues for an entire day, and Zhou Chun reaps immense rewards. Only Dao Xuan's direct disciples are afforded such treatment within the sacred land. Upon the conclusion of the teaching, Zhou Chun returns to the Saint Sun Peak with a buoyant spirit. As he traverses a spiritual herb garden, he encounters a graceful figure adorned in the attire of a low-ranking saint disciple, accompanied by several followers. A faint golden embroidery of the number 8 is visible on her chest. It is none other than Lin Shiyue, of the 8th sequence of the primordial sacred land, whom Mu Yuandao had mentioned to Zhou Chun. Oh, isn't this our ascending 10th sequence? Lin Shiyue's gaze falls upon Zhou Chun, her animosity barely concealed, as if he owed her a fortune in priceless spiritual stones. Do we know each other? Zhou Chun halted his steps, unable to suppress a frown. You may not recognize me, but I am well acquainted with you. Lin Shiyue's tone was dripping with sarcasm, her voice sharp and piercing. Just returned from the esteemed Lord Saint with a significant boon, I presume? TSK, a country bumpkin from the southern domain. Your fortune is indeed remarkable. However, can a position gained through mere luck be maintained? Be cautious. One misstep could lead to your utter ruin. Her words were laced with cruelty, her malice laid bare. Indeed. Who knows how this 10th sequence position was acquired? I've never seen it. Perhaps it is a result of currying favor with some bigwig. Huh, truly a provincial fool. Zhou Chun paused, casting a calm glance in her direction. Name, Lin Shiyue. Cultivation, 8th level of Yuanying. Fate, talent average, purple. Minor opportunities, purple. Petty ambitions, gray. Destiny, smooth sailing in cultivation before the sacred realm, fortuitously befriended Wang Yu, leading to a strong jealousy. Ultimately halted at the 3rd layer of the sacred realm, perishing due to her narrow-mindedness and greed for power amidst the internal strife of the Taichu sacred land. Recent opportunity, on the 3rd day hence, at the 3rd giant tree to the left of the entrance to the Qian Canyon in the Guishu secret realm at the hour of the snake. Excavate a sealed red copper box containing a low-grade sacred-level red spirit bloodline pill, capable of purifying spirit beast bloodlines. Understanding dawned upon Zhou Chun in an instant. Lin Shiyue and Wang Yu were indeed close confidants. Naturally, Wang Yu's animosity towards him would be shared with Lin Shiyue. A mere jester. Zhou Chun's lips curled into a faint smile. Nuisance, he muttered, flipping his hand as several beams of light shot forth. Cries of agony ensued as Lin Shiyue's sycophantic lackeys, who had been barking just moments ago, now lay incapacitated, their knees reduced to charred, bleeding holes. This is intolerable. Lin Shiyue, seethed with rage, instantly summoning a longsword, preparing to unleash her full fury upon Zhou Chun. Saintess, an elderly, hunched woman appeared beside Lin Xiuyue, exuding an aura of the first layer of the sacred realm. According to the 5th and 6th regulations of the sacred land, fighting among the sequences is strictly prohibited. Violators face a year of confinement. The old woman regarded Lin Xiuyue, her voice calm. These individuals brought this upon themselves. The sequence Saint Sun must not be insulted. She cast a glance at the fallen figures. Zhou Chun, await the sequence ranking battle in 6 months. Lin Xiuyue's eyes glinted with resentment. Having been coddled throughout her life within the Taichu's sacred land, she had never endured such humiliation, deepening her hatred for Zhou Chun. Very well, I shall await your challenge. However, next time you take your dog for a walk, do remember to keep it on a leash. Otherwise, I might not be so lenient as to merely break its legs, Zhou Chun replied, barely sparing her a glance as he departed. This disregard stung Lin Xiuyue more than any words could. You will die. Lin Xiuyue spat, enunciating each word with venom. Her once beautiful visage now twisted into a grotesque mask of fury. A day later, Zhou Chun arrived at the entrance of the Qiyan Canyon in the Guishu secret realm. Hee. Lin Xiuyue is quite the character. A mischievous grin crept across Zhou Chun's face. He would ensure that Lin Xiuyue had no opportunity to seize any fortune. Chapter 105, Shadow Blade Assassination, The Path of Death. Tai Golden Light Step. A figure, as elusive as a specter, silently materialized beneath the 3rd tree on the left. The potency of his consciousness conferred a distinct advantage, significantly enhancing his efficiency in seeking opportunities. Previously, Zhou Chun had to scour the area painstakingly, relying on the descriptions provided by the opportunity panel, which was a slow process. On one occasion, he had even encountered blood without trace due to the delays caused by this search. Upon confirming that no other threats lurked nearby aside from a few low-level fire lizards, Zhou Chun extended his index finger, unleashing a sharp sword chi that precisely carved a small opening in the ground. A soil-covered red copper box was unearthed. Upon opening the box, a crimson pill lay quietly inside. Zhou Chun did not even glance at it before tossing it into his storage ring. Ding! Congratulations, host, for intercepting the sacred-level low-grade red spirit bloodline pill, triggering a 100-fold return. Obtained a sacred-level high-grade dragon flood bloodline pill. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim it now. A pill the size of a fist appeared in Zhou Chun's palm. The surface was adorned with intricate purple-gold patterns, and the ethereal forms of a dragon and a flood dragon flickered in and out of view. Xiaohong, a delectable treat has arrived. Zhou Chun summoned the red flame crystal tiger. Xiaohong gazed at the pill, its enormous eyes brimming with longing, emitting a low, rumbling whine. Instinctively, it recognized this as an opportunity for a transformative rebirth. Zhou Chun flicked his finger, and the dragon flood bloodline pill flew accurately into Xiaohong's massive mouth. Roar! The moment the pill entered its belly, Xiaohong unleashed a deafening roar. Its entire body erupted in radiant crimson fur, standing on end as a blinding light surged forth. The violent power coursing through its body caused its form to swell once more, while bone wings on its back rapidly grew, gradually cloaked in a dark red scale-like armor. Afterward, the now slumbering Xiaohong was swiftly returned to the spirit beast pouch by Zhou Chun. However, just as he prepared to leave the area, 3 shadowy figures materialized silently beside him. From 3 directions, 3 blades gleaming with a chilling blue light, lethal in their intent, pierced toward Zhou Chun's back, dantian, and throat, clearly laced with deadly poison. Faced with such a professional assassination attempt, any ordinary Yuanian cultivator, or even a typical half-saint, would surely meet an untimely demise. Yet, they were up against Zhou Chun. The enhancement in consciousness granted by the 9 heavens refining spirit technique vastly amplified his perceptual strength, far exceeding that of a typical Yuanian practitioner. Zhou Chun did not turn around. Indestructible golden body, 9 heavens refining spirit technique. The formidable power of his consciousness instantaneously transformed into invisible spikes, ruthlessly stabbing toward the 3 assassins' sea of consciousness. The 3 Yuanian 10th layer assassins froze mid-action, their expressions shifting to one of utter confusion. Now, boom, boom, boom. Zhou Chun unleashed 3 consecutive punches. The assailants barely had time to emit a grunt before their bodies exploded, their life force extinguished. An instantaneous kill. In the next moment, 3 streaks of light shot forth from their bodies, swiftly fleeing in different directions. They were their Yuaniing. However, before they could escape far, the Yuaniing detonated, annihilating both body and spirit. This was the spiritual spike of the 9 heavens refining spirit technique, which concentrated consciousness into a terrifying spike, piercing the enemy's sea of consciousness, and subsequently exploding. If the consciousness strength was insufficient when struck by Zhou Chun, the lightest consequence would be mental incapacitation, while the severest outcome would be total annihilation of body and spirit. Now, it is your turn, Zhou Chun stated indifferently, his gaze shifting toward the shadow of a massive rock in the distance. The two figures cloaked in black, hidden therein, were utterly petrified upon witnessing this scene. How did he know we were here? The two exchanged stunned glances, each reflecting their mutual shock. Split and flee. Without hesitation, they turned to escape. Do you think you can escape? Tai golden light step. In a flash of golden light, Zhou Chun was upon one of the black-clad figures. Spirit spike. Ah! The assassin let out a brief, piercing scream, blood streaming from all his orifices, plummeting from the sky. The Yuanying had not even had the chance to flee before Zhou Chun crushed it in an instant. Shadow escape. Another figure clad in black suddenly crushed something in his mouth, his body instantly transforming into a thin wisp of black smoke, attempting to merge into the air and escape. A mere trick. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes as his terrifying spiritual consciousness erupted in an instant. That dissipating wisp of black smoke was forcibly anchored in place. The great desolation finger. Die. In a heartbeat. A gigantic finger as black as ink pierced through the black-clad man, disregarding the distance of space. Boom. The black-clad figure was instantly torn apart, leaving not even a trace of his nascent soul. All that remained was silence and lifelessness. The flame fire sacred land. Wang Yu. Is this not over yet? At that moment, Zhou Chun's eyes brimmed with coldness. Through the black-clad man's opportunity panel, Zhou Chun discerned that it was Wang Yu orchestrating this scheme from behind the scenes. 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, truly extravagant. You have already paved your path to death. Wang Yu's actions had thoroughly infuriated Zhou Chun. It would be better to eliminate this bothersome fly sooner rather than later. In the inner chamber of the flame fire sacred land, the oppressive heat nearly warped the very fabric of space. Yi Chen sat cross-legged beside the surging magma pool, his originally fair skin now taut and veins bulging. He forcefully consumed 3 flame spirit-breaking pills, the violent medicinal energy rampaging within his dantian. Though the pain was excruciating, it propelled Yi Chen's cultivation to the 10th level of the Golden Core stage. Enough. An elderly voice resonated in Yi Chen's mind, laden with profound disappointment. If you continue to disregard your foundation and recklessly consume pills, even a fire spirit body cannot endure it. The poison has already seeped into your meridians. This is a road to self-destruction. Silence. Yi Chen abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze bloodshot, exuding a near-manic intensity. What future? If I do not kill Zhou Chun, what use is this future to me? He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood without him realizing. The sight of Zhou Chun's brilliance during the grand competition drove him to madness with jealousy. Why should Zhou Chun be first? Why should he enter the primordial Holy Land? That was originally all his, Yi Chen's. The voice of the guiding spirit fell silent. Only a heavy sigh could be heard. Over the past few days, it had repeatedly advised Yi Chen not to remain stubbornly obsessed, yet all it received in return was Yi Chen's disdain and impatience. Perhaps it was truly time to give up. For the first time, the guiding spirit realized that this raw gem, Yi Chen, was ultimately destined for destruction. Feeling the surging power within him, Yi Chen was engulfed by a nameless, malevolent fire. Revenge. He needed immediate retribution. But on whom? Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a cold smile crept across Yi Chen's lips as he sprang to his feet. The stone door of the inner chamber burst open, and the disciples of the flame fire sacred land waiting outside felt a suffocating aura rush towards them. In the area designated for the outer disciples, Lu Qianru was carefully watering a spirit herb in her spiritual field. Compared to the comfortable life she led in the Asking Immortal Sect, her days in the flame fire sacred land were nothing short of destitute, and her cultivation had stagnated. Suddenly, a pressure descended abruptly, crashing down upon her. The jade bottle in Lu Qianru's hand shattered on the ground, spilling the spirit liquid everywhere. Her face turned pale as she shot her gaze upward. Yi Chen loomed above her, a mocking smirk on his face. Oh, isn't this Lu Qianru, the daughter of the Asking Immortal Sect's sect leader, Lu Qingtian? Once a proud genius? What brings you to perform such menial tasks as an outer disciple? Step closer and clean the dirt off my exquisite boots. His tone brooked no dissent. By now, outer disciples of the flame fire sacred land had gathered around, watching from a distance, yet none dared to approach. Everyone knew that this newly emerged fire spirit body genius was a key focus of the sacred land's cultivation efforts, known for his volatile temper. To provoke Lu Qianru must have a reason. Any outsider would be courting death. Lu Qianru trembled all over, biting her lip until it bled. Yi Chen, you are bullying me too much. She suddenly looked up, tears brimming in her eyes. TSK, still daring to retort? Yi Chen's fury surged. With someone like you. A worthless wretch? Let me tell you, while I loathe Zhou Chun, I despise women like you even more. Those who act like a whore yet want to build a monument to virtue. With a violent flourish, he transformed his spiritual energy into a fiery whip, lashing out at Lu Qianru. Crack! Lu Qianru's protective spiritual energy proved utterly ineffective, the whip striking her left shoulder with force. A wave of excruciating pain surged through her, and she was flung backward by the tremendous force, crashing against the courtyard wall and rolling down in a pitiful heap. Worthless is indeed worthless. Yi Chen flicked his wrist, as if swatting away a fly. You can't even withstand a single lash, and you dare to call yourself a genius of the asking immortal sect. He approached the curled-up Lu Qianru step by step, disdain evident in his gaze. Lu Qianru lay on the ground, her left shoulder ablaze with pain that nearly rendered her unconscious, each of Yi Chen's words piercing her heart like daggers. She closed her eyes, her spirit extinguished. Watching Lu Qianru's despondent state, Yi Chen felt a surge of satisfaction. Just then, a steward from the flame-fire sacred land hurried over. Brother Yi, the elder has sent a message requesting you to proceed to the Crimson Flame Hall immediately. There is an important matter to discuss. Yi Chen frowned, casting a glance at the prostrate Lu Qianru, and spat dismissively. Consider yourself fortunate. With that, Yi Chen turned and strode away. Lu Qianru, in that moment, allowed her tears to flow freely, her heart filled with regret. No one showed her any sympathy. The surrounding outer disciples of the flame-fire sacred land looked upon her with expressions of gloating delight. In the Crimson Flame Hall, I pay my respects to the master. Yi Chen bowed respectfully to the elder seated within the hall, who was none other than Shi Yi, an inner elder of the flame-fire sacred land. Chinner, your progress in cultivation is commendable. In less than 3 months, you have already reached the 10th level of the Golden Core stage. Shi Yi revealed a hint of satisfaction. In his eyes, Yi Chen's cultivation rate had indeed exceeded his expectations. Little did he know that this was all due to Yi Chen's desperate quest for revenge, recklessly consuming pills without regard for consequences. Fortunately, the foundation laid by the guiding spirit previously was solid, preventing him from appearing hollow. Chinner, you have been in the sect for several months now. I have secured an opportunity for you to use the chaotic fire pool, where you may attempt to break through in one go. Shi Yi raised his hand, and a storage ring flew into Yi Chen's grasp. This contains pills I have prepared for you, including several heavenly grade transformation pills and various auxiliary pills, ensuring your advancement is foolproof. Thank you, master, Yi Chen exclaimed with delight. There is one more matter. The burning heaven valley within the return to the void secret realm is about to open. According to past intelligence, there is a high probability of exotic fire existing in the burning heaven valley. The fire spirit body possesses a unique sensitivity to exotic fires. If you can subdue one, your cultivation can advance further. At this moment, Yi Chen was overwhelmed with gratitude. In his view, Shi Yi not only provided him with ample cultivation resources, but also fought for various opportunities on his behalf. The speed of his cultivation advancement had dramatically increased, even surpassing what he achieved under the guiding spirit's instruction. If the guiding spirit were aware of Yi Chen's current thoughts, it would likely be furious enough to explode its soul. System, check Yi Chen's opportunities. Far away in the Taichu sacred land, Zhou Chen directly opened the opportunity panel. Name, Yi Chen. Recent opportunity 1. Today, in the chaotic fire pool of the flame-fire sacred land, absorb sufficient innate fire spiritual power to successfully break through to the first layer of the nascent soul stage. Recent opportunity 2. 5 days later, in the secret realm of the burning heaven valley, find the 21st ranked exotic fire on the fire list, the ice spirit cold fire, and successfully absorb it to break through to the second layer of the nascent soul stage, greatly enhancing the power of the fire spirit body. It seems that Yi Chen's fortunes are once again on the rise. Zhou Chen pondered deeply. What puzzled Zhou Chen was that despite Yi Chen not having any notable opportunities recently, he had still managed to break through to the 10th layer of the core formation stage. Could it be that Yi Chen's cultivation talent was truly that terrifying? He was unsure about the location of the burning heaven valley and felt the need to learn more. Elder Mu, do you know where the burning heaven valley is? Zhou Chen inquired, gazing into the void. Elder Mu Yuandao looked at Zhou Chen, somewhat astonished. While the burning heaven valley was not particularly secretive, Zhou Chen's quick access to such information suggested he had his own channels. The burning heaven valley is a forbidden area within the Goeishu secret realm, surrounded by terrifying restrictions, and flames rage within, where various fire attribute spiritual beings and demon beasts reside. However, the restrictions are exceedingly powerful, making it impossible to forcibly break in from the outside. After a brief pause, Mu Yuandao continued. Every 3 years, the restrictions of the burning heaven valley weaken immensely for a month. during which disciples from various sacred lands can choose to enter for treasure hunting or training. However, the dangers inside are considerable, and it is rumored that there are exotic fires, so very few disciples venture there. Zhou Chen nodded, deep in thought. Following this, he inquired about some precautions, and after gaining a general understanding of the burning heaven valley, he wasted no time. He took a map of the valley and proceeded directly to the entrance of the Guishu secret realm. 4 days later, at the burning heaven valley. The valley is situated in the southern region of the Guishu secret realm, surrounded by desert hills, with powerful demon beasts swirling around. At the entrance of the burning heaven valley, a group of cultivators wearing the attire of various sacred lands stood ready. Some were here for tasks, others for training, while some sought treasure, each with different purposes. Among them was a young man clad in a blue robe, with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, appearing exceedingly handsome. This was Zhou Chen, who had arrived ahead of time. Zhou Chen's attire was a result of a robbery attempt by a cultivator on the road, who, unable to overpower him, willingly surrendered his clothes. Of course, he also conveniently forfeited his life. Soon, a flying vessel appeared in the distant sky, although not large. It exuded a commanding presence as it swiftly approached the entrance of the burning heaven valley. They've arrived, Zhou Chen remarked with a slight smile. Watching the figures disembark from the vessel, others also turned to gaze at the flying vessel. Moments later, a youthful and handsome boy, accompanied by a strikingly beautiful girl, stepped off the vessel. Zhou Chen regarded the boy as if he were gazing upon a rare treasure. It appeared that Yi Chun had been thriving in the flame fire sacred land, having not only broken through to the first layer of the nascent soul stage, but also traveling in the company of a lovely companion. Checking opportunities, Zhou Chen scrutinized the girl beside Yi Chun and opened the opportunity panel. Chapter 107. Entering the burning heaven valley, meeting Miao Dandan. Name, Ning Yun. Realm, first layer of the nascent soul. Fate, inner disciple of the flame fire sacred land, possessing exceptional cultivation talent. After an unexpected encounter with Yi Chun, she fell head over heels for him. Her maximum cultivation reached the 10th layer of the nascent soul, and she perished while defending Yi Chun from a fatal injury in a certain secret realm. Fate lines, extraordinary talent, purple, short-lived beauty, blue. Recent opportunity 1. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, acquire a heavenly grade spiritual treasure in the secret realm of the burning heaven valley. Recent opportunity 2. 5 days later, in a hidden cave within the secret realm of the burning heaven valley, obtain a millennium earth core milk, which will facilitate a breakthrough to the second layer of the nascent soul. It seemed that the individuals from the flame fire sacred land were mere supporting characters. Zhou Chen's eyes narrowed. The millennium earth core milk was indeed a valuable find. It contained the pure essence of heaven and earth, formed over thousands of years, and would greatly benefit those in the nascent soul realm. It could even enhance Zhou Chen's indestructible golden body, albeit slightly, but better than nothing. After Zhou Chen reached the nascent soul realm, substances like the earth spirit liquid had become nearly ineffective, utterly failing to meet the demands for rapid cultivation advancement. Should the millennium earth core milk yield excellent results, it might significantly elevate his strength, Zhou Chen mused quietly. The restrictions of the burning heaven valley had begun to gradually weaken, but there was still some time before entry would be permitted. Yi Chun stored the flying vessel and, unashamedly, began conversing with Ning Yun, completely disregarding the gazes of those around them. While the burning heaven valley was not a particularly popular secret realm, it still attracted a considerable number of visitors. At least a few hundred people could be seen scattered about. Junior sister, listen to me. If we encounter danger later, just stand behind me, and I will protect you well, Yi Chun declared, raising his fist with a hint of pride. The breakthrough in his cultivation had inflated his confidence. Even Lu Qianru, the pride of the asking immortal sect, had been left far behind. The current Ning Yun seemed to hold him in high regard, greatly satisfying Yi Chen's vanity. All right, senior brother, I will trouble you to take good care of me, Ning Yun replied, inexplicably feeling a strong affinity for the person before her. It appeared that Yi Chen's charm was once again in effect. Zhou Chen couldn't help but silently scoff. Seizing the opportunity while time allowed, Zhou Chen began to check the opportunity panels of other disciples from various sacred lands. A cursory glance revealed that the cultivators from these sacred lands generally hovered around the 3rd layer of the nascent soul stage. Although their opportunities were decent, most did not survive beyond a few days, their fates sealed within the burning heaven valley. Was there something peculiar about the valley? Zhou Chen pondered. Oh, there are also experts? Zhou Chen's gaze was drawn to a curvaceous figure with exquisite features in the distance. Name, Miao Dandan. Realm, 8th layer of the nascent soul. In body, Dao Foundation 6th stage. Fate, future supporting character of the bloodless destiny, candidate for the 7th sequence saintess of the Black Abyss sacred land. Granddaughter of the 5th elder of the inner sect, pampered since childhood, uncontrollable, bloodthirsty, takes pleasure in killing, later falls in love with Shui Wuhan, becomes utterly devoted to him. Halting at the 6th layer of the Saint realm, known as the Demon Slayer Sect. Fate lines, astonishing fortune, purple, outstanding talent, purple, genius and talismans, blue. Recent opportunity 1. In the secret realm of the Burning Heaven Valley, slaughter other sect cultivators to acquire substantial cultivation resources. Recent opportunity 2. In the secret realm of the Burning Heaven Valley, obtain a top-tier holy grade void-breaking vessel. The prospect of acquiring a top-tier holy grade spiritual treasure, especially the rare void-breaking vessel, was simply extraordinary. It is worth noting that Zhou Qin's previous holy grade vessel belonged to the Taichu sacred land, and he only had the right to use it as strategic resources for various sacred lands. Purchasing a holy grade vessel would require no less than 100,000 top-grade spiritual stones. A fortune awaits. Zhou Qin's eyes brightened at the unexpected surprise. Moreover, Miao Dandan's talent also appeared to be formidable, being a rare Yin body. The body of the primordial Yin is an exquisite furnace, and when paired with an impeccable dual cultivation technique, it can significantly accelerate the speed of one's cultivation. Some ancient demons actively seek individuals possessing such a primordial Yin body for their own gains. Therefore, even someone as prominent as Miao Dandan from the Black Abyss Sacred Land dares not reveal her unique constitution lightly. As for whether Miao Dandan has developed feelings for Shui Wuhan at this moment, it remains uncertain. Seemingly aware of Zhou Qin's gaze, Miao Dandan cast a look of confusion in his direction. How dare he gaze upon me? Although this cultivator possesses a certain attractiveness, it should prove entertaining when I eventually slay him, she mused, a hint of cruelty curling her lips as she envisioned Zhou Qin kneeling and pleading for mercy before her. At this moment, Yi Chen also caught sight of Miao Dandan, and upon witnessing her beauty, he was momentarily taken aback. Ning Yun, observing Yi Chen's rapt attention on another woman, felt an inexplicable surge of irritation. Especially with Yi Chen's infatuated expression, it seemed as though he wished to devour her whole. Who is this country bumpkin daring to seduce my senior brother, courting death? Ning Yun had never seen him display such a look towards anyone else. And as she glared at Miao Dandan with hostility, her heart brimmed with frustration. The restrictions have weakened. We can enter now. Let us depart. Just as Ning Yun was lost in her thoughts, the voices of other cultivators rang out. Junior brother Yi, the restrictions within the Burning Heaven Valley are quite formidable, exerting a powerful limitation on divine consciousness. There are certain areas we must absolutely avoid. Let us be cautious as we proceed. In an apparent attempt to capture Yi Chen's attention, Ning Yun began to speak incessantly. Yi Chen snapped back to reality, nodding occasionally. It was no wonder he had advised her to bring him along. It turned out that Ning Yun had previously visited the Burning Heaven Valley and was intimately familiar with its terrain. The two no longer hesitated and swiftly entered the valley. Upon seeing Miao Dandan also entering the Burning Heaven Valley, Zhou Qin activated the concealment technique and quietly became invisible. Inside the valley, magma and ferocious beasts were ubiquitous, with erupting volcanoes intermittently releasing bursts of heat. As soon as Zhou Qin entered, he felt a palpable pressure targeting his divine consciousness. The force from all directions relentlessly eroded his sea of consciousness. Zhou Qin circulated his spiritual energy, forming a faint protective layer around his body. Simultaneously, the Nine Heavens divine technique gradually activated, and the oppressive sensation he had just experienced vanished in an instant. As for the magma and ground fire within the Burning Heaven Valley, these posed no threat to Zhou Qin. To him, the temperature was akin to that of cool water. Tai golden light step. Zhou Qin transformed into a streak of golden light, vanishing into the horizon. In a short while, Miao Dandan would unleash her fury. He planned to seize the void boat while she was otherwise occupied. Other cultivators were also operating various protective spiritual lights, clearly activating their defensive techniques. However, some appeared pale, evidently struggling to withstand the pressure on their divine consciousness. As for Yi Chen, he was engrossed in sweet nothings with Ning Yun, likely unable to locate the strange fire for quite some time. Magma surged, occasionally accompanied by terrifying beasts launching surprise attacks. Chapter 108, Millennial Earth Core Milk. 5th layer of the nascent soul. Senior brother Yi, that demoness from earlier is clearly not a good person. I am so frightened, Ning Yun said, evidently understanding how to garner a man's attention by appearing vulnerable. As expected, her words stirred Yi Chen's protective instincts. Do not worry, junior sister Ning. I will protect you. I merely noticed that individual exuded a powerful aura and glanced at her a few extra times. We must be cautious if we encounter her. Upon hearing this, Ning Yun feigned a look of terror, taking hold of Yi Chen's hand. Yi Chen seemed to have anticipated this, grasping her hand in return with a hint of a smile. At the heart of the Burning Heaven Valley lay a volcanic region connected to a sea of magma. The heat waves here were even more terrifying. The suppression of divine consciousness was far stronger than on the periphery. Ordinary lower-tier nascent soul cultivators would likely struggle to endure for long. Strangely, despite being a secret realm, the blazing sun shone overhead. Zhou Chen concentrated, summoning a tricolored flame of gold, azure, and black, the air around him instantly warping under the intense heat. The raging magma and flames that had once roared were subdued, as if bowing in reverence to Zhou Chen. This flame, known as the true fire of Samadhi, was a result of Zhou Chen's absorption of the golden earth-glazed flame and the great evolution divine flame during his ascension to the Chaos Tao infant. Sensing the terrifying aura of the true fire of Samadhi, the surrounding ferocious beasts scurried away in haste. Before long, Zhou Chen traversed past an erupting volcano. The surrounding spiritual energy became extraordinarily violent. Not far ahead, a cave emanated a refreshing chill, as if something awaited within. Found it. After examining it with his divine consciousness, Zhou Chen revealed a hint of delight. He then made his way toward the cave. The entrance was surrounded by cascading magma, yet before it could even touch Zhou Chen, it was instantaneously vaporized by the true fire of Samadhi. Soon, he reached the deepest part of the cave. A miraculous scene unfolded, despite being within a volcano. This area felt particularly frigid, as if one were submerged in an icy spring. Before him lay a pool-sized mass of milky white earth core milk, continuously coalescing from the earth core jade essence above, droplets cascading into the pool. Drip drop. My. The degree of condensation suggests it has been here for at least 2,000 years. Zhou Chen flipped his hand, releasing a surge of spiritual energy. Instantly, the pool-sized earth core milk was emptied, all of it transported to the One Unity secret realm. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting another S opportunity. Acquiring millennia-old earth core milk, with a 100-fold return of 10,000-year earth core milk. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Zhou Chen did not regard it as wasteful. Though the returned amount was modest, the 10,000-year earth core milk was an exceptionally rare treasure. Glancing up at the earth core jade essence above, Zhou Chen hesitated not a moment longer and drew the dragon flame sword gifted by old Taoist Xian. Without the need for spiritual energy, the dragon flame sword sliced through the massive earth core jade essence as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. He casually tossed it into the One Unity secret realm. Some scattered earth core jade essence held little value and was shattered by Zhou Chen with ease. With the absence of the earth core jade essence, the temperature within the cave suddenly surged. The spring water flowing from the spring head became boiling hot. Zhou Chen turned his back, whistling as he relieved himself into the water before hastily departing. In the burning Heaven Valley, in a desolate mountain forest, located in the southern region of the valley, according to Miao Dandan's hints about her opportunity, the mid-grade sacred stage void boat was nearby. Zhou Chen found a secure location, entered the One Unity secret realm, and sat cross-legged. The 10,000-year earth core milk flowed into his mouth, as if it were free. Gulp, gulp. If someone knowledgeable were to witness this, they would surely exclaim that it was a tremendous waste. The spiritual energy of the 10,000-year earth core milk was exceedingly gentle, and it soon filled Zhou Chen's meridians. The Taichu creation scripture operated at full capacity, akin to a whale swallowing a cow, swiftly drawing the spiritual energy into his dantian. Yet Zhou Chen still felt it was too slow. He simply jumped into the spiritual pool of the millennia-old earth core milk, pouring all of the 10,000-year earth core milk into it. A massive vortex of spiritual energy coalesced around Zhou Chen. The energy from the earth core milk was continuously absorbed, compressed, and transformed into strands of innate spiritual energy. Before long, Zhou Chen sensed himself approaching a bottleneck. With just a little force, the barrier of the 5th-level nascent soul instantly shattered. Buzz. It worked. The 5th-level nascent soul. Everything happened so naturally. The only minor drawback was that ever since cultivating the Taichu creation scripture, the amount of spiritual energy needed to break through cultivation had become enormous. Moreover, his Lotus Platform Tao Foundation and Chaotic Nascent Soul were both top-level gluttons. Ordinary spiritual items could not withstand a few absorptions. If it were a cultivator with a normal foundation, they would probably have already broken through to the 10th-level nascent soul. This could be considered the current bottleneck limiting Zhou Chen's strength. Fortunately, with the system, as long as he could intercept valuable things, cultivation resources would always keep up. 5 days later, in the central volcano of the burning Heaven Valley. Senior Brother Yi, I think there is something inside. Ning Yun's coquettish voice came, sending a shiver through Yi Chen. Really? Senior sister, your intuition is rarely wrong. Just a few days ago, you discovered a heavenly grade treasure that way. Let us go? Let us see what is inside. Yi Chen took Ning Yun by the hand, equally eager to see what it was. After all, he had come in for several days without finding anything. Although he had no interest in Ning Yun's heavenly grade spiritual treasure, he still felt slightly annoyed. Not long after, The two crossed the lava and reached the inside of the cave. But unlike Zhou Chun, they were not so relaxed. They still had to summon defensive treasures, consuming nearly half of their spiritual energy to successfully enter the interior. As they continued deeper, a steaming hot spring the size of a pond appeared before them. Yi Chen used his divine sense to scan the cave and found that except for a trace of residual spiritual energy at the ceiling, there didn't seem to be any treasures. Senior brother Yi, do you think I was wrong this time? It seems like there's no treasure here. Ning Yun's voice sounded a bit aggrieved. It's fine, senior sister Ning. It's normal to make a mistake once. Don't be discouraged. Burning Heaven Valley still has plenty of treasures. Yi Chen paused. Besides, we haven't explored all the places yet. There might still be surprises. Looking at the steaming hot spring, curiosity flickered in Yi Chen's eyes. Plop. Before Ning Yun could react, Yi Chen jumped directly into the hot spring. Using both hands and feet, his divine sense continuously explored the boiling water. Senior sister Ning, I checked. There's nothing below. Let us go. After at least half an incense stick's time, Yi Chen finally came up. Oddly, there was a strange smell in the hot spring. Yi Chen frowned and quickly used his magic power to evaporate the water on his body. Yet the strange smell became even more obvious, like a foul stench. Senior brother Yi, maybe this is the lair of some demonic beast. Since there's nothing here, let us leave quickly. Ning Yun also detected the pungent smell, but, to avoid embarrassing Yi Chen, suppressed her nausea and did not make a face. Yi Chen followed behind, Ning Yun in front, and the two quickly left. Unlike before, Ning Yun did not take the initiative to link arms with Yi Chen, as the faint stench made her hesitant. Chapter 109. Xianhuang Dimensional Breaking Ship, Unaffordable. Ning Yun hastened out of the cave, almost running, and couldn't help gagging. Senior sister Ning, what's wrong? Yi Chen, behind her, ran up, only to see Ning Yun waving him off and vomiting directly. At this moment, Yi Chen realized the smell on his body was off. He rushed back into the cave, burned his old clothes, and changed into a brand new flame disciple robe. When he emerged, his expression was gloomy, and he instantly felt disgusted with Ning Yun. If he had to rely on her to guide him further, he feared he would no longer be able to control the killing intent in his heart. Senior sister, I'm truly sorry. Perhaps there was some demonic beast excretion in that pool of water, which startled you. Yi Chen disguised his expression well, instantly switching to a gentle, spring-like demeanor. Senior brother Yi, don't worry. I didn't expect it would be like this anyway. Ning Yun had regained her composure and spoke to comfort Yi Chen. Elsewhere in Burning Heaven Valley, Miao Dandan, clad in sturdy attire, stood next to a figure exuding the aura of a 10th-level nascent soul. The figure had no trace of life, only a faint death aura. It was shockingly a terrifying black zombie. Upon closer observation, purple fur had begun to grow on the black zombie's body. It was the famous corpse refining technique of the Black Abyss Holy Land. Black zombies were impervious to blades and spears. Under equal cultivation, even ferocious beasts struggled against them. When the purple fur covered the entire body, the black zombie would ascend into a purple zombie, which corresponded to the saint realm of humans. However, the promotion process required absorbing the essence blood of many demonic beasts or cultivators, making it extremely difficult to achieve. Ha ha ha, don't run. Obediently become little black's nourishment. Miao Dandan laughed mockingly. The demonic blade in her hand emitted black abyss demonic energy, appearing like a grim reaper behind a few cultivators. The terrifying black zombie moved extremely fast, instantly killing several isolated cultivators. Even those at nascent soul level were swallowed whole before they could escape, a scene of blood-soaked horror. Most of the cultivators were below the 3rd nascent soul level, making the massacre one-sided. Far-off cultivators were terrified and fled in different directions. At this moment, Zhou Chen arrived at an area outside of formation. Through the formation, he could faintly see a crimson flying ship. The strength of this formation was far weaker than those outside Burning Heaven Valley. Unable to use formations himself, Zhou Chen could only attack with brute force. Indestructible golden body technique. Boom. Zhou Chen's punch shot out, and the restrictive light instantly dimmed considerably. Delighted, Zhou Chen struck again. After about a dozen strikes, the formation finally shattered. Before Zhou Chen's eyes stood a massive flying ship. The flying ship had been abandoned for countless years, and a thin layer of spiritual energy film was covered in dust. Ordinarily, refining an ownerless flying ship was very convenient and did not require refining another's divine sense. A surge of spiritual energy shot out, and the ship was instantly refined by Zhou Chen. He felt a faint, almost imperceptible connection. Ding. Congratulations, host, on intercepting someone else's opportunity. Supreme Saint-Grade Dimensional Breaking Ship triggered 10,000-fold return. You have obtained the Emperor-Grade Supreme Flying Ship, Xianhuang Dimensional Breaking Ship. Receive it now? As he acquired the Crimson Flying Ship, the notification rang in Zhou Chen's mind. Receive. Zhou Chun entered the Unity secret realm and retrieved the Xianhuang dimensional breaking ship. Buzz. The vast Xianhuang dimensional breaking ship suddenly appeared, covering the sky, extremely magnificent, capable of holding tens of thousands of people. Its onboard formation exuded a terrifying aura. Information about the ship flooded Zhou Chun's mind, filling him with excitement. He was about to get rich. An Emperor-grade supreme flying ship. This was top tier even on the entire Tianqian continent. According to Zhou Chun, even the Taichu Holy Land only had a few Emperor-grade lower-grade flying ships, one of which was exclusively used by the Taichu Holy Lord, Dao Xian. However, as more information arrived, Zhou Chun's joy was instantly extinguished. Activating an Emperor-grade supreme flying ship consumes at least 100,000 supreme spiritual stones. Zhou Chun simply could not afford it. Angrily, he muttered under his breath, calling it chicken ribs, and decisively turned to leave the Unity secret realm. Deep within burning Heaven Valley, several miles from the volcano foot, a strange ice cavern appeared. Junior Brother Yi, according to prior intelligence from our flame holy land, the anomalous fire should be here. Ning Yun surveyed the surrounding terrain and addressed Yi Chun. I apologize for the trouble, junior sister, but let us proceed. As they stepped into the ice cavern, a terrifying pressure of divine consciousness caused Ning Yun's complexion to turn ashen. Yi Chun fared slightly better, yet he too felt considerable strain. Do not worry, senior brother. Before coming here, I borrowed a spirit-settling pearl from Master, specifically to enhance our resistance to this mental pressure. With that, Ning Yun produced a white pearl from her hand, enveloping both of them in its protective aura. Their expressions relaxed as the oppressive weight of divine consciousness diminished. Before long, Yi Chun and Ning Yun arrived at the cavern's end, where a smooth, mirror-like ice wall stood before them, reminiscent of ancient glacial ice. Senior brother, there seems to be something inside, Ning Yun exclaimed joyfully. Through the ice wall, Yi Chun vaguely discerned flickering flames emitting a ghostly white light. Ice Spirit Cold Fire. Ranked 21st on the list of extraordinary flames. It is indeed here. Yi Chun trembled with excitement. Yet the array fluctuations emanating from the ice wall made him furrow his brow. Clearly, a formidable restriction was inscribed upon the wall, adorned with intricate patterns. Should they attempt to breach it forcefully, the consequences could be dire, potentially thwarting their efforts altogether. Yi Chun hesitated momentarily. Master, please instruct me on how to dismantle this formation. His tone was urgent, laced with a loss of the usual reverence. Left third position, 7 points of spiritual energy. Right seventh position, strike the Kuan Palace node with full force. The Elder Spirit's weary voice echoed from the depths of his consciousness, devoid of further elaboration. After issuing the instructions, a sigh escaped the Elder Spirit, audible only to Yi Chun. Boom. Upon hearing this, Yi Chun's face lit up with hope as he followed the Elder Spirit's guidance, channeling his spiritual energy to strike violently at the restrictions node. Moments later, a crack resounded. The ice wall trembled violently, fissures spreading across its surface before it finally shattered. In that instant, an icy, bone-chilling aura surged forth. Senior brother, you are truly formidable. Ning Yun gasped in astonishment, perceiving Yi Chun as capable of resolving any challenge. It's mine. Ha ha, the extraordinary flame is mine. Yi Chun's eyes sparkled with anticipation, eager to absorb the flame. Ah, is that not Yi Chun, the fire spirit body genius? Long time no see. You've broken through to the nascent soul stage, I see. And with a lovely companion at your side, it seems life is treating you well. A mocking voice unexpectedly echoed through the ice cavern. Upon recognizing that haunting voice, Yi Chun felt his entire body stiffen, a chill running down his spine. Ning Yun glared towards the cavern's entrance, her eyes filled with animosity, as she instinctively stepped back half a pace. In the shadow of the entrance stood Zhou Chun, arms crossed, a smirk gracing his lips. Zhou Chun. Yi Chun spat the words through clenched teeth, his eyes instantly bloodshot with unrestrained fury. It is indeed I, junior brother Yi Chun. Zhou Chun approached leisurely, his gaze sweeping over Yi Chun. TSK. So this is the Ice Spirit Cold Fire, ranked 21st among extraordinary flames? A fine treasure indeed, but unfortunately. He paused, observing Yi Chun's pallid countenance, his smile widening. It seems your fortune is now my gain. You seek death. Flame Emperor / 9 transformations Nirvana technique. Fire departure seal. Yi Chun, thoroughly incensed and devoid of reason, disregarded the potential consequences of his attack within the ice cavern, fixated solely on eliminating Zhou Chun. A torrent of fire spirit energy erupted from him, morphing into a fierce fire dragon, imbued with a sense of devastation, as it lunged toward Zhou Chun. The temperature within the cavern surged dramatically. Zhou Chun's eyes revealed a hint of disdain as he stood resolutely, not flinching nor avoiding the impending attack, merely raising a hand. Boom. Flames of gold, blue, and black intertwined in his palm, and the once mighty fire dragon was immediately engulfed, as if it had never existed. 3 mysterious, true fire. A waste is merely a waste. Zhou Chen flicked his fingers, as though brushing away a speck of dust. Is this the extent of your prowess after joining the sacred fire sect? Given the opportunity, you remain utterly ineffective. He continued to deride Yi Chun. Furthermore, you reek of an unpleasant odor. Did you indulge in a hot spring at the central cave of the Burning Sky Valley? I happened to pass by and couldn't resist relieving myself there. Upon hearing this, Ning Yun felt utterly discomfited, discreetly distancing herself from Yi Chun. Die. At this moment, Yi Chen's eyes turned crimson, consumed by madness. He struck his chest, spitting a mouthful of vital blood that transformed into a myriad of blood flame runes. As the fiery apparition of a demon coalesced behind him, his aura surging dramatically. Burning vital blood? Is that all? Zhou Chen scoffed, his expression unwavering. Silence. Yi Chun shrieked fiercely, as the flame apparition roared and lunged toward Zhou Chen. Insufficient. Zhou Chen stepped forward, delivering an unremarkable punch. The chaotic spiritual energy swirled within his fist, possessing an overwhelming power that suppressed all else. Bang! The fiery demon's apparition shattered in a heart-wrenching cry before it could endure even a moment, disintegrating into nothingness. Wah! Yi Chun felt as if struck by a heavy blow. Blood spewing from his mouth as he was forcefully slammed against the icy wall. Do not approach. Ning Yun, witnessing Yi Chen's severe injury at Zhou Chen's hands, was filled with a mix of fear and dread, screaming as she positioned herself protectively in front of Yi Chun. Junior sister Ning, stand aside. Yi Chen struggled to rise, his eyes a tumult of terror as he realized Zhou Chen's terrifying strength. This bastard is mine. Allow me to kill him with my own hands. Zhou Chen's lips curled into a cold smirk. He scarcely glanced at Yi Chun, his gaze casually sweeping toward Ning Yun, who had already formed a spell with her fingers. Attempting a sneak attack? Zhou Chen's voice bore no hint of emotion. Die. Ning Yun's intentions were laid bare, her face paling instantly. Gritting her teeth, she unleashed a crimson radiance from her fingertips, aiming directly at Zhou Chen's back. This was her most treasured low-grade holy artifact, the Scarlet Flame Needle. Designed to pierce through protective spiritual energy, the needle was imbued with a potent toxin, deadly enough to slay any ordinary nascent soul cultivator upon contact. Whoosh! Without turning, Zhou Chen made no visible movement. Ning Yun's face momentarily brightened in triumph. Yet in the next instant, the invincible Scarlet Flame Needle was abruptly halted mere inches from Zhou Chen's body, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. Crack! Zhou Chen flicked his finger, and the needle was reduced to powder. Such an attack was utterly incapable of breaching Zhou Chen's protective energy. Not to mention, he also wore a high-grade holy armor and possessed an indestructible golden body. With her artifact destroyed, Ning Yun let out a muffled groan, her body swaying perilously. A despicable trick, Zhou Chen remarked disdainfully, appearing like a specter beside her. Ning Yun perceived a flash before her eyes, an overwhelming force crashing into her abdomen. Pooh! She could not even let out a scream, spewing forth a mouthful of blood before losing consciousness entirely. Zhou Chen paid her no mind, taking another step forward to stand before the crumpled Yi Chun. He casually lifted his foot, mercilessly trampling on Yi Chen's face. Smack! The cold sole of his boot obliterated Yi Chen's final shred of dignity. Zhou Chen's familiar action pushed Yi Chen's resolve to the brink of collapse. Useless fool. Have you forgotten so soon the taste of being trampled beneath my feet? You cannot withstand even a single punch. Yet you dare to claim the title of genius from the Sacred Fire Sect? Fire Spirit Body. Merely a trash body. Practice more. Zhou Chen, I shall kill you. I will annihilate your entire family. Exterminate your lineage. Yi Chun's eyes were bloodshot with rage, the immense humiliation driving him completely mad. Master, help me. Kill Zhou Chen. Use your power to kill him. I want him dead. He must die. You must help me. Yi Chen didn't even bother hiding the existence of the soul ring and shouted out loud. However, all that responded was a complete, dead silence. A wave of tremendous fear instantly engulfed Yi Chen. Could it be that even Master had abandoned him? That old thing watched the show for so long, and still won't he show up? Or do you also think that this fool, who only knows how to shout, and is even worse than a useless trash, isn't worth saving? At that moment, Zhou Chun's voice rang out with a hint of amusement. Yi Chun's pupils constricted, his eyes filled with disbelief. How does he know? Time seemed to freeze for an instant. A soul fluctuation, tinged with an ancient aura, finally spread out from Yi Chun. A faint light flickered, and an elderly shadow slowly formed in front of him. It was the soul ring. The shadow bore an indescribable fatigue and deep disappointment, glancing over Yi Chun, who glared with resentment at Zhou Chen. The soul ring raised its head toward Zhou Chun, its eyes complex, surprise, scrutiny, and a trace of caution. You've got sharp eyes, young man, to be able to detect my existence. Indeed, he is now a complete and utter waste, enjoying fortune without any strength of will. Selfish, stubborn, and his foundation completely ruined. The root I spent years cultivating has been utterly destroyed by his short-sightedness, his path cut off. How foolish of me to have chosen such a worthless thing. The soul ring's words carried nothing but a profound sense of helplessness. Each word felt like a knife, stabbing sharply into Yi Chun's heart. His gaze was filled with disbelief, as if seeing the soul ring for the first time. Zhou Chun's expression remained calm, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since you know this rotten wood cannot be carved, why waste yourself on it until you are exhausted? Following him, you'll never be able to reconstruct your body in this lifetime. He paused, his tone carrying the confidence of someone who looked down upon the world. Why not follow me instead, senior? Become my protector of the Tao. The foundation of Taichu Holy Land is deeper than you can imagine. Within 3 years, I can help you reconstruct your body, far better than wasting your last remnant soul on this worthless thing. The soul ring's shadow fluctuated violently, clearly struck by Zhou Chun's words. The condition of reconstructing his body was extremely tempting to him. At that moment, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Yi Chun's eyes full of terror. Chapter 111. Ice Spirit Cold Fire, Pure World White Lotus Little One. You are special. Your foundation is incredibly solid. And your fortune is extraordinary. The soul ring glanced at the Ice Spirit Cold Fire, the meaning obvious. Temperament, method, talent, all far surpassed this child 10,000 times over. Your proposal almost shook my resolve. He shook his head, the shadow dimming further. But as teacher and student, even though he is ruined, I cannot willingly betray this bond of cause and effect. It's my principle, my last shred of dignity. The shadow stared at Zhou Chun, the elderly voice carrying a hint of plea. Could you, young friend, spare his life? Zhou Chun looked at the soul ring and then glanced at Yi Chun beneath him, his eyes indifferent. Dignity? Zhou Chun scoffed. Fine, let us give you a bit of dignity. This trash, you can take him away. He raised his foot that had been pressing on Yi Chun's face and kicked him far away with a light motion. Then, Zhou Chun flipped his palm, revealing a jade-green pill in his hand, faintly patterned with flowing pill markings. It was a rare, saint-grade superior pill specifically for stabilizing the soul. One of the batch Han Li had given him. The pill markings were normal. Han Li's production was always top quality. Zhou Chun lightly tossed it toward the soul ring's shadow. The soul ring froze and instinctively caught the pill. As soon as the pill entered its hands, the pure and gentle medicinal power instantly surged into the soul ring's dim soul, instantly solidifying a fragment. The feeling of the soul being torn by space was also significantly alleviated. Thank you, young friend. I will remember this favor. The soul ring raised its head, looking at Zhou Chun with a complex gaze. The next moment, the shadow enveloped Yi Chun and the unconscious Ning Yun on the ground, turning into a streak of light and vanishing into the ice cavern. The cavern instantly became deathly silent. Indeed, it was correct not to forcibly kill Yi Chun. The terrifying energy brewing within the soul ring was in no way weaker than the pressure Dao Xian had exerted on Zhou Chun. It was a power stemming from the soul itself. Zhou Chun couldn't help wiping the sweat from his palm. It seemed that the soul ring had not completely given up on Yi Chun's golden finger. If he had tried to kill Yi Chun forcibly now, Zhou Chun had a premonition that he would not survive. So upon seeing the soul ring's soul, Zhou Chun had a sudden idea. He sowed discord. He had a feeling that when Yi Chun and the soul ring completely broke off, it would be the end of Yi Chun. With that thought, Zhou Chun no longer hesitated. The immediate task was to absorb the ice spirit cold fire before him. The ice spirit cold fire, despite being in flame form, emitted an extreme cold that seemed capable of freezing the soul. But to Zhou Chun's Samadhi true fire, it was nothing more than a delicious supplement. Zhou Chun extended his hand. The ice spirit cold fire seemed to sense the Samadhi true fire within him and resisted not at all, allowing him to hold it in his palm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on intercepting of fortune. The 21st ranked exotic fire, ice spirit cold fire, triggered 10,000-fold return. Acquired the 6th ranked exotic fire, pure world white lotus. Receive now? Receive now? It was the pure world white lotus. A flicker of joy crossed Zhou Chun's face. Legend had it that the pure world white lotus was not particularly powerful offensively, but could purify evil, removing all negative influences. For example, it could neutralize poison, demonic energy corrosion, soul contamination, curse marks, and had strong counteraction against dark techniques. Buzz! The pure world white lotus appeared, emitting a gentle, warm aura, carrying the divine rhythm of purifying the soul and cleansing all things. Zhou Chun drew both exotic fires into his body. The next moment, A massive vortex of spiritual energy appeared above his head. The lotus platform Tao foundation buzzed, within the Samadhi true fire entwining his chaotic nascent soul. A strand of pure white quietly infused. The pure world white lotus-s fire flowed through Zhou Chun's meridians, cleansing all residual minor poison from previous cultivation and the chaotic aura from combat, leaving him entirely purified. A tingling sensation spread through him, making his body feel completely transparent and unimpeded. At the same time, under the energy of the pure world white lotus and ice spirit cold fire, the 5th level nascent soul was washed away like paper. Crack. 6th level nascent soul. A far stronger aura than before exploded, and the shockwave swept the ice cavern, shattering countless ice crystals. Moreover, the Samadhi true fire in his dantian had now turned blue, with a transparent lotus imprint quietly forming in the center. Zhou Chun could feel that the temperature of the Samadhi true fire had significantly increased, but the quality of the flames had improved. It now carried the characteristics of the pure world white lotus and ice spirit cold fire. It could not only incinerate all things, but also purify evil. Zhezhe. Zhou Chun murmured, impressed with the pure world white lotus-s properties. All the poison in his body had been removed, and his body felt much lighter. Feeling his power further enhanced, Zhou Chun smiled with satisfaction. The ring spirit, consuming the last remnants of its soul power, swiftly fled with Ning Yun and the severely injured Yi Chun. After all, no one could ascertain whether Zhou Chun would change his mind midway. At last, sensing that there were no dangers within several miles, the ring spirit halted at the mouth of a volcano. By this time, Yi Chun had regained a modicum of strength. He struggled to rise, his face contorted with fury. You old fool, how dare you humiliate me before Zhou Chun, calling me a waste, claiming my path is severed? Do not forget who saved you. Yi Chun fixed a fierce gaze upon the ethereal form of the ring spirit, devoid of the respect he once held, replaced only by venomous resentment. Chun, my words were exaggerated, meant to mislead Zhou Chun into releasing you. Moreover, while your foundation has not been utterly destroyed, it has been stunted, making recovery exceedingly difficult. The ring spirit's soul emitted a wave of despondency, its eyes reflecting boundless disappointment. Ha ha ha. Yi Chun threw back his head in mad laughter, appearing somewhat deranged. Yes, indeed, I am a waste, and Zhou Chun is the genius. Without you, I, Yi Chun, am still a prodigy of the sacred flame. I possess the fire spirit body. With that, he violently tore off the ancient ring from his finger. Had you not drained my cultivation to awaken yourself, I might have long since broken through to a higher realm. Yi Chun pointed at the dim, ethereal figure, an expression of scorn on his face. Your soul is on the verge of dissipating, isn't it? A spirit barely able to sustain itself dares to admonish me? You deem me a waste? Fine. Go to Zhou Chun. Does he not have the resources of the primordial sacred land? Is he not aiding you in reconstructing your physical body? Get lost. Go grovel at his feet, and see if he truly values you, even amidst the vicissitudes of life. Yi Chun's words pierced deeply into the ring spirit. Reaching the utmost depths of disappointment, the spirit found itself enveloped in a heart-wrenching calm. The ring spirit did not retort, but silently regarded Yi Chun, causing an inexplicable tremor within Yi Chun's heart. Very well, Chun, this is your choice, and I bear you no ill will. The ring spirit's voice was eerily calm, even tinged with a hint of release. Get lost. Yi Chun expended all his strength, hurling the ring forcefully, tracing an arc through the air. It plunged into the volcano, instantly consumed by the crimson lava. Humph. Yi Chun spat, not glancing at the unconscious Ning Yun, staggering away alone. He harbored hatred for Zhou Chun, animosity towards the ring spirit, and even more for the injustice of fate. He vowed to grow stronger at any cost. Within the scalding lava, the ring spirit summoned its soul power, barely resisting the searing heat of the magma, yet its essence visibly dimmed. Lacking a vessel, it could not wield any powers solely as a soul. The excruciating pain of a torn soul surged through, but the ring spirit did not struggle, accepting everything with calm resignation. Ah, to think that I, the Xianhua Emperor, who once reigned supreme, have met such an end. Betrayed by a disciple a millennium ago, now betrayed by another disciple. How tranquil it is to die as consciousness began to blur. Chapter 112. The ring spirit's shock, the Tai soul reforming flower. At that moment, the high-grade soul-nourishing pill bestowed by Zhou Chun suddenly emitted a faint glow from within the ring. Above the volcano, the fabric of space warped slightly, and a figure clad in a blue robe appeared. It was Zhou Chun. His gaze was sharp, and with a sweep of his consciousness, he instantly locked onto the soul power fluctuations emanating from the magma below. I found it. Zhou Chun's hand formed a grasping motion, and an immense surge of spiritual power erupted from within him. The magma pool parted as if by an invisible giant hand, and an ancient ring was levitated into the air. A thread of pure life essence was channeled by Zhou Chun into the ring spirit's remnant soul, forcibly safeguarding the last vestige of its origin. Zhou Chun, is it you? The spirit's ethereal form flickered, gradually coalescing, and as it recognized the visitor, its eyes filled with astonishment. Senior, we meet again. I feared for your safety and inscribed a mark on this pill. I hope you do not mind? Zhou Chun's lips curled into a slight smile. Even knowing that the other had his own intentions, the ring spirit felt a tumult of emotions as it gazed at the composed Zhou Chun. Young friend, why so? I am but a useless remnant soul, merely surviving useless? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow, locking his gaze onto the ring spirit. As the saying goes, having an elder in the house is like possessing a treasure. Senior, with your vast knowledge and rich experience in cultivation and your loyalty, would it not be better to serve as my guardian rather than assist that fool blinded by hatred? What say you, guardian? The ring spirit smiled bitterly, self-mockery evident in its eyes. I have encountered the wrong people. It is not your fault, senior. Yi Chun is unworthy and incapable of bearing your expectations, far from deserving your sacrifices. Zhou Chun's words, though blunt, were sincere. A good bird chooses its tree to alight upon. Your journey is far from over. The previous promise still holds. I will provide you with the finest soul jade to aid in the restoration of your soul. The sacred land's treasures, the soul record and the 9 nether soul-nourishing method are available for your enlightenment. In due time, assisting you in reconstructing your physical body will not be a mere fantasy. Do you not wish to see how far you can ascend by following me? Zhou Chun's voice resonated with compelling fervor. The essence of the Azure Lotus Dao Foundation and the Chaos Dao Infant unveiled without reservation. Buzz. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged endlessly into Zhou Chun's body. This is the legendary Dao Foundation of the 10th stage, along with the Chaos Dao Infant. The sight before the ring spirit evoked an involuntary shock. Even a millennium ago, it had never witnessed such a prodigy. At last, the silence of the soul persisted for several moments. I, the old one, am willing to follow you. However, one matter must be made clear beforehand. The ring spirit slowly lifted its head, its gaze imbued with complex emotions. Speak freely, senior. Zhou Chun replied calmly. If one day you encounter Yi Chun again, I do not ask for you to spare him. I only seek a swift end for him. The elderly voice carried an indescribable weariness. Agreed. I promise you, senior. Should Yi Chun fall by my hand in the future, I will grant him a swift end. Never to torment or humiliate him intentionally. Zhou Chun's gaze flickered, then decisively nodded, his expression untroubled. Without his golden finger, Yi Chun was insignificant to him. Very well. Swiftly. My name is Xianhua, and here I swear an oath to the heavens. I shall be Zhou Chun's guardian in this life, and if I betray this vow, may heaven and earth conspire to bring my demise. The ring spirit did not hesitate, directly enacting a celestial oath. Boom. At that moment, a thunderous clap echoed through the sky, seemingly affirming this celestial oath. This meant that should the ring spirit betray Zhou Chun, divine retribution would strike immediately, shattering it to pieces. Subsequently, the soul merged into the ring, ascending to Zhou Chun's ring finger. Ding. Congratulations, host, for seizing the destiny of the Son of Heaven. Yi Chun's opportunity. Xianhua Emperor's ring spirit, remnant soul, triggering a tenfold return, rewarding you with the Imperial Grade Tai E soul reforming flower. Will you claim it now? Hiss. I shall not claim it yet. Zhou Chun inhaled sharply, astonished that it was an Imperial Grade treasure. In the past, he would have spent considerable time consulting texts to understand the purpose of the Tai E soul reforming flower. But now, such endeavors were unnecessary. Elder Xian, I shall call you that from now on. I would like to inquire if you are familiar with the Tai E soul reforming flower and its uses. Zhou Chun focused on the ring in his hand, silently probing with his consciousness. The Tai E soul reforming flower is an extraordinary imperial grade spiritual item, with extremely stringent growth conditions. Long extinct across the entire Tianxian continent, it is a core material for reconstructing the physical body, and when used alongside soul-nourishing wood and other soul-replenishing materials, it can allow a damaged soul to reconstruct its physical form within 3 years, and may even break through the bottleneck of cultivation from its previous life. How did you come to know of this, young friend? Though the spirit was taken aback, it patiently elucidated matters to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun paid no heed to the spirit's astonishment. With a mere thought, the two vanished from their original location. Is this a personal secret realm? The sight before the spirit caused its pupils to constrict sharply. The air within the unification secret realm was thick with spiritual energy, and the laws were stable. It was certainly no ordinary place. Just how many trump cards does this young man possess? The spirit found itself utterly speechless. System, claim. Buzz. The void rippled, and an extraordinary spiritual flower materialized out of thin air. Its stem shimmered with radiant hues, and its petals, translucent as jade, emanated an aura that sent shivers through the soul. This is the Tai-E soul-shaping flower. The spirit's essence surged violently, once again taken aback. Its already weakened form felt as though it might dissipate on the spot, leaving its mind in a blank state. As senior, Zhou Chen scratched his head. His voice tinged with tentative inquiry. What do you think of this? Is it useful? The spirit abruptly turned to Zhou Chen, its gaze intense as if it could devour him whole. Useful? Do you hear yourself, boy? This is the pinnacle Tai-E soul-shaping flower of the imperial grade. It's a rarity sought after for millennia. The last appearance was 100,000 years ago. Do you think it can be deemed useful? This was not merely useful. It was an immense fortune. At that moment, the spirit could only silently weep, casting a resentful glance at Zhou Chen. Had he revealed such a treasure earlier? What was there to hesitate about? According to his prior plan, following Yi Chun would allow for growth, yet whether he could be reborn was still uncertain, requiring at least several hundred years. Yet here Zhou Chen presented it so effortlessly, and with the most perfect plan for rebirth. How could the spirit remain calm? That's great. Senior, please hurry. Zhou Chen felt a bit uneasy under the spirit's intense gaze. However, the spirit did not wait for him to finish. Its ethereal hands eagerly pressed toward the Tai-E soul-shaping flower. The vibrant hues of the flower surged into the spirit's essence like a living entity. Buzz. The spirit's essence erupted in an unprecedented brilliance. The previously dim silhouette rapidly became tangible to the naked eye. The overwhelming soul pressure left Zhou Chen struggling to breathe. The entire unification secret realm's spiritual energy converged upon the spirit. After an unknown duration, the radiant light surrounding the essence gradually receded. At this moment, the spirit's essence had almost solidified. To the untrained eye, it would appear as a living person. It's done. The spirit slowly opened its eyes, filled with shock and disbelief. Kid, no, Zhou Chen, thank you. It looked at Zhou Chen with utmost seriousness. Just as Zhou Chen intended to express modesty, the spirit raised a hand to interrupt him. This is an immense favor. There is no need for further courtesy. The soul-shaping flower requires 3 years to complete its final transformation and truly reshape the body. The spirit's expression was exceedingly grave. These 3 years are the most critical period of metamorphosis. The soul power must remain absolutely stable. Any forced surge of power will severely disrupt the balance, leading to utter failure. Thus, I can only intervene 3 times, and the force must not exceed the peak of the Saint Realm. Remember, unless it's a matter of life and death, there are at most 3 chances. After 3, I will be unable to recover smoothly. Each intervention will plunge me into slumber for at least several months. The spirit's unfinished words were laden with unspoken implications. All right, no problem. Zhou Chen nodded without hesitation. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, akin to a super talisman for protection. Only a fool would refuse. Even if the Shadow Blade dispatched a peak Saint Realm assassin to eliminate him, Zhou Chen felt no fear. Nevertheless, it was wise to limit it to 3 times. After all, one hearty meal is better than a series of snacks, and Zhou Chen was quite aware of that. The thought of having a powerful ally in 3 years left Zhou Chen feeling quite pleased. Yi Chen truly was a good person. Observing Zhou Chen's decisive agreement, the spirit's tense demeanor finally relaxed. Chapter 113. The Black Zombie blocks the way, no pain, no gain. With matters settled, Zhou Chen reined in his spiritual fluctuations and briskly made his way toward the outskirts of the burning Heaven Valley. However, as he approached a narrow valley passage, a sudden, piercing scream pierced the air, accompanied by a thick scent of blood and a malevolent aura, causing Zhou Chen's brow to furrow. Zhou Chen halted his steps, quietly extending his consciousness. With his current level of spiritual awareness, even though suppressed within the burning Heaven Valley, he could easily cover a distance of several miles. Even if he attempted to conceal it, he beheld a fierce battle taking place 100 feet ahead, where several figures were engaged in a brutal struggle. Among them, a woman stood out, clad in black, with a sizzling figure and striking features. Her skin was nearly translucent. It was none other than Miao Dandan. A sickly smile graced Miao Dandan's lips as her fingers deftly traced an eerie incantation. A pitch-black zombie, exuding a foul stench, was relentlessly pursuing 2 injured nascent soul cultivators. The 2 cultivators bore numerous wounds, their spiritual energy waning, evidently on the brink of collapse. Even more chillingly, several corpses lay on the ground, each with 2 gaping blood holes at their necks, their vital essence long drained, leaving behind a tragic sight. The Black Abyss Holy Land was a malevolent sect renowned for its sinister and ruthless practices, particularly in corpse refinement and soul manipulation, earning it a notorious reputation across the Tianxian continent. Given the circumstances, it was clear that Miao Dandan was hunting the nascent soul cultivators to refine them into the black zombie before her. Living beings refined into zombies. Judging by the aura of the black zombie, it was likely approaching the combat power of the 10th level of the nascent soul. Zhou Chun understood the situation. The two nascent soul cultivators would likely not last much longer. He had no intention of intervening, preparing to bypass the area when Miao Dandan suddenly seemed to sense something. Abruptly turning her head in his direction, their eyes met. Upon perceiving the faint nascent soul aura emanating from Zhou Chun, a flicker of disdain flashed in Miao Dandan's eyes. However, when she sensed the overwhelming vitality coursing through Zhou Chun, her pupils constricted, and her sickly smile grew even more pronounced. Such formidable vitality. This physique, if used to nourish Little Black, would undoubtedly allow it to evolve into an exquisite purple zombie. Miao Dandan licked her lips, a glimmer of madness flickering in her gaze. In contrast, the two nascent soul cultivators, on the brink of exhaustion, held no appeal for her. Little Black, deal with him first. Without hesitation, Miao Dandan altered her command. And the black zombie, which was about to eliminate the two nascent soul cultivators, let out a roar and charged toward Zhou Chun. As the saying goes, a dead friend is better than a living enemy. The two nascent soul cultivators, desperate to escape death, dared not linger and scrambled away in a panic. Zhou Chun watched the approaching black zombie and the distant Miao Dandan, feeling somewhat helpless. What have I done to deserve this? I merely sought a quiet departure. Zhou Chun had no desire to reveal his strength, but with the confrontation thrust upon him, retreating further would be foolish rather than prudent. Whoosh whoosh. The black zombie moved with alarming speed, exuding a nauseating aura of decay, as its massive fist hurtled toward Zhou Chun's face. Should that punch land? Even a cultivator at the 8th level of the nascent soul would suffer greatly if caught off guard. Miao Dandan stood at a distance, watching with keen interest, as if she could already envision Zhou Chun being reduced to a pulp by Little Black's blow. In her view, a mere first-level nascent soul cultivator, even with enhanced vitality, could never hope to match the might of her meticulously crafted black zombie. Yet, in the next moment, her smile froze. As the formidable punch of the black zombie descended upon him, Zhou Chun stood resolute, raising his own fist to meet it with an air of nonchalance. No earth-shattering collision echoed through the air. Instead, a sharp crack of bone resonated. Crack! The black zombie's iron-like fist shattered as if it were made of paper, sending blackened blood and fragments of bone flying in all directions. A howl of anguish escaped the black zombie, its massive form recoiling from the sheer force. Its right arm contorted unnaturally, clearly rendered useless. What? The smile that adorned Miao Dandan's face vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer astonishment and disbelief. How could this be? My Little Black is comparable to a warrior of the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage, with a physical strength that far surpasses that of cultivators of the same rank. How could he? Miao Dandan could scarcely believe her own eyes. A mere first-layer nascent soul cultivator had physically obliterated her black zombie? The horror was palpable. Zhou Chun shook his fist, feeling a lingering trace of the corpse's energy, his brow furrowing deeper in annoyance. How unfortunate. In a swift motion, he stepped forward, his figure appearing as if conjured by a ghost before the black zombie. Before it could react, Zhou Chun's fists unleashed a tempestuous flurry upon its body. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds filled the air. Each of Zhou Chun's punches contained terrifying power. Despite the black zombie's formidable defenses, it crumbled before him like a mere plaything, the sound of splintering bones echoing relentlessly. Even the black zombie's roars began to carry an undertone of pleading. In mere breaths, the once mighty black zombie, which had instilled fear in Miao Dandan, was reduced to a heap of flesh, utterly motionless. Having dispatched the black zombie, Zhou Chun raised his head, his gaze calm as he fixed it upon Miao Dandan. Now, it is your turn. Speak, how do you wish to die? Miao Dandan trembled under Zhou Chun's piercing gaze, a potent sense of impending doom enveloping her. It dawned on her just how terrifying an entity she had provoked. Damn it, this person must be concealing his true cultivation. His physical strength must have surpassed that of a half-saint. Miao Dandan's heart raced with terror, obliterating any remnants of her fighting spirit. At that moment, a singular thought dominated her mind. Flee. With a sudden motion, she retrieved several pitch-black bone needles from her storage ring, launching them towards Zhou Chun while simultaneously dashing in another direction. A mere trick. The sound of clashing echoed as Zhou Chun coldly scoffed, flicking his fingers to release invisible force that accurately struck down the bone needles. You think you can escape? With a shimmer of movement, Zhou Chun activated the Tai E Golden Light step, instantly closing the distance to Miao Dandan. He accelerated once more, grasping her by the nape of her neck. Ah! Miao Dandan screamed, feeling an irresistible force pulling her back, her body crashing heavily to the ground, disoriented. Zhou Chun planted his foot firmly on her chest, pinning her to the ground, his gaze cold and unyielding. You intended to kill me, did you not? Miao Dandan gasped for breath beneath his weight, her face reddening. Yet her eyes burned with resentment rather than any plea for mercy. Let me go? Do you know who I am? Chapter 114. Capturing Miao Dandan, the Black Abyss Handmaiden. I am a direct disciple of the Holy Maiden of the Black Abyss Sacred Land, a candidate for the 7th rank of the Holy Maiden, marked by the seal of the Black Abyss Lord, and the granddaughter of one of the 5 elders of the Inner Sanctum. If you dare to kill me, the Lord will personally hunt you down, reducing you to ashes and obliterating your soul. Miao Dandan attempted to leverage the name of the Black Abyss Lord to intimidate Zhou Chun. The Black Abyss Lord, a renowned cultivator of the 10th layer of the sacred realm, commanded great respect, causing ordinary cultivators to tread carefully upon hearing his name. However, upon hearing this, Zhou Chun merely curled his lips slightly, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes. The Black Abyss Lord? Is he truly formidable? Zhou Chun's demeanor was not one of arrogance, but rather a genuine lack of concern. With his current strength and the aid of his spirit, even if he could not defeat a 10th layer sacred realm cultivator, escaping was certainly within his capabilities. Moreover, with the tenfold return system at his disposal, his power was increasing at an astonishing rate. It would not be long before he no longer feared this so-called Black Abyss Lord. Noting Zhou Chun's indifference, Miao Dandan's heart sank, realizing her ploy had failed. Her eyes darted, and she quickly shifted her approach, adopting a more obsequious tone. My dear friend, it's all a misunderstanding. I acted rashly against you, and I implore your magnanimity to spare me this once. I am willing to offer all my treasures in exchange for my life. As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her curves, her gaze laden with allure. Zhou Chun, however, was not a man to be easily swayed by such trifles. His expression turned frosty, pressing down with slightly more force. Ah! Miao Dandan cried out, the allure in her expression vanishing, replaced by agony. Enough of this nonsense. The killer is always hunted by the killed. Once you are dead, all you possess will belong to me. Zhou Chun spoke matter-of-factly. Today marks your demise. With that, he prepared to channel his spiritual energy for a decisive strike. Wait! Miao Dandan cried out in a panic, a flicker of struggle crossing her features as if she had made a difficult decision. Friend, keeping me alive is far more advantageous than killing me. I possess a powerful secret technique. If you slay me, you will gain nothing. Zhou Chun hesitated, raising an eyebrow. Oh, what is it? In truth, he harbored little hope. The words of a demonic cultivator held little credibility. Yet, he was intrigued to hear what she had to offer. It is a secret technique, a method specifically designed to control the soul, known as the split spirit seal. Once mastered, one can implant a mark within another's consciousness, turning them into a puppet under your command. This technique is incredibly domineering. As long as your spiritual strength surpasses that of the controlled, it will never backfire. Should the marked individual harbor any thoughts of betrayal, their soul will shatter, suffering a fate worse than death. Seeing Zhou Chun's interest, Miao Dandan quickly elaborated. A technique to control the soul? Zhou Chun's heart stirred. This indeed piqued his interest. If such a technique existed, it would prove invaluable, whether for subduing enemies or recruiting subordinates. You claim it exists, but why should I believe you? Zhou Chun maintained an expression of skepticism. If you do not believe me, you may inspect it personally. I can recite the technique to you right now, provided you spare my life. I swear I will never disclose this matter, Miao Dandan urged, her tone earnest. As she spoke, she summoned her spiritual energy, producing a jade slip, inscribing the technique within, and cautiously extending it towards Zhou Chun. Her eyes filled with anticipation and anxiety. Zhou Chun glanced at the jade slip, then at Miao Dandan, deep in thought. Killing her would certainly eliminate a threat, but might also invite the wrath of the Black Abyss Lord. While he was unafraid, it would still be a nuisance. Keeping her alive posed its own risks, but with this secret technique, perhaps he could control Miao Dandan, turning her into a useful ally. In this manner, not only can one evade troubles, but also gain an additional source of intelligence regarding the abyssal sacred land, which seems to be more advantageous. Very well. I shall trust you this once. Zhou Chun ultimately reached a decision. With a surge of spiritual energy, he picked up the jade slip, meticulously inspected it several times to confirm its integrity, before finally probing his consciousness within. Moments later, Zhou Chun withdrew his consciousness with a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. The divine separation seal was indeed authentic. The secret method recorded within the jade slip was remarkably intricate. Its principle involved extricating a fragment of one's consciousness and embedding it within the opponent's sea of consciousness like a timed bomb. The steps were detailed and undoubtedly genuine. Moreover, as Miao Dandan had indicated, the crux of this secret technique lay in the suppression of consciousness strength. As long as one could ensure their consciousness was superior to that of the opponent, they could safely plant the seal, thereby exerting absolute control over the subject. This was practically a tailor-made secret method for Zhou Chun. Given his current level of consciousness strength, among cultivators of the same tier, few could rival him. Even against those at the semi-holy realm, he felt confident in holding his own. You ought to be grateful that you have not deceived me. Zhou Chun regarded Miao Dandan on the ground, a cryptic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Upon witnessing Zhou Chun's smile, Miao Dandan's heart tightened momentarily. Yet she felt a surge of relief. She had not anticipated that the young Zhou Chun would display such caution. She understood that for the time being, she was safe. Fellow cultivator, may I be released now? Miao Dandan inquired cautiously. Released? Released so you can return to fetch reinforcements and trouble me again? Zhou Chun shook his head. Fellow cultivator, do you wish to go back on your word? Miao Dandan's expression shifted. Go back on my word. I never stated I would release you. Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. I shall keep this divine separation seal. As for you, you shall remain here and serve as the first test subject for my secret method. What? Miao Dandan gasped, as if struck by lightning. Her face drained of color, her eyes filled with terror and despair. She had never anticipated that the bargaining chip she had thrown would ensnare her instead. No, you cannot do this. I am a person of the abyssal sacred land. If you control me, the Lord will surely discover it sooner or later. At that time, you will also face trouble. Miao Dandan screamed, attempting one final struggle. And if he discovers it, what of it? Zhou Chun replied dismissively. By the time he finds out, I may no longer fear him. Even if I do fear him, I could simply flee. Can he pursue me indefinitely? With that, he disregarded Miao Dandan's struggles and began to operate his consciousness according to the records of the divine separation seal, condensing the imprint. A faint wave of consciousness emanated from Zhou Chun, akin to an invisible hand reaching toward Miao Dandan's sea of consciousness. Feeling the terrifying pressure of Zhou Chun's overwhelming consciousness, Miao Dandan was filled with despair. Instinctively, she attempted to resist, channeling her own consciousness to obstruct him. However, her consciousness strength was as feeble as an ant attempting to shake a tree before Zhou Chun. Miao Dandan let out a piercing scream, feeling an excruciating pain in her sea of consciousness, as if it were being torn apart. Zhou Chun, expressionless, concentrated a small black mark deep within Miao Dandan's sea of consciousness. Chapter 115. The Profound Divine Body, the Morbid Sorceress. This mark, akin to a parasite, once implanted, would become intimately entwined with Miao Dandan's spirit. Even a 10th-tier saint would be unable to extricate it. As the black mark stabilized completely, Zhou Chun also withdrew his consciousness. Huff! He exhaled softly, feeling a slight fatigue as a tenuous connection formed between his consciousness and Miao Dandan's. Meanwhile, Miao Dandan appeared utterly drained, collapsing to the ground and gasping for breath. She could distinctly sense that her life and death were now entirely under the control of the man before her. With a mere thought from him, her soul could be shattered, plunging her into eternal damnation. From this moment forth, you shall be my servant. Zhou Chun gazed at her, his tone flat, yet imbued with undeniable authority. You must remember, your life belongs to me. I grant you life, you live. I decree your death, you perish. Do you understand? Miao Dandan's body trembled, quickly scrambling to her feet and kneeling before Zhou Chun, not daring to exhibit a hint of defiance. Servant Miao Dandan greets the master. I understand that from this day forth, I shall obey all your commands. Miao Dandan's attitude underwent a complete transformation, the rapidity of which astonished Zhou Chun. Little did she realize that this was not only due to the binding nature of the black slave mark, but also a reflection of her instincts honed from years of survival in the demonic path. After all, those who recognize the times are truly wise. Yet, for reasons unknown, the once proud Miao Dandan felt a strange sense of morbid satisfaction rising within her. Rise. Zhou Chun nodded in approval. Yes, master. Miao Dandan promptly stood, standing humbly by his side with her hands lowered. This Miao Dandan was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. He wondered if this might be considered a form of green hat for Shui Wuan. Observing Miao Dandan's demeanor, Zhou Chun mused internally. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting the destined child Shui Wuhan and obtaining the complete profound divine body bloodline at a 10,000-fold return. Would you like to claim it now? The voice of the system suddenly resounded. What? Zhou Chun's pupils dilated, as if he had encountered something utterly inconceivable. The profound divine body is a guarantee that can secure a sacred land for millennia. Records from the Taichu sacred land indicate that there had been a profound divine body in the ancient times of the Tianxin continent, said to possess a talent of unparalleled rarity. Those endowed with such a physique naturally possess formidable cultivation aptitude. If one could engage in dual cultivation with an individual possessing the profound divine body, their cultivation speed would be several dozen times that of before. However, this is not the sole reason why the great sacred lands covet it. The most terrifying aspect is that if the profound divine body engages in dual cultivation for the first time with another, it can allow a 10th tier saint to directly break through to the quasi-emperor realm. For an ordinary 10th tier saint, ascending to the quasi-emperor realm without thousands of years of arduous cultivation is an impossibility. Moreover, breaking through to emperor status necessitates opportunities, talent, and comprehension. All must be present. Thus, once the profound divine body emerges, the entire Tianxian continent will undoubtedly be awash with blood. Zhou Qin's gaze was fixated on Miao Dandan. Master, what is the matter? Zhou Qin's eyes seemed to devour Miao Dandan, making her feel anxious as she looked at him apprehensively. You should hold my hand tightly. Zhou Qin first assessed Miao Dandan. Then the mark on his forehead flickered, and in an instant, the two entered the unified secret realm. This is a personal secret realm. Miao Dandan's astonishment was uncontainable. She had not expected that this seemingly unassuming master possessed such an opportunity. It is worth noting that she had never witnessed a personal secret realm in her lifetime. She had only heard the Lord mention it occasionally, existing solely in legend. It seemed following him might not be a loss after all. But why did he bring me in here? Surely he isn't that eager? Thinking this, Miao Dandan couldn't help but flush, as she had never experienced such a scenario. Her usual ruthlessness was merely a facade. Had she behaved like a lamb in the demonic sect, she would have met her demise countless times. Tell me everything you know about the abyssal sacred land, especially regarding recent major events. Miao Dandan let out a long breath upon hearing the words, realizing that it was not as she had imagined. However, a tinge of disappointment unexpectedly rose within her heart. Zhou Qin, seizing this opportunity, sought to assess whether Miao Dandan was worthy of his trust. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider the candidates for the Xian divine body. Upon hearing Zhou Qin's words, Miao Dandan dared not conceal anything, promptly responding, Yes, Master. The Black Abyss Sacred Land is one of the 7 major sects of the demonic path, headquartered in the Black Abyss Demon Domain. She began to elaborate on the circumstances of the Black Abyss Sacred Land, detailing its organizational structure, the strengths and personalities of its elders and guardians, as well as some of its secret anecdotes, leaving nothing unsaid. Zhou Qin listened intently, occasionally interjecting with a question or two, committing crucial information to memory, aware that such knowledge might prove invaluable in the future. By the way, Master, recently a genius has emerged from the sacred land, named Shui Wuhan, Miao Dandan continued. This individual, though still young, has already attained the first level of Yuan Ying cultivation and has mastered the sect's signature technique, Blood Goddess Veins. His strength is formidable, making him nearly unmatched among the younger generation, and even some of the older cultivators regard him with trepidation. It is said that the Lord of the Sacred Land holds him in high esteem, intending to cultivate him as the next successor. Shui Wuhan, Blood Goddess Veins. Zhou Qin's heart stirred slightly. Being recognized by the Lord of the Black Abyss so swiftly indicated that Shui Wuhan was indeed extraordinary. Master, there is also a secret regarding myself. In truth, I am of the Xianin body. Zhou Qin nodded, finding her relatively candid. He had already known this information through the chance panel. His expression remained as tranquil as a still pond, betraying no surprise. In contrast, Miao Dandan, observing Zhou Qin's reaction, felt a deeper affection for him. Had it been any other cultivator, she would have likely been dismissed as a mere tool of humiliation. Master, after the arduous journey, why not allow your servant to serve you in bed and attend to your needs? As Zhou Qin pondered this, Miao Dandan suddenly lifted her head, her gaze imbued with a hint of seduction, and her voice grew sweet and alluring. As she spoke, she deliberately accentuated her bosom, adopting an enticing demeanor. Zhou Qin's expression darkened instantly upon witnessing her behavior. He had not anticipated that Miao Dandan would be so forward, thinking of pleasing him in such a manner immediately after being subdued. Put that away, Zhou Qin replied coldly. I have no interest in your body. The smile on Miao Dandan's face faltered, and she lowered her head with a hint of grievance. Yes, Master. I apologize for my presumptuousness. Observing her demeanor, Zhou Qin remarked. There is no need for such distress. I keep you for a reason. Upon hearing this, Miao Dandan's earlier despondency vanished entirely. Chapter 116. Xiao Hong awakens, heartfelt submission. Roar. Just as Zhou Qin was about to say something, a resounding tiger roar echoed from the distant depths of the Return to Unity's secret realm. The roar was infused with a savage and domineering aura, causing Miao Dandan, who was standing with her head bowed, to turn pale, instinctively retreating a half-step as her internal spiritual energy surged uncontrollably. What is this? She gazed uncertainly toward the source of the sound. Such overwhelming demonic energy. At least at the 5th level of Yuaning. Zhou Qin, however, raised the corner of his mouth, his heart realizing that Xiao Hong had awakened. He stepped forward toward the depths of the secret realm, with Miao Dandan promptly following, her eyes alight with curiosity, turning around a lush grove of spiritual plants. The scene before them suddenly opened up. In the clearing, a tiger, measuring over 10 feet in length, was proudly roaring. Its fur a deep crimson interlaced with snowy white patterns, reminiscent of a noble royal. Most striking was the faint golden mark on its forehead, radiating a daunting majesty. This is the ancient variant, the Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger? No, it possesses a hint of imperial might in its bloodline. It is the Xian Crystal Tiger. Miao Dandan exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, the fluctuations of the Crimson Flame Crystal Tiger's vitality surpassed those of her meticulously refined black zombie by several folds. Especially the subtle pressure it exuded, which weighed heavily upon her. The Xian Crystal Tiger sensed Zhou Chen's approach, its frenzied aura retracting instantaneously as it affectionately rubbed against his arm, emitting a gentle purr from its throat. Zhou Chen could distinctly feel the immense power within it. The return to ancestral bloodline not only had elevated its cultivation, but had also awakened a trace of the white tiger's imperial bloodline, endowing it with speed and defense far surpassing that of its peers. Xiao Hong has awakened, splendid indeed, Zhou Chen remarked, patting the tiger's head with satisfaction. It seems my efforts in feeding it were not in vain. Master has managed to tame such a rare beast. The combat prowess of this red and white flame tiger must rival that of cultivators at the 8th level of Yuaning. Miao Dandan gazed at Zhou Chen with increasing reverence. Zhou Chen remained noncommittal, suddenly recalling that Xian Lao was still slumbering within the ring. If he were to bring the ring into the secret realm to collect system rewards, it might very well alert Xian Lao to something amiss. With a thought, he retrieved an ordinary beast skin pouch from his storage ring, placing the ring containing Xian Lao's remnant soul inside and handing it to the red and white flame tiger. Xiao Hong, you go outside the secret realm and stand guard. Do not roam about without my command. The Xian Crystal Tiger, exhibiting a human-like understanding, nodded, grasped the beast skin pouch, and transformed into a streak of red and white light, darting out of the return to Unity's secret realm. Before departing, it turned to reveal its teeth to Miao Dandan, causing her to instinctively withdraw her neck. Watching Xiao Hong disappear, Zhou Chen finally exhaled. The secret of the system must not be disclosed, not even to Miao Dandan, who bore the slave seal. He had to remain vigilant at all times. Master, what is this? Miao Dandan inquired, perplexed. Nothing, Zhou Chen replied nonchalantly. I merely instructed it to guard outside, to prevent any disturbances. He then retrieved a jade vial from his storage ring, pouring out a jet black pill, a highly effective body-tempering elixir. Open your mouth, Zhou Chen instructed Miao Dandan. Though filled with doubts, Miao Dandan did not dare to defy him and quickly opened her cherry-like lips. Zhou Chen flicked his finger, and the pill accurately landed in her mouth, transforming into a stream of cool warmth that surged toward her dantian. At the very moment the pill entered her body, Zhou Chen silently intoned, receive the complete Xian Yin Divine Body, target Miao Dandan. Ding, the reward has been issued, and the system is currently merging the Xian Yin Divine Body with target Miao Dandan. Just as the system's notification faded, Miao Dandan suddenly let out a soft moan. She could distinctly feel the dormant Xian Yin energy within her body igniting as it coursed through her meridians, transforming her flesh and bones in a cataclysmic manner. What had once been a chillingly cold constitution now radiated a harmonious warmth, blending the dual forces of Yin and Yang. 9th level of Yuaning. 10th level of Yuaning. The spiritual energy within her dantian surged like a flood, instantly breaking through the bottleneck of her 8th level of Yuaning and pushing toward the 10th. To her astonishment, a faint yet distinct characteristic seemed to materialize deep within her sea of consciousness, sharpening her clarity of thought and heightening her sensitivity to the spiritual energies of the world. What is this? Miao Dandan's pupils dilated in disbelief. My Xianyin divine body seems to have transformed. Though her Xianyin talent had been formidable, she had previously suffered from the relentless cold, risking demonic deviation if she were not careful during cultivation. Yet now, that chill was replaced by a gentle and even more powerful force, as if the dual energies of Yin and Yang in the cosmos were now at her command. This is the Xian Yin Ascension pill I fortuitously obtained. Zhou Chen maintained a composed demeanor as he fabricated an explanation. I can assist you in breaking through the constraints of your Xian Yin physique and elevate you to the status of Xian Yin divine body. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Though his excuse was rather flimsy, Zhou Chen felt compelled to provide a plausible rationale. He certainly could not disclose that it was merely a reward from the system. Fortunately, Miao Dandan, caught up in the euphoria of her enhanced physique, did not probe further into the origins of the elixir, the legendary ancient Xian Yin divine body. I humbly thank you for your generous gift, Master, Miao Dandan exclaimed, dropping to her knees, her eyes reflecting not only reverence, but also a profound sense of submission. The ability to further elevate the mythical Xian physique was beyond her comprehension of cultivators. The young master before her was far more enigmatic than she had ever imagined. Following such a formidable ally might indeed offer greater prospects than vying for the position of saintess within the Black Abyss Holy Land. Zhou Chen observed her devout demeanor and stifled a chuckle inwardly. Was that all it took to win her over? The allure of the divine body was indeed irresistible. Little did she know, in the Tianxian continent, enhancing one's physique without extraordinary fortune was akin to climbing the heavens. Almost an impossible feat. Not everyone possessed a golden finger like Zhou Chen. Rise, Zhou Chen instructed. Now that your physique has advanced, your strength must also keep pace. The Black Abyss Holy Land requires your diligence, particularly in monitoring the movements of Shui Wuan. I understand, Master, Miao Dandan replied, standing at attention. Though she was curious as to why Zhou Chen was so concerned with Shui Wuan, she deemed it not her place to question. Rest assured, once I return to the Holy Land, I will closely observe all information regarding Shui Wuan. At that moment, she brimmed with confidence. The Xian divine body not only amplified her power, but also fortified her standing within the Black Abyss Holy Land. Previously ranked 7th among the saintess candidates, she now had the potential to contend for a higher position with the divine augmentation. I will impart to you a technique known as the breath concealment technique, which will aid you in suppressing your aura. It is imperative that your physique remains undisclosed. Zhou Chen spoke earnestly, as he had no desire to provide a boon to others. The breath concealment technique, enhanced through modifications alongside the divine concealment technique, significantly improved its effectiveness. Rest assured, Master, the secret of the Xianyin physique is known only to me, and I am quite adept at keeping my lips sealed. Zhou Chen nodded, preparing to convey further instructions when he suddenly sensed agitation from the Xian crystal tiger outside the Unity secret realm, as if it had encountered some trouble. Chapter 117. Xiaohong surrounded, swift execution. Outside the Unity secret realm, in the burning sky valley, the fluctuations of spiritual energy surged violently, accompanied by the echoes of beastly roars and the thunderous clashes of magical artifacts, enveloping the entire area in an atmosphere of impending doom. Zhou Chen and Miao Dandan had just exited the secret realm when they felt the intensity of the battle outside. They exchanged a glance and immediately raced toward the source of the commotion. Not far ahead, Xiaohong was encircled by 7 or 8 cultivators, all clad in matching azure robes adorned with mountain motifs, clearly hailing from the same faction. As an ancient exotic Xian crystal tiger, Xiaohong should have exuded an aura of majesty, yet at this moment, it appeared quite beleaguered. It dared not unleash its full power, for Zhou Chen's storage ring was firmly clamped in its jaws. To protect the ring from harm, Xiaohong could only adopt a passive defense, enduring the onslaught of the cultivator's attacks. Beast, surrender the treasures upon you, cried one cultivator, wielding a long sword that sliced through the air, leaving shallow wounds upon Xiaohong's form. This Xian crystal tiger must possess something of great value, or it wouldn't be so desperate to protect it, another cultivator remarked, greed glinting in his eyes. Xiaohong emitted a low growl, fury gleaming in its eyes, but it refrained from retaliating too fiercely, fearing injury to its master's ring. At that moment, it keenly sensed a familiar aura and swiftly turned to gaze in Zhou Chen's direction. Upon seeing him, a look of grievance filled Xiaohong's eyes, akin to a child wronged and seeking the solace of a parent, and it broke free from the encirclement, dashing toward Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen reached out to caress Xiaohong's head, a flicker of coldness passing through his gaze. Those who dared to bully his spirit beast were courting death. The cultivators attacking Xiaohong were momentarily taken aback by the sudden appearance of the two. At the forefront stood a young man in his 20s, whose cultivation had reached the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. His profound aura signified he was no ordinary individual. Who are you? The young man inquired, his brow furrowing with evident displeasure. Is this ancient exotic beast yours? Who I am is of little consequence. What matters is why you are attacking my spirit beast. Zhou Chen replied, casting a dispassionate glance at them. Humph, so it belongs to someone, the young man sneered. I am Lin Zhan, the 6th-ranked saint of the Qingfeng Holy Land. This Xian crystal tiger possesses something we desire. If you are sensible, turn it over, and I may spare your lives. The Qingfeng Holy Land? Zhou Chen's mind stirred. He recalled that this holy land ranked in the 40s within the central continent, a force not to be underestimated, yet not particularly formidable either. Just then, Lin Zhan's gaze fell upon Miao Dandan, instantly captivated by her unparalleled beauty. Miao Dandan, already a rare beauty, exuded an alluring charm now that she had just ascended to the Xian divine body. What a beautiful woman, Lin Zhan exclaimed, his eyes glimmering with fervor. He then turned to Zhou Chen. Kid, I've changed my mind. Hand over this woman to me, and I will let you both go. What do you say? Miao Dandan's eyes flashed with coldness upon hearing this, but instead of acting immediately, she looked to Zhou Chun for direction. What do you think you are? Zhou Chun retorted, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Impudent. The cultivators behind Lin Zhan erupted in anger. To disrespect the young master is to seek death. Since you refuse to be sensible, do not blame me for being ruthless. Lin Zhan's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Kill that man and take the woman back. As soon as the words left his mouth, several cultivators from the Qingfeng Holy Land sprang into action. The most formidable among them at the 6th level of the nascent soul stage, unleashing a barrage of magical artifacts and techniques toward Zhou Chun. Unable to contain herself any longer, Miao Dandan waved her delicate hand, and a surge of dark demonic energy erupted forth, sweeping over the attackers like a tidal wave. Yuming Bloodfiend Palm. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening explosions, the assailants were instantly engulfed by the demonic energy, their screams stifled before they could escape. Reduced to mere ashes. Lin Zhan, witnessing this, was taken aback and staggered back several steps, his expression riddled with shock. Why, you are a demon cultivator? Miao Dandan chuckled coldly. But as she continued to press her advantage, she realized Lin Zhan's strength exceeded her expectations. After all, he was a saint from a holy land, wielding artifacts and techniques of no ordinary caliber. After exchanging several blows, Miao Dandan found herself subtly at a disadvantage. Ha ha ha, so you are merely a decorative pillow. Lin Zhan laughed heartily, as if Miao Dandan were already within his grasp. Little did he know that Miao Dandan's innate black zombie had been destroyed by Zhou Chun. And coupled with her unstable aura from the physique enhancement, she found herself struggling. Had she been at her peak, Lin Zhan would have likely been subdued long ago. Boom. The two separated again, Miao Dandan panting heavily, as if her spiritual energy had run dry. Kid, if you can't even protect your woman, what kind of man are you? You might as well kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I will grant you a quicker death if I am in a good mood. Lin Zhan taunted, casting a derisive glance at Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun maintained an expression of indifference, as if he held Lin Zhan in utter disregard. You speak too much. Zhou Chun said coolly. What? Lin Zhan was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend the meaning behind Zhou Chun's words. Tai Golden Light Step. In an instant, Zhou Chun vanished from sight, reappearing before Lin Zhan. He casually extended a finger, gently pressing it against Lin Zhan's forehead. Too fast, this is impossible. Lin Zhan's eyes were filled with disbelief as he felt a terrifying force emanating from Zhou Chun's fingertip, instantly shattering all his defenses, leaving even his trump cards unutilized. If blame were to be assigned, it would fall solely on Lin Zhan's underestimation of Zhou Chun. He had perceived Zhou Chun's mere first level of the nascent soul stage and thought him to be an easy target, unaware of the profound terror he possessed. Bang! Lin Zhan's body was sent hurtling away like a rag doll, crashing heavily against a boulder, his vitality extinguished in an instant. The esteemed 6th sequence son of the Qingfeng Sacred Land was thus obliterated by Zhou Chun's single finger. Miao Dandan watched the scene unfold, a complex expression flickering in her beautiful eyes. She knew Zhou Chun was formidable, but never anticipated his strength to reach such astonishing heights. Let us depart. Zhou Chun retracted his finger, as though he had merely accomplished a trivial task. After leaving the Burning Sky Valley, the two stopped in a secluded valley. Master, it is getting late. I must return to the Black Abyss Sacred Land, Miao Dandan suddenly spoke. Very well. Remain hidden there and inform me promptly of any news. Zhou Chun nodded. Miao Dandan cast Zhou Chun a deep glance before turning to leave, swiftly disappearing into the night. Zhou Chun did not linger either, flying towards the nearest teleportation point with Xiaohong. Meanwhile, in the Flame Fire Sacred Land, Yi Chun stood alone atop a mountain peak, his eyes brimming with rage and resentment. That bastard Zhou Chun has taken everything from me. I shall seek revenge. He will pay dearly for his actions. Damn that old man. Even you defend Zhou Chun. Since you are unwilling to assist me, I shall take matters into my own hands. A glimmer of madness flashed in Yi Chun's eyes. I must grow stronger, by any means necessary. Yi Chun howled to the heavens, unaware that as his emotions surged, a black aura silently emanated from him. Had the spirit of the ring been present, it would surely have detected and warned him of the signs of his descent into madness. Unfortunately, the spirit had long been discarded by Yi Chun. The next day, Yi Chun arrived at Wang Yu's residence. Sister Wang, Yi Chun greeted with a humble smile, though his eyes glinted with coldness. Wang Yu was taken aback upon seeing Yi Chun. Yi Chun, I heard you've been quite prominent lately. What brings you to visit me? I have come to a realization. Yi Chun replied earnestly. Sister, I harbor a deep-seated grudge against Zhou Chun, and I wish to enhance my strength. Previously, I was too naive. But now I understand that in this world of the survival of the fittest, power is paramount. Without formidable resources, one cannot even begin to discuss strength. Wang Yu's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. She had long recognized Yi Qin's immense potential, but it seemed he had previously been reluctant to grow close to her. Now, it appeared he had come to terms with reality. Excellent. I appreciate intelligent individuals, Wang Yu said, patting Yi Qin on the shoulder. Then I shall rely on Sister Wang. I am willing to serve you faithfully, Yi Qin replied respectfully. Wang Yu laughed heartily. Very well. I will contact my family and mobilize resources to cultivate you. In a year, the resource war in the central continent's sacred land will commence, and that will be our moment for revenge. In the days that followed, Wang Yu indeed kept her word. She utilized the Wang family's connections to procure vast amounts of cultivation resources for Yi Qin. Various precious elixirs, spirit stones, and martial arts manuals were made available. This is the family's treasured Saint-grade superior 9-turn golden pill, capable of rapidly enhancing your cultivation, Wang Yu said, handing Yi Qin a jade vial. And this is the Saint-grade superior flame dragon true formula, the ancestral technique of my Wang family, far surpassing the martial arts you are currently practicing. Yi Qin accepted these treasures, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Thank you, Sister Wang. Do not mention it. We are now in the same boat, Wang Yu replied with a cold smile. Not revealing to Yi Qin that the 9-turn golden pill would sacrifice his potential and that the flame dragon true formula contained fatal flaws, once cultivated. He would forever be bound to the Wang family. However, the narrow-minded Yi Qin, having lost the protection of the ring spirit, remained entirely oblivious to this. Zhou Qin, I will surely kill you. Yi Qin unabashedly absorbed these resources, and with the cultivation of the flame dragon true formula, his strength surged at an astonishing pace. In just a month, he broke through from the first to the third level of the nascent soul stage, an extraordinary rate of progress. Ha ha ha, this sensation is absolutely exhilarating. Yi Qin reveled in the torrent of power coursing through him, his eyes alight with excitement. Zhou Qin, just wait, I will make you pay dearly. Simultaneously, in the Taichu sacred land, Zhou Qin focused his mind, and Yi Qin's information panel appeared before him. Name, Yi Qin. Cultivation, nascent soul 3rd level. Fate, child of fortune, fragment. Fire spirit body, awakened. Destiny, sacrificing potential for reckless cultivation, unstable foundation, heart demon intruding. Ultimately halting at the 1st level of the Saint realm, becoming a vassal of the Wang family of the Flame Fire Sacred Land, without a Dao title. Engaged in battle against a Saint realm 2nd level expert from an opposing force for 3 days and nights, perishing in a self-detonation to protect the Wang family. Recent opportunities, none. Upon seeing this information, Zhou Qin couldn't help but reflect that Yi Qin had finally rendered himself useless. The celestial demeanor and fortuitous fate he once possessed had vanished, and now his destiny was marred by a fragmented state, culminating in his degradation to a mere vassal of the Wang family. Being a family vassal, while it sounds noble, is essentially akin to servitude. Moreover, Yi Qin had no recent opportunities, which Zhou Qin did not take to heart. Next time we meet, I shall see what kind of storm you can conjure. Zhou Qin chuckled lightly, then retracted the panel. At that moment, he suddenly sensed something and swiftly appeared outside the gates of the Taichu sacred land. Chu Tsongming had returned, still exuding his exaggerated demeanor and languid posture. Zhou Qin felt indifferent, merely regarding him as somewhat of a character. System, display the panel. Chu Tsongming's information panel materialized before Zhou Qin. Name, Chu Tsongming. Cultivation, half-saint stage, between nascent soul and saint realm. Fate, extraordinary talent, gold. Favored by the heavenly Dao, gold. Destiny, favored by the heavenly Dao, child of fortune, Dao foundation at the 8th level, ultimately succeeding in becoming an emperor. Halting at the 4th level of the emperor realm. Recent opportunities, in 5 days, challenge the ascension ladder, reach the 99th level, and obtain the Saint-grade supreme body refinement technique 5 elements body refinement formula, greatly enhancing strength post-cultivation. Recent opportunity 2, in 7 days, breach the Taichu Linglong Tower. Surpass the 30th level, and acquire a Saint-grade medium-grade Bodhi seed, enhancing comprehension by 1 level upon consumption. Upon reviewing this information, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Zhou Qin's eyes. The Saint-grade supreme body refinement technique and the Saint-grade medium Bodhi seed were indeed exceptional treasures. Particularly, the Bodhi seed, capable of enhancing comprehension, held immeasurable value for cultivators. It seems I must delve into the mysteries of the ascension ladder and the primordial luminous tower. Zhou Qin mused internally. Rising from his seat, he departed the cave dwelling and made his way toward Mu Yuandao's residence. In the courtyard, Mu Yuandao was savoring tea, and upon noticing Zhou Qin's arrival, a smile graced his face. Zhou Qin, you have arrived just in time. Come and sample this enlightenment tea. Thank you, Elder Mu. After taking a seat, Zhou Qin lifted the teacup and took a delicate sip. A wave of refreshing fragrance unfurled in his mouth, invigorating his spirit. Elder Mu, may I inquire about the Ascension Ladder and the primordial luminous tower within our primordial sacred land? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuandao set down his teacup. Indeed, with your current strength, it is appropriate for you to take on the challenge. He paused momentarily before continuing. Young master, within the primordial sacred land, there exists both a ladder and a tower, each a trial ground left by our ancestors. The ladder is the Ascension Ladder, comprising 99 steps, which assesses the disciples' foundation and the stability of their divine consciousness. Disciples at the nascent soul stage and below the saint level may challenge it. With each step ascended, the pressure intensifies by 1 degree. Among this generation of disciples, the highest record belongs to Saint Chu Songming, who has reached the 90th step. The top 10 disciples will earn the qualification to enter the secret realm of the primordial sacred land, the Langya Blessed Land, where a single day of cultivation is equivalent to a month outside. Zhou Qin's eyes brightened at this revelation. The Langya Blessed Land. Just the name suggests it is no ordinary place. And what of the primordial luminous tower? The tower is the primordial luminous tower, designed specifically for disciples to enhance their combat capabilities, comprising 36 levels, Mu Yuandao elaborated. The opponents are projections of the strongest prodigies from generations past, with the tower replicating their prowess. Each level is guarded by a different sentinel, recording only the mightiest. The guardians range from the first level of the nascent soul to the saint realm, with each level presenting increasing challenges. The most formidable challengers of the top 30 levels possess saint-level prowess, rigorously honing the disciples' abilities. The rewards at each level are substantial, and they improve as one ascends. Currently, among the third generation of disciples in the primordial sacred land, Chu Songming has reached the 26th level. Zhou Qin nodded thoughtfully. Elder Mu, are there any restrictions on these trial grounds? The Ascension Ladder can only be challenged once per person each year, while the primordial luminous tower has no such restrictions. However, each challenge requires a considerable expenditure of mental energy, Mu Yuandao cautioned. Given your current strength, I advise you to commence with the Ascension Ladder and challenge the primordial luminous tower once your capabilities have improved. After all, the opponents within are the most formidable prodigies from history, not to be underestimated. Zhou Qin nodded in agreement, though internally he was already devising a plan. Since Chu Songming was set to challenge the Ascension Ladder in 5 days and the primordial luminous tower in 7, he realized he must act swiftly. Understood, thank you. Elder Mu, the old man is but humble. There is no need for formalities, young master. Just remember to act within your limits. Mu Yuandao said as he respectfully saw Zhou Qin off. After taking his leave, Zhou Qin proceeded directly toward the Ascension Ladder, located in the heart of the primordial sacred land. It was a towering stone staircase, scraping the clouds, each step exuding an ancient aura, as if bearing the weight of countless years. At the foot of the staircase stood a stone tablet inscribed with the records of past challengers. Zhou Qin glanced over it, spotting Chu Songming's name prominently displayed, marked by the record of the 90th step. The highest record is 90 steps, is it? A confident smirk appeared at the corner of Zhou Qin's lips. That will change starting today. Taking a deep breath, he set foot on the first step of the Ascension Ladder. Instantly, an invisible pressure surged from all directions, as if seeking to crush him. Yet, with Zhou Qin's current strength, this pressure felt merely like a tickle. Steadily, he ascended, step by step. Ah, someone is climbing the Ascension Ladder. Is that not quite normal? Judging by that unfamiliar face, he must be a new disciple. Are you blind? Did you not see the emblem on his chest? That is the 10th sequence saint. Gasp. The 10th sequence saint is on the Ascension Ladder. This revelation sparked a flurry of discussion among the gathered disciples, rapidly spreading the news. The 10th sequence saint challenges the Ascension Ladder? Is he mad? Indeed, he has only just begun. Even senior brother Chu took a year before attempting the Ascension Ladder. If he reaches 30 steps, it would be impressive, considering he is from the 10th sequence. The murmurs of skepticism echoed around him as Zhou Qin climbed through the first 10, 20, and 30 steps, with the pressure increasing all the while. Oh, he has actually reached the 30th step. It appears this saint possesses some skill. 30 steps? Please, I can reach 40. Stop bragging. You only made it to 35 last time before coming down. Upon reaching the 50th step, the pressure was considerable enough to halt an ordinary 7th-level nascent soul cultivator. Yet Zhou Qin maintained his composure, continuing his ascent. 50 steps. How is this possible? The onlookers were astonished, witnessing him ascend effortlessly. 50 steps. This surpasses the records of most disciples present. 60 steps, 70 steps, and upon reaching the 80th step, hundreds of disciples had gathered around the Ascension Ladder, all eyes wide with disbelief as they beheld the figure scaling the steps with apparent ease. 80 steps. Good heavens, is he truly a newly initiated disciple? Terrifying indeed. What realm is he at? As Zhou Qin set foot on the 90th step, the entire ascension ladder began to tremble. This was a sign that someone was on the verge of breaking a record. Within the primordial sacred land, countless disciples felt the tremors and turned their gazes toward the ascension ladder. Someone is challenging the ascension ladder, and they have reached the 90th step. Are they about to surpass Senior Brother Chu's record? Who could it be? Speculations abounded. In the depths of the primordial sacred land, within a grand palace, the primordial Lord Dao Xian was deep in meditation when he suddenly sensed the vibrations from the ascension ladder. Is someone about to break the 90th step record? Dao Xian opened his eyes, surprise flickering within them. Has Cao challenged early? However, when he scanned the scene, he discovered that the figure on the ascension ladder was not Chu Cao. Zhou Chen. A look of astonishment crossed Dao Xian's face. This boy possesses such strength? Meanwhile, at Mu Yuandao's residence, he was enjoying his tea when he suddenly felt the tremors, nearly dropping his cup. Is this the tremor of the ascension ladder? His expression turned grave. Could it be that the saint has taken up the challenge? But I had just advised him to wait until he was stronger. Hastily, he set down his teacup and dashed toward the ascension ladder. Chu Cao also sensed the tremors, his brow furrowing. Is it possible for someone to reach the 90th step? He swiftly vanished from his location. Upon seeing the familiar figure on the stone steps, a complex expression crossed Chu Cao's features. Zhou Chun had now ascended to the 91st step, officially breaking Chu Cao's record. It has been shattered. Senior Brother Chu's record has been broken. 91 steps. This is a new record set by the third-generation disciples of the Taichu sacred land. It is utterly astonishing. The surrounding disciples erupted in excitement. Chu Cao's record of the 90 levels had stood for a full 3 years in the Taichu sacred land. And today it was surprisingly shattered by a newly initiated 10th sequence Holy Sun. Yet, Zhou Chen did not pause. He continued to ascend. 92 levels, 93 levels, 94 levels. Every step was exceedingly arduous, yet Zhou Chun's resolve remained unwavering. He pressed on. 94 levels. Just how far would he climb? When Mu Yuandao arrived on the scene and witnessed this spectacle, he was rendered speechless. How could this be possible? The Holy Sun's strength was truly terrifying. Chu Cao stood amidst the crowd, gazing at Zhou Chun's figure, his eyes filled with shock. Just how formidable was his strength? 95 levels, 96 levels, 97 levels. And as Zhou Chen stepped onto the 98th level, the entire Taichu sacred land fell silent. Everyone held their breath, awaiting that historic moment. Was he truly about to reach the pinnacle of 99 levels? No disciple had ever ascended to the 99th level. We are about to witness history. Fine beads of sweat streamed down Zhou Chen's forehead. The pressure of each level beyond 90 was immense. Indestructible golden body technique. Taichu creation scripture. Open for me. Finally, amidst the astonished gazes of all present, Zhou Chen stepped onto the 99th level. Boom. The entire immortal ascension ladder erupted in brilliant light, a golden beam shooting skyward. He reached the summit. He truly reached the summit. 99 levels. The first disciple in centuries from the Taichu sacred land to ascend to the 99th level. The last one to achieve this had done so a millennium ago. This was nothing short of a miracle. The surrounding disciples went wild. Some jumped with excitement. Others were left speechless in shock, while some knelt on the ground in reverence. Chapter 120. Unstoppable, breaking records. The record on the stone tablet was instantly updated, with Zhou Chen's name appearing at the very top, annotated with the astounding record of 99 levels. The Holy Sun Zhou had actually reached the pinnacle of 99 levels. Mu Yuandao trembled at the sight. Chu Cao stared blankly at the record on the stone tablet, his heart a tumult of emotions. The 90 levels he had labored for years to achieve seemed utterly trivial in Zhou Chen's presence. Deep within the Taichu sacred land, Dao Xian abruptly stood up, his eyes filled with astonishment. 99 levels. This young man actually reached the top. Such talent is simply astounding. Just then, within the golden beam, an ancient jade box descended from the heavens, landing in Zhou Chen's hands. Upon opening it, he discovered that it contained the supreme holy grade body refinement technique. 5 elements body refinement technique. A supreme holy grade technique. Good heavens, the reward for reaching the 99th level was indeed a supreme holy grade technique. This 10th sequence Holy Sun was truly destined for greatness. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned. The supreme holy grade technique was a treasure esteemed even by the holy masters. And now it had been effortlessly acquired by Zhou Chen. Ding. Congratulations to the host for intercepting Chu Cao's opportunity for the supreme holy grade technique, 5 elements body refinement technique. With a 10,000-fold return of the Emperor Grade Supreme technique, 9 transformations dragon elephant technique. Would you like to claim it immediately? Not yet. Zhou Chen stood at the pinnacle of the immortal ascension ladder, looking down upon the astonished crowd, a faint smile gracing his lips. while others were preoccupied with his supreme holy grade technique, 5 elements body refinement technique. Little did they know that the true terror lay in the 10,000-fold return of the 9 transformations dragon elephant technique. Even among the reclusive imperial clans, those who possessed an emperor-grade supreme technique were exceedingly rare. He stowed away the 5 elements body refinement technique, and in a flash, he descended from the immortal ascension ladder. Congratulations to Holy Sun Zhou for reaching the 99th level. Holy Sun Zhou is magnificent. Holy Sun Zhou is invincible. The surrounding disciples offered their congratulations, their eyes full of awe and admiration. Mu Yuandao approached, trembling and unable to articulate his excitement. Holy Sun, you truly. Thank you for your guidance, Elder Mu. Zhou Chen replied with a gentle smile. With that, he turned and departed, leaving behind a crowd still in shock. Chu Songming watched Zhou Chen's retreating figure, a complex expression flickering in his eyes. Just who are you, Zhou Chen? From initially disregarding him to now perceiving him as an undeniable force, the shift was remarkable. Deep within the Taichu sacred land, Dao Xian regarded Zhou Chen with admiration. What a remarkable young man. You have truly surprised me. It seems the Taichu sacred land is about to witness an extraordinary individual. Soon, news of Zhou Chen's ascent to the 99th level of the immortal ascension ladder swept through the Taichu sacred land like a tempest. Everyone was buzzing about this record-breaking 10th sequence Holy Sun. When Lin Shiyue heard this news, her eyes widened in disbelief, realizing she had seemingly offended an unapproachable being. After descending from the immortal ascension ladder, Zhou Chen did not linger, but headed directly towards the Taichu Linglong Tower. What? The 10th sequence Holy Sun is going to challenge the Taichu Linglong Tower? Is he mad? Just finishing the immortal ascension ladder and immediately challenging the Taichu Linglong Tower? The Taichu Linglong Tower was significantly more challenging than the immortal ascension ladder, with projections of the most formidable geniuses from all eras. As the news spread, the entire Taichu sacred land was in an uproar. The Taichu Linglong Tower was located at the very heart of the sacred land, with each level guarded by the projections of historical prodigies. It was said that throughout history, only a handful had ever reached the summit. Those who could ascend to the top were all prodigies who dominated their eras. When Zhou Chen arrived at the Taichu Linglong Tower, a large number of disciples had already gathered. Furthermore, all the holy sons from the first 9 sequences were present. The first sequence candidate Holy Sun, Lin Yinyu, looked on with disdain. The 8th sequence Lin Shiyue wore a sullen expression. Oh, is this not our 10th sequence Holy Sun? Lin Yinyu remarked sarcastically. To challenge the Taichu Linglong Tower right after finishing the immortal ascension ladder. How bold. Brother Lin, please refrain from mocking. The second sequence, Xiaoyan scoffed. He has just ascended to the 99th level of the immortal ascension ladder. He might actually manage to clear a few levels in the Taichu Linglong Tower. A few levels? The 5th sequence Wang Tung laughed. The Taichu Linglong Tower is not the immortal ascension ladder. The projections of the geniuses within possess genuine combat intelligence. I doubt he can even pass the first level. Chu Songming remained silent, merely observing Zhou Chen with a complex expression in his eyes. Zhou Chen approached the Taichu Linglong Tower, took a deep breath, and stepped inside. First level. A flash of light appeared, and a young man clad in white emerged before Zhou Chen. This was a projection of a prodigy at the 9th level of the nascent soul. Who goes there? The white-clad youth asked coldly. I am Zhou Chen, the 10th sequence Holy Sun of the Taichu sacred land. Very well, let me test your strength. As soon as the white-clad youth finished speaking, he charged at Zhou Chen. Bang! With a single punch, the white-clad youth was obliterated into particles of light. Outside the tower, the light flickered, and the first level lit up, signifying the completion of the challenge. Is that it? A one-hit kill? The projection of the prodigy at the first level was defeated in an instant? It was too fast. I could barely see what happened. The onlookers were utterly astonished. However, before they could fully comprehend the situation, Zhou Chen advanced to the 2nd level, the 3rd level, the 4th level, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. He effortlessly dispatched each projection of the prodigies with a single strike. How could this be possible? The prowess of the projections from the first 10 levels was formidable. What level of cultivation does he possess? Lin Yinyu's expression grew increasingly grim, while Xiao Ran and Wang Tung's initial disdain transformed into sheer shock. The 10th level, the 15th level, the 20th level. Zhou Chen's progress was relentless, sweeping through each level with unyielding force. 20 levels. Good heavens. Is he truly attempting to challenge Brother Chu's record? Brother Chu's record stands at 26 levels. Chu Songming's countenance darkened further. 26 levels, a height he had only attained through his utmost efforts. The 21st, 22nd, and 23rd levels were dispatched in an instant. Each projection of the prodigies fell before Zhou Chen with ease. 26 levels achieved. He had equaled Brother Chu's record, and he persisted. As Zhou Chen ascended to the 27th level, Chu Songming clenched his fists tightly. His record had once again been shattered by this individual. Yet, the projection at the 29th level was likewise obliterated in a single strike by Zhou Chun. 29 levels. The record has been broken. This marks a new record for the Taichu sacred land in centuries. Would he continue? All held their breath. The 30th level. Upon Zhou Chun stepping into the 30th level, a terrifying oppressive force descended instantaneously. The projection here emanated an aura that had reached the first level of the sacred realm. A middle-aged man clad in golden armor materialized before Zhou Chun, radiating the formidable essence of the sacred realm. To have arrived here is commendable, the golden-armored man stated nonchalantly. However, this is where it ends. As his words fell, the golden-armored man struck with blinding speed. Boom. A punch was unleashed, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. This was true power of the sacred realm. Zhou Chun's gaze sharpened, and he dared not be careless. With the Tai golden light steps, he deftly evaded the punch by a hair's breadth. Oh, you managed to dodge? The golden-armored man expressed mild surprise. Very well, it seems your strength exceeds my expectations. The space seemed to freeze as the overwhelming pressure erupted. Zhou Chun felt a momentary constriction in his breath, his expression grave as he glanced up. The golden-armored man stood before him, draped in glimmering armor, wielding an ancient spear, his cold gaze sweeping over Zhou Chun. In the next instant, the golden-armored man stepped forward, causing the entire space to appear concave beneath his weight. Without any flourish, he thrust the spear forth. A glimmer of cold light surged forth. The burning flame rending sky spear. In an instant, the spear tip, aglow with piercing golden light, lunged toward Zhou Chun's chest. Before the spear could arrive, the terrifying intent of the weapon already inflicted a faint sting upon Zhou Chun. The essence of the spear, the domain of the spear. This was the unique essence and domain belonging to the sacred realm, a power far surpassing the nascent soul level. Zhou Chun's pupils constricted, his heart racing. Without a hint of reservation, the chaotic Tao infant within his sea of consciousness surged forth, and he explosively created a massive pit beneath his feet. Tai golden light steps. Leaving behind an almost solid afterimage, Zhou Chun's true form had already shifted several dozen yards away. The golden spear's brilliance grazed his afterimage, crashing violently into the ground and erupting in a deafening roar, causing the very space to tremble violently. Oh, you dodged again? The golden-armored man's eyes widened with renewed astonishment, clearly underestimating Zhou Chun's speed. This instant transformed into a surge of even fiercer combat intent. The golden-armored man twirled his spear, stirring the spiritual energy of the entire space. The vortex-binding sea. Zhou Chun suddenly felt as if ensnared in quicksand, his speed drastically reduced. Seizing the opportunity, the golden-armored man closed in, his spear morphing into a celestial shower of cold stars, each thrust precisely targeting Zhou Chun's vital points, sealing all avenues of escape. Indestructible golden body, break. Zhou Chun ceased his evasive maneuvers, and his body surged dramatically. The chaotic Tao infant's energy coursed through him, unleashing an ancient, chaotic pressure. Boom. The golden-armored man's spear image exhibited a momentary delay. Bang, bang, bang. The two clashed fiercely once more, with each collision generating terrifying shockwaves. This was a battle at the level of the sacred realm. The 10th-ranked Holy Sun was actually able to contend with the projection of a sacred realm prodigy. This was utterly inconceivable. The onlooking disciples were left in complete shock. It must be noted that among the 9 preceding Holy Suns present, very few could confront a sacred realm expert head-on, and even Chu Songming could only barely defend himself. This young man is astonishingly powerful. Just how much strength has he concealed? Lin Yinyu's face darkened. It seems we have all underestimated him. Xiao Ran's voice was somewhat hoarse. Chu Songming was left speechless, struck by disbelief. When he had challenged the 26th level, he couldn't even withstand a single strike from the projection and was directly hurled out of the Taichu Linglong Tower. The battle raged on for a quarter of an hour. Although Zhou Chun could engage with the golden-armored man, he gradually found himself at a disadvantage. The endurance of the sacred realm was indeed beyond what he could currently contend with directly. Nevertheless, Zhou Chun had ample cause for pride. To withstand the attacks of a sacred realm prodigy with his nascent soul strength was, historically, a remarkable feat. It appeared he would need to employ some hidden cards. A glimmer of determination flickered in Zhou Chun's eyes as he made a swift decision. 9 Heavens refining God technique, Spirit Cone Strike. The golden-armored man evidently did not anticipate the terrifying power of Zhou Chun's spiritual consciousness, and his expression momentarily froze. Great Desolate Prison Sky Finger. Zhou Chun's right index finger pointed forth, and an enormous, terrifying finger coalesced in an instant. What? The golden-armored man quickly regained his senses, a trace of astonishment flashing in his eyes. This is an imperial-grade technique. Boom. Before the golden-armored man could react, the terrifying finger light pierced through his chest. Bang. 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 The golden-armored man's figure instantly disintegrated, transforming into specks of light that vanished. The 30th level, cleared. An Imperial-grade technique. Good heavens. The 10th-ranked Holy Son has actually mastered an Imperial-grade technique. How is this even possible? The onlooking disciples erupted into a frenzy. An Imperial-grade technique is something even the Sacred Lords regard with utmost importance. The expressions of the Holy Sons from the preceding 9 ranks altered dramatically. Among them, only Chu Tsongming had mastered a low-grade Imperial technique. Yet the technique Zhou Chen wielded was evidently of a superior grade. An Imperial-grade superior technique. Chu Tsongming murmured. His eyes filled with envy. If he were to learn that Zhou Chen had intercepted a technique that belonged to him, he would likely be driven to rage. Just then, a powerful wave emanated from deep within the Taichu sacred land. The figures of the sacred Lord Daoxian and several elders appeared outside the Taichu Linglong Tower. This aura. It belongs to the sacred Lord. The sacred Lord has been stirred. A glimmer of astonishment flashed in Daoxuan's eyes. Just who is this young man? Sacred Lord. We have investigated Zhou Chen's background. He indeed hails from the South region's Wenxian Sect, personally brought in by the Taichu sacred envoy Mu Yuandao. There is no mistake. An elder respectfully stated. As for his strength, let us continue observing, Daoxian replied solemnly. The surprises this young man has delivered are simply overwhelming. Let us first observe how far he can advance. Within the Taichu Linglong Tower, Zhou Chen has already ascended to the 31st level. Having revealed his prowess, Zhou Chen no longer conceals his strength. The celestial projections of the 31st level possess the might of a first-tier sage realm. Yet they crumble effortlessly before Zhou Chen's spirit nail and the great wilderness prison sky finger. As Zhou Chen relentlessly pushes through the 32nd and 35th levels, he triumphs over each celestial projection one by one. Is this truly a human? The celestial projections of the sage realm appear as fragile as paper before him. How terrifying. Am I dreaming? The onlooking disciples have grown numb, some repeatedly striking themselves to confirm they are not ensnared in a dream. Their worldviews have been utterly shattered. The 35th level. Only one more level to reach the pinnacle. Is Zhou Chen truly on the verge of conquering the Taichu Linglong Tower? Everyone gazes anxiously at the tower. And even Dao Xian's eyes flicker with a glimmer of hope. Since the tower's inception, only a handful have ever succeeded in reaching the summit. And not a single one has done so in millennia. If Zhou Chen accomplishes this feat, it would mark a historic moment for the Taichu Holy Land. The celestial projection of the 35th level, though stronger, is still swiftly vanquished by Zhou Chen. A profound resonance emanates from the Taichu Linglong Tower, followed by a thunderous roar. Boom, boom, boom. This is the Linglong Dao sound, which manifests only when a disciple challenges the 36th level, a rarity over the years. Some elders and disciples of the Holy Land are moved to tears. The Taichu is indeed flourishing. Upon stepping into the 36th level, Zhou Chen is beset by an overwhelming pressure. A mysterious figure clad in black robes materializes before him, exuding an unfathomable aura, as if capable of devouring all. State your name. I do not slay nameless individuals, the figure intones coolly. I am Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen regards the black-robed figure with a grave expression. Alarm bells ringing in his mind. I am calm, the figure declares. In this vast universe, dust and soil, amidst the 3,000 paths, you have earned the right to know my name. I am a disciple of the 3rd generation of the Taichu Holy Land. As his words linger in the air, Kong strikes with sudden ferocity. Boom. His palm descends, causing the entire 36th level to tremble. The power of this strike far surpasses that of all preceding celestial projections. Zhou Chen's expression shifts as he hastily employs his movement technique to evade. Yet, even so, he is grazed by the force of the blow, sent hurtling backward. How formidable. A flicker of gravity settles in Zhou Chen's eyes. This individual is inscrutable. He cannot ascertain whether this Kong is the same one he encountered upon the Chaos Celestial Steel. Good reflexes, the black-robed man remarks dispassionately. However, if this era's geniuses possess such limited skill, it ends here. Perhaps not. Zhou Chen wipes the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with combat fervor. Indestructible golden body, 5th level, activate. Boom. Zhou Chen's form is suddenly enveloped in resplendent golden light, his aura surging to new heights. Is this a body-tempering technique? Kong's eyes widen in surprise. Indeed, but alas. The level of your technique is too low. It appears I shall have the opportunity to stretch my limbs today. The two engage once more, and this time, Zhou Chen manages to hold his ground against Kong. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce battle generates rippling waves, each clash reverberating through the space. The disciples outside the Taichu Linglong Tower are utterly spellbound. This caliber of confrontation transcends their comprehension. Is this the true might of the 10th sequence? Terrifying indeed. Before the thought can fully form, Kong's silhouette vanishes. In the next instant, he materializes above Zhou Chun, his palm descending with a force that seems capable of shattering mountains. Zhou Chun attempts to evade, but his body feels as though it is ensnared, trapped by the surrounding space. He bellows, channeling the full power of his indestructible golden body to withstand the blow. A deafening crash erupts. Zhou Chun is struck back, leaving deep imprints in the ground. The overwhelming force causes his blood to surge within him, a metallic taste filling his throat. Your body is impressively resilient, Kong observes, vanishing once more. This time, he reappears behind Zhou Chun, delivering another strike. Zhou Chun, relying on instinct and the tiny golden light steps, barely manages to evade. The palm brushes past his back, the terrifying force whipping up a gale that leaves Zhou Chun's skin stinging. Kong's attacks are too swift to comprehend, akin to a specter darting through the fabric of space. Zhou Chun can only endure with his indestructible golden body, the pressure of the space mounting, as if it were about to crush him. It is difficult to fathom that Zhou Chun's indestructible golden body is already at the 5th level, yet he remains firmly suppressed. Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Zhou Chun feels his spiritual energy rapidly depleting. However, he fails to land a blow as Kong's figure disappears once more. Too fast. Soon, Zhou Chun is covered in blood. And even his indestructible golden body begins to falter. Each breath carries the metallic tang of blood. Mountains and rivers fall silent. The black-robed figure vanishes again. The terrifying spatial compression rendering Zhou Chun immobile. The essence of space. The domain of space. This is dire. Zhou Chun senses a looming crisis within. In this life and death moment, his mind sharpens, an explosion of insights flooding his consciousness. Boom, boom. 2 resonant sounds erupt within Zhou Chun, causing his aura to surge dramatically. 7th layer of the nascent soul. 8th layer of the nascent soul. Enlightened in spirit, Zhou Chun points forth the great wilderness prison sky, finger once more. The sky darkens abruptly. A colossal, pitch-black finger thrusts forth from the void, its ancient aura now more solidified, seemingly intent on annihilating all. As the finger passes, even the space trembles violently. Have you attained sudden enlightenment? Kong's tone shifts subtly, a glimmer of surprise gracing his gaze. Indeed, it contains a hint of intent. Void destruction. The black-robed figure taps his fingertip, conjuring a dark sphere that resembles a black hole. As the two collide, the great wilderness prison sky finger is disintegrated without resistance. The dark sphere hurtles toward Zhou Chun. He dares not hold back. In a flash, he clenches his right hand, a vibrant, emerald flame lotus blooming within his palm. 3 realms true fire, pure lotus of the world. This technique, crafted by Zhou Chun through the properties of the 3 realms true fire and infused with a trace of chaotic energy, is his first deployment, consuming a staggering 40% of his spiritual energy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. As the azure lotus passes, the space becomes scorched and distorted, the dark sphere rapidly dissolving. The dazzling brilliance illuminates the entire 36th level as if it were midday. Just as Zhou Chun exhales in relief, the black-robed figure grins malevolently. Countless tightly clustered dark points suddenly appear in the sky, sending a shiver down Zhou Chun's spine. At that moment, the entire 36th level begins to tremble violently. The light at the edges of space flickers chaotically, resembling a faulty bulb, as cracks begin to form, threatening to tear apart the very fabric of reality. The figure cloaked in black halted in midair. The power of the Linglong Tower had been exhausted. A hint of regret tinged the black-robed man's voice as his form grew increasingly indistinct. "You are quite remarkable, little one. What a pity," he remarked, a semblance of a smile appearing on his countenance. He expressed a desire for a true contest next time. With those words, the black-robed figure became completely nebulous, transforming into motes of luminous dust that swiftly dissipated. The entirety of the 36-layered space stabilized rapidly. Zhou Chun stood rooted in place, panting heavily. He felt uncertain whether he could withstand the terrifying assault from the black-robed man had the space been more resilient, but thankfully, all was concluded. In the next moment, the scenery before him shifted. Zhou Chun found himself standing on a platform, with dozens of luminous orbs suspended before him. These were the rewards for his successful challenge, including a mid-grade Bodhi seed of the Saint rank acquired from the 30-layer challenge. Simultaneously, a system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully intercepting the fate of the Son of Destiny, Chu Songming, obtaining a mid-grade Bodhi seed of the Saint rank. A 10,000-fold return of the mid-grade Bodhi sacred fruit of the Emperor rank, which can significantly enhance comprehension and refine the soul. Would you like to claim it? Zhou Chun declined the offer for now. In the following moment, the largest orb slowly descended before him, revealing an ancient token. A resonant voice resonated within his mind. Having ascended to the 36th layer of the Taichu Linglong Tower, you have shattered a millennium-old record. Reward: Void Secret Order. With this token, you may enter the Taichu Linglong Tower at any time to comprehend the laws of space in the 37th layer of the Void Secret Realm. The revelation of the Void Secret Order was entirely new to Zhou Chun. In truth, the Void Secret Realm was a place for comprehending spatial powers within the Taichu Sacred Land, yet the conditions for its opening were exceedingly stringent, rendering the majority of disciples unaware of its existence. Only Dao Xian and a select few core elders were privy to the rewards of the 36th layer. This token effectively provided Zhou Chun with a key for unrestricted access, its value far surpassing that of ordinary treasures. Contemplating the terrifying spatial concept of the black-robed man who referred to himself as Kong, Zhou Chun could not suppress his excitement. He swiftly stowed away the Bodhi seed, and the Void Secret Order as a radiant light enveloped him, transporting Zhou Chun away from the Taichu Linglong Tower. Outside, an eerie silence pervaded the atmosphere, where even the sound of a falling needle could be heard. Countless disciples had gathered, their eyes wide with anticipation, holding their breaths so as not to miss a single detail. The Taichu Sacred Master, Dao Xian, along with several core elders, hovered in the air, their expressions grave. Chapter 123. I am in a hurry. Let us engage all at once. As the radiance of the 36th layer faded, everyone held their breath. The moment Zhou Chun appeared, the entire sacred land erupted in jubilation. He emerged. He truly emerged. He had conquered the 36th layer, the first individual in 10,000 years. Zhou Xingzi was invincible. Exclamations of excitement flooded every corner of the sacred land. The cheers roared like a tsunami, and the gazes of the Taichu disciples toward Zhou Chun were filled with fervor. Chu Tsongming stood at the forefront, his expression complex, a blend of disappointment, admiration, and intense unwillingness. Suddenly, he stepped forward, raising his voice. Zhou Chun, today, you have ascended the Linglong Tower. I, Chu Tsongming, respect you. Might we choose a day to duel? As soon as his words fell, an immediate silence enveloped the surroundings. Dao Xian and the elders turned their attention to Zhou Chun, awaiting his response. Zhou Chun had just emerged from a fierce battle and had yet to fully assimilate all his rewards. No need to select a day. Right now, I am pressed for time. Upon hearing the challenge, Zhou Chun regarded Chu Tsongming, his voice quiet yet crystal clear to all. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He had just conquered the 36th layer. Was he truly going to face Saint Sun Chu directly without any chance to recuperate? Chu Tsongming was a half-saint, after all. Even he was momentarily taken aback by Zhou Chun's words, but soon, a fierce battle intent ignited in his eyes. Very well, let it be now. However, Zhou Chun's gaze swept over the other 9 candidates for the saint position beside Chu Tsongming. All 10 of you, come at me together. I am pressed for time. His tone remained unfazed, as if he were discussing something trivial. The words struck the ears of the onlookers like a thunderclap. Arrogance. How outrageous. What does he take us for? The expressions of the candidates for the saint position changed dramatically, feeling profoundly insulted. Even Chu Tsongming furrowed his brow. Zhou Chun, you are being excessively presumptuous. Lin Yinyu bellowed in anger. So arrogant. Do we need to band together to deal with you? Xiao Ran added, equally incensed. Lin Shuya glared at Zhou Chun with venomous eyes. Zhou Chun regarded their expressions with an unchanging demeanor. I said, I am pressed for time. Let us not waste each other's time. His declaration utterly enraged them all. Seeking death. Since you wish to humiliate yourself, we shall oblige. Together, let us teach this arrogant fool a lesson. The 9 candidates for the saint position exchanged icy glances, disregarding any semblance of face. Chu Tsongming ceased to oppose, for Zhou Chun's arrogance had exceeded his threshold of tolerance. The 10 of them simultaneously unleashed their spiritual powers, a terrifying pressure enveloping the arena. 10 formidable auras erupted in unison. Chu Tsongming's sword-intent soared skyward, manifesting countless phantom swords behind him, each appearing as if it were real. Lin Yinyu conjured fierce flames, a blazing fire dragon swirling around him, while Xiao Ran unleashed chilling blasts, freezing the area within 100 meters. 10 distinct powers intertwined and clashed, forming a colossal encirclement that ensnared Zhou Chun. The overwhelming pressure forced nearby disciples to retreat, some even spitting blood from the force. Zhou Chun stood at the center of the encirclement, his garments billowing in the wind. This is somewhat intriguing, but not excessively so. In the face of the 10's combined efforts, Zhou Chun's expression remained nonchalant. Having witnessed true ancient prodigies, he understood the insignificance of his own existence. In this moment, Zhou Chun's gaze encompassed only predecessors, comrades, and ants. As for the so-called prodigies of the Taichu's sacred land, in his eyes, they were merely slightly larger ants. Kill. Chu Songming struck first, unsheathing his long sword, unleashing a torrent of terrifying sword energy that surged toward Zhou Chun. Simultaneously, Lin Yinyu thrust his palms forward, the roaring fire dragon launching a side attack. Xiao Ran was even more treacherous, summoning ice spikes from below the ground. Wang Tung hurled a punch, casting a terrifying shadow from above, akin to a mountain pressing down. The others joined in as well, unleashing lightning, wind blades, and earth spikes, sealing off all of Zhou Chen's escape routes. Yet, Zhou Chun did not flinch, not even raising an eyelid, raising one hand skyward. In the next moment, a blinding golden light erupted from him, forming a solid golden barrier. Indeed, the indestructible golden body. The torrential attacks fell like a deluge, each strike capable of shattering mountains. However, when these assaults collided with the golden barrier, they merely caused Zhou Chen's garments to ripple, failing to breach his defenses. Impossible, Chu Songming roared. Return the sword to its origin. This was Chu Songming's renowned ultimate technique, a superior sword technique of the saint rank. The terrifying sword energy coalesced into a towering sword shadow, its aura surging once more, crashing down upon the golden barrier. Ding! The golden barrier rippled slightly. Yet that was all. Is this fellow a monster? Xiao Ran's face turned pale. Altogether, give it our all. Chu Songming had gone completely mad. The 10 of them unleashed their strongest trump cards simultaneously. Chu Songming ignited his essence blood, and the shadow of his sword surged threefold. The entire space trembled, and the ground began to crack inch by inch. At this moment, Dao Xian waved his hand, forming a colossal isolation array, if he did not act soon. The aftermath of the battle could obliterate the several hundred Taichu disciples nearby. Zhou Chun gazed at the overwhelming assault and finally nodded. Indeed, it warranted my earnest attention. Zhou Chen's eyes sharpened, and he slowly raised his right hand. Within his dantian, the mysterious aura of the chaos Dao infancy swirled. A torrent of chaotic spiritual power, combined with the recently comprehended essence of the great wilderness prison heaven finger, surged madly into his fingertips. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, and a massive black finger shadow abruptly appeared in the sky. The aura emanating from the finger shadow was far more formidable than what Zhou Chun had previously unleashed, carrying a terrifying pressure that could suppress the ages. The sky darkened. The entire expanse seemed to freeze, and countless disciples felt as if they could not breathe. Dao Xian and the elders also changed countenance, hastily enhancing the strength of the isolation array. Suppression. Zhou Chen's cold voice resonated. Buzz. The colossal finger descended with a thunderous roar. The 9 great sequences, including Chu Songming, displayed expressions of horror. They sensed the breath of death. Everyone desperately activated their strongest defenses, various magical artifacts gleaming with brilliance. Their protective spiritual energies pushed to their limits. Chu Songming unleashed all his power as a half-holy. Yet, it was futile. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted, and a terrifying shockwave surged forth. The entire plaza was transformed into a vast pit. Lin Yinyu, Xiao Ran, Wang Tung, Lin Xiuya, and the others all spat blood. Their garments tattered and torn, their artifacts shattered, with Lin Xiuya's spiritual power even dissipating. They lay at the bottom of the pit, unable to move, their eyes filled with overwhelming fear. Chu Songming was the only one capable of motion. He knelt on one knee, his face as pale as a sheet, gasping for breath. He looked at Zhou Chun, his gaze filled with profound defeat. Silence. An eerie stillness enveloped the plaza. Everyone stared blankly at the enormous pit, then at the sole figure of Zhou Chun standing in the arena. One strike. Merely one strike, including Chu Songming. The 10 strongest disciples of the younger generation of the Taichu sacred land were instantaneously suppressed by Zhou Chun. This was no longer the domain of talent. It was that of a prodigy, a monster. Chapter 124, Tremendous Advancement, Langya Blessed Land. Yet, this was merely the result of Zhou Chun not striking lethally. Aside from Lin Xiuya, he had not targeted anyone else. Dao Xian took a deep breath, suppressing the shock within. All disciples, heed my command. The 10th sequence, Holy Sun. Zhou Chun has shattered the record of the Ascension Ladder, reaching the pinnacle of the Taichu Linglong Tower, exerting pressure over the 9 great sequences. His aptitude and strength are unrivaled among the younger generation of the sacred land. From this day forth, Zhou Chun is promoted to Holy Son of our Taichu sacred land. His status shall be second only to mine. Dao Xuan's voice resonated throughout the entire Taichu sacred land, imbued with immense authority. Following a brief silence, Holy Son Zhou is mighty. Holy Son Zhou is invincible. Zhou Chun, I love you. The earth-shattering cheers erupted like a volcanic eruption. Countless disciples fervently shouted Zhou Chen's name. In that moment, Zhou Qin's name resounded throughout the Taichu sacred land. Chu Songming silently wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and cast another deep glance at Zhou Chun. There was no anger in his eyes, but rather an unprecedented clarity. He bowed to Dao Xian, his voice hoarse yet calm. Disciple Chu Songming, having sensed something, requests immediate seclusion for contemplation. Aloud, Dao Xian looked at Chu Songming and nodded with approval. Chu Songming slightly cupped his hands in Zhou Qin's direction, then transformed into a streak of light, flying towards his cave abode without looking back. This setback had, instead, ignited his fighting spirit, and he had even gleaned a fragment of insight from Zhou Qin's essence. Should Zhou Chun be aware, he would likely be astonished by Chu Songming's comprehension. Zhou Qin stood at the center of the plaza, his gaze tranquil. The finger strike just now was not solely to intimidate others. It was also an attempt to gauge the power of the great wilderness prison heaven finger's essence. The result far exceeded expectations, yet it also made Zhou Chun realize that the speed of his strength's growth might attract unwarranted attention. However, having reached this juncture, there was no turning back. The Taichu sacred land shall rise. Dao Xian looked at Zhou Chun, his eyes filled with satisfaction. 3 days later, Zhou Chun entered the Langya blessed land. As soon as he stepped inside, a dense spiritual energy rushed toward him, almost solidifying into mist. As a magnificent river of spiritual energy flowed from the void into the Langya blessed land and then onward. The concentration of spiritual energy here was several times greater than that of the core area of the Taichu sacred land. The Taichu sacred land truly deserves its reputation as the pinnacle of cultivation sanctuaries in Zhongzhou, possessing such a remarkable place. Zhou Qin marveled inwardly. As he surveyed the surroundings, although the Langya blessed land was not expansive, it exuded an otherworldly charm. Towering ancient trees shaded the sky, their trunks so robust that a dozen people could scarcely encircle them. Beneath the trees, spiritual herbs carpeted the ground, emanating a faint medicinal fragrance. Most astonishingly, the spiritual energy here had even begun to liquefy. Drops of crystalline spiritual liquid coalesced from the void, cascading like sweet dew. Each drop contained the essence of pure heaven and earth. Gulp. Zhou Qin could not help but swallow hard. In such an environment, cultivating would yield results exponentially superior to those in the outside world. He found the most concentrated area of spiritual energy, seated cross-legged, and began to fully operate the Taichu creation scripture. Boom. As the technique commenced, the surrounding spiritual energy surged into his body like rivers flowing into the sea. The chaos Tao infancy within his dantian greedily devoured this pure energy, its aura ascending at a visibly rapid pace. Little friend, is this the Langya blessed land? The ring in his hand shimmered, and an aged voice echoed in Zhou Qin's mind. Xian Lao, you have awakened. Indeed, this is the Langya blessed land. Zhou Qin nodded. The spiritual energy here is exceedingly abundant. Cultivating techniques yields results with half the effort, and those with higher comprehension will cultivate at a faster pace. I observe that your storage ring seems to contain spirit herbs. May I see them? Truly, as an ancient being who has dealt with elixirs all his life, he could not be deceived by even the faintest scent of herbs. Zhou Chun produced a mid-grade Bodhi seed of the holy rank, as well as the mid-grade Bodhi sacred fruit of the emperor rank returned by the system. Hiss. This is a Bodhi seed. Bodhi sacred fruit. The moment these two items appeared, even though Zhou Chun had been astonished countless times, the ring spirit could not help but exclaim, Little friend, could you entrust these two medicinal materials to me? They are the primary ingredients for refining the 9-leaf true lotus Bodhi pill, which can greatly enhance comprehension and also benefit the nourishment and repair of the soul. Hearing this, Zhou Qin's eyes brightened. The ring spirit's capabilities were formidable. In the past, whenever Zhou Qin obtained rare treasures, he would directly refine them, which was quite wasteful. Now, with the ring spirit present, all issues could be resolved effortlessly. Xian Lao may take them. If you require any additional auxiliary materials, do not hesitate to inform me, Zhou Chun said generously. After the ring spirit detailed the remaining medicinal materials and precautions, Zhou Qin placed them into the Gi secret realm for processing. After all, handling such high-grade materials was still somewhat cumbersome, even for the ring spirit. Subsequently, Zhou Qin settled his mind and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. The river of spiritual energy in the Langya blessed land continuously had spiritual energy drawn from it, as if a small stream were connecting to Zhou Chun. A deep rumble resonated within Zhou Qin's body, causing his aura to surge dramatically. He had ascended to the 9th level of the nascent soul. In the brief span of a day within the Langya blessed land, Zhou Chun's cultivation had experienced a remarkable breakthrough. Indeed, the reputation of the Langya blessed land was well-deserved. A surge of elation flooded his heart. At this pace, he would reach the 10th level of the nascent soul within 3 days at most. However, as he reveled in the joy of his cultivation advancement. A melodious flute sound suddenly filled the air. The haunting melody was ethereal and delicate, as if it originated from the heavens above, yet also seemed to emanate from the depths of the earth. The tune carried an indescribable sorrow and solitude, evoking a sense of compassion in those who heard it. Zhou Qin's eyes snapped open. This flute sound. He surveyed his surroundings, yet discerned no signs of life. The melody appeared omnipresent, as if it existed solely within the realms of the ethereal. How peculiar. Wasn't the Langya blessed land uninhabited? Who could possibly be playing the flute here? Zhou Qin furrowed his brow, extending his divine sense throughout the entire blessed land, but still found no trace of any living being. The flute continued to play for roughly a quarter of an hour before gradually fading away. Forget it, it mattered not. Zhou Qin shook his head and closed his eyes once more. Regardless of who was playing the flute, as long as it did not interfere with his cultivation, it was of no concern. For the next 2 days, that mysterious flute sound would resonate daily, at unpredictable times, sometimes at dawn, other times at dusk, and occasionally in the dead of night. Each time he heard the melody, Zhou Qin felt a peculiar heartache, as if something of great significance was calling out to him. Yet, he forcefully suppressed this impulse and focused intently on his cultivation. On the 3rd day at noon, a thunderous boom erupted from within Zhou Qin, unleashing a terrifying aura. He had reached the 10th level of the nascent soul. Zhou Qin slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within them. Unfortunately, he felt he had reached the limit of his current advancement. Breaking through the bottleneck of the 10th level of the nascent soul appeared rather formidable. Zhou Qin murmured to himself. Yet, it was thanks to the inexhaustible spiritual energy of the Langya blessed land, along with the ample medicinal elixirs rewarded from the ascending immortal steps and the Taichu Linglong Tower, that this breakthrough had not been exceedingly difficult. Zhou Qin clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him. Now, if he were to face an opponent, even without resorting to any hidden cards, he possessed the confidence to confront them head-on. Just then, the familiar flute sound echoed once more. This time, the sorrow within the melody seemed even more pronounced, akin to weeping and lamenting, stirring an irresistible urge to uncover its source. Chapter 125, Provocation at the Mountain Gate, Ridiculous Laughter. Zhou Qin rose to his feet, gazing towards the direction from whence the flute sound emanated. It pointed towards the heart of the Langya blessed land, where the source of spiritual energy lay. Yet it was shrouded in a dense fog. With Zhou Qin's current level of divine sense and cultivation, he could not penetrate the veil of mist. Now was not the time. He silently resolved to investigate when an opportunity arose. Gathering his thoughts, Zhou Qin made his way towards the teleportation exit of the Langya blessed land. At the Taichu Holy Land, before the mountain gate. Look, aren't those people from the Qingfeng Holy Land? Qingfeng Holy Land. What business do they have here at our Taichu Holy Land? Look at that middle-aged man. His aura is terrifying. At least a powerhouse above the 8th level of the Holy Realm. A considerable number of disciples from the Taichu Holy Land had gathered at the mountain gate, pointing and discussing amongst themselves. A swift flying vessel approached, carrying 3 figures heading towards the mountain gate of the Taichu Holy Land. Leading them was a stern-faced middle-aged man in a blue robe, his aura unfathomable. He was none other than the Holy Master of the Qingfeng Holy Land, Qing Ming. Following closely behind was a young man in his 20s. Handsome, yet bearing a hint of arrogance. He was the holy son of the Qingfeng Holy Land, Wu Qingshan. Bringing up the rear was an elder, presumably a senior of the Qingfeng Holy Land. Disciples of the Taichu Holy Land, we, the Qingfeng Holy Land, seek an audience. Qing Ming's voice thundered across the entirety of Taichu Holy Land. Shortly thereafter, an elder from the External Affairs Hall of Taichu arrived to welcome them. We did not know of the arrival of the Holy Master of Qingfeng. The Taichu Holy Land has failed in its reception, and we ask for your understanding. The elder from the External Affairs Hall stated politely. Humph, is there one named Zhou Qin among you? We have received word that he killed one of our holy sons, Lin Zhan, within the Guishu secret realm, and we have come to demand an explanation. Soon, disciples from Taichu Holy Land rushed over. Upon seeing the individuals from Qingfeng Holy Land, their faces displayed strange expressions. Surely they are not here to find our new holy son, Zhou Qin? It must be. There is no other Zhou Qin in our Taichu Holy Land. It is definite that he was killed by the holy son. Haha, this is going to be entertaining. The disciples whispered amongst themselves, their eyes alight with anticipation for the unfolding drama. Qing Ming and the others sensed the unusual looks in the eyes of the Taichu disciples, and a sense of foreboding gripped their hearts. What is this? Why are these disciples of the Taichu Holy Land looking at us like that? Wu Qingshan frowned. Just then, the figure of Chu Tsongming appeared at the mountain gate. He had merely been passing by and intended to seek the law elder at the scripture pavilion regarding some cultivation questions. Hearing that they were looking for Zhou Qin, He decided to see what was happening. Although he was no longer the Holy Son, his status within the Taichu Holy Land remained high, and the inner elders made way for Chu Songming to approach. Esteemed members of the Qingfeng Holy Land, may I ask what brings you to our Taichu Holy Land? Chu Songming inquired calmly. Upon seeing Chu Songming, a glimmer of wariness crossed Qing Ming's eyes. He was well aware of Chu Songming's reputation as the foremost figure of the younger generation in the Taichu Holy Land, his strength inscrutable. Holy Son Chu, we have come regarding the death of our disciple, Lin Zhan. Qing Ming replied solemnly. According to our investigation, Lin Zhan was slain by a disciple of the Taichu Holy Land named Zhou Chun. He must have employed underhanded tactics to ambush Lin Zhan, and we demand justice. Upon hearing this, an even stranger expression crossed Chu Songming's face. Are you certain you wish to provoke Zhou Chun? Absolutely. Wu Qingshan retorted with a cold scoff. A mere newly initiated disciple of Taichu Holy Land dares to kill one of our Qingfeng Holy Land members? It is simply a death wish. Clearly, they were unaware that Zhou Chun had already ascended to the position of Holy Son of the Taichu Holy Land. Chu Songming, you wouldn't be trying to shield that Zhou Chun, would you? Wu Qingshan mocked. The esteemed Holy Son of Taichu Holy Land is actually standing up for a worthless fool? Chu Songming's expression grew more intriguing. Shielding? If he uttered such words, he would likely not even believe them himself. If you truly wish to confront Zhou Chun, I advise you to reconsider, Chu Songming offered as a kind warning. Humph. Chu Songming, I see you are merely trying to protect him. Wu Qingshan sneered. A worthless fool who can only resort to ambush. I could crush him with a single finger. Chu Songming opened his mouth as if to explain, but ultimately decided to remain silent. Some matters were better left for them to experience firsthand. Zhou Chun, you have guests seeking you. At that moment, Dao Xian's voice echoed from the Holy Master's hall, reaching Zhou Chun's ears. While cultivating, Zhou Chun stretched lazily, intending to step outside for some fresh air and see who had come to find him. Soon, Zhou Chun's figure appeared before the mountain gate, still clad in his casual attire due to his hasty departure. When Qing Ming and the others beheld Zhou Chun in his white robes, they were momentarily taken aback. Is this the Zhou Chun who killed Lin Zhan? He appears to be in his early 20s. And his aura suggests he possesses merely the cultivation of the 7th level of the nascent soul. With such capabilities, how could he possibly have slain Lin Zhan, who is at the 10th level? So you are Zhou Chun? Wu Qingshan scrutinized Zhou Chun from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain. And what of it? What business do you have with me? Zhou Chun glanced at the trio from Qingfeng's sacred land, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. Someone has seen you kill our 6th-ranked disciple, Lin Zhan, in the Guishu secret realm, have they not? Wu Qingshan was certain that the Zhou Chun before him must have employed some underhanded means. Otherwise, with Lin Zhan's strength, it would not have been so easy for him to be slain. And what of it? Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. As the Holy Son of Taichu now, there is no need for him to hide anymore. To deny it would be the height of absurdity. Excellent. The disciples of Qingfeng's sacred land are not to be taken lightly. I represent Qingfeng's sacred land to seek your guidance in skilled arts. In Wu Qingshan's eyes, Zhou Chun had become a mere shell of a man. Are you certain you wish to challenge me? The words were spoken with a casual air, yet they produced an inexplicable sensation in Qing Ming and the others. Of course it's you. Wu Qingshan sneered. With your meager cultivation, how dare you claim to have killed a disciple of Qingfeng's sacred land? I suspect you must have employed some despicable tactics. Today, I, Wu Qingshan, shall avenge my junior brother Lin Zhan. Zhou Chun could not help but chuckle at this proclamation. How amusing. Zhou Chun turned his gaze to Qing Ming. Is this the extent of your discernment at Qingfeng's sacred land? Qing Ming's countenance darkened at the remark. Boy, what do you mean? It means nothing. Zhou Chun waved his hand dismissively. Since you wish to challenge me, then come forth. However, he shifted his tone. Merely fighting is rather dull. Why not add a little flair? At that moment, Dao Xian emerged from the hall of the Holy Master, and upon hearing Zhou Chun's words, a glimmer of cunning sparkled in his eyes. Indeed, since this is a challenge, it ought to have some stakes. What do you think, my friend Qing Ming? Dao Xian said with a smile. Chapter 126. The stakes of the challenge, wealth awaits. Qing Ming observed Dao Xian's confident demeanor, feeling a sense of unease creeping in. Yet, having reached this point, he could not retreat. Very well, let us add some stakes. If Qingfeng's sacred land is defeated, we shall offer 10 high-grade holy pills and 1 million high-grade spirit stones. And if your Taichu sacred land is defeated, Qing Ming said through gritted teeth. Dao Xian pondered for a moment and replied, then let us raise the stakes. The other bets remain unchanged. But the high-grade spirit stones shall be exchanged for top-grade spirit stones. If Taichu's sacred land loses, we will provide you with the same and additionally a vial of top-grade holy pills. How does that sound? Deal. At this moment, Qing Ming's anxiety intensified. 1 million top-grade spirit stones was no small sum for Qingfeng's sacred land, equating to the annual yield of a large top-grade spirit stone mine. Hearing this wager, Wu Qingshan's excitement grew, as if the 10 high-grade holy pills and 1 million top-grade spirit stones were already in his possession. Not only could he avenge Lin Zhan, but he could also acquire such valuable items, truly a double triumph. Be careful, Qingming cautioned Wu Qingshan through a transmission, yet received only Wu Qingshan's resolute gaze in response. At this moment, Qingming's unease lessened somewhat. Zhou Chun and Wu Qingshan wasted no time and swiftly approached the martial arts platform. Zhou Chun, prepare to meet your demise. High-grade holy, 9-turn annihilation blade. Wu Qingshan bellowed, his aura of the 10th level of the nascent soul erupting instantly, showing no signs of holding back. 9 black blades of light coalesced in an instant, ruthlessly slicing towards Zhou Chun. In Wu Qingshan's view, his cultivation was 3 minor realms above Zhou Chen's. The advantage lay with him, and this battle was certain to end without suspense. The other disciples of Taichu could not help but feel anxious for Zhou Chun, as Wu Qingshan was indeed a well-known figure in Zhongzhou. Is this all? However, in the face of Wu Qingshan's assault, Zhou Chun did not even move. As the words fell, Zhou Chun waved his hand casually. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. Wu Qingshan's figure was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Blood gushing from his mouth. One move. Just a single move. The esteemed holy son of Qingfeng's sacred land, a renowned genius in Zhongzhou, was obliterated by Zhou Chun in an instant. Silence enveloped the martial arts arena, followed by an eruption of cheers from the disciples of Taichu. The holy son is invincible. Ha ha ha. Qingfeng's sacred land is truly laughable. They should have inquired about our holy son's strength before daring to come. The minds of the Qingfeng's sacred land disciples must be muddled. It is no wonder they were dispatched by Zhou Xingzi. No, this is impossible. Wu Qingshan struggled to rise. Disbelief etched across his face. You cheated. You must have cheated. How could a 7th level nascent soul possibly obliterate a 10th level? This is impossible. Qingming was equally stunned, rendered speechless by the scene. He stared wide-eyed at Zhou Chun as if beholding a monster. At that moment, Chu Tsangming approached. I say, is your Qingfeng's sacred land so out of touch with reality? Chu Tsangming shook his head. Zhou Chun is now the newly appointed holy son of our Taichu sacred land. Unmatched in combat prowess, even I am no match for him. How dare you come to challenge him? What? The newly appointed holy son. Qingming and Wu Qingshan felt as if struck by lightning, entirely dumbfounded. The holy son of Taichu's sacred land holds a status second only to that of the holy master. They actually came to challenge the holy son of Taichu's sacred land? Is this not a death wish? Let us go. Hurry, let us leave. Qingming snapped back to reality, grabbing Wu Qingshan to depart. Wait, Dao Xian said with a smile. Brother Qingming, the wager has yet to be fulfilled. Shall we settle the accounts first? Qingming's complexion shifted between shades of green and white, but ultimately, he gritted his teeth and retrieved his storage ring. Here are 10 high-grade holy pills and 1 million top-grade spirit stones. Having said that, he turned and left without a backward glance, dragging Wu Qingshan away. Collect these, they are all your spoils of war. This matter is settled, come find me later. Dao Xian contentedly stored the ring and then tossed it to Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun gleefully accepted the storage ring, his spirits soaring. To acquire so many treasures without lifting a finger was even swifter than robbery. As he watched the 3 from Qingfeng's sacred land flee in disarray, the disciples of Taichu erupted in thunderous cheers. Holy Son Zhou is mighty. Holy Son Zhou is invincible. Long live Taichu's sacred land. Zhou Chun observed all of this, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. This feeling of being admired by others is rather pleasant. In the hall of the holy master of Taichu's sacred land, as Zhou Chun stepped inside, he felt an invisible pressure envelop him. Dao Xian sat at the head of the table, his brow furrowed as if contemplating something of great importance. Disciple Zhou Chun pays respects to master. Zhou Chun bowed respectfully. Dao Xian lifted his head to regard Zhou Chun, a hint of gratification flickering in his eyes. Zhou Chun, you have arrived just in time. Please, take a seat. I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Zhou Chun took a seat at the side, secretly speculating on Dao Xian's purpose for summoning him. Zhou Chun, are you aware of the momentous event about to unfold in Zhongzhou? Dao Xian asked directly. The disciple is rather dull, and I kindly ask for your enlightenment, master. Zhou Chun responded honestly. Dao Xian took a deep breath, his expression turning grave. The resource war in Zhongzhou is about to commence. A resource war? A flicker of confusion passed through Zhou Chen's eyes. Indeed, Dao Xian nodded, explaining that every century, the major sanctuaries of Zhongzhou engage in a resource war to vie for the ownership of vein mines for the next 100 years, the allocation of resources, and the order of recruitment for talented disciples from various regions. For instance, The recruitment sequence for the Southern Domain's Grand Competition places the Taichu Sanctuary significantly ahead of the Yinhua Sanctuary. Dao Xian rose from his seat and began to pace slowly to the center of the Grand Hall. This time, all 108 sanctuaries of Zhongzhou will participate without exception. The victors will claim everything, while the sanctuaries that rank at the bottom may even lose their titles as sanctuaries. Zhou Qin's heart trembled. The simultaneous participation of 108 sanctuaries was indeed astonishing. Furthermore, Dao Xian continued, this resource war will primarily involve the younger generation from each sanctuary. In other words, your strength will determine the fate of your respective sanctuaries for the next century. Such a momentous event explains Dao Xian's serious demeanor, Zhou Qin thought. With the resource war imminent, it appears that the opportunities within the Taichu Sanctuary for other sequences will have to be postponed. Otherwise, the other sanctuary sons of Taichu will be absurdly underqualified when the time comes for the resource war. After all, they are not opportunities of great significance, and allowing them to attain them is inconsequential. Zhou Qin resolved that if he were to steal, it would be the opportunities of the sanctuary sons from other sanctuaries. Master, I am uncertain of my current standing in terms of strength. Zhou Qin expressed his concerns. I am well aware of your strength. Dao Xian waved his hand dismissively. Ascending to the 99th level of the Immortal Ladder and reaching the pinnacle of the Taichu Linglong Tower are accomplishments that are already sufficient to look down upon your peers. However, Dao Xian's tone shifted. Zhongzhou is home to many hidden talents, particularly among the top 9 sanctuaries. Their strength is extraordinarily formidable, and you must hasten to enhance your abilities before the resource war begins. The disciple understands. Zhou Qin nodded in acknowledgement, uncertain if Master could enlighten him about the circumstances of those top sanctuaries. A flicker of wariness crossed Dao Xian's eyes. The top-ranked is the Huanggu Sanctuary. With a legacy spanning hundreds of thousands of years, its foundation unfathomable. Second is the Tianji Sanctuary, adept in the art of divination, enigmatic and inscrutable. As for the third, Dao Xian paused, the Tianqing Sanctuary. Upon hearing this name, Zhou Qin felt a stir in his heart. The token left to him by the Tianyuan Saint was indeed meant for delivery to the Tianqing Sanctuary. Chapter 127. Tianqing Sanctuary, Northern Domain's Demon Abyss. What is so special about the Tianqing Sanctuary? Zhou Qin inquired. The Tianqing Sanctuary is located in the distant eastern wilderness of Zhongzhou, amidst the Daizhou Mountain, where the power of the stars is dense, making it a sanctuary primarily focused on star-related techniques. Dao Xian's expression turned serious, emphasizing that, more importantly, their sanctuary sun is said to be the legendary Jiujia star body, a being that has not emerged for millennia. Jiujia star body? Zhou Qin raised an eyebrow. One of the legendary ultimate physiques, Dao Xian elaborated. Those who possess the Jiujia star body attract heavenly tribulations with each breakthrough from the Holy Realm. Every time they overcome a tribulation, their body undergoes a celestial refinement, resulting in a qualitative leap in strength, far surpassing others of the same level. Dao Xian's voice grew even heavier. According to reliable sources, the sanctuary sun of the Tianqing Sanctuary has already broken through to the 3rd layer of the Holy Realm. After several tribulations, his true combat prowess has likely reached the 4th layer of the Holy Realm, or even higher. Zhou Qin inhaled sharply. The 4th layer of the Holy Realm exceeds anything he could currently contend with. However, there is no need for excessive worry. Dao Xian reassured him. The resource war has strict rules that will not allow the younger generation to be sent to their demise directly, and our Taichu Sanctuary is not without its trump cards. If you can break through to the Holy Realm before the resource war, your chances of success will increase significantly. Dao Xian returned to his seat, his gaze penetrating as he looked at Zhou Qin. The disciple will give his all. Zhou Qin declared resolutely. Very well, all that needs to be said has been said. Your utmost priority now is to enhance your strength. All the resources of the sanctuary are at your disposal. Do not hesitate to express your needs. Dao Xian waved his hand, signaling Zhou Qin to take his leave. Thank you, Master. Zhou Qin stood and bowed, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as he departed, his mind still contemplating their previous conversation. The resource war in Zhongzhou, the Tianqing Sanctuary, the Jiujia star body. It is imperative that I enhance my strength expeditiously. Zhou Qin murmured. Within the Yuan secret realm, spiritual energy swirled, so dense that it almost took tangible form. Zhou Qin sat cross-legged. Before him lay the imperial-grade supreme technique he had just exchanged for at the scripture pavilion, the 9 transformations of the dragon elephant. This technique is divided into 9 layers. Upon mastering each layer, one can coalesce a fragment of ancient dragon elephant power. Legends say that upon reaching perfection, one can wield 9 fragments of ancient dragon elephant power, capable of shattering stars with a single punch. Given my current foundation, combined with the 5th layer of the indestructible golden body technique, Cultivating this technique should not pose much difficulty, Zhou Chen assessed. He took a deep breath and began to circulate his spiritual power according to the technique's incantation. The cultivation method of the 9 transformations of the dragon elephant is exceedingly unique, requiring spiritual power to circulate within the body along a specific path, while simultaneously visualizing the form of the ancient dragon elephant with one's consciousness. As the technique operated, the spiritual power within Zhou Chen began to undergo a transformation. The originally pure spiritual power gradually acquired a hint of ancient and desolate energy. Roar. Within Zhou Chen's sea of consciousness, it seemed as though the roar of an ancient dragon elephant resonated. A massive dragon elephant phantom slowly coalesced within his dantian. This dragon elephant possessed the claws of a dragon, while its body and limbs resembled that of an elephant, exuding an overwhelming pressure reminiscent of a primordial beast. The first layer is complete. Zhou Chen opened his eyes, a glimmer of joy flickering within them, with the foundation of the indestructible golden body technique. Cultivating the 9 transformations of the dragon elephant indeed yields twice the result with half the effort. Zhou Chen felt the surging power within him, unable to restrain his awe. Merely the first layer has amplified his physical strength several-fold. If he could cultivate to the 9th layer, wielding the power of 9 dragons and 9 elephants, Zhou Chen could scarcely imagine the terrifying force that would entail. However, he also knew that the further one goes, the more challenging the cultivation becomes. Achieving the first layer in such a short time already reflects his profound foundation. Let me check on Shui Wuhan's situation, Zhou Chen thought, summoning the opportunity panel for Shui Wuhan. Name, Shui Wuhan. Cultivation, 8th layer of the nascent soul. Recent opportunities, in 3 months. Venture into the depths of the northern domain's demon abyss to the forbidden 8 treasures demon cavern, where he will gain the legendary opportunity of the 8 treasures merit pool. Upon absorbing the pool's water, the Xiantian demon body will evolve into the 8 treasures demon tribulation body, breaking through to the semi-saint realm. Upon seeing this information, a sharp gleam flashed in Zhou Chen's eyes. The 8 treasures merit pool. This is a legendary treasure that not only enables Shui Wuhan's physique to evolve, but also allows him to break through to the semi-saint realm. This opportunity is mine to seize. Let Shui Wuhan scavenge for scraps. Zhou Chen resolutely made his decision. Shui Wuhan is already his potential rival, and with the resource war in Zhongzhou approaching, he must not be allowed to attain this opportunity. Elder Xian, do you have knowledge of the situation in the northern domain's demon abyss? Zhou Chen inquired of the ring in his hand. It is located at the northern edge of Zhongzhou, an exceedingly perilous area. Here, demonic beasts abound, countless secret realms exist, and forbidden zones are prevalent, with demon cultivators congregating. Even those of the Holy Realm would not dare to claim they could walk out unscathed. Youngster, what are you planning? The northern domain's demon abyss is fraught with danger. I advise you to refrain from coveting it. The old voice replied with a hint of surprise. Nothing, I was just asking. Zhou Chen remained expressionless and continued. Master Xian, have you heard of the 8 treasures demon cave? The 8 treasures demon cave? It's an ancient forbidden ground deep within the northern domain demon abyss, said to be the cultivation place of the ancient demon emperor. No one knows its exact location. It is rumored that within it lies the 8 treasures merit pool, forged by the demon emperor using 8 supreme treasures, capable of transforming the body and enhancing cultivation. I have never seen it myself. Boy, you wouldn't be looking for the 8 treasures demon cave, would you? The Soul Ring admitted that he indeed did not understand Zhou Chen. This young man would suddenly ask about secrets from the ancient times, and he didn't know how Zhou Chen had obtained such knowledge. However, he didn't care much. After all, this young man's character was decent, and he had treated the elder with utmost respect. After hearing this information, Zhou Chen furrowed his brows slightly. The northern domain demon abyss was indeed dangerous, but in order to intercept Shui Wuhan's fortune, he had to make the trip. Master Mu should know more about the northern domain demon abyss. Since he is a protector of the Tao, Zhou Chen decided to let him guide the way. Zhou Chen rose and left the unified realm, heading toward Mu Yuandao's residence. Mu Yuandao was in the courtyard trimming spiritual herbs. Seeing Zhou Chen arrive, he put down the shears and began brewing tea. Holy Son, is there anything you require of me? Master Mu, I want to inquire about a certain place. Zhou Chen said directly. Although Zhou Chen already knew the basic situation of the northern domain demon abyss, for safety, he pretended ignorance and asked again. Oh, what place? The northern domain demon abyss. Mu Yuandao paused with the teacup in his hand, his expression turning solemn. Holy Son, why do you ask about this place? I heard there are many opportunities there, and I wish to undergo some trials. Zhou Chen replied, half truth, half falsehood. Mu Yuandao shook his head. Holy Son, the northern domain demon abyss is no place to tread lightly. It is one of the most dangerous regions in all of Central Continent. Years ago, I went there myself. The northern domain demon abyss spans tens of thousands of miles, full of feral beasts, secret realms, and forbidden grounds. What is more terrifying is the concentration of demon cultivators there. They are ruthless, killing without mercy. He set down the teacup, his expression serious. Even Holy Realm experts must tread cautiously there. Once, a 10th level Holy Realm practitioner entered, and in the end, all that was found was a pile of bones. Zhou Chun's heart stiffened. It seemed the northern domain demon abyss was indeed perilous. However, Mu Yuandao's tone shifted. Yet, there are indeed many opportunities there. Because it is so dangerous, many treasures remain unclaimed. If the Holy Sun truly intends to go, Master Mu, are you willing to guide me? Zhou Chun's eyes flashed with cunning. Mu Yuandao pondered for a moment and then nodded. As your protector of the Tao, and now that you are the hope of our Taichu Holy Land, wherever you go, I will protect you with my life. Thank you, Master Mu. Zhou Chun was overjoyed. This was exactly what he hoped for. Earlier, he had worried that Mu would forbid him due to the extreme danger. If that had happened, Zhou Chun would have had to figure out a way to slip away. Fortunately, with the Holy Realm expert Mu Yuandao accompanying him, the safety factor increased greatly. However, Mu Yuandao reminded him, there is no teleportation array to the northern domain demon abyss. Travel must be by flying vessel. With a normal lower-grade Saint-level flying vessel, it would take 2 to 3 months. A mid-grade Saint-level flying vessel could reach it in 2 months. A superior Saint-level flying vessel would take about a month, but would consume at least 100,000 superior spirit stones. 100,000 superior spirit stones? Zhou Chun raised an eyebrow. For ordinary cultivators, this number was astronomical. But for Zhou Chun now, it was nothing. Wait a moment, Master, Zhou Chun thought, retrieving a silver-white flying vessel from his storage ring, its surface shimmering with flowing light. The next moment, the vessel expanded with the wind, measuring about 100 zhong in length and 30 zhong in width. Made from precious stellar silver. Its surface was etched with complex formation runes. Merely hovering there, it emitted a powerful aura of dominance. Is this a superior saint-level flying vessel? Mu Yuandao's eyes widened. Superior saint-level flying vessels are extremely rare, even in holy lands. Each one is priceless, a true strategic treasure. Holy Sun, where did you acquire this vessel? Mu Yuandao asked in astonishment. Just a part of my collection. No need to ask further, Zhou Chun said with a faint smile. In fact, this flying vessel was obtained when he intercepted Miao Dandan's fortune. He had thought it unnecessary at the time and had left it in his storage ring ever since. How wealthy is this young man? Mu Yuandao gazed deeply at Zhou Chun, his shock lingering. Since the Holy Sun has a superior saint-level flying vessel, we can depart tomorrow, Mu Yuandao said. Fine. We'll depart tomorrow, Zhou Chun nodded. The next morning, outside the mountain gate of Taichu Holy Land, the silver-white superior saint-level flying vessel hovered in midair, radiating a faint starlight glow. The formation runes on the vessel shimmered, signaling its extraordinary quality, drawing the admiration of passing Taichu disciples. Many thought the sect had acquired a new vessel. When they saw Zhou Chun on board, they assumed naturally that it was assigned by the sect, thinking it only proper for the Holy Sun to ride the best vessel. As the face of Taichu Holy Land, one cannot appear shabby in public. Zhou Chun and Mu Yuandao boarded the flying vessel. Zhou Chun formed a hand seal, and the vessel instantly transformed into a streak of light, dashing northward. Holy Sun! This vessel's speed. Mu Yuandao, feeling the speed beneath him, could not help but exclaim. The speed of this vessel exceeded any other superior saint-level flying vessel he had ever seen within the sect. At this rate, they could likely reach the northern domain demon abyss in just over half a month. Master Mu, how much do you know about the northern domain demon abyss? Zhou Chun asked while maneuvering the vessel. Mu Yuandao pondered. The formation of the northern domain demon abyss is said to be related to a great war in ancient times. The forces of righteousness and evil clashed there in a cataclysmic battle. Countless powerful cultivators perished, and the land was soaked in blood. Afterwards, it became what it is today. Beasts roam freely, and demonic energy pervades. Moreover, because so many powerful cultivators fell, many peculiar secret realms and forbidden grounds were born there. Zhou Chun nodded, finding this information useful. By the way, Master Mu, do you know about the 8 treasures demon cave? Zhou Chun asked cautiously. Mu Yuandao's expression changed. Holy Sun, how do you know of this place? I came across it in some ancient texts, Zhou Chun replied casually, making up an excuse. He didn't expect Mu Yuandao to react so strongly. The 8 treasures demon cave. Mu Yuandao's expression grew serious. It is one of the most dangerous forbidden grounds in the northern domain demon abyss. It is said to be the cultivation site of the Blood/Heavenly Venerable of the ancient demon emperor. Blood/Heavenly Venerable was a renowned powerhouse in ancient times, having reached the 10th level of the imperial realm. After his death, his cultivation site became the 8 treasures demon cave. Mu Yuandao looked at Zhou Chun. Holy Son, you wouldn't be intending to go there, would you? The entrance is extremely hard to find, and even peak Holy Realm experts dare not venture lightly. I'm just curious, Zhou Chun said with a smile. Although Mu Yuandao was slightly suspicious, he did not press further. The flying vessel pierced through the clouds, moving at an extremely fast pace. The scenery along the way continually transformed, shifting from the verdant mountains and clear waters of the primordial sanctuary to the desolate expanse of the Gobi Desert. 3 days later, the flying vessel had ventured beyond the core region of the central continent, entering the fringes. Here, the spiritual energy was markedly thinner, accompanied by an ominous chill in the air. We are nearly there. Mu Yuandao gazed into the distance. In just a few days, they would reach the outskirts of the northern domain's demon abyss. At that moment, Zhou Chun suddenly furrowed his brow. His spiritual senses detected several powerful auras rapidly approaching. Elder Mu, we are being followed, Zhou Chun spoke in a hushed tone. It is the Shadow Blade. Mu Yuandao's expression turned grave as his spiritual awareness swept over the area. Shadow Blade. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. They were indeed a persistent threat. This was the largest assassin organization in the central continent, notorious for their brutal methods, and he had not expected them to set their sights on them. Holy Son, it is highly likely that you have been marked for a bounty, Mu Yuandao explained. No sooner had he spoken than several shadows enveloped them from all directions. Leading the charge was a middle-aged man clad in a black robe, his aura inscrutable, evidently possessing the cultivation of the third stage of the sacred realm. Old fool, hand over Zhou Chun, and I shall spare your life, the black-robed man uttered icily. Zhou Chun felt a sinking sensation in his heart. It seemed today would not be an easy escape. Who are you? Why do you seek to harm the holy son of the primordial sanctuary? Mu Yuandao stepped forward, his aura subtly rising. Enough of your nonsense, hand him over. The black-robed man waved his hand impatiently. Instantly, 10 black-clad assassins surged forward from all directions. These assassins were all at the first stage of the sacred realm, moving in perfect harmony, clearly having undergone specialized training. Chapter 129, Overwhelming Suppression, the Demon Abyss Great Ape. Holy Son, be cautious, Mu Yuandao bellowed, his figure flashing as he engaged the black-robed man. The two clashed, unleashing terrifying waves of spiritual power. Meanwhile, the 10 black-clad assassins lunged directly at Zhou Chun, seeking death. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Zhou Chun's eyes. He no longer held back his strength, channeling all his spiritual energy as he pointed his right index finger forward. Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. A colossal spiritual energy finger coalesced instantaneously, carrying with it a cataclysmic force, aimed at the 3 foremost assassins. What? An Imperial-grade technique? The faces of the 3 assassins paled, but it was too late to evade. Boom. The space quaked as the finger's shadow passed, and the 3 assassins were obliterated into a mist of blood before they could even scream. It was no wonder they had underestimated him. Who would have thought that Zhou Chun, whose aura was merely at the 7th layer of the nascent soul stage, could unleash such a terrifying attack? Even a fool could see that Zhou Chun had concealed his true cultivation. However, Zhou Chun's assault was far from over. 9 transformations dragon elephant technique. With a swift movement, Zhou Chun unleashed a torrent of dragon elephant power from within. A faint golden glow enveloped him, imbued with a terrifying force. Each punch was capable of shattering mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 assassins were directly obliterated by Zhou Chun's fists, blood showering the sky. The remaining 4 assassins were utterly dumbfounded. They never expected that a mere nascent soul cultivator could possess such formidable combat prowess. Flee. Without a moment's hesitation, the 4 assassins turned to escape. But Zhou Chun would not allow them to escape. Tai Golden Light Step. Zhou Chun's figure flickered like a specter as he swiftly caught up to one assassin. Hidden in the divine technique, Zhou Chun's figure suddenly vanished, leaving the assassin in a state of panic as he searched frantically for Zhou Chun's whereabouts. In the next moment, a hand emerged from thin air, striking down upon his crown. Bang! The assassin's head burst open like a watermelon. The remaining 3 assassins were gripped by terror, scattering in 3 different directions in desperate flight. Yet under Zhou Chun's relentless pursuit, they were swiftly dispatched one by one. The entire process took less than a tea's time. All 10 first-stage Sacred Realm assassins had been annihilated, though Zhou Chun's spiritual energy had been significantly depleted. Meanwhile, Mu Yuandao's battle with the black-robed man was nearing its conclusion. Although the black-robed man had a higher cultivation, Mu Yuandao's combat experience was far more extensive. Upon realizing that all his subordinates had been vanquished, the black-robed man exhibited a moment of fluctuation in his demeanor, a flaw. Seizing the opportunity, Mu Yuandao struck with his palm against the black-robed man's chest. Poof! The black-robed man spat blood, his figure hurtling backward. Thinking of escaping? Mu Yuandao would not let this chance slip away. He flashed forward in pursuit. But just then, the black-robed man suddenly crushed a jade talisman. Buzz! A dark light enveloped him, and he vanished in an instant. A teleportation talisman? Mu Yuandao frowned. The Shadow Blade's resources were indeed profound. Zhou Chen flew to Mu Yuandao's side and asked, Elder Mu, are you unharmed? I am unscathed. Mu Yuandao shook his head. But Holy Sun, your performance just now was impressive. Even I find myself humbled. It was merely luck, Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile. The Holy Sun is too modest. Mu Yuandao clearly did not believe him. Nevertheless, Mu Yuandao's expression was grave. The involvement of the Shadow Blade indicated that someone truly sought the Holy Sun's life, and those capable of hiring the Shadow Blade were certainly not of ordinary standing. Zhou Chen nodded. He was aware of the identity of the mastermind, but there were more pressing matters at hand. Once they had secured their opportunities, he would settle accounts with Yanhua Holy Land and Wang Yu later. Forget it. Let us face whatever comes our way. We shall proceed on our journey. Zhou Chen steadied his mood and continued onward. After several more days, Zhou Chen finally arrived at the boundary of the northern domain's demon abyss. From a distance, he beheld a looming range of mountains, shrouded in thick demonic energy, obscuring the interior from view. Occasionally, terrifying roars of beasts echoed from the depths, sending chills down one's spine. Zhou Chen attempted to extend his spiritual senses for exploration, but could only perceive a radius of several hundred zhang. As he sought to probe further, an invisible force obstructed his senses, preventing any further advance. We have arrived, Mu Yuandao remarked, his expression solemn as he surveyed the scene ahead. Zhou Chen retracted the flying vessel, and the two descended onto a peak at the edge of the demon abyss. The moment they landed, Zhou Chen felt a stark difference in the atmosphere. The air was thick with potent demonic energy, mingled with a noxious miasma that created an oppressive sensation. Additionally, the gravity here seemed considerably heavier than that of the outside world. Holy Sun, from this point forward, we must tread carefully, Mu Yuandao cautioned. The northern domain's demon abyss was fraught with peril, and even the slightest misstep could lead to death. Zhou Chen nodded while discreetly surveying the surroundings, cross-referencing with the descriptions on the opportunity panel. There was still over a month until Shui Wuhan's arrival, which should be ample time. Following the guidance of the opportunity panel, Zhou Chen determined the general direction of the 8 Treasures Demon Cave. Elder Mu, we shall head north. The two cautiously ventured deeper into the demon abyss. The environment here was exceedingly harsh, littered with bizarre stones and withered ancient trees. The ground was strewn with various bones, both human and monstrous. Roar! A deafening beast roar resonated from nearby, followed by violent tremors beneath their feet. It is the demon abyss, great ape. Mu Yuandao's expression shifted. Quickly, we must flee. The two figures flickered and swiftly departed from their original position. In the next moment, a colossal ape, towering several dozen feet, burst forth from the dense forest. This abyssal giant ape was entirely enveloped in pitch-black fur, its blood-red eyes emanating a terrifying aura characteristic of a second-tier saint realm. Upon spotting Zhou Chen and his companion, it let out an enraged roar, swinging its enormous fists towards them. Beast! Mu Yuandao shouted angrily, striking out with a palm. Boom! A shallow gash appeared on the chest of the abyssal giant ape, clearly failing to inflict any significant damage. In pain, the ape grew even more furious, launching a frenzied assault against the two. Saint Sun, the abyssal giant ape possesses immeasurable strength and typically travels in packs. We must not linger. Let us retreat swiftly. Mu Yuandao urged Zhou Chen while fending off the creature's attacks. In the northern abyss, the most ill-advised action is to engage in combat. Should more beasts arrive, the consequences would be dire. The two fought while retreating, managing to elude the abyssal giant ape after nearly half an hour of harrowing escape. Phew! The beasts here are indeed ferocious. Zhou Chen wiped the sweat from his brow. This was merely the periphery. The deeper one ventured, the more formidable the beasts became. It was said that at the very depths of the abyss, terrifying imperial-level beasts lurked. Mu Yuandao shook his head. They pressed onward, encountering various dangers along the way: venomous magic spiders that spewed toxic mist, invisible shadow leopards, and packs of demonic wolves. Yet, the most fearsome of all were the soul-eating ants. These dreadful creatures of the abyss were not only innumerable and fiercely unyielding, but they also posed a grave threat to cultivators' vital energy. Should one be pursued by the soul-eating ants, even a saint-level cultivator would meet their demise. Fortunately, Mu Yuandao had previously traversed the northern abyss, alleviating most of the dangers they faced. 3 days later, the two finally arrived at the vicinity of the 8 Treasure Demon Cave, as described on the opportunity panel. This was a vast underground cavern, shrouded in dense demonic energy, from which peculiar sounds emanated. This must be the place, Zhou Chen remarked, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Saint Sun, The demonic energy here is exceedingly thick, and I sense a powerful restriction. It seems only those below the Saint realm can enter. Mu Yuandao frowned. No matter, Elder Mu, please wait for me here. I shall venture inside alone. Zhou Chen swiftly approached the cave entrance. Reluctantly, Mu Yuandao followed, attempting to enter, only to be thwarted by an invisible barrier of restriction. After several fruitless attempts, he had no choice but to wait outside for Zhou Chen's return. Upon entering the cave, Zhou Chen was immediately struck by an intense sense of suffocation. The demonic energy was so dense it felt almost tangible, accompanied by an ancient and desolate aura. The cave extended deep, and after approximately the duration of an incense stick, he finally glimpsed a light ahead. What lay before him was a vast underground chamber. At the center of this space was an octagonal pool, its waters shimmering in a kaleidoscope of colors, radiating a rich, innate spiritual energy. The 8 treasure pool. Zhou Chen's heart soared with joy. He had not anticipated finding it so easily. Legend had it that this divine artifact, crafted by the ancient demon emperor Bloodslaughter Tianzuan from 8 supreme treasures, could transform one's constitution, enhance cultivation, and even reshape one's foundation. He marveled at the fortuitousness bestowed upon him by Shui Wuhan. His eyes sparkled with determination. Ah, your fortune is splendid. Allow me to partake first. He cautiously approached the pool, scanning the surroundings to ensure no danger lurked before finally relaxing. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chen slowly stepped into the 8 treasure pool. Buzz! The waters erupted into a boil, the colorful light intensifying. The abundant spiritual energy surged into Zhou Chen's body. Yet, despite his fervent attempts to break through, the semi-saint bottleneck remained impervious. Just as he began to despair, he recalled that in Chu Tsongming's opportunity panel, it was mentioned that he had broken through to the quasi-saint realm after cultivating a divine sense technique. Could it be related to his divine sense? Without hesitation, Zhou Chen concentrated his divine sense, propelling it along the flow of spiritual energy to assault the boundary of his realm. Boom! The once impenetrable barrier shattered in an instant, and Zhou Chen's aura surged dramatically. The dense innate spiritual energy flooded into him like a tidal wave, causing his cultivation to ascend rapidly. Semi-saint realm. Simultaneously, the 9 transformation dragon elephant technique began to undergo a transformation, nurtured by the pool's waters. The first layer of the dragon elephant's phantom became more solid, and the second layer began to slowly coalesce. Roar! A faint roar of a dragon elephant echoed from Zhou Chen's dantian, and the second surge of dragon elephant power instantly materialized. If the first layer of dragon elephant power was a trickling stream, the second was a roaring river. Its might increased several-fold. Boom! As the last vestiges of the pool's energy were absorbed, Zhou Chen's aura stabilized completely. 2 surges of dragon elephant power roared within him, each imbued with earth-shattering potency. Ha ha ha, what ecstasy! The absorption process had gone remarkably smoothly, and Zhou Chen could not help but throw his head back and laugh. Semi-saint realm. 9 transformation dragon elephant technique, second layer. At this moment, his strength had multiplied beyond tenfold. Just then, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully seizing Shui Wuhan's opportunity and obtaining the 8 treasure pool. Triggering 10,000-fold return, you have acquired a creation lotus pool. Will you claim it now? Claim it immediately. Zhou Chen's heart surged with elation. The creation lotus pool? The name alone signified it was a treasure even more precious than the 8 treasure pool. A green lotus pool materialized before Zhou Chen, filled with blossoming lotus flowers, each radiating a mysterious force of creation. What is this? A distant shadow widened its eyes in astonishment. The creation lotus pool? This is a legendary divine artifact. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen leaped into the creation lotus pool. The rich force of creation surged into him, and he felt his body undergoing a monumental transformation. His flesh, bones, and meridians were all reshaped under the nurturing power of creation. Most astonishingly, deep within his dantian, atop the foundation of the green lotus path, a green lotus began to bloom slowly. Had it not been for the fact that the spirit of the ring had been cast into the return to Unity's secret realm, it would have surely recognized that Zhou Chen was manifesting the green lotus Tao body. This was the legendary supreme constitution. Those who possessed the green lotus Tao body could cultivate at 100 times the speed of ordinary individuals, and they would rarely encounter bottlenecks. As the energy from the creation lotus pool continued to be absorbed, Zhou Chen's aura soared like a rocket, ultimately stabilizing at the quasi-saint realm. This was the highest realm beneath the saint level. Simultaneously, the 9 transformation dragon elephant technique broke through once more, achieving its 3rd layer. 3 surges of dragon elephant power roared within him, each possessing the capability to annihilate the heavens and earth. Incredible! The shadow murmured in disbelief. This individual has managed to ascend from the 10th layer of the nascent soul realm directly to the quasi-saint realm in such a short span. Zhou Chen slowly opened his eyes, his gaze now more profound and restrained. His aura had undergone a remarkable transformation. He seemed to merge seamlessly with the heavens and earth. His sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world heightened several-fold. The creation lotus pool had reverted to an ordinary spring. The green lotus long vanished as if it had never existed. It is time to depart. Zhou Chen retracted the creation lotus pool, casting his gaze towards the exit. However, at that moment, a chilling aura suddenly emanated from the void. What a formidable physique, what a pure soul, perfectly suited to be my vessel. An ethereal figure emerged from the abyss. My vessel? Could it be the remnant soul of the blood slaughter, heavenly sovereign? Zhou Chen's complexion shifted dramatically. Young one, to become the vessel for my rebirth is indeed a privilege. The remnant soul stared hungrily at Zhou Chen and lunged towards his consciousness. Zhou Chen attempted to intervene, but the remnant soul was far too swift. Like a wisp of black smoke, it penetrated Zhou Chen's consciousness. He, hand over control of your body willingly. The remnant soul cackled within Zhou Chen's mind. This was dire. The terrifying imperial might erupted. And Zhou Chen felt a searing pain in his head as his consciousness was ruthlessly suppressed, rendering his body immobile. A mere quasi-saint. Nothing more than an ant before my might, the remnant soul taunted, surveying Zhou Chen's physical condition. Upon closer inspection, it was struck with astonishment. What kind of constitution is this? The blood slaughter heavenly sovereign beheld the azure lotus Dao body within Zhou Chen's dantian, along with the chaotic-hued primordial infant. His eyes wide with shock. Azure lotus Dao body, chaotic Dao infant. My heavens, this child's foundation is utterly terrifying. The blood slaughter heavenly sovereign trembled with excitement. Fortune smiles upon me. With this body, I shall not only be reborn, but also surpass the pinnacle of my previous life. He was eager to commence the takeover of Zhou Chen's body. Yet, at that moment, an unexpected turn of events transpired. Chapter 131. The blood slaughter heavenly sovereign, instantly refined. Buzz. Deep within Zhou Chen's consciousness, the nine heavens refining the spirit technique abruptly activated on its own. Resplendent starlight flickered in the sea of consciousness, and chains forged from stellar energy extended from the void. They resembled chains of the celestial constellations. This was a divine ability evolved from the nine heavens refining the spirit technique, specifically designed to guard against soul attacks. What? The remnant soul exclaimed in alarm. Countless chains of stars slithered like ethereal serpents, swiftly ensnaring the remnant soul of the blood slaughter heavenly sovereign. Impossible. How can a mere quasi-saint bind the soul of this sovereign? The blood slaughter heavenly sovereign thrashed in a frenzy. Yet, those stellar chains were incomparably resilient. No matter how he struggled, he could not break free. Do you think this can thwart me? The blood slaughter heavenly sovereign sneered. These chains won't hold for long. Once your spiritual power is depleted, it will be the moment I successfully seize your body. Although Zhou Chen's consciousness was suppressed, his awareness remained intact. The Imperial Grade 9 heavens refining the spirit technique was indeed formidable, capable of restraining even the remnant soul of the demon sovereign. However, the creature was correct. Merely binding him was insufficient. He needed to devise a means to eliminate the threat entirely. As Zhou Chen pondered his strategy, a shift occurred deeper within his consciousness. Suddenly, a light azure flame materialized, revealing a translucent lotus emblem flickering at its center. This was the Samadhi true fire, coalesced from the chaotic Tao infant. No. What kind of flame is this? The remnant soul of the blood slaughter heavenly sovereign sensed the latent threat of the Samadhi true fire and began to panic. The flame glided gracefully toward the ensnared remnant soul. Young one, release me, and I shall impart to you supreme demonic arts. The remnant soul pleaded. I possess countless treasures. Spare me, and I will reveal their locations. The urgency in his voice escalated, yet Zhou Chen remained unmoved, the Samadhi true fire continuing its deliberate approach. Sizzle. Upon contact with the remnant soul, the Samadhi true fire emitted a piercing sound. The remnant soul shrieked in agony. The moment it touched the remnant, it swiftly disintegrated into pure soul energy. No, I refuse to accept this. I am the blood slaughter heavenly sovereign. The wailing abruptly ceased, and the remnant soul of the blood slaughter heavenly sovereign dissipated entirely. It must be said that the remnant soul was unfortunate. Zhou Chen's Samadhi true fire had absorbed numerous exotic flames, including the purifying white lotus of the cleansing world, compounded by the stellar chains from the nine heavens refining the spirit technique. With so many extraordinary techniques at play, escape was impossible. It remained uncertain whether Blood Wuhan enjoyed the protection of the heavenly Tao, as the opportunity panel failed to alert him to impending danger. Zhou Chun resolved to exercise greater caution when seizing opportunities in the future, lest he stumble into peril. In an instant, a vast surge of soul energy cascaded toward Zhou Chun's consciousness. This was the soul of an Imperial Realm powerhouse. Even as a remnant, the soul energy was immensely potent. Zhou Chun's consciousness began to swell exponentially under the onslaught of the colossal soul energy. The 9 heavens refining the spirit technique surged from the first layer to the 4th layer in an instant. Boom. Zhou Chun's sea of consciousness underwent a dramatic transformation, expanding from a coverage area of 100 miles to several thousand. The intensity of his consciousness skyrocketed, reaching the level of a typical 6th-layer saint. It is worth noting that Zhou Chun's cultivation was merely quasi-saint, yet the power of his consciousness rivaled that of seasoned 6th-layer saints like Mu Yuandao, which was nothing short of extraordinary. Slowly, Zhou Chun opened his eyes, a look of delight gracing his features as he reveled in the surging power within him, utterly satisfied. With quasi-saint cultivation, 6th-layer saint-level consciousness, the azure lotus Dao body, and the power of 3 dragon elephants, he felt confident that he could defeat even the likes of Kong from the primordial Linglong Tower. Outside the demon cave, Mu Yuandao sat cross-legged, his consciousness vigilantly scanning the surroundings. As Zhou Chun's protector, he understood the gravity of his responsibility. Though this young man was exceptionally gifted, his cultivation was still low. In this ruthless world of cultivation, a moment's negligence could spell disaster. Suddenly, Mu Yuandao's eyes shot open, a grave expression crossing his face. In the distant skies, a dozen shadowy figures approached at remarkable speed, the leader clad in a black robe and wearing a silver mask, none other than an assassin from the Shadow Blade organization. Once again, these relentless fiends. Mu Yuandao cursed inwardly, rising immediately and unleashing his aura at the 3rd layer of Saint Realm without reservation. However, upon sensing the cultivation level of the leader, his expression darkened severely. 10th layer Saint. This presence was unfathomable, even causing him, a 3rd layer Saint cultivator, to feel a tremor of fear. Damn it, the Shadow Blade has dispatched such a formidable foe. Mu Yuandao was astounded but quickly regained his composure. He knew that facing a 10th layer Saint directly was futile. The only viable option was to devise a way to divert their attention. Gentlemen, I am Mu Yuandao, the protector of the primordial sacred land. May I inquire as to the purpose of your nocturnal visit? Mu Yuandao spoke loudly while discreetly moving in the opposite direction. The leader in black sneered. Mu Yuandao, the envoy of the primordial sacred land? Excellent, we'll deal with you together. Where's that boy Zhou Chun? Speak, and I shall grant you a swift end. A sense of foreboding engulfed Mu Yuandao. They were indeed here for Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun? What Zhou Chun? I know not of what you speak. Mu Yuandao feigned ignorance while continuing to retreat. Humph, still trying to play coy? The black-robed figure's eyes glinted with murderous intent. We have already uncovered the truth. You are Zhou Chun's protector. If you refuse to speak, we shall eliminate you first, then search at our leisure. As the figure cloaked in black prepared to act, Mu Yuandao realized that he could no longer afford to delay. He immediately executed his swift movement technique, propelling himself rapidly away from the abyss of demons. Attempting to flee, the black-cloaked man scoffed, yet he refrained from pursuing personally and instead gestured, 2nd and 3rd. Pursue that old fellow. The rest of you, search the demon lair with me. 2 assassins of the 6th layer of the Holy Realm swiftly darted after Mu Yuandao, while the black-cloaked man led the others toward the entrance of the lair. Upon glancing back, Mu Yuandao felt a surge of dread. Not all of the assailants had been drawn away. This cannot stand. I must find a way to notify Zhou Chun. While fleeing, he retrieved a communication talisman, attempting to reach Zhou Chun. However, just as the talisman activated, it was shattered by a sword strike from the pursuing assassins. Old fool, still hoping to send a warning? Dream on. The 2 assassins grinned wickedly, quickening their pace with their gleaming swords in hand. Gritting his teeth, Mu Yuandao produced a flying vessel, a standard craft from the Taichu sacred land, its speed astonishingly swift, allowing him to distance himself from the 2 assassins in an instant. Damn it, that old fellow has a flying vessel. The assassins' expressions darkened, yet they continued their relentless pursuit. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the demon lair, the black-cloaked man and the remaining assassins confronted a formidable protective array. Boss, this lair is safeguarded by ancient prohibitions. Practitioners of the Holy Realm cannot enter, one subordinate reported. Practitioners above the Holy Realm cannot enter? The black-cloaked man furrowed his brow, probing the array with his spiritual energy and confirming its integrity. Since we cannot enter, we shall wait outside. I refuse to believe that boy can remain hidden forever. A flicker of malice crossed his gaze. Chapter 132, the 10th layer of the Holy Realm. Life and death crisis. Send word to seal this place. Not a single fly shall escape. Deep within the lair, Zhou Chun was oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. At that moment, he sat cross-legged, his chaos Tao infant gradually revolving, absorbing the dense demonic energy surrounding him. After a period of cultivation, his realm had stabilized at the quasi-holy level, his aura becoming increasingly harmonious. Almost there, Zhou Chun slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance illuminating them. He sensed that his cultivation had reached a critical juncture, poised for a breakthrough at any moment. However, now was not the time for such advancement. He needed to ascertain Mu Lao's situation first. Rising, Zhou Chun strode toward the exit of the lair. Yet, the moment he stepped out, a terrifying murderous intent instantaneously locked onto him. Found you. The black-cloaked man appeared before Zhou Chun with a sinister grin, unleashing the full weight of his pressure from the 10th layer of the Holy Realm upon Zhou Chun. Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he instantly felt the gravity of a life-and-death crisis. The 10th layer of the Holy Realm. Such power was far beyond his current capabilities to withstand. Little beast, prepare to die. The black-cloaked man wasted no time, launching an immediate assault. A palm struck down, its terrifying force descending like a mountain, warping the very fabric of space itself. In that critical moment, the voice of the ring spirit resonated in Zhou Chun's mind. Let me take over. In the next instant, an ancient and formidable aura erupted from within Zhou Chun. The ring spirit had possessed him. Zhou Chun's presence surged explosively, skyrocketing from the pinnacle of the quasi-holy realm to the 10th layer of the holy realm. What? The black-cloaked man was taken aback, sensing the overwhelming aura that had suddenly emerged from Zhou Chun. A mere insignificant creature, a rat from the gutter, dares to strike at my friend? The ring spirit commandeered Zhou Chun's body, its voice cold as frost, seeking death. As soon as the words left its lips, the ring spirit pointed a finger. This seemingly mundane gesture harbored the power to obliterate worlds, suffused with a trace of law's authority. Boom. The black-cloaked man's attack was instantly shattered, and he was pierced through by that single finger, unable to emit even a cry before transforming into a cloud of blood. A formidable presence of the 10th layer of the Holy Realm had been annihilated in an instant. The remaining assassins were paralyzed with terror. Flee, quickly. However, the ring spirit would not allow them to escape. Since you have come, you shall all remain. The ring spirit's voice was indifferent as it waved its hand. A terrifying force surged forth, and the remaining dozen or so assassins were instantly reduced to blood mist, their soul essences unable to escape. The entire process transpired in less than 3 breaths. The elite squad of the Shadow Blade had been utterly decimated. One could only wonder if those who had initially accepted the task of assassinating Zhou Chun would regret their choices. Yet, for the sake of reputation, Shadow Blade was willing to go to any lengths to eliminate Zhou Chun. The ring spirit's form withdrew from Zhou Chun, returning to the confines of the ring. Young one, you still have 2 opportunities to strike, but I will need 2 months to recover before I can act again. You must be cautious. The ring spirit's voice sounded somewhat weak, clearly indicating that the previous exertion had taken a toll. Zhou Chun took a deep breath, feeling both grateful and awestruck. He was fortunate to have the ring spirit by his side. Otherwise, he would have faced grave danger today. He was also astonished by the ring spirit's power. A formidable being of the 10th layer of the Holy Realm had proven so utterly defenseless before him. Thank you, Senior, for your timely intervention. Zhou Chun respectfully bowed toward the ring, realizing that the elder had unknowingly become his pillar of support. As the saying goes, an elder in the family is like a treasure, and he was grateful that Yi Chun had failed to recognize its worth. Enough chatter, young one. Depart swiftly to avoid further complications, the ring spirit urged. Zhou Chun nodded, preparing to leave when suddenly, he heard the sounds of intense combat from a distance. It's Mu Lao. Zhou Chun's expression shifted, and he immediately flew toward the source of the commotion. However, upon his arrival, he found the area desolate, with only remnants of battle left behind. Damn it! Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, retrieving a communication talisman to contact Mu Yuandao, only to find it utterly unresponsive. Just then, the sound of a flying vessel cutting through the air reached his ears. Mu Yuandao piloted the vessel at high speed, and upon seeing Zhou Chun unharmed, he let out a sigh of relief. Saint Sun, I'm glad you are well. As soon as he landed, he began to assess Zhou Chun's condition. Mu Lao, I'm fine, but what transpired just now? Zhou Chun inquired with concern. Mu Yuandao briefly recounted the recent events, causing Zhou Chun's brows to furrow deeply. Shadow Blade has actually dispatched a practitioner of the 10th layer of the Holy Realm. It appears they are determined to eliminate me. Saint Sun, we should return to the Taichu's sacred land at once. This place is far too perilous, Mu Yuandao advised anxiously. Zhou Chun shook his head. No, I still have matters to attend to. Mu Lao, you should return to the sacred land. I will take care of myself. That's out of the question. I am your protector. How can I leave you unguarded? Mu Yuandao firmly opposed. Mu Lao, listen to me. Zhou Chen regarded Mu Yuandao earnestly. The assassins have already been dealt with. For the time being, Shadowblade will not send anyone else. Moreover, I possess means of self-defense and will not come to harm. Mu Yuandao wished to argue further, but upon seeing Zhou Chun's resolute expression, he ultimately acquiesced. After all, the black-cloaked man's aura had indeed been at the 10th layer of the Holy Realm, yet Zhou Chun had managed to overcome him. He realized he might only become a burden to Zhou Chun. Very well, but Saint's son, you must exercise caution. If any danger arises, crush this talisman immediately. Mu Yuandao produced a jade talisman and handed it to Zhou Chun. Son of the Holy One, this is an urgent distress talisman. Upon shattering it, I shall come forth without delay. Zhou Chun solemnly accepted the jade talisman, nodding in acknowledgement. After watching Mu Yuandao depart, he inhaled deeply and soared towards the northern domain. The reason Zhou Chun refrained from accompanying Mu Yuandao was his desire for personal trial and tribulation. Throughout his journey, Zhou Chun had continuously treaded upon the fortunes of the Chosen One, and overall, his path had been rather untroubled. Yet, Fortune's panel is not omnipotent. Whether it was the sudden appearance of the remnant soul of an emperor or the ambush by a 10th-tier assassin from the Holy Realm, Zhou Chun was utterly unprepared. Thus, in his heart, he believed that even if the road ahead would be fraught with peril, the risks were worth enduring for the sake of becoming stronger. A true warrior must confront danger alone. After departing from the demonic cave, Zhou Chun flew northward. The North Domain's demon abyss is a region of extreme peril, said to be a graveyard for countless powerful beings, teeming with various ferocious beasts and bizarre entities. Even those of the Holy Realm dare not venture too deeply within. It seems this trial is destined to be anything but tranquil. Zhou Chun mused inwardly, yet his face bore no semblance of fear, for one must seek wealth and danger. And to attain formidable power, one must accept commensurate risks. 3 full days passed before Zhou Chun finally arrived at the heart of the North Domain's demon abyss. The sky here is perpetually shrouded in a gray haze, the air thick with a miasma of decay that is profoundly discomforting. The demonic energy in this place is even more potent than that within the demonic cave. Zhou Chun furrowed his brow and activated the primordial creation scripture, generating a protective barrier around his body to shield against the encroaching demonic essence. Just then, a sudden buzzing sound emanated from ahead. Zhou Chun looked up, his expression shifting dramatically. Chapter 133, Entering the Imperial Tomb, Pursued by Malevolent Souls. Before him loomed a mass of black dots in the sky, converging toward him in such numbers that it sent shivers down his spine. Soul-eating ants. Zhou Chun gasped, instantly turning to flee. The soul-eating ants are among the most fearsome beasts of the North Domain's demon abyss. Individually, a soul-eating ant poses little threat, typically possessing a maximum strength equivalent to the nascent soul stage, but they never act alone. They swarm in droves. Once targeted by a horde of soul-eating ants, even a Holy Realm expert can do naught but flee. For these ants not only come in vast numbers, but specifically devour the souls of cultivators, making them exceedingly dangerous. Damn it! How could I encounter a swarm of soul-eating ants here? Zhou Chun cursed his misfortune as he continued his escape. However, the soul-eating ants were alarmingly swift. Quickly closing the gap, the buzzing grew louder, and Zhou Chun sensed the malice approaching from behind. 3 Realms True Fire. Zhou Chun abruptly turned, sweeping his hands to unleash a burst of pale blue flames. As soon as the 3 Realms True Fire ignited, the soul-eating ants emitted piercing shrieks and retreated in unison. It was indeed effective. Zhou Chun rejoiced. The 3 Realms True Fire, being of utmost yang and resilience, naturally counters these sinister creatures. However, his elation was premature. While the 3 Realms True Fire could deter the soul-eating ants, their sheer numbers were overwhelming. The ants consumed by the flames were promptly replaced by throngs more. Moreover, Zhou Chun's spiritual power was limited. He could not sustain the flames indefinitely. This cannot continue. I will be exhausted eventually. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and pressed on. Fortunately, the deterrent effect of the 3 Realms True Fire remained. Although the soul-eating ants pursued him, they dared not approach too closely. Thus, a solitary figure fled through the skies of the North Domain's demon abyss, pursued by a horde of beasts. As Zhou Chun ran, he searched for an opportunity to escape. Suddenly, a range of black mountains appeared ahead, their peaks towering into the clouds, exuding an ancient and mysterious aura. That is the Imperial Tomb. Zhou Chun's pupils constricted as he recognized the mountain range. The Imperial Tomb, one of the most perilous forbidden zones in the North Domain's demon abyss, is said to be the resting place of fallen emperors from ancient times. Mu Yuandao had previously warned him never to approach the Imperial Tomb, for it harbors terrors even Holy Realm experts cannot withstand. Yet now, Zhou Chun found himself with no other choice. The swarm of soul-eating ants was closing in. If he did not enter the Imperial tomb, he would inevitably be caught. Desperate, Zhou Chun gritted his teeth and charged toward the Imperial tomb. Just as he was about to cross its threshold, the swarm of soul-eating ants abruptly halted, emitting reluctant screeches but daring not to advance further. Even the soul-eating ants feared to enter the Imperial tomb. It seems this place is indeed fraught with danger. Zhou Chun glanced back, feeling both relief and anxiety. Relieved to have temporarily escaped the pursuit of the soul-eating ants, yet anxious about the unknown dangers that lay ahead. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun stepped into the realm of the Imperial tomb. Upon entry, he was immediately enveloped by a profound sense of oppression, as if countless eyes were watching him from the shadows. The atmosphere here is exceedingly eerie. Zhou Chun frowned and cautiously proceeded forward. Inside the Imperial tomb lay a desolate landscape, littered with crumbling structures and shattered stone tablets. The air was thick with an oppressive, deathly aura, evoking profound discomfort. As Zhou Chun explored with utmost caution, a chilling laughter suddenly echoed from ahead. Ha ha ha, another living soul has arrived. Zhou Chun's expression shifted, instantly becoming vigilant. Emerging from the shadows ahead was a figure clad in tattered robes, but upon closer inspection, he realized the being was semi-transparent, clearly not of the living. A malevolent soul. Zhou Chun's heart sank as he immediately recognized the identity of this entity. Malevolent souls are eerie beings formed from the grudges of fallen powerful cultivators. Immensely powerful and exceedingly difficult to confront. Young one, your flesh seems quite fresh, just what I need to replenish my strength. The malevolent soul licked its lips, its eyes glimmering with avarice. No sooner had it spoken than it lunged toward Zhou Chun, its speed blindingly swift, claws aimed directly at Zhou Chun's heart. 9 heavens refining spirit art. Zhou Chun dared not be careless and swiftly unleashed his mental attack. Resplendent starlight flickered in his sea of consciousness. Chains forged from celestial power extending from the void. Celestial star chains. Countless starry chains slithered like ethereal serpents, ensnaring the malevolent soul in an instant. What? The malevolent soul was taken aback, thrashing wildly, but the starry chains were remarkably resilient, refusing to yield to its struggles. Impossible. How could a mere quasi-saint bind me? The malevolent soul roared in fury. Zhou Chun did not respond, but instead intensified the binding of the celestial chains. However, at that moment, eerie laughter echoed from all directions. Ha ha ha, more fresh flesh. Zhou Chun's face paled as he beheld the silhouettes of malevolent souls emerging from every side, numbering in the dozens. Each of these malevolent souls exuded power not inferior to that of the Holy Realm, with several even reaching the 8th tier of the Holy Realm. Damn it! So many malevolent souls. Zhou Chun cursed inwardly, realizing he had genuinely stumbled into a formidable predicament. One malevolent soul he could manage, but a dozen at once? Even with the 9 heavens refining spirit art, he would not withstand such an onslaught. Yield, young man, and surrender. We shall grant you a swift demise. Sneered the leader of the malevolent spirits. Zhou Chun gritted his teeth, poised for a desperate struggle, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed from afar. Thunderous might. Boom. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the heavens, instantly scattering several malevolent spirits into disarray. Who is it? The remaining spirits gasped in astonishment. Turning to the source of the sound, a young man clad in a cerulean robe soared towards them, a small monkey perched upon his shoulder. Han Li. Zhou Chun exclaimed joyfully, astonished to encounter Han Li at such a critical moment. Han Li, spotting Zhou Chun, was equally taken aback. Brother Zhou, what brings you here? It's a long story. Let us first deal with these spirits. Zhou Chun declared loudly. Han Li nodded and immediately joined the fray. After a long absence, Han Li had remarkably ascended to the quasi-saint realm, just a step away from the saint level, showcasing formidable combat prowess. The small monkey on his shoulder was even more extraordinary, capable of directly devouring the malevolent spirits. Eek! The little monkey squealed with excitement, opening its tiny mouth and unleashing a powerful suction. Before the spirits could react, they were drawn into the monkey's mouth and swiftly digested. This little monkey is no ordinary creature, Zhou Chun mused inwardly, simultaneously intensifying the assault of his stellar chains. With Han Li's addition, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Zhou Chun ensnared the spirits with the stellar chains. Han Li launched attacks, and the little monkey consumed the defeated foes. Their synergy was seamless, quickly dispatching the majority of the malevolent spirits. However, at that moment, a cacophony of more spirit howls erupted from the distance. This is bad. Our battle has attracted more malevolent spirits. Han Li's expression darkened. Zhou Chun felt it too. Powerful energies were rapidly converging from all directions. We must flee. The two exchanged a glance and promptly retreated deeper into the tomb of the emperors. Behind them, countless malevolent spirits pursued, emitting furious roars. Brother Zhou, how did you end up in this place? Han Li inquired as they fled. I was being hunted by the soul-eating ants and had no choice but to come here. Zhou Chen briefly explained. Soul-eating ants? That indeed sounds unfortunate, Han Li replied with a wry smile. I was also chased by a horde of blood demons. Which brought me here? Blood demons? Zhou Chen's brow furrowed. The blood demons were a unique and formidable force in the northern region's demonic abyss. Far more dangerous than the soul-eating ants. Indeed, I had acquired some valuable items outside, only to be targeted by the blood demons, Han Li lamented. Just then, an ancient palace suddenly loomed ahead. The palace was entirely black, exuding an aura of mystery. What is that place? Zhou Chen asked. I do not know. But we have no choice now, Han Li replied, gritting his teeth and charging towards the palace. The two dashed into the palace, and the pursuing malevolent spirits halted at the entrance, seemingly wary of the structure. Phew, we are finally safe, Han Li sighed in relief. However, Zhou Chen remained vigilant, sensing that a greater danger lurked within the palace. The interior was exceedingly spacious, adorned with exquisite carvings and murals. Despite the passage of countless years, these artworks remained well preserved, a testament to the might of those who constructed the palace. This must be the tomb of a powerful being, Han Li observed cautiously, his eyes sparkling with excitement. As an enthusiast of spirit herbs, he was particularly intrigued by such ancient relics, as they often concealed precious treasures. Zhou Chen appeared to be surveying the surroundings, but in truth, he was discreetly examining Han Li's fortune panel. Name, Han Li. Cultivation, quasi-saint realm. Fate, concealed abilities, turns misfortune into fortune, child of destiny. Master of alchemy, destiny, reincarnation of an ancient true immortal, harboring great terror, once ordinary in youth. After obtaining the fateful opportunity, the celestial bottle ascended rapidly, ultimately surpassing the imperial realm and ascending to the immortal realm. Recent opportunities. 1. In the depths of the tomb of the emperor's ancient palace, activated a teleportation array leading to a secret herb garden, acquiring over 100,000-year spirit herbs and over a dozen 10,000-year spirit herbs. 2. In the secret herb garden, obtained a crucial spirit herb for breaking through to the saint realm, the 10,000-year Funyu long-scale grass. Recent opportunity 3. Upon seeing these opportunities, a flicker of fervor ignited in Zhou Chen's eyes. Over 100,000-year spirit herbs and several 10,000-year spirit herbs. This was an immense fortune, enough to drive any faction into a frenzy. Furthermore, there might even be auxiliary materials for the 9-leaf true lotus Bodhi pill. Brother Han, I feel as though something deep within this palace is calling to me, Zhou Chen feigned, attempting to appear perceptive. Oh, you feel it too, Brother Zhou? Han Li replied, surprise flashing in his eyes. I sense it as well. It seems an opportunity awaits me. The two exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. This place is vast. Let us explore separately. Should danger arise, signal immediately, and we shall regroup, Zhou Chen proposed. Agreed. But be cautious. Such places often harbor both fortune and peril. Han Li nodded, instructing the little monkey on his shoulder to remain alert. The two parted ways at a fork in the path, with Zhou Chen pretending to tread carefully deeper into the palace, then swiftly activating the hidden deity technique, redirecting towards the side hall mentioned in Han Li's fortune panel. Along the way, Zhou Chen encountered numerous traps and mechanisms, all of which he dealt with ruthlessly, intent on seizing the opportunity before Han Li. Han Li's prowess was indeed formidable, and his experience in exploring ancient relics was substantial. He might catch up at any moment. After traversing approximately the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Zhou Chen arrived at the innermost chamber of the palace. Here lay a vast circular hall, its floor etched with intricate array patterns. Is this a teleportation array? A glimmer of delight crossed Zhou Chen's eyes. Indeed, according to the fortune panel, Han Li intended to use this array to reach the secret herb garden. Stepping into the center of the array, Zhou Chen placed several spirit stones at the array's critical nodes. Buzz! The teleportation array instantly lit up, and a powerful spatial fluctuation surged forth. In the next moment, Zhou Chen's figure vanished from the hall. Upon reappearing, he found himself in an entirely different realm. Before him stretched a vast herb garden, teeming with various precious spirit herbs. The rich fragrance of the herbs invigorated his senses. Wow, so many spirit herbs. Even though the fortune panel had hinted at this, Zhou Chen was still overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling. If Han Li, as an alchemist, were to behold such a trove of precious spirit herbs, he would likely be more elated than if he encountered a breathtaking beauty. This 1,000-year blood ginseng must be at least 3,000 years old. Zhou Chen's eye sparkled. Hiss. And that 10,000-year he show Wu is simply priceless. Zhou Chen quickly began his exploration of the garden, each step revealing new treasures. The variety of spiritual herbs here is astonishing, each with an exceptionally high age, and merely presenting one would drive cultivators from the outside world into a frenzy. Wealth awaits. For the value of these herbs is sufficient to purchase an inferior holy land. Zhou Qin's heart brimmed with excitement. It seemed there was more to discover within. Without hesitation, Zhou Qin ventured deeper into the herb garden. Indeed, at the very heart of the garden, he stumbled upon an even more precious medicinal field. Here thrived herbs aged over 10,000 years, with several specimens boasting a staggering age of 100,000 years. Zhou Qin wasted no time and promptly gathered them all. Ding! The system detects that the host has intercepted the fortune of the destined child Han Si, resulting in a 100-fold return. Would you like to claim it immediately? Claim it now? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 323 herbs aged 10,000 years and 206 herbs aged 100,000 years. Additionally, you have obtained 368 other rare herbs aged 1,000 years. As the system notification echoed, an abundance of spiritual herbs instantly filled Zhou Qin's system space. He quietly collected the precious herbs from the medicinal field. However, to avoid arousing Han Si's suspicion, Zhou Qin deliberately left behind a few lesser-aged herbs. Before long, Zhou Qin appeared at the entrance of the Grand Hall, only to find Han Si had been waiting for quite some time. Previously, Han Si had also visited the teleportation array that Zhou Qin had used, but upon noticing someone entering, he deduced it was Zhou Qin's trail. Consequently, Han Si decisively redirected his course to explore other opportunities, his little monkey companion bouncing anxiously on his shoulder, yet he remained oblivious to Han Si's distress. In Han Si's eyes, Zhou Qin treated him as a brother. To compete for fortune with him would be akin to betraying kinship. Yet, Zhou Qin underestimated Han Si's character, for he had played the role of the schemer too often to easily change his ways. Had Zhou Qin known the situation, he would not have squandered those few lower-tier herbs. Brother Han, I believe I have gathered a sufficient amount. Zhou Qin feigned exhaustion. I too have had a remarkable harvest this time, Han Si exclaimed, approaching enthusiastically, producing a large cache of herbs from his storage ring. Brother Zhou, let us share these herbs equally. How could I accept such generosity? Zhou Qin pretended to decline, feeling a pang of guilt. For he not only stole Han Si's fortune, but was now forcing him to share in half of the spoils. Do not be modest. Were it not for Brother Zhou, I would not have discovered this place of fortune. Han Si insisted on sharing half with Zhou Qin. Reluctantly, Zhou Qin accepted and retrieved half of his own herbs from his storage ring. Including the system's return, both the age and quantity far surpassed what Han Si had collected. Brother Han, since you are so magnanimous, I also possess some fine herbs. Let us share them together, Zhou Qin generously proposed. Han Si's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the herbs Zhou Qin presented. What? This is a 10,000-year-old Lingxi lotus, he exclaimed, pointing at the lotus-shaped herb. This is the main ingredient for concocting the Bai Hai Xing Chun Dan. Zhou Qin's heart stirred. Brother Han, are you familiar with this herb? Of course. Han Si replied excitedly. The Bai Hai Xing Chun Dan is one of the best elixirs for breaking through to the Holy Realm. With this Lingxi lotus and a few other auxiliary herbs, it can be refined. And what of the other auxiliary herbs? Zhou Qin feigned ignorance. Allow me to search, Han Si said, diligently scouring the medicinal field, swiftly locating the necessary auxiliary herbs. Excellent. All the materials are present, he exclaimed, dancing with joy. Zhou Qin observed Han Si's exuberance, secretly calculating. Why are the ages of these herbs so remarkably high? I was fortunate to discover a medicinal field in a corner, Zhou Qin casually explained. Han Si examined the herbs closely, realizing not only were their ages astonishingly high, but their quality was superb, far exceeding what he had gathered. Even more alarming was the sheer quantity, hundreds of specimens aged 100,000 years. Brother, these herbs are far too precious. I cannot accept them, Han Si quickly declined. Brother Han, we are brothers. There is no need for such formality. Moreover, I cannot utilize all these herbs alone. Zhou Qin insisted on sharing some with Han Si. Ultimately, after Zhou Qin's persistence, Han Si accepted the portion of herbs. However, the value of these herbs far surpassed what he could have acquired from his original fortune, marking a mutually beneficial arrangement. Brother, I shall remember your kindness. Han Si's eyes glistened with gratitude. These herbs are of utmost importance to me. With them, I can refine the elixirs needed to break through to the Holy Realm. Brother Han, you are too courteous. As you said, we are brothers, Zhou Qin smiled. These herbs were sufficient to concoct dozens of vials of Bai Hai Xing Chun Dan and Zi Yun Chong Sheng Dan, rare elixirs essential for breaking through to the Holy Realm. In 3 months, I shall present the refined elixirs to you, and we shall split the profits 50-50. No, 60-40, with Brother Zhou receiving 60%. Han Si pledged, thumping his chest. 60-40. Zhou Qin feigned surprise. How could I accept such generosity? Brother Zhou, you provided such precious materials. A 50-50 split is already a boon for me, Han Si earnestly stated, and I owe my gratitude to you for leading me to this place. Zhou Chun inwardly chuckled, realizing he had maneuvered Han Si into a position where he would not only refine elixirs for free, but also receive half of the elixirs produced. Even Zhou Chun, accustomed to playing the schemer, felt an unusual sensation stirring within him. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward appearance of being deeply touched. Then I must thank you, Brother Han. Do not mention it. We are brothers. Han Si replied with exuberance. As the two were deliberating over how to divide the herbs, an eerie laughter suddenly echoed through the palace. Hee, I did not expect such a hidden place to exist here. Their expressions shifted instantly, and they became vigilant. At the entrance of the herb garden stood a figure clad in blood-red robes, exuding a potent stench of blood, clearly not a benevolent presence. The blood demon. Han Si's face paled. How could we encounter the blood demon here? Zhou Chun furrowed his brow. The blood demon was far more formidable than a vengeful spirit. Not only immensely powerful, but also nearly impossible to eradicate completely. You little brats, surrender obediently, and I may consider granting you a swift death. The blood demon licked his lips, eyeing their vibrant life force with avarice. This blood demon radiated an overwhelming aura, having attained the 5th layer of the Holy Realm, far surpassing the cultivation levels of Zhou Chun and Han Si. With your cultivation, you are but ants before me, the blood demon sneered. Seeking death, the battle was imminent. Han Si roared, immediately summoning his treasured artifact. Who will die is yet to be determined. Zhou Chun bellowed, unleashing his quasi-holy realm cultivation without reservation. The tremendous pressure causing the surrounding air to tremble. Interesting, yet still too weak, the blood demon disdainfully shook his head, casually waving his hand. A crimson palm print manifested instantaneously, the terrifying power warping the very space around them. Be careful, Zhou Chun shouted, swiftly employing the 9 heavens refining divine technique. The resplendent starlight flickered within the ocean of consciousness, where countless chains of celestial bodies extended from the void, striving to impede the assault of the blood demon. Alas, it was disastrous. The blood demon possessed no ocean of consciousness. As Zhou Chun made his move, he immediately sensed something was amiss. Bang! The formidable power of the blood demon at the 5th level of the sacred realm was overwhelmingly potent, and without an ocean of consciousness. The bindings of the 9 heavens divine art were utterly ineffective against him. The moment the celestial chains made contact with the blood-red palm imprint, they were shattered to pieces. Thunderous might. Han Si was equally unyielding, forming seals with his hands as terrifying bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens. Boom! The clash of thunder and the blood-red palm imprint erupted in a deafening roar. Yet, despite the considerable power of the lightning, it proved insufficient against the 5th-level blood demon. The blood-red palm imprint merely dimmed slightly, continuing its advance towards the two. Damn it! Zhou Chun's expression remained unchanged as he prepared to unleash the true fire of Samadhi. Only to hear Han Si bellow, Xiao Jin, it's your turn. The small monkey perched on Han Si's shoulder suddenly leaped into the air, rapidly enlarging as it did so. In the blink of an eye, the seemingly inconspicuous little monkey transformed into a towering giant ape, standing 3 zhang tall. Roar! The giant ape emitted a resounding roar and hurled a fist toward the blood-red palm imprint. Boom! The tremendous impact resonated, and the blood-red palm imprint was indeed obliterated by the giant ape's fist. What? The blood demon's expression shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the unexpected strength of this seemingly insignificant little monkey. Is this an ancient mythical beast? A flicker of wariness crossed the blood demon's eyes. Zhou Chun was equally astonished. He had not anticipated Han Si's little monkey to possess such formidable prowess. Xiao Jin, continue, Han Si commanded with fervor, and the giant ape charged at the blood demon. The blood demon, not daring to take this lightly, immediately invoked a secret technique, causing a surge of blood light to envelop him. A sea of blood surged forth, instantly inundating the entire hall. The cries of countless vengeful souls echoed from within the blood sea, struggling in their torment. The giant ape plunged into the blood sea, promptly besieged by innumerable vengeful spirits, causing its movements to slow. In my sea of blood, all living beings shall suffer torment from the vengeful spirits. The blood demon laughed with glee. However, at that moment, Han Si suddenly produced an ancient-looking small vial. Chapter 136, The Heavenly Grasping Bottle, the Creation Elixir. This vial appeared unremarkable, yet Zhou Chun could sense the terrifying power contained within. The Heavenly Grasping Bottle. Zhou Chun's heart raced. He immediately recognized the identity of this treasure. It was a growth-type Imperial-grade Supreme artifact, likely the fabled immortal tool, possessing wondrous capabilities such as hastening the growth of spiritual herbs and suppressing evil entities. He never imagined Han Si would dare to use it in his presence, a testament to the trust Han Si placed in him. Stirring a sense of gratitude within Zhou Chun. Suppress, Han Si shouted, and the heavenly grasping bottle erupted with dazzling white light. Wherever the white light traversed, the vengeful souls within the blood sea dissipated, and even the blood sea itself began to evaporate rapidly. Impossible! What treasure is this? The blood demon shrieked in terror, sensing the overwhelming restraining force of the heavenly grasping bottle upon him. Xiao Jin now. Seizing the opportunity, Han Si commanded the giant ape to launch its attack. The giant ape roared, striking with both fists, unleashing a terrifying gale of fist force. The blood demon attempted to evade, yet the white light from the heavenly grasping bottle rendered his movements agonizingly sluggish. Boom! The giant ape's fist struck the blood demon with tremendous force, sending him hurtling through the air. Uffed! The blood demon spat out a mouthful of blood, his aura instantly waning significantly. Damn you, little wretch! To possess such a divine artifact. The blood demon glared at Han Si with malice, his eyes brimming with resentment. Today, consider yourselves fortunate. However, next time, luck may not be on your side. With that, the blood demon transformed into a flash of blood light and vanished from the medicinal garden. Phew, he has finally gone. Han Si exhaled in relief as the heavenly grasping bottle reverted to its ordinary form. The giant ape also shrank back to its original size, leaping onto Han Si's shoulder once more. Brother Han, your spirit beast and that vial are far from ordinary, Zhou Chun remarked with a sense of awe. Haha, it's just a little secret of mine. Han Si chuckled, offering no further explanation. Zhou Chun did not pry, for he understood without needing to ask. Had it not been for their fortuitous bonding, he might have entertained his own designs. Comparisons can be exasperating, Zhou Chun muttered under his breath. However, through the recent battle, Zhou Chun gained a deeper insight into Han Si's capabilities. This fellow's rate of growth was astonishing, and he likely harbored secrets beyond Zhou Chun's imagination. Fortunately, with their timely intervention, their relationship was manageable. Otherwise, having such a fated child bound to an artifact would have driven Zhou Chun to madness. Brother Zhou, we should make haste to leave this place, Han Si suggested. Though the blood demon has been repelled, he may yet return. Agreed, let us depart, Zhou Chun nodded. And the two immediately began to gather their belongings in preparation for their exit. Just then, a peculiar disturbance emanated from the depths of the medicinal garden. What is that? Both turned their gazes toward the source of the disturbance, where a small vortex had materialized. It appeared to be a spatial rift. Han Si furrowed his brow. It's possible that the recent battle has destabilized the spatial integrity here. We should investigate, Zhou Chun proposed. Cautiously, the two approached the spatial rift, discovering a faint glimpse of another realm beyond. There seems to be something inside. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Han Si's eyes. Shall we enter? Zhou Chun feigned curiosity, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Of course we should, Han Si responded without hesitation. Since we're here, we cannot leave empty-handed. I sense there are treasures within. Once we gather them, we shall swiftly depart. The two exchanged knowing glances before leaping into the spatial rift. In the next moment, they found themselves in an entirely new realm. It was a vast cavern, exuding an ancient aura. In the center of the cave stood a colossal stone platform, upon which rested an archaic jade box. Another treasure, Han Si exclaimed with exhilaration. The two approached the stone platform, cautiously opening the jade box. Inside lay a pill the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a kaleidoscope of colors, emanating a rich herbal fragrance. This is a supreme-grade holy elixir. Han Si gasped in astonishment. Even he, accustomed to elixirs, was left in awe. Supreme-grade holy elixirs are exceedingly rare, and even in sacred grounds, they are not easily revealed. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the legendary creation elixir, Han Si continued to explain. Consuming it can enhance one's constitution, elevate comprehension, and may even awaken a special physique, though each individual can only benefit once. If one's constitution is already exceptional, the enhancement may be minimal. It is most suitable for bolstering a family's foundation. The creation elixir? Zhou Chun feigned surprise. The fabled elixir that is said to be 1 in 10,000? It must indeed be so, but what of this elixir? Han Si nodded, his eyes filled with longing as he gazed upon the creation elixir. Brother Han, this elixir was discovered by both of us. How should we divide it? Zhou Chun inquired. Han Si hesitated for a moment before suggesting. How about we decide it with a game of rock, paper, scissors? A splendid idea, Zhou Chun agreed. The two engaged in a game of rock, paper, scissors, ultimately leading to Han Li's victory. Haha, it seems this elixir is destined for me, Han Li exclaimed excitedly as he tucked the creation pill away. On the surface, Zhou Chun appeared somewhat disappointed. However, inwardly, he was secretly amused. For this was precisely the opportunity Zhou Chun had deliberately placed here. The pill was indeed Han Li's fortune, and he had already received a 10,000-fold return on his investment. In other words, his storage ring now contained a staggering 10,000 creation pills. As Han Li had rightly stated, those with superior physiques found little benefit from taking it. Zhou Chun had tried one, and it felt akin to consuming a mere candy, leaving him with only a slight warmth in his body, lacking any significant effect. After all, the Qinglian Dao body was of such a high caliber that this grade of elixir was insufficient to enhance Zhou Chun's constitution. Yet it would serve as a splendid offering to the Zhou family. Brother Zhou, although I have acquired this elixir, I shall not forget your kindness. Han Li earnestly declared, in 3 months, a portion of the precious pills I concoct will be reserved for you. Thank you, Brother Han, Zhou Chun replied with a smile. The two continued to search the cavern, confirming that no other treasures remained before they returned through the spatial rift to the medicinal garden. It is getting late. We should take our leave, Han Li remarked, casting a glance at the sky. Indeed, let us depart. Zhou Chun nodded in agreement. The two exited the medicinal garden and returned to the ancient palace. Brother Zhou, I cannot thank you enough for this, Han Li said, grasping Zhou Chun's hand, his eyes brimming with gratitude. Without you, I would never have obtained such precious spiritual herbs. Brother Han is being overly courteous. We are friends, Zhou Chun smiled in response. By the way, where shall we meet in 3 months? Han Li inquired. Let it be at the Taichu sacred land. You can come find me directly then. Zhou Chun stated. Very well, it's a promise. Han Li clapped Zhou Chun on the shoulder. In 3 months, I shall definitely bring the finest elixirs to you. After bidding farewell, the two parted ways at the tomb of the emperor. As Zhou Chun soared through the air, he reviewed his spoils. This time, seizing Han Li's opportunity had proven immensely rewarding. Not only had he acquired a plethora of precious spiritual herbs, but he had also gained 10,000 creation pills. More importantly, he had secured the services of a free alchemist. Han Li's alchemical skills were extraordinarily refined, and with the assistance of a divine artifact like the Heaven's Bottle, the quality of the pills he produced would undoubtedly be exceptional. Zhou Chun mused that in 3 months, Han Li was sure to surprise him. Chapter 137, Mercenary Corps. Shadow Demon Wolf. In the northern domain's demon abyss, black mist surged like a tide, obscuring the sun. Yet at this moment, a figure leisurely advanced deep within the abyss, as though strolling through his own backyard. It was none other than Zhou Chun. After parting with Han Li, he continued his training in the northern domain's demon abyss. Given his current strength, while the beasts here were fierce, they posed little threat unless he ventured into forbidden areas or provoked special creatures such as blood demons or soul-eating ants. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Zhou Chun suppressed his cultivation to the 10th level of the nascent soul realm. After all, a young man must learn to protect himself while traveling. A thunderous roar echoed in the distance, followed by the sounds of a fierce battle. Zhou Chun frowned slightly, his figure flickering as he dashed toward the source of the commotion. Ahead, in a valley, a group of a dozen cultivators was besieged by a horde of massive beasts. At the forefront was a monster exuding a semi-saintly aura, the Shadow Demon Wolf, its body as dark as ink, with blood-red eyes gleaming mischievously. Measuring a formidable 10 zhang in length, radiating a ferocious presence. The group of cultivators clearly stood no chance. Several had already sustained injuries, and their situation was dire. Captain, we can't hold on much longer, a young cultivator shouted, his long sword already showing signs of cracking. Everyone, form a formation. We must not allow it to breach our line, commanded a woman, appearing to be in her early 20s. With a graceful visage and a tall figure clad in form-fitting leather armor that accentuated her perfect curves. She wielded a silver spear, its tip gleaming coldly. And her cultivation had evidently reached the 10th level of the nascent soul realm, making her the strongest among the group. However, even with such equipment, facing a semi-saint level beast proved overwhelming. Damn it, how did this Shadow Demon Wolf end up here? The woman gritted her teeth, her silver spear dancing in a flurry, barely fending off the wolf's attacks. Yet despite its semi-saint aura, the wolf's actual combat prowess equated to that of a quasi-saint, far beyond what she could contend with at her current level. Moreover, a dozen smaller demon wolves lurked nearby, clearly relishing the spectacle as the Shadow Demon Wolf toyed with them. Suddenly, the wolf's claw swiped down, sending the woman flying several zhang, blood spewing from her mouth. Captain! The others gasped in horror and rushed to her aid, but their weaker strength proved futile. Just as the wolf prepared to pounce on the fallen woman, a figure suddenly appeared before her, Zhou Chun. Interesting, a mercenary corps, Zhou Chun mused with a faint smile, casually waving his hand. A streak of golden sword energy instantly cleaved through the Shadow Demon Wolf, severing it in half. A woo! The wolf's eyes widened in terror, letting out a chilling howl before its massive body collapsed to the ground, its life extinguished. Silence enveloped the area. All present gaped in disbelief at the young man who had suddenly appeared. One sword strike to slay a semi-saint level Shadow Demon Wolf? What kind of power was this? Thank you immensely for your timely rescue, Senior. The woman struggled to rise, trying to bow in gratitude despite her injuries. There's no need for such formality. Zhou Chen extended a hand to assist her. Who are you? What brings you here? Returning to Senior, we are the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps, and I am the leader. Lin Shuer, the woman replied respectfully. We accepted a mission to collect the nether flower from deep within the demon abyss, only to encounter this demon wolf. Lin Shuer? Zhou Chen's heart stirred as he surreptitiously activated the opportunity panel. Name, Lin Shuer. Cultivation, 10th level of the nascent soul realm. Fate, daughter of the Lord of Tianshuang City, leader of the Blazing Flame Mercenary Corps, raised without want, influenced by her father. She aspires to carve out her own path. Possesses an ice spirit body, which has never been activated, ultimately reaching the 6th level of the Saint Realm. Recent opportunity. 3 days hence, she will acquire a black porcelain bottle at the Tianshuang City auction, gaining a top-tier heavenly-grade spiritual essence pill. Destiny. Remarkable talent, purple. The daughter of the Lord of Tianshuang City? Zhou Chen raised an eyebrow, intrigued. It was unexpected for the daughter of a city lord to become the leader of a mercenary corps. Miss Lin, your skills appear exceptional. You must come from a prominent family. Yet why embark on forming a mercenary corps? Zhou Chen inquired directly. Lin Shuer was momentarily taken aback by the question, then managed a wry smile. Senior, your insight is indeed sharp. I cannot hide anything from you. Taking a deep breath, she continued, to be frank. I am the daughter of the Tianshuang City Lord. Ever since I was young, I have been reluctant to remain within the City Lord's mansion, always yearning to forge my own path through strength. My father disapproves, yet he has not hindered my aspirations. So, you formed this mercenary corps? Zhou Chen prompted. Yes. Lin Shuer affirmed. I wish to demonstrate to my father that I am not merely a delicate vase sheltered beneath his wings, but rather a capable individual in my own right. Zhou Chen silently nodded, recognizing the tenacity within this woman. Furthermore, upon examining the opportunity panel, it appeared she would encounter a significant opportunity 3 days hence, precisely at the auction in Tianshuang City. Given this, I, too, shall venture to Tianshuang City. Why not travel together? Zhou Chen proposed. Is that true? Lin Shuer's eyes sparkled with surprise. That would be splendid. With a senior accompanying us, our safety is assured. The other mercenaries also displayed expressions of excitement. The sight of Zhou Chen slaying the shadow demon wolf with a single stroke had profoundly impressed them. With such a formidable ally, what fear could they have of magical beasts? By the way, I have yet to learn how to address you, esteemed senior? Lin Shuer inquired. My surname is Zhou. I am not much older than you, so you may call me Zhou brother, Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile. My cultivation level is not particularly high, merely at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. I hardly qualify as a senior. The 10th level of the nascent soul? The group exchanged incredulous glances, struggling to believe it. Could one at the 10th level truly slay a 6th-tier magical beast with a single sword? What a jest! However, since Zhou Chen had claimed it, they refrained from probing further. Brother Zhou is being modest, Lin Shuer remarked with a smile. To defeat the shadow demon wolf with a single sword is no trivial feat, it was merely luck. Zhou Chen waved his hand dismissively. We should leave this place. The scent of blood from the magical beasts may attract others. Brother Zhou is right, Lin Shuer nodded, then addressed her fellow mercenaries. Everyone, gather your belongings. We depart immediately. The group swiftly organized their gear and made their way toward the outskirts of the abyss of beasts. Along the journey, Lin Shuer occasionally stole glances at Zhou Chen, her beautiful eyes shimmering with an unusual light. This enigmatic man not only possessed formidable strength, but also exuded an ethereal grace, his every gesture imbued with an otherworldly charm. Most importantly, he had saved her life. Though the trope of a hero rescuing a damsel in distress may be cliched, it has historically proven to be a narrative that stirs the hearts of women. Despite her independent nature, Lin Shuer was still a woman. How could she not be moved by such a man? Brother Zhou, are you here in the North Region's abyss for training? Chapter 138, Lin Shuer, Zhao Wujia. Lin Shuer could not resist initiating a conversation with Zhou Chen, her usual straightforwardness tempered by a hint of shyness. One might say that. Zhou Chen nodded. I seek rare spiritual herbs. I have heard that the depths of the abyss harbor many treasures. Lin Shuer's eyes brightened. Brother Zhou, I am quite familiar with the abyss. If you require any spiritual herbs, I can guide you in your search. I am most grateful, Miss Lin, Zhou Chen replied. The two engaged in conversation, and the atmosphere gradually became more harmonious. The other mercenaries observed from a distance, secretly pleased for their leader and wisely refraining from intruding. Aligning with such a powerful figure would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the Blazing Flame mercenary group. After a lengthy 3 hours, the group finally emerged from the abyss, catching sight of the outline of Tianshuang City in the distance. Tianshuang City, a grand metropolis in the North region. boasted a population exceeding tens of millions and a thriving trade, renowned throughout the region. Brother Zhou, my father has a villa within the city. Why not stay there? Lin Shuer suggested. That may not be appropriate. Zhou Chen hesitated. What is inappropriate about it? You saved our lives. This hospitality is but a small token, Lin Shuer insisted. Moreover, there will be an auction in 3 days, rumored to feature many rare treasures that might pique your interest. An auction? Zhou Chen's interest was piqued. Was it not precisely the auction displayed on Lin Shuer's opportunity panel? In that case, I would be remiss to decline. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Lin Shuer immediately broke into a radiant smile, her momentary beauty leaving the surrounding mercenaries in awe. They exchanged glances, a twinge of envy stirring within them, as it was the first time they had witnessed their leader exhibit such an expression. Clearly, Brother Zhou held a special place in her heart. Upon entering Tianchuang City, Lin Shuer personally escorted Zhou Chun to the villa at the city lord's estate. The surroundings were elegant and rich in spiritual energy, indeed, an excellent place for cultivation. Brother Zhou, please rest. Do not hesitate to ask if you require anything, Lin Shuer said. Tomorrow, I will show you around the city. The auction is just 3 days away. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Lin, Zhou Chen acknowledged. As he watched Lin Shuer depart, a smile crept upon his lips. She was evidently rather naive. It seemed the city lord was quite protective of his precious daughter. Among the mercenaries, one possessed the strength of a semi-saint. Clearly a trusted confidant of the city lord. However, Zhou Chun was more concerned about the upcoming auction, eager to see what treasures might be presented. After all, his supply of spiritual stones was abundant, provided he did not frequently utilize his flying boat. The following morning, Lin Shuer arrived early at the villa. She had taken special care to present herself, donning a light blue gown that accentuated her figure, her face adorned with subtle makeup, rendering her exceptionally beautiful. Brother Zhou, you rise quite early, Lin Shuer remarked upon seeing Zhou Chen cultivating in the courtyard, a hint of astonishment crossing her features. The morning light cast a golden sheen over Zhou Chen's white attire, making him appear almost celestial. I am accustomed to it. Miss Lin looks particularly lovely today. Zhou Chen responded as he concluded his practice. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's compliment, Lin Shuer felt her cheeks flush, a sweet sensation blooming within her heart. You flatter me. Brother Zhou, she replied softly. Today, I will take you around the city to help you learn more about the auction in 2 days. Very well. They exited the villa together, strolling along the streets of Tianchuang City. True to its reputation as a major city in the north region, the streets were wide, lined with bustling shops offering a plethora of cultivation resources. Brother Zhou, over there is the Tianbao auction house, where the auction will take place the day after tomorrow. Lin Shuer pointed towards an imposing structure ahead. The Tianbao auction house was vast, its architecture exuding an ancient yet grand aura, with throngs of people bustling about, clearly thriving in business. I have heard that this auction will feature numerous valuable items, Lin Shuer continued, the most notable being a drop of 10,000-year-old ice divine essence, which is said to awaken the cultivation talent of those with an ice constitution. Ice divine essence. Zhou Chen's interest was piqued. Was Lin Shuer not herself an ice spiritual body? It was evident that neither the city lord nor Lin Shuer were aware of her unique constitution. Otherwise, they would surely spare no expense to acquire that drop of ice divine essence. No wonder Lin Shuer had never awakened her potential. Indeed, it is a remarkable item. Though the price is likely steep, Zhou Chen concurred. Yes, I estimate it will fetch at least 200,000 high-grade spiritual stones, far beyond my means, Lin Shuer sighed. As they conversed, a sudden commotion erupted behind them. Make way, young Master Zhao is coming. Quick, step aside and do not obstruct young Master Zhao's path. Zhou Chun and Lin Shuer turned to see a procession approaching. At the forefront was a young man in his 20s, clad in luxurious brocade, adorned with a jade pendant crafted from a high-grade spiritual stone, unmistakably the scion of a wealthy family. Behind him followed a retinue of over a dozen guards, each of considerable prowess, with the weakest among them at the 8th level of the nascent soul stage. It was Zhao Wuji, the son of the lord of Lihua City. What on earth brought him to Tianchuang City? Lin Shuer furrowed her brows, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. Zhao Wuji. Zhou Chen's heart stirred slightly as he silently activated the opportunity panel. Name, Zhao Wuji. Cultivation, nascent soul 10th layer. Recent opportunity, son of the lord of Lihua City. Purchasing a mysterious black box at the auction 2 days hence, acquiring a low-grade saint-grade enlightenment pill, which, once consumed, will significantly enhance his cultivation. Fate. Blue, some fortune. Is that not Lin Shuer? Zhao Wuji evidently spotted Lin Shuer as well, his gaze igniting with fervor. He strode over briskly, a self-satisfied smile gracing his face, which he deemed charming. Shuer, it's been ages. You've grown even more beautiful. Lin Shuer's brow knitted tighter, her tone icy. Young Master Zhao, I implore you to conduct yourself with dignity. Haha, Shui, your spirit remains unchanged. Zhao Wuji seemed unfazed. I find such spirited women particularly appealing. As he spoke, his eyes fell upon Zhou Chun, an unmistakable flicker of displeasure crossing his features. And who might this be? This is my friend, Lin Shui, introduced briefly. Friend? Zhao Wuji appraised Zhou Chun with evident hostility. He looks rather unfamiliar. I wonder which faction he belongs to? Just an unknown nobody, Zhou Chun replied nonchalantly. Unknown nobody? Zhao Wuji scoffed. Do you truly think you are worthy to stand alongside Shui? With his words, the atmosphere around them thickened with tension. Lin Shui's complexion changed. About to speak, but Zhou Chun restrained her. Worthy or not is not for you to decide, Zhou Chun remarked calmly, fixing his gaze on Zhao Wuji. Moreover, whom Miss Lin chooses to befriend is hardly your concern. Chapter 139, The Path to Death, The Auction. You, boy, do you have any idea who I am? Zhao Wuji's expression darkened. I do not, nor do I need to know. Your identity holds no significance to me, Zhou Chun retorted with disdain. Such a character, relying on his status to bully others in the isolated northern domain, was akin to a frog in a well. You insolent wretch, you've successfully incited my wrath. Do you believe I will allow you to leave Tianchuang City unscathed? Zhao Wuji said coldly. I do not believe so. In fact, I think you should be more worried about yourself. Zhou Chun shook his head, a hint of mockery in his eyes. What do you mean? Nothing of consequence. Zhou Chun replied with a faint smile, merely feeling that some individuals overestimate their own importance, provoking those they ought not to, unaware of their impending doom. Zhao Wuji's face darkened to a deep hue. He was about to erupt, but was restrained by a guard at his side. Young master, disturbances are not permitted within Tianchuang City. The crowd is large and observant. It is unwise to resort to violence, the guard cautioned in a hushed tone. Zhao Wuji inhaled deeply, repressing his fury. Very well, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner. He glared menacingly at Zhou Chun. You little scoundrel, I will remember you. Prepare for your reckoning. With that, he turned to leave, casting a final warning at Lin Shui. I advise you to distance yourself from such individuals. Not every stray dog is worthy of your association. Watching Zhao Wuji's retreating figure, Lin Shui expressed her concern. Brother Zhou, I apologize. It's all my fault. Had I not dragged you out, we would not have encountered him. He is Zhao Wuji, the narrow-minded son of the Lord of Lihua City, and he will undoubtedly seek revenge. Fear not. He is merely a spoiled brat and poses no real threat. Zhou Chun dismissed her worries. But Lin Shui seemed poised to say more. Rest assured, Zhou Chun patted her shoulder. I know my limits. Feeling the warmth of his hand, Lin Shui's heart fluttered, her cheeks flushing once more. Then shall we continue our shopping? She murmured, her voice barely a whisper. Zhou Chun smiled, offering no further comment. Yet, within his mind, he contemplated the fact that while Zhao Wuji's opportunity was of little worth and not to his liking, provoking Zhou Chun was a grave mistake. He would do well to forget about his fortune, should he persist in his folly. Zhou Chun would not hesitate to send him on his way. The two continued to stroll through the city, Lin Shui's spirits gradually lifting. With Zhou Chun at her side, she felt an unparalleled sense of security. This man, though appearing gentle, had displayed remarkable composure and confidence in the face of Zhao Wuji, captivating her deeply. Brother Zhou, are you truly only at the 10th level of the nascent soul? Lin Shui could not help but inquire. Does it not seem so? Zhou Chun countered. Not that it seems so, but Lin Shui bit her lip. You give me the impression of being unfathomable, impossible to gauge. Perhaps it is merely your illusion, Zhou Chun chuckled. Lin Shui refrained from pressing further, yet her curiosity intensified. As night fell, the two returned to the guest house. Observing Lin Shui's departing silhouette, Zhou Chun fell into contemplation. After a day spent together, Lin Shui had enthusiastically shared the customs and intriguing tales of the northern domain, leaving Zhou Chun with an overall favorable impression. He would not mind lending her a hand should the opportunity arise. On the evening of the third day, the Tianbao auction house was ablaze with lights and bustling with voices. Tonight's auction attracted cultivators from across the northern domain. Various factions congregated, creating a spectacular scene. Zhou Chun and Lin Shui occupied a private box on the second floor. Through the crystal window, they could clearly see the auction stage below. Brother Zhou, look over there. Lin Shui pointed toward an opposite box. Zhao Wuji has also arrived. Following her gaze, Zhou Chun indeed spotted Zhao Wuji seated in the box across, flanked by several guards, his expression dark and filled with malice as he glared in their direction. Clearly, he still harbors resentment from the events of 2 days ago. Lin Shui expressed her concern. Let him stew in his resentment. Soon enough, he will have cause to lament, Zhou Chun remarked indifferently. What do you mean? Lin Shui's curiosity grew ever stronger. Just wait for the spectacle, he replied. At that moment, the auction officially commenced. A middle-aged man ascended the stage. Addressing the audience in a booming voice, "Esteemed guests, welcome to the monthly auction of the Tianbao Auction House. Tonight, we have prepared numerous rare treasures that are sure to delight everyone. Now, let the auction begin. The first item for bid." The auction proceeded methodically, with the initial items being ordinary treasures and elixirs, their prices modest. Zhou Chun had no intention of bidding. Zhao Wuji, however, purchased several items, each time deliberately inflating the bids, clearly attempting to flaunt his wealth. "This fellow truly has money to burn," Lin Shui remarked, shaking her head. "A typical case of a fool with abundant riches. After all, it is his father's money, and he feels no remorse for squandering it." Zhou Chun smiled lightly, his interest waning. As time passed, they finally reached the main attraction. "Next up, this item is sure to astonish all present," the auctioneer proclaimed, presenting a mysterious ancient scroll. As the words fell, an exquisite jade box was brought forth. When opened, it revealed a crystal-clear ancient scroll, radiating a faint blue glow. Merely gazing upon it made one sense its extraordinary nature. The mysterious ancient scroll appears to harbor celestial treasures, yet despite our auction house employing various methods, the prohibitions inscribed upon it remain impervious to all attempts at unlocking. Consequently, the contents of this scroll remain shrouded in enigma. The auctioneer elaborated, however, according to the seller, this item was procured from a forbidden area within the northern domain's demonic abyss, with a starting bid set at 5,000 high-grade spirit stones. Each subsequent bid must not be less than 1,000. Upon hearing the initial price, the gathered cultivators were left in a state of astonishment. 5,000 spirit stones. How can the starting price be so exorbitant? Given that the Tianbao auction house has been unable to breach its seals, purchasing it seems ill-advised. Indeed, while it is claimed to have originated from a forbidden domain, who can ascertain whether the seller is deceiving us? If it contains nothing of value, we would incur a tremendous loss. Furthermore, the Tianbao auction house is considered a foremost power within the city. If they cannot succeed, what hope do we have? This is merely a hollow endeavor, better suited as a family heirloom. Though the ancient scroll exudes an air of grandeur, the risks are equally considerable. With this thought in mind, many began to shake their heads and adopt a watchful stance. The starting bid of 5,000 high-grade spirit stones is beyond the means of ordinary individuals. After a prolonged silence, a voice finally rang out. "I bid 6,000 high-grade spirit stones." The first bidder was an elderly man, his voice resonant. 10,000, 20,000, 25,000 high-grade spirit stones. The price soared rapidly, quickly surpassing 30,000. At this juncture, the bid had escalated to 36,000, with only 3 or 4 competitors remaining. 40,000. At that moment, Zhao Wuji interjected, seemingly intent on inflating the price further, relishing the attention of the crowd. His proclamation reverberated throughout the venue, eliciting gasps of shock. Young Master Zhao has made his move. 40,000 high-grade spirit stones. What a staggering sum. Zhao Wuji cast a triumphant glance toward Zhou Chun, as though to flaunt his wealth. Yet, just as he believed victory was assured, Zhou Chun's voice rang out. 41,000. The tone was soft yet distinctly echoed through the auction hall. Zhao Wuji's expression shifted, his gaze darkening as he glared at Zhou Chun. 50,000. He gritted through clenched teeth. 51,000. Zhou Chun remained unfazed. 60,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Wuji's voice trembled slightly. 61. Damn it. Zhao Wuji's face turned a shade of fury, and he escalated the bid. 70,000. 71. Zhou Chun consistently maintained a 1,000 high-grade spirit stone increment, never deviating. Yet each time he precisely outbid Zhao Wuji. This blatant humiliation drove Zhao Wuji to the brink of madness. 100,000. He roared. 11 million. Zhou Chun's voice remained composed. To him, these spirit stones were merely numbers, equating to a trivial sum of 1,000 supreme spirit stones. It is worth noting that Zhou Chun possessed a cold stash of several 100,000 supreme spirit stones within his storage ring. What could Zhao Wuji possibly use to contend with him? The audience discerned the evident clash of wills between the two, yet they found entertainment in the spectacle, for the higher the bids ascended, the greater the profits for the auction house. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhao Wuji had completely lost his composure, shouting an astronomical figure, his voice now hoarse from rage. A hush fell over the room. All were stunned by this price. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. This was no sum that an ordinary faction could bear. Even the prominent families in Tianshuang City would deliberate whether it was worth such an expenditure. Even the auctioneer was momentarily taken aback before excitedly declaring, "Young Master Zhao bids 200,000 high-grade spirit stones. Any higher bids?" All eyes turned to Zhou Chun, eager to see if he would continue to raise the stakes. "Forget it, I'll pass." However, Zhou Chen merely shook his head. He had already scanned the opportunity panels of the other bidders, revealing no indication of any fortune within the scroll, suggesting it contained nothing of value. What? Zhao Wuji was taken aback, as were the others. You're just letting it go? 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, once. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, twice. 200,000 high-grade spirit stones, thrice. Sold. With the auctioneer's gavel striking down, the ancient scroll officially became Zhao Wuji's possession. Yet, at that moment, his expression was more pained than sorrowful. 200 high-grade spirit stones. This was nearly all of his personal savings, and perhaps there was nothing of usable worth within. It dawned on him that he had been outmaneuvered by Zhou Chen. From the outset, Zhou Chen had no intention of genuinely purchasing the scroll. He was merely intent on driving up the price, making Zhao Wuji the unwitting fool. You scoundrel! I will make you pay. Zhao Wuji fumed with rage, trembling with indignation, itching to confront Zhou Chen. Yet, this was the Tianbao auction house, a preeminent institution in the northern domain. He dared not act rashly, settling for a venomous glare in Zhou Chen's direction. Brother Zhou, you're truly wicked. Lin Shuer gazed at Zhou Chen with admiration, a dreamy smile gracing her lips. The auction proceeded, swiftly arriving at the next item displayed on Zhao Wuji's opportunity panel, a black box. This next item, also unearthed from the ruins, is shrouded in prohibitions that prevent us from discerning its contents. However, according to our auction house's assessment, it is likely a highly valuable elixir. The auctioneer proclaimed. The starting bid is set at 50,000 high-grade spirit stones, with increments of no less than 10,000 high-grade spirit stones. Upon hearing this introduction, Zhao Wuji felt an instinctive twinge of anticipation. Perhaps it indeed contained a valuable elixir. His eyes gleamed with fervor, for it might be precisely what he sought. However, upon glancing at his storage ring, his countenance fell. He had expended the majority of his savings on that inexplicable item earlier. Now, he could not even muster a single thousand, let alone 50. Fortunately, he could leverage his reputation. He had a credit of 300,000 high-grade spirit stones at the Tianbao auction house, which would allow him a chance to secure it. 60,000, 70,000, 100,000. The price continued to ascend, and Zhao Wuji could not resist announcing his bid. 110,000. At that moment, Zhou Chen interjected, his voice calm but dripping with sarcasm in Zhao Wuji's ears. Yet this time, Zhao Wuji remained more composed, weighing his options and ultimately opting to withdraw. He would not fall for the same trick again. A mocking expression crossed his face. Clearly, you are a country bumpkin who has never seen the world. I wager there is nothing of worth inside. Seeing Zhao Wuji cease his bidding, and with the price reaching a psychological threshold for the audience, no one else ventured to bid further. 110,000 high-grade spirit stones. Any higher? The auctioneer surveyed the room, but no one else raised a bid. 110,000 high-grade spirit stones, going thrice. Sold. The black box now belonged to Zhou Chen. Please open it for me and deliver it here. Zhou Chen requested nonchalantly. Certainly. The auctioneer responded with a beaming smile, promptly summoning a prohibition master to unbind the seals. These relics, akin to modern blind boxes, possess prohibitions that merely serve a concealing purpose. Lifting the restrictions is a trivial task, unlike the previously sealed ancient scroll. With a click, as the prohibition master deftly manipulated the seals, the black box opened, releasing a fragrant aroma of elixirs into the air. Congratulations, young sir. You have obtained a low-grade enlightenment pill. The auctioneer proclaimed loudly, and the atmosphere in the room instantly ignited with fervor. The low-grade saint-level enlightenment pill held immense benefits for cultivators at the 10th level of the nascent soul stage. Not only could it enhance their comprehension slightly, but it could also significantly shorten the time required to accumulate the magical energy necessary to break through to the demi-saint level. It should be noted that in the northern domain, low-grade saint-level pills often exist more as a concept than a reality. Yet the value of this enlightenment pill was no less than 500,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zhou Chen, in a mere flick of his wrist, stood to gain a profit of fourfold or more, which was enough to incite envy among the onlookers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for snatching the low-grade saint-level enlightenment pill from another, triggering a 100-fold return, and obtaining 100 low-grade saint-level enlightenment pills. Would you like to claim them immediately? The moment he acquired the pill, a system notification echoed in Zhou Chen's ears. Not yet, he replied. Zhao Wuji watched the scene with a fury that seemed ready to erupt. Moments ago, he had sensed an opportunity and intended to purchase the pill himself. It should have been his fortune, if he hadn't been played by Zhou Chen the first time, exhausting most of his spirit stones. That enlightenment pill would currently be in his possession. Despicable. Despicable. Gritting his teeth in rage, Zhao Wuji felt an urge to flay Zhou Chen alive. After muttering a few commands to the guards beside him, he gradually calmed down. Next up was one of the highlight items of the auction. The auctioneer continued. A drop of 10,000-year-old ice divine essence. As his words fell, an exquisite jade vial was presented. Upon opening the vial, one could feel the immense power of ice contained within at just a glance. The 10,000-year-old ice divine essence, a rare treasure of the world, was invaluable to cultivators with an ice constitution. Consuming it could directly evolve their ice physique and exponentially increase their cultivation speed. The auctioneer introduced. The starting bid is 300,000 high-grade spirit stones, with each subsequent bid not less than 10,000. Ultimately, Zhou Chen secured the drop of ice divine essence for 600,000 high-grade spirit stones, prompting gasps of astonishment regarding his wealth and curiosity about his identity. Thankfully, the Tianbao auction house's reputation held sway, and no one dared to take action against Zhou Chen, especially since he was accompanied by the city lord's daughter, Lin Shuer. However, seeing Zhou Chen acquire the ice divine essence, Zhao Wuji revealed a glimmer of delight, as if it were already within his grasp. Brother Zhou, what do you intend to do with this divine essence? If you require similar items, my lord's residence has some stock that I can offer you. Though the effects are not as potent, no need to spend extravagantly, Lin Shuer inquired softly. This is for you, Zhou Chen replied with a smile. Consider it compensation for your hospitality these past few days, and for all the effort you've put into explaining the northern domain to me. For me? Lin Shuer's eyes widened, taken aback. But this is worth 600,000 high-grade spirit stones. Miss Lin, this amount is trivial to me, and I believe you may need it more. Try absorbing it when you return, and please, do not refuse, Zhou Chen urged. His words sent a shiver down Lin Shuer's spine, and her cheeks flushed bright red like an apple. Did Zhou Chen harbor feelings for her? Was this a veiled confession? Countless thoughts raced through her mind, even contemplating names for their future children. Little did she know, Zhou Chen simply thought well of her character and wished to assist her in awakening her constitution. He was completely oblivious to her elaborate fantasies. Thank you, Brother Zhou. I will repay you well, Lin Shuer murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, warmth flooding her heart and the blush on her face deepening. This man was always thinking of her. Before long, the auction concluded, and Zhou Chen declined the Tianbao auction house's offer for a secure exit. Striding confidently out with Lin Shuer, Brother Zhou, Lin Shuer began, but suddenly, a commotion of footsteps approached from behind. Turning around, she saw Zhao Wuji advancing with a group of guards, his expression dark and menacing. Kid, do you think you can leave Tianshuang City unscathed? Zhao Wuji's voice dripped with cold malice. You dare to toy with me, your end is nigh. You'd best stay hidden in Tianshuang City for the rest of your life. Zhao Wuji, what do you intend to do here in front of the Tianbao auction house? Lin Shuer interjected, positioning herself protectively in front of Zhou Chen. Zhao Wuji chuckled ominously. Do not worry, I won T-act here. He then turned his gaze to Zhou Chen. If you have any guts, come with me. Let us settle this outside the city. Hiding behind a woman. What are you, a turtle? His laughter echoed, and the guards joined in. While Lin Shuer's face flushed with anger, ready to retort. Zhou Chen, however, merely smiled faintly, raising his hand to silence her. As you wish, he said to Zhao Wuji. Ha, just you at the 10th level of the nascent soul? You'd better think carefully about where you want to be buried. Zhao Wuji mocked. Zhou Chen swept his eyes over a black-clad elder behind Zhao Wuji, whose concealed aura of the first layer of the Saint Realm was nevertheless detectable to Zhou Chen's divine sense. Brother Zhou, don't go. Lin Shuer urgently grabbed his arm. They are numerous. It's too dangerous for you alone. Do not worry, Zhou Chen reassured her, patting her hand. I know what I am doing. But, trust me. Zhou Chen's calm demeanor compelled Lin Shuer to nod involuntarily. Brother Zhou, I will wait for your return. Zhou Chen turned and followed Zhao Wuji outside the city, while Lin Shuer watched his retreating figure, her heart filled with concern. She then swiftly made her way toward the city lord's residence. 10 miles outside Tianshuang City, in a desolate valley, Zhao Wuji and his dozen guards encircled Zhou Chen, a smug smile plastered on his face. Kid, are you scared now? The feng shui here is excellent. Have you decided how you wish to die? He sneered. Is that so? Zhou Chen surveyed the area, replying nonchalantly. You think these people can do anything? These people? Zhao Wuji scoffed. Let me inform you, this man beside me is a saint. To kill you is as easy as slaughtering a chicken. He pointed to a black-clad guard. The elder indeed exuded a formidable presence, the aura of the first layer of the Saint Realm unabashedly radiating, causing the surrounding air to thicken. First layer of the Saint Realm? Zhou Chen shook his head. Too weak. Do you have any final words? What? Zhao Wuji thought he misheard. What did you say? I said, too weak, Zhou Chen reiterated, then turned his gaze toward the black-clad elder. The elder's expression darkened. Kid, you are quite arrogant. This is not arrogance. It is merely the truth, Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile, his own aura beginning to emanate steadily. At the 10th level of the nascent soul, on the cusp of the saint realm, as his true cultivation revealed itself completely, everyone present was left speechless. Quasi-saint. The seemingly youthful Zhou Chun was actually a formidable figure at the quasi-saint level. No, it's impossible. Zhao Wuji's face turned pale, his voice trembling. How can you be a quasi-saint? What is impossible? Zhou Chun advanced toward them, each step amplifying the pressure he emanated. I told you, go home, wash up, and sleep. You just wouldn't listen. Feeling the terrifying pressure from Zhou Chun, beads of cold sweat formed on the elder's forehead. Though the quasi-saint level was a tier below him, the oppressive aura was difficult for him to withstand, indicating that Zhou Chun must be a prodigy of a significant power. I've hit a wall. Young master, let us go. We must retreat. This child is not to be trifled with. The black-clad elder stammered. Retreat? Zhou Chun let out a cold laugh, remarking that now they wished to flee. Wasn't it rather too late? As the words left his lips, he vanished in a flash, instantly appearing before several figures. The guards barely had time to react before Zhou Chun's palm struck, reducing them to mere blood mist. Run! Cried the elderly man in black, turning to escape. The remaining guards scattered in disarray, their earlier bravado evaporated. Yet, in the face of overwhelming power, their flight was futile. Zhou Chun transformed into a streak of golden light, and within mere breaths, all the guards lay lifeless. Only Zhao Wuji and the black-clad elder remained. Spare me, senior. Zhao Wuji pleaded, trembling as he knelt. I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore you, grant me my life. Zhou Chun looked down upon him from his elevated stance. You do not truly understand your error. You only comprehend your impending death. No, I am Zhao Wuji, the son of the Flame City Lord, Zhao Lai. You cannot kill me. Zhao Wuji screamed frantically. Otherwise, my father will not let you off. Is that so? Zhou Chun replied with a faint smile. Let him come and seek me. I assure you, I will reunite your family in a most orderly fashion. With that, he struck down with his palm. No. Zhao Wuji's wretched scream was abruptly silenced as he was transformed into blood mist. The sight sent the black-clad elder into a state of pure terror. Senior, spare me, he cried, kneeling and knocking his head against the ground. I, being blind to your might, have offended you. I beg for your mercy. You do know how to discern the times, Zhou Chun remarked, glancing at him. However, since you have come, do not expect to leave alive. Senior, the black-clad elder shouted in despair. I am willing to serve you in any capacity. Unnecessary, Zhou Chun replied. Shaking his head, he pointed a finger, and before the elder could utter a cry of anguish, his forehead was pierced, resulting in an instant demise. The bloodthirsty aura surrounding these guards, particularly the elder, was palpably strong, indicating their involvement in numerous vile deeds. Zhou Chun showed no mercy as he dealt with them all. Once the task was complete, he dispatched the remnants by unleashing several golden flames, which vaporized the corpses as if they had never existed. In Tianchuang City, Lin Shuer anxiously awaited in a secluded courtyard, her heart heavy with trepidation. She believed that while Zhou Chun was formidable, Zhao Wuji had brought many men, including those of the sacred realm. The thought of something happening to Zhou Chun was unbearable. She couldn't allow herself to dwell on it. Just then, the courtyard door swung open, and Zhou Chun appeared, unscathed, his clothing not even stained. Brother Zhou, Lin Shuer exclaimed with excitement, rushing to embrace him tightly. I'm so relieved you're unharmed. I promised I would return. Could you perhaps loosen your grip? I'm having trouble breathing, Zhou Chun said, exasperated. Lin Shuer immediately pulled back, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, wishing for a hole to hide in. What became of Zhao Wuji? He is not one to easily let matters rest, she asked, her face etched with concern. Naturally, he is dead, Zhou Chun shrugged nonchalantly. What? Zhao Wuji is dead. Lin Shuer's expression shifted dramatically, her eyes wide with horror, as if she had heard the most dreadful news. Brother Zhou, wait for me. I will be right back. Without waiting for a response, she turned and left. In the main hall of the city lord's residence in Tianchuang City, Lin Shuer rushed in, her face a mask of urgency. Father, you must save Zhou Chun, she implored, her voice trembling. Lin Xiaotian, a middle-aged man clad in an ice-blue robe, glanced up from his jade tablet, his brow furrowing. Shuer, why such haste? Who is Zhou Chun? He killed Zhao Wuji of Flame City. Lin Shuer bit her lip, recounting the events swiftly. Upon hearing that Zhou Chun not only killed Zhao Wuji, but also annihilated the guards of Flame City, Lin Xiaotian's expression turned grave. Preposterous. He slammed his palm on the armrest, and the overwhelming aura of a sacred realm expert enveloped the room. Do you understand what killing Zhao Wuji means? It signifies that Tianchuang City is now embroiled in a bitter feud with Flame City. But father, it was Zhao Wuji and his men who sought to kill Zhou Chun first. He acted in self-defense. Lin Shuer pleaded, her eyes brimming with tears. To persuade her father, she falsely claimed that Zhou Chun had acted to save her. Seeing his daughter on the verge of tears, Lin Xiaotian's fury softened into a heavy sigh. He knew her well. She would never act so recklessly without dire circumstances. Fine, let him come to the city lord's residence for now. I shall think of a way to manage this. I hope Zhao Lai will show restraint for my sake. However, as he spoke, a searing and violent aura erupted from outside the city lord's residence, engulfing Tianchuang City in an instant. Lin Xiaotian, come out at once. Hand over the murderer. A voice laden with fury and murderous intent reverberated through the air like thunder. Numerous lesser cultivators felt their blood surge, their faces pale with fear. Lin Xiaotian's expression shifted as he vanished from the hall, reappearing above the city lord's residence. In the distance, 3 figures approached through the air. Leading them was Zhao Lai, the lord of Flame City, clad in a fiery red robe, his expression fierce. His cultivation was on par with Lin Xiaotian, having reached the 3rd level of the sacred realm. Behind him trailed 2 cold-blooded black-robed elders, both of whom were 2nd-level sacred realm experts. Zhao Lai, are you intending to declare war on Tianchuang City with such a show of force? Lin Xiaotian's voice was frosty, the ice domain expanding to counter the scorching heat. War? Zhao Lai laughed bitterly in anger. Lin Xiaotian, do not play the fool. The murderer of my son is within your city. If you do not surrender him today, not only will I seek his death, but I will also demand Tianchuang City pay for my son's life. Zhao Lai's 3rd-level sacred realm aura bore down on Lin Xiaotian, while he commanded the 2 elders, you two, go fetch that little brat for me. I shall have him torn asunder. Yes, Lord. The 2 black-robed elders grinned malevolently, their figures darting towards the city lord's residence. Their senses had already locked onto an unfamiliar aura within. Not so fast. Lin Xiaotian attempted to intervene, but Zhao Lai held him firmly in place, their energies clashing and distorting the very air around them. As the 2 2nd-level sacred realm experts approached the residence, a graceful figure stepped forward, Lin Shuer. She summoned an ice crystal shield, placing it before the entrance, and declared, if you wish to harm him, you must first pass through me. Overestimating oneself. One of the elders sneered disdainfully, casually striking forth with his palm, summoning a massive ghostly claw to grasp Lin Shuer. This strike was potent enough to reduce a nascent soul cultivator to mere blood mist. At this critical juncture, a calm voice leisurely resonated. What skill is it to bully a girl? No sooner had the words fallen than a figure silently appeared before Lin Shuer. It was none other than Zhou Chun, whose demeanor remained composed in the face of the formidable claws. With a mere flick of his finger, he unleashed a glimmering azure flame that, though seemingly unremarkable, instantly pierced through the enormous claw. The claw hesitated in midair before vanishing without a trace. What? The pupils of the 2 attendants constricted in disbelief. Ignoring their astonishment, Zhou Chun turned to Lin Shuer and offered a gentle smile. Leave this to me. With that, he slowly raised his gaze, surveying the sky where Zhao Lai and the 2 attendants hovered, his aura no longer concealed. The aura of a quasi-saint erupted with thunderous intensity. Chapter 143. Orderly, the flame-fire divine guards. Since you are so eager for death, I shall oblige. Within Zhou Chun, the great primordial creation scripture surged violently, and the chaotic Tao infant atop his azure lotus foundation suddenly opened its eyes. He lifted his right hand, fingers poised like a sword, pointing towards the sky where Zhao Lai floated, and gently gestured. Imperial Grade Supreme, Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger. Boom. The heavens dimmed, winds howled, and the surrounding spiritual essence was instantly drained. A colossal finger, forged from pure spiritual energy, tore through the void, exuding the terrifying might of imprisoning the heavens. As it emerged from the endless void, descending fiercely upon Zhao Lai. No, Zhao Lai sensed the impending threat of death, his face a mask of terror. Saint Grade Inferior. Crimson Flame Shield. He frantically ignited his blood essence, channeling all his spiritual power to form a massive fiery shield in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, the overwhelming Great Wilderness Prison Sky Finger, imbued with an ethereal intent, rendered Zhao Lai's struggles utterly futile. As the great finger descended, the fiery shield shattered like parchment, and in an instant, both his corporeal form and soul were obliterated from this world. Instant kill. The Lord of the Flame Fire City, at the 3rd layer of the Saint Realm, was thus extinguished. The arena fell into a profound silence. Whether it was Lin Xiaotian, the 2 attendants, or the countless cultivators witnessing from within and outside the Tianchuang city, all were dumbstruck, as if struck by lightning, regaining their senses from their shock. The 2 attendants attempted to flee. However, Zhou Chun would not grant them such an opportunity. Roar. A deep, ancient dragon-elephant roar emanated from within Zhou Chun as he activated the 3rd layer of the 9 transformations dragon-elephant technique. 3 solidified dragon elephant phantoms surged forth, instantly catching up to the 2 attendants and colliding with them fiercely. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled explosions echoed, and the 2 second-layer Saint Realm experts had no time to even scream before their bodies exploded in midair, reduced to clouds of blood mist. With a mere snap of his fingers, he had dispatched the Saint Realm, effortlessly vanquishing formidable foes. Having completed these deeds, Zhou Qin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his snow-white robes immaculate, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. Lin Xiaotian swallowed hard, descending from the air, and clasped his hands towards Zhou Qin, his tone filled with reverence. Thank you, young friend. No, thank you, esteemed senior, for your assistance. May I inquire your esteemed name and origin? Having witnessed Zhou Qin's might, Lin Xiaotian humbly addressed him as a peer, framing Zhou Qin's intervention as aid to Tianshuang City, which Zhou Qin could not help but admire for the man's high emotional intelligence. Upon hearing this, the cultivators of Tianshuang City regarded Lin Xiaotian with even greater awe. From the central continent, son of the primordial sacred land, Zhou Qin spoke softly, his words clear enough to resonate throughout the venue. The mention of the primordial sacred land stirred a tempest of astonishment within Tianshuang City. If the previous display of power was shocking, this identity invoked a sense of suffocating reverence among all present. That was one of the top 10 supreme sacred lands of the central continent. The gazes directed at Lin Shuer instantly brimmed with envy and jealousy. What a monumental fortune it was to be acquainted with such a figure. Zhou Qin paid no further heed to the crowd. He conveyed a message to Lin Shuer. You possess a cold ice spiritual body that has yet to be activated. Upon your return, attempt to draw the icy essence of the cold ice divine marrow into your body to awaken your constitution and accelerate your cultivation. Concurrently, he discreetly accessed the opportunity panel, glancing at Lin Shuer, and noted that not only would she awaken her constitution, but her cultivation limit would also reach the 10th layer of the Saint Realm, prompting a slight nod of approval. I have matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. After completing these tasks, Zhou Qin slightly inclined his head towards Lin Shuer, then with a flicker of his form, transformed into a streak of flowing light and departed with grace. Lin Shuer stood in a daze, watching the direction of Zhou Qin's disappearance, her emotions complex, her fists clenched tightly. She had not anticipated Zhou Qin's strength to be so formidable. Her worries had been in vain. However, at this moment, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited in her beautiful eyes. Central Continent, primordial sacred land. Zhou Qin, I will seek you out. Lin Xiaotian observed his daughter's expression, shaking his head with a wry smile and sighing. Alas, daughters grow up too fast. Deep within the northern domain's demon abyss, a blood-colored figure was engaged in a fierce battle with a quasi-saint-level demon resembling a colossal scorpion. This figure was drenched in blood, unable to discern whether it was his own or that of his foe, yet his eyes shone with an astonishing brilliance, brimming with bloodlust and madness. It was none other than Shui Wuhan, who had joined the Black Abyss sacred land. Die! Shui Wuhan let out a low roar as he pushed his Shantian demon body to its limits, with blood-colored demonic energy soaring into the sky, morphing into a 100-foot-long demonic blade that cleaved down upon the scorpion demon. The scorpion emitted a piercing shriek as its incredibly tough exoskeleton was split apart, dark green blood gushing forth. Amidst the relentless battles and slaughter, Shui Wuhan's aura surged steadily when he punched through the scorpion demon's head and extracted its demon core. A powerful momentum erupted from within him. Boom! The bottleneck that had plagued him for so long shattered at that moment. The surrounding demonic energy surged wildly into his body, and in the next instant, his cultivation unexpectedly ascended to the quasi-saint realm. Zhou Qin, wait for me to return to the central continent. I will surely battle you again. As Shui Wuhan felt the surging power within, he licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, a flicker of desire for combat flashing in his eyes as he resumed his search for demons to battle. While other cultivators might avoid the demonic energy of the northern domain's abyss like a venomous snake, it was exceptionally suitable for Shui Wuhan's cultivation. Thanks to Zhou Qin's earlier intervention, he had not obtained any great opportunities, but through genuine combat, his cultivation was rapidly advancing. Meanwhile, high above the northern domain's demon abyss, a magnificent flying vessel of supreme quality sailed through the clouds at an astonishing speed, heading towards the central continent's primordial sacred land. On the deck of the vessel, Zhou Qin sat cross-legged with his eyes slightly closed, stabilizing his cultivation and reflecting on the gains of this journey. It was time for him to return to the sacred land and prepare for the upcoming resource war in the central continent. If he hurried, perhaps Hansi's medicinal pills would already be refined. Suddenly, Zhou Qin's eyes snapped open, a glint of severity flashing within. He sensed an immense force sealing off the surrounding space, causing the vessel's speed to abruptly slow and eventually come to a halt midair. In the next moment, 10 figures clad in scarlet gold battle armor, exuding overwhelming auras, stepped forth from the void, encircling the vessel. Each of them radiated the terrifying pressure of the 8th layer of the Saint Realm, their auras interconnected, forming a dread-inducing formation, their murderous intent palpable. The Flame Fire Divine Guards. Zhou Chun recognized their origins instantly by the blazing flame totems adorning their armor. Mu Yuandao had previously informed Zhou Chun that every sacred ground maintained an unwavering loyalty to the secret guards of its higher echelons, tasked with executing the complex missions of the sacred grounds, and would generally refrain from deploying them lightly. The leader of the Divine Guards was a middle-aged man with an impassive expression who spoke in a chilling tone. By the decree of the Flame God, I have come to take your life. You may choose to end your own life, and I will allow you to retain a complete corpse. Is it Wang Yu? Zhou Chun instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Chapter 144. Vengeance must not be delayed. Target: Flame Fire. The Flame Fire Sacred Ground had only Wang Yu as an enemy to him, and she had even sought the assistance of the Shadow Blade to assassinate him. Zhou Chun had previously lacked the time to deal with her, but now her actions had escalated. Did she truly believe him to be made of clay? Zhou Chun swiftly stowed away his flying vessel. Although it possessed defensive formations, it would likely not withstand such an assault for long against this level of power. A murderous intent surged within Zhou Chun, and he smiled in fury. What a remarkable Wang Yu! What an astonishing Flame Fire Sacred Ground! Sending divine guards to ambush the son of Taichu. Do you comprehend the consequences? The 10 Flame Fire Divine Guards, each at the 8th level of the Sacred Realm, formed a battle formation, their combat prowess likely forcing even 10th level practitioners to retreat. Given his current strength, a direct confrontation was out of the question. Enough talk, attack! Commanded the leader of the Flame Fire Divine Guards, providing Zhou Chun with no opportunity to respond. With a single command, all 10 Divine Guards sprang into action simultaneously. 10 blazing chains of fire pierced through the void, each imbued with a profound essence, sealing off all of Zhou Chun's escape routes as they descended upon him. This terrifying joint assault could easily obliterate a powerful adversary at the 9th level of the Sacred Realm. Yet, in the face of such a formidable onslaught, Zhou Chun displayed no hint of panic. With a cold chuckle, he flipped his palm, revealing an ancient jade talisman, etched with intricate spatial patterns. This talisman was the life-saving trump card bestowed upon him by Dao Xian, the Great Translocation Immortal Talisman. You wish to kill me? Perhaps in your next life. Without hesitation, Zhou Chun crushed the talisman. A powerful and irresistible surge of spatial energy enveloped him in an instant, rendering his figure ephemeral. Boom. The terrifying attack of the Flame Fire Divine Guard struck, only to collide with Zhou Chun's afterimage, the violent energy erupting in a cataclysmic explosion. This is bad. It's a spatial translocation treasure. The leader of the Flame Fire Divine Guard's expression shifted dramatically, but it was too late. Zhou Chun's figure had completely vanished from sight. Time passed without measure, and at the border of the central continent, far from the North Domain's demon abyss, space warped, and a disheveled figure was ejected, crashing heavily to the ground. It was Zhou Chun, randomly transported to this location. He quickly rose to his feet, assessed his condition, and found himself largely unscathed, albeit with significant depletion of spiritual energy. Raising his gaze toward the direction of the Flame Fire Sacred Ground, his eyes turned icy to the core. Wang Yu, the worthless scum of the Flame Fire Sacred Ground, you have gone too far. An overwhelming fury blazed within Zhou Chun's chest. Never had he felt such rage as at this moment. Previously, he had considered her nothing more than a bothersome fly, easily swatted away at the opportune moment. But now he was thoroughly enraged. If they dared to ambush even the son of Taichu, who knew what madness the Zhou family might resort to, were it not for the Great Translocation Immortal Talisman gifted by the old Dao Xian, he could have faced grave consequences today. Taking a deep breath, Zhou Chun forcibly suppressed his murderous intent. After a brief respite, he wasted no time in discerning his direction. He retrieved 200,000 top-grade spirit stones from his storage ring, pouring them all into accelerating the speed of the supreme-grade sacred vessel to its utmost limit. Zhou Chun surged forth toward the Taichu Sacred Ground with unprecedented speed. At the Taichu Sacred Ground, on the Sacred Master Peak, Master Dao Xian was engaged in discussions with several core elders regarding the impending resource war in the central continent. Suddenly, he felt a stirring in his heart and abruptly raised his head to gaze outside the Grand Hall. He beheld a streak of light moving at an unimaginable speed, bypassing the Sacred Ground's protective formations and landing directly before Sacred Master Peak. As the radiance dissipated, Zhou Chun's grim countenance was revealed. Chunno, are you not in the North Domain undergoing trials? What has transpired? Why the haste? Upon seeing Zhou Chen's expression, Dao Xian's heart sank, and he immediately dismissed those present. Master. Zhou Chen entered the grand hall, bowing respectfully to Dao Xian, his voice eerily calm. While returning to the sacred ground, I encountered an ambush at the border of the North Domain's demon abyss. What? Dao Xian sprang to his feet. An uncontrollable aura of terrifying saintly might radiating from him, causing the entire sacred master hall to tremble. Who dares to be so audacious as to ambush the son of the Taichu sacred ground? The Flame Fire sacred ground sent 10 Flame Fire divine guards, each at the 8th level of the sacred realm, to surround and kill me. If it were not for the great translocation immortal talisman you provided, I would have likely faced dire consequences, Zhou Chen articulated clearly, presenting the recording stone that captured a portion of the event. Dao Xian took the recording stone, and as his consciousness swept over it, the images of the 10 figures clad in crimson gold armor, along with their unmasked murderous intent, vividly materialized before him. Dao Xian's expression darkened profoundly. Crack! The recording stone in his hand was silently crushed into powder. An even more terrifying aura erupted from the Taichu sacred master. They've gone too far. They have gone too far. Dao Xian laughed in rage, his laughter infused with boundless murderous intent. What an audacious flame fire sacred ground. What an insufferable old fiend. This is a declaration of war. The dignity of Taichu cannot be sullied. Dao Xian's voice was grave, conveying authority without anger. Zhou Chen stood silently, not uttering a word. A glint of severity flashed in Dao Xian's eyes as he retrieved an ancient communication talisman, proclaiming in a deep voice, "Convey my decree. Summon the Grand Elder of Taichu to the sacred Master Peak to see me." At these words, Zhou Chen felt a slight tremor within. The Grand Elder of Taichu was an ancient being who had lived for countless years, often in seclusion, serving as the true anchor of the Taichu sacred ground. His cultivation had long reached the pinnacle of the 10th level of the sacred realm. On the verge of stepping into the realm of semi-emperors, he would not be easily disturbed unless the sacred ground faced annihilation or in extraordinary times. Mere moments later, the space within the grand hall rippled, and an elder clad in simple gray robes, with white hair and beard, appeared silently in the chamber. The elder seemed to merge with the very fabric of the cosmos, his face devoid of expression. If one did not look closely, they might overlook his presence entirely. Dao Xian, what has stirred the old man? The Grand Elder's voice was calm, yet seemed to embody the profound truths of the universe. Dao Xian briefly recounted the events, then bowed solemnly to the Grand Elder. Great Elder, the dignity of our Taichu sacred ground has been trampled upon. If we do not respond with thunderous measures, how will the world perceive our Taichu sacred ground? Upon hearing this, the Grand Elder, whose eyes had remained shut, slowly opened a sliver. In an instant, an invisible pressure flickered and vanished. He turned his gaze to Zhou Chen, giving a slight nod. His voice still calm, but carrying an undeniable authority. What does the sacred son believe should be done to resolve this matter? Zhou Chen stepped forward, unafraid. Meeting the Grand Elder's gaze, his voice icy as he declared, "Blood debts must be repaid in blood." Very well. The Grand Elder uttered a single word. A glimmer of appreciation surfacing in his usually impassive eyes. Only those decisive in their actions could bear the title of Sacred Son of Taichu. He then turned to Dao Xian. Activate the Taichu war vessel immediately. Dao Xian's eyes sparkled with determination. Excellent. Great Elder. You shall accompany Chener on a visit to the Flame Fire sacred ground. I wish to see if they, Yin Song, dare to refuse an explanation. Moments later, the skies above the Taichu sacred ground shifted ominously. A colossal black warship, 100 times larger than Zhou Chen's exquisite holy class vessel, emerged slowly from the clouds, resembling an ancient ferocious beast lurking in the void. It was the low-grade Imperial-class Taichu warship. The words Taichu on its surface exuded a terrifying aura. In Chapter 145, Blood for Blood, Decisive Killings, Zhou Chun and the Grand Elder of Taichu appeared one after the other on the deck of the warship. The journey commenced towards the sacred fire holy land. At the command of Dao Xian, the warship emitted a thunderous roar that resonated through the heavens, instantly tearing apart the void as it sped toward the sacred fire holy land. In the sacred fire holy land, atop the Holy Maiden Peak, Wang Yu's father, Wang Ruinzhan, an elder of the inner sanctum, paced anxiously. He had just received alarming news through the family's covert agents. His precious daughter, Wang Yu, had audaciously misappropriated the sacred fire holy land's flame god token, secretly mobilizing 10 flame guardians to assassinate Zhou Chun, the holy son of the Taichu holy land. A rebellious daughter, truly a defiant daughter. Wang Ruinzhan trembled with rage, fully aware of the catastrophic repercussions this incident would unleash upon the entire sacred fire holy land if exposed. This was not merely a matter of rivalry among disciples. It was a grave provocation between two holy lands. The disparity between the Sacred Fire Holy Land and the Taichu Holy Land was stark. One was a subpar holy land, while the other ranked 10th. The gulf in power was as vast as heaven and earth. Perhaps their high-end combat capabilities were comparable. But in terms of the number of individuals who had reached the sacred realm, their connections, and the resources they could mobilize, there was no comparison. He dared not conceal a single detail and hastened to the Flame God Hall, where the Holy Lord, Yin Song, was in seclusion, to inform him of the situation. Scoundrel! Yin Song's furious roar echoed within the Flame God Hall. A scorching wave of energy surged forth, forcing Wang Ruizhan to stagger backward, his complexion ashen. Yin Song appeared before him, his visage filled with barely contained fury. Wang Ruizhan, is this the daughter you have raised? Does she intend to plunge our Sacred Fire Holy Land into an abyss of calamity? Please, Holy Lord, quell your anger. This was merely a moment of folly on my daughter's part. I beseech the Holy Lord to be lenient, considering her youth and ignorance. Wang Ruizhan pleaded, kneeling on the ground, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Lenient? How many times has this occurred? I recall the last incident when your precious daughter, unable to find a beauty elixir, concocted a harmful formula from unknown origins, forcibly transforming her junior brother into a youth preservation pill. Subsequently, your family merely reported him missing and hastily brushed it aside. Did you think you could hide this from me? Yin Song paused, realizing the gravity of the situation. This was no trivial matter. It was beyond what the Wang family could resolve through mere connections and house arrest. He was about to unleash his wrath when a flicker of contemplation crossed his mind, his anger replaced by a shadow of foreboding. After a moment's deliberation, his voice turned icy. At this point, further discussion is futile. For the sake of the Holy Land's reputation, we must categorically deny this incident. We shall claim that the Flame God token was stolen, and that everything was the work of impostors masquerading as our sacred fire guardians. You must confine Wang Yut. Without my order, she is not to step foot beyond the Holy Maiden Peak. Wang Ruizhan's heart quaked. He understood that Yin Song had chosen to safeguard the Holy Land's reputation, yet the heavy cost would be borne by his family. This was a blatant betrayal. However, in order to save Wang Yut, he had no choice. Just as he was about to take his leave, a deafening roar reverberated. The entire protective array of the Sacred Fire Holy Land emitted a piercing wail, and the sky abruptly darkened. An indescribable, terrifying pressure descended, akin to the collapse of the heavens, bearing down mercilessly upon the hearts of every disciple in the Sacred Fire Holy Land. Countless disciples of lesser cultivation crumpled to the ground, trembling in fear. Yin Song and Wang Ruizhan's expressions changed dramatically as they looked up. A massive black warship loomed above the Sacred Fire Holy Land, its prow emblazoned with the ancient and domineering characters of Taichu, radiating a chilling intent to kill. The Taichu Holy Land had arrived. Yin Song's heart plummeted. He had not anticipated such a swift response from the Taichu Holy Land. On the warship, Zhou Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his cold gaze locking onto the figure of Wang Yut on the Holy Maiden Peak, who was now in a state of panic. Behind him, the Grand Elder of Taichu's presence flickered, his seemingly calm aura posing a threat even to Yin Song, an established powerhouse of the sacred realm. Friends from the Taichu Holy Land, I wonder what brings you to my Sacred Fire Holy Land. Yin Song forced down his unease and soared into the air, inquiring with a resonant voice. Beside him, several esteemed elders of the Sacred Fire Holy Land also appeared, their expressions grave. The Grand Elder of Taichu did not even raise an eyelid, as if he deemed it beneath him to engage in conversation. You are the Holy Lord of the Sacred Fire Holy Land? I am Zhou Chen, the Holy Son of Taichu. I have but one question. Who granted you the audacity to attempt the assassination of the Holy Son of Taichu? Zhou Chen's indifferent gaze swept over Yin Song, his voice soft yet resonant, echoing throughout the Sacred Fire Holy Land. Yin Song's heart tightened, but he steeled himself, responding with the preordained script. What do you mean? Holy Son Zhou, there must be some misunderstanding. The Sacred Fire Holy Land and the Taichu Holy Land have always maintained a peaceful coexistence. Why would we commit such an act of self-destruction? Misunderstanding? A smirk curled on Zhou Chen's lips. What a splendid misunderstanding. Before he finished speaking, his figure vanished from the warship without warning. In the next instant, he appeared before Wang Yut atop the Holy Maiden Peak. What? What do you want? Wang Yut stammered, her face paling in terror as she stepped back. Wang Ruizhan's eyes widened in fury as he screamed, Zhou Chen, halt! Yet it was all too late. Zhou Chen uttered not a word. He simply extended his right hand, disregarding the brilliance of all protective treasures surrounding Wang Yut, and grasped her delicate neck with unyielding force. With a crisp crack, the sound of bone breaking resonated. Before Wang Ruizhan, under the gaze of the entire upper echelon of the sacred fire holy land. The glimmer of life swiftly faded from Wang Yu's eyes, her head drooping limply. A daughter of a distinguished elder of the sacred fire holy land was publicly executed in this manner. Yut! Wang Ruizhan let out a heart-wrenching wail, his eyes instantly turning crimson. In a fit of madness, he unleashed his full power as an 8th-layer sacred realm cultivator, transforming into a towering wave of fire. Recklessly charging at Zhou Chun, "You beast! I will kill you!" Hiss! It is indeed Elder Wang's renowned technique, the high-grade holy class flame dragon burning heaven flame. Disciples of the sacred fire holy land gasped in astonishment. The grand elder of Taichu frowned, about to intervene, yet Zhou Chun halted him with a mere glance. "Xianlao, assist me." Casting aside Wang Yu's lifeless body as if it were a dead dog, Zhou Chun silently invoked a thought. His aura surged to the 10th layer of the sacred realm, yet concealed by the divine concealment art, it only revealed a shift in momentum. With no outward signs of change, only the Grand Elder cast a peculiar glance at Zhou Chun before retracting his hand, which had been raised midair. Faced with the furious strike of an 8th-layer sacred realm cultivator, Zhou Chun calmly lifted his hand, pointing with a single finger. Great Wilderness Prisoning Heaven Finger. The surrounding spiritual energy was instantly drained, a terrifying finger emerging from the void. This single gesture, though seemingly slow, bore the weight of the entire universe. Wang Ruizhan's proud technique melted away before this finger. Boom. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a muffled sound. The madness and fury on Wang Ruizhan's face instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread and confusion. His body began to disintegrate into ashes, starting from his chest. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone was utterly stunned by this spectacle. A mere finger could annihilate an elder of the 8th layer of the sacred realm. What terrifying power was this? Chapter 146. Departing from the flame of fire, the mysterious imperial clan. Above the flame of fire sacred land, a blood mist lingered, not yet fully dissipated. Zhou Chun, clad in white, pure and untainted, floated quietly in the void. All the disciples and elders of the flame of fire sacred land, including the previously imposing flame of fire sacred lord, now wore ashen faces, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. They gazed up at the young figure, their eyes filled only with boundless fear and reverence. In a mere disagreement, within the sacred grounds, before the sacred lord himself, the elder of the sacred land and his beloved daughter were ruthlessly slain. What sheer terror and tyranny! Zhou, holy son! The flame of fire sacred lord's lips quivered, devoid of any semblance of his former dignity. He forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears, bowing deeply, his posture lowered to the ground. It is indeed our flame of fire sacred land that has been lax in discipline and offended the holy son. Please, holy son, temper your wrath. We shall compensate tenfold for all losses. He dared not mention revenge, nor harbor the slightest resentment, for after all, it was their flame of fire sacred land that had erred first, and now they were caught in a predicament where their pride could not stand firm. Yen Song could not fathom what thoughts occupied Wang Yu's mind, how she could provoke such a harbinger of death. Of course, she would have no opportunity to ponder this matter further. The power and decisive ruthlessness exhibited by Zhou Chun made Yen Song acutely aware that the young man before her was far beyond what the flame of fire sacred land could provoke. Let alone an elder, even if the sacred lord himself were slain today. The flame of fire sacred land would have to weigh whether it was worth offending a future emperor for the sake of a dead man. Zhou Chun's gaze remained indifferent as he slowly descended. He did not glance at the flame of fire sacred lord, but instead swept his eyes across the crowd, landing on a familiar yet unfamiliar figure, Lu Qianru. At this moment, Lu Qianru's complexion was deathly pale, her delicate form trembling slightly. She looked at Zhou Chun, her eyes brimming with a tumult of emotions, shock, regret, anguish, and a hint of fear she herself had not yet recognized. Once, this man had stood behind her, in need of her protection, yet now, he had grown into a towering tree that the entire sacred land looked up to, while she had fallen to the point of nearly losing the right to gaze up at him. However, Zhou Chun's gaze lingered on her for merely half a second before indifferently shifting away, as if regarding an inconsequential stranger. The coldness and detachment in his eyes pierced Lu Qianru's heart like an invisible thorn. Do not insult the primordial beginning. Compensation shall be left, and we shall take our leave, Zhou Chun stated calmly. Soon after, the people of the Flame of Fire Sacred Land respectfully presented dozens of storage rings filled with resources. Zhou Chun accepted them, his consciousness sweeping through. These resources were worth at least several million top-tier spirit stones, a considerable loss even for the affluent Flame of Fire Sacred Land. Once he confirmed the accuracy, Zhou Chun turned and stepped onto the flying vessel, never casting another glance at Lu Qianru. The vessel transformed into a streak of light, vanishing into the horizon. It was only after the suffocating pressure had completely dissipated that the elders and disciples of the flame of fire sacred land seemed to emerge from the depths of water. Gasping for breath, in a corner of the crowd, Yichen clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms, drawing blood without his awareness. Why him? Why Zhou Chun? Yi Chun raged within. That honor should have belonged to me. The position of Holy Son of the primordial beginning should have been mine. Intense jealousy and resentment morphed into a tide of unquenchable hatred, silently eroding his spirit. At that moment, a surge of chaotic energy erupted within Yi Chun, a violent spiritual force exploding within him. Boom! With a resounding thud, Yi Chun's aura surged, breaking through once more to reach the 10th layer of the nascent soul. Zhou Chun, just wait. The humiliation of today, I, Yi Chun, shall repay 100-fold in the future. Do you think you are strong? Just wait. Feeling the tumultuous power within him, Yi Chun's confidence surged once again. Meanwhile, Lu Qianru stood there in a daze, tears finally cascading down her cheeks. Zhou Chun's indifference had utterly shattered the last fragment of her hope. An endless tide of regret engulfed her. If only she had firmly chosen Zhou Chun back then. But alas, in this world, there are no ifs. Yet this scene was perfectly witnessed by Yi Chun, a glimmer of madness flashing in his eyes. Several days later, in the flame of fire sacred land, the outer Sect's Wudong forest, Lu Qianru was tending to the spirit plants here, a task required of the outer Sect disciples. Ever since Yi Chun had made his mark with Wang Yu, Lu Qianru had been unable to participate in the inner Sect assessments, let alone enter the inner Sect. As for fleeing, where could she go? Not to mention the endless pursuit that awaited her if judged by the sacred land. If it entangled the Wuxian Sect or Lu Qingtian, that was also something she did not wish to see. She appeared haggard, her cultivation stagnated, no longer exhibiting the grace of the once celebrated daughter of the Wuxian Sect. Oh, Lu Shiji, you seem to be doing quite well. Adapting to the life of the outer Sect? A voice laden with mockery rang out. Lu Qianru's delicate frame trembled, and she looked up abruptly to find Yi Chun standing before her, a smirk plastered across his face, his gaze brimming with unabashed malice. Yi Chun, what do you want? Lu Qianru's voice trembled slightly. What do I want? Yi Chun stepped closer, the pressure of his 10th layer nascent soul ruthlessly bearing down on Lu Qianru. I came to pay a visit to Lu Shiji. Back at the Wuxian Sect, you ignored me, choosing that waste Zhou Chun instead. And now? He has ascended to the lofty position of Holy Son, while you have fallen to the status of a mere servant, lower than even a dog. I'll tell you. Lu Qianru. Yi Chun's expression twisted into a snarl. Though I despise Zhou Chun, I loathe women like you even more. Those who elevate the high and trample the low. Who act like a whore yet wish to erect a monument for themselves. Today, I shall make you aware of the consequences of offending me. Yi Chun. Before he finished speaking, a whip of spiritual energy formed in his hand, striking viciously towards Lu Qianru. You dare! Lu Qianru exclaimed, both alarmed and enraged. Yet, under the immense disparity in power, her resistance appeared feeble and futile. The fire whip instantly shattered her protective spiritual energy, leaving a charred mark across her skin. Ah! Lu Qianru screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground. Yi Chun, still unsatisfied, viciously stomped on her as she lay there. Die! Both you and Zhou Chun shall perish. Yi Chun towered above her, resembling a madman. The overwhelming humiliation, fury, resentment, and regret exploded within Lu Qianru's heart. She recalled her father's despondency, the decline of the Wuxian Sect, Zhou Chun's icy gaze, and finally, the grotesque visage of Yi Chun before her. Ah! Under the extreme emotional stimulus, an ancient bloodline that had lain dormant for countless years within her awakened with a thunderous roar. Buzz! An indescribable aura of terror surged from Lu Qianru. Soaring into the sky, above the 9 heavens, the winds and clouds shifted, a resplendent 7-colored divine light piercing through the clouds, precisely enveloping Lu Qianru. An aura of supreme authority, as if transcending all beings, instantaneously enveloped the entire flame of fire sacred land. What is this? Yi Chun's sinister grin instantly froze, replaced by an overwhelming sense of dread. Under this immense pressure, he felt as insignificant as an ant, utterly incapable of even the slightest movement. Chapter 147. The Death of Yi Chun, Revocation of the Bounty. At that moment, the void was silently torn apart, and several figures emerged from within. Clad in archaic Taoist robes, they exuded an unfathomable aura, their gazes indifferent, as if they belonged to a realm beyond this world. The elder leading the group fixed his gaze upon Lu Qianru, a flicker of excitement and astonishment flashing across his face. It could not be mistaken. She was the bloodline of our clan lost to the world. Moreover, she bore the bloodline of an ancestral-level empress. What audacious vermin dares to conjure illusions here? Despite being subdued by the oppressive force, Yichen still shouted defiantly, I am a direct disciple of the holy master of the flame-sacred land. Yu the elder frowned slightly, seemingly annoyed by his noise, and merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction. A noisy ant. In the next moment, Yichen's voice was abruptly silenced. His body, along with his soul, disintegrated into ashes with that single glance, as if he had never existed. The destined child of a generation, Yichen, had thus perished. Yin Song seemed to sense something, his expression drastically changing, yet he dared not act. Even the ancient beings hidden deep within the magma of the flame-sacred land held their breath. The elder never once cast a glance at Yichen, as if he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. He approached the unconscious Lu Qianru, waving his hand to envelop her in a gentle radiance that lifted her up. Addressing those behind him, inform the clan, the lost empress bloodline of the Tianji clan has been found. We shall return immediately. As his words fell, the group, carrying Lu Qianru, stepped once more into the rift of the void, vanishing without a trace. The celestial phenomena dissipated, as if nothing had ever transpired. Meanwhile, Zhou Chun, who had just returned to his cave dwelling in the Taichu sacred land, was suddenly jolted by a chilling system notification echoing in his mind. Ding! The destined child, Yichen, has been completely extinguished. Due to the host's long-term interception of Yichen's opportunities, his fortune has declined, accelerating his demise. Classified as an indirect kill. Ding! The fall of the Child of Destiny has triggered an upgrade of the Opportunity Panel system. Upgrade content. The upper limit of binding destined individuals has been increased to 5. System upgrading. Expected duration, 12 hours. During which the Opportunity Panel function will be suspended. 1, 2. Zhou Chun abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of astonishment crossing his gaze. Yichen, dead? He was somewhat taken aback. He had thought Yichen would last a while longer. Never did he anticipate his swift demise. He instinctively assumed it was the flame-sacred land executing a reckoning against Yichen. After all, he could not escape culpability for the deaths of Wang Yu and her daughter. The increase in binding limit to 5 was indeed an unexpected boon. A smile crept upon Zhou Chun's lips. This meant he could simultaneously monitor more treasure-seeking mice, significantly enhancing the efficiency of opportunity harvesting. He had not forgotten about Chu Tsangming's fortune. An upgrade for the system? Just in time. I should thoroughly digest the spoils of this encounter. Zhou Chun closed his eyes, immersing himself in cultivation, awaiting the completion of the system upgrade. In a realm of nothingness, the meeting hall of the assassin organization, Shadowblade, stood. The grand hall was constructed from an unknown black crystal, absorbing all light, exuding an aura of darkness and profundity. Inside, several indistinct shadows sat upon thrones, representing the highest decision-makers of Shadowblade, each embodying a terrifying power that could instill fear even in the sacred lands. What are your thoughts on the bounty for Zhou Chun of the Taichu sacred land? A hoarse voice shattered the silence. The target is within the flame sacred land. Having slain Elder Wang Ruinjian, who was at the 8th layer of the sacred realm, before the holy master himself. Based on the images returned from the front lines, his combat prowess is at least comparable to that of the 10th layer of the sacred realm, if not higher. Another shadow spoke coldly. 100,000 premium spirit stones for the life of a formidable prodigy? That foolish woman Wang Yu truly has delusions of grandeur. The one handling orders from the flame sacred land is dead. The key lies not in combat power. A third shadow interjected, its voice wavering. The newly appointed holy son of the Taichu sacred land wields immense fortune and is suspected to possess the legacy of an ancient emperor. Should we fail in the assassination, we would invite relentless pursuit from the Taichu sacred land. The risks and rewards are utterly disproportionate. The hall fell silent once more. Although Shadowblade only acknowledged money and disregarded grievances, they were inherently shrewd merchants. They never engaged in losing transactions. I propose, the initial hoarse voice resumed, to revoke the bounty on Zhou Chun and blacklist his employer, Wang Yu's family, from future dealings. Additionally, we shall elevate Zhou Chun's target level to that of the Holy Master's forbidden tier. Forbidden tier? A shadow inquired. Indeed, forbidden, the hoarse voice elucidated. This tier signifies that the target possesses boundless potential and a profound background. Only a formidable emperor-level expert can guarantee a foolproof execution. Should anyone wish to place a bounty on him again, the starting price shall be 10 million premium spirit stones, and it will require the collective risk assessment of 3 or more decision-makers. Moreover, we shall announce this resolution to the entire assassin community. I second that. I second that. Soon, all shadows reached a consensus. An invisible command emanated from this realm of nothingness, spreading across every shadowy corner of the continent. All assassins who had received the task to eliminate Zhou Qin simultaneously received directives to revoke the mission. In the southern domain, within the Tianshuang city, Lin Shuer donned a white dress, her aura growing increasingly ethereal, yet her gaze remained resolutely steadfast. With the abundant resources left by Zhou Qin, her cultivation had broken through to the 10th layer of the nascent soul stage, achieving the semi-holy status. Father, I have made my decision. I intend to go to the central continent, Lin Shuer declared to Lin Xiaotian. Lin Xiaotian gazed at his daughter, his eyes filled with affection and reluctance, but ultimately transformed into a sigh. Is it because of that boy Zhou Qin? Lin Shuer's cheeks flushed slightly, but she did not deny it, merely nodding vigorously. He moves too swiftly. I do not wish to be left far behind. I want to stand by his side. Perhaps I can assist him in some way. She understood that with Zhou Qin's talent, his future stage would encompass the entire Tianxian continent. If she did not strive to catch up, the distance between them would only widen, ultimately rendering them inhabitants of two disparate worlds. Alas, a daughter grows up too quickly. Lin Xiaotian shook his head, then spoke earnestly. The central continent is not like the southern domain. There, formidable experts abound, and sacred lands stand tall, fraught with peril. However, since you are resolute in your decision, I shall not obstruct you. I have established a trade route for your journey to the central continent and contacted an old acquaintance near the Taichu sacred land. He will assist you. Remember, exercise caution and protect yourself. Thank you, Father. Lin Shuer's eyes glistened with tears as she bowed deeply. 3 days later, a flying vessel marked with the insignia of Tianshuang City quietly departed from the southern domain.